Chapter 1 Many daughters came knocking. Lu Ruyan. Do you know what you're saying? Li Yang was dumbfounded. They'd been talking for a year. We agreed to have dinner at his house today to meet his parents, but now he's suddenly asking for a red envelope gift money when we visit. Lu Ruyan stood with her hands in her pockets, looking disdainful, and said, "My mother said that we girls should respect ourselves. According to our customs, when someone comes to our house for a meal, your family must prepare a red envelope of 10,000 yuan. That's called being 1 in 10,000. If you don't give this red envelope, it means you're not sincere, and there's no need for us to continue." Li Yang was furious. Lu Ruyan, our two families have lived in front of and behind each other since we were little. We're practically childhood sweethearts. Now you're talking to me about rules? Are you saying we don't live in the same alley? Lu Ruyan persisted, "Whatever. If you think you can still find a girlfriend to come over for dinner this year without me, then you'd better stick to your guns." Li Yang was speechless. Lu Ruyan was someone he had known since childhood, and they had even gone to the same university. Before graduation, she suggested they try dating, but now they had been together for a year. She suddenly made this unreasonable request again. Li Yang nodded. "Okay, then let's not talk about it anymore. I think we shouldn't eat either." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan frowned. "You don't think I'm the same as before. I have a lot of people pursuing me now. Let me tell you, Chen Hao is pursuing me. Who do you think you are? I was young and didn't understand love before, that's why I agreed to be with you so early." Li Yang understood. This woman felt regretful because she now had more suitors, and the so-called red envelope was just a pretext. "Fine, I get it. You want your freedom, right? Let's break up now." Lu Ruyan was stunned. "Li Yang, are you crazy? How dare you break up with me? How are you going to explain this to your parents? Do you really think you can find another girlfriend? In today's society, it's already." Just then, a little girl who appeared out of nowhere suddenly pounced on Li Yang's lap and stuck to him. Mom, I found Dad." Lu Ruyan was stunned. "Dad? Li Yang. What's wrong with you?" Li Yang was dumbfounded. Where did this little girl, who looked like a porcelain doll, come from? Just then, a clear and pleasant voice came from behind. "Excuse me, are you Li Yang?" Li Yang slowly raised his head, and in front of him was a girl. With her cascading long hair, clear features, and adorable canine teeth, isn't this Zhang Rongrong, the senior goddess of Binhai University and the goddess of all the boys in the school? Senior? This child is. Zhang Rongrong blushed, and for a moment she seemed to not know what to say. "Junior, could you please leave me for a moment?" "What? Get away." Lu Ruyan was dumbfounded. "Li Yang, explain yourself. What is your relationship with this woman?" Li Yang was now quite pleased with himself. Regardless of what exactly happened, the fact that he could infuriate Lu Ruyan was enough. "Didn't you see my senior looking for me? Lu Ruyan, who do you think you are, breaking up with someone like that?" After saying that, he made a graceful turn, grabbed the senior's arm, and walked away into the distance. Lu Ruyan stomped her foot angrily. "Li Yang, you brought Zhang Rongrong here to annoy me, huh? Fine. Who do you think you are? If we break up, it'll be me breaking up with you." Ugh. Across the street from the coffee shop, Li Yang glanced at the campus goddess in front of him. Both of them fell silent for a moment. Just then, the little boy suddenly said to Zhang Rongrong, Mommy, peel some candy for me." Li Yang was startled. What was going on? The pure and innocent campus goddess had a child? Waterfa. What on earth is going on? Just as he was lost in thought. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a baby raising system. You will become stronger simply by taking care of babies. Please take on the responsibilities of a stay-at-home dad." Holy crap. What is this? A system? Wait, I'm not married and I don't have any kids yet. Why are you giving me a babysitting system? Li Yang. Zhang Rongrong suddenly looked up and gave an apologetic smile. "Ha?" Li Yang was dumbfounded. "What's wrong?" Zhang Rongrong asked, "Could you be the father of my child?" Holy crap. Li Yang was completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, at Li Yang's home. Their home is a traditional courtyard house, located in a small alley not far from the coffee shop intersection. At this moment, Li Yang's mother, Lin Shu, was anxiously waiting. Didn't my son say he was bringing his girlfriend home? Why haven't we seen them yet? The father, Li Pingyan, held the remote control and watched TV, completely unconcerned about when his son would return. Oh, what's the rush? He'll come back eventually. Lin Shu snorted coldly, you don't even care about your own son. Li Pingyan looked up and said, how could I not care? My son is very charming, so I'm at ease. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lin Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, that's great. Our son brought his girlfriend home. Old man, why aren't you getting up? What are you doing lying there? Li Pingyan stood up helplessly. Oh dear, why the rush? It's good that our son is back. No matter what happens, we must keep calm. Come on, open the door. The couple walked to their front door and slowly opened it. The two old people couldn't stay quiet for a moment. A little girl, as beautiful as a porcelain doll, smiled brightly at them. Grandpa. Grandma. Tong Tong has found you. Lin Shu was so frightened that she swallowed hard. Ah, this child. Li Pingyan was so startled that his reading glasses almost fell off. Such a big child. Whose is she? Whose is she? Just then, a figure approached and said, Tong Tong, don't run so fast. The two elders looked up, and their hearts skipped a beat. A girl dressed in all black walked up to them. Tong Tong, you're walking so fast. What if someone kidnaps you? Mommy will be worried. Xiao Tongtong pointed to the two elderly people and said, they are my grandparents, and my father also lives here. The two old people turned around and looked back, but there was nothing behind them. Now that I'm sure it was them who called, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. A moment later, in front of the sofa in the main hall. Li Pingyan hesitated for a moment, unsure how to begin. This child is. The girl nodded, this child is my daughter. Lin Shu nodded. Oh, you're not Li Yang's girlfriend, are you? Xiao Xian's expression shifted. Her daughter, Xiao Tongtong, was Li Yang's daughter. So, if that's the case. I guess so. The two elders were dumbfounded. Li Pingyan pointed at Xiao Tongtong and said, this child is really. Oh dear. What a misfortune for our family. He pulled his wife aside and whispered, that rascal. He really gave me a big surprise. This child looks 5 or 6 years old, but at that age he's at most 17 or 18. This girl also looks young. What kind of karma did this kid commit against me? Lin Shu sighed, fortunately, he's an adult now and can take responsibility. Oh dear, I never would have guessed it from my son. Go call him right now and see why he's not back yet. At that moment, Li Yang, sitting in the coffee shop, glanced at his vibrating phone. He was about to answer it when his phone died. He looked at the child next to Zhang Rongrong and said, Senior, this isn't my child. I can't just claim him as mine, don't you think? Zhang Rongrong frowned slightly. Junior, I know you have a hard time understanding what's happening now. I had a hard time understanding it a week ago too. But listen to me, this child is mine, and it's yours too. Li Yang took a deep breath, suppressing a laugh. Senior, who hired you to mess with me, right? I really want to have a child with you, but it's just not possible for us. Even though we go to the same school, we've never spoken a word to each other. You can't get pregnant just by breathing, can you? Your constitution is really something else. At this moment, Zhang Rongrong suddenly pulled out a paternity test report. Li Yang, look at this yourself. This is a test I had your roommate collect for me, done using your hair, my hair, and this child's hair. Do you still want to shirk your responsibility? Li Yang was so shocked that he snatched the paternity test report. The paternity probability is 99.999%. How is that possible? Zhang Rongrong took a deep breath. Don't get emotional, or you'll attract attention. At this moment, the other coffee drinkers around them all turned to look. They began to whisper among themselves. That scumbag is so lucky. Such a beautiful girl gave birth to his child, and he still doesn't want to admit it? What a beast. Why can't I be that beast? Zhang Rongrong glanced at Zhang Xiaoduo and said, she said her name is Zhang Xiaoduo, and she can accurately say your name and other details about you. Doesn't that prove anything? Zhang Xiaoduo nodded. Dad's name is Li Yang, Mom's name is Zhang Rongrong, and Dad is 1 year younger than Mom. Dad lives at. As Zhang Xiaoduo's words became increasingly esoteric, Li Yang immediately raised his hand and said, Hey, that's enough. I admit it, isn't that enough? But senior, I think we should take the child for another paternity test after this incident. What do you think? Zhang Rongrong nodded, you're right, I think so too. This is good for you, for me, and for the child. Zhang Xiaoduo suddenly jumped off the sofa and threw herself into Li Yang's arms, crying, Daddy, hug me. Li Yang smiled and picked up the child. Ding! Baby holding proficiency +1. Current proficiency level, holding a baby LV1, 110. Li Yang was stunned. What? No way? Holding a baby increases proficiency? Then if I pick him up and put him down, wouldn't that be a crazy boost? He put the child down, then picked him up again. Ding! A child can only increase their proficiency by 1 point per day. Please hold another child. No way, buddy, what kind of system do you think I have multiple children? You want me to hold other kids? I haven't even figured out how to hold this one yet, Li Yang said with a laugh while holding the child. Your name is Zhang Xiaoduo, right? Zhang Xiaoduo nodded. Daddy doesn't remember Xiaoduo? Wa'ada. Everyone else in the coffee shop turned their heads away. How could this man be like this? So irresponsible. Exactly. Such a lovely daughter, and they don't even acknowledge her. Startled, Li Yang immediately tried to comfort her, saying, Baby, don't cry. Daddy will buy you a souffle, okay? Of course Dad remembers Xiaoduo. Zhang Xiaoduo then smiled happily, yes, Daddy is the best, I want to eat a souffle. Ding! Your child's soothing skills have increased by 1. Current level, LV1110. Wow, you can even improve your skills at coaxing kids? That's great. Seeing Li Yang comforting the child, school beauty Zhang Rongrong smiled and said, the child is finally happy. Li Yang didn't know whether to cry or laugh at this moment. Meanwhile, the elderly couple, anxiously awaiting their son's return, thought they couldn't neglect their daughter-in-law. Li Pingyan walked to Qiao Xayan's side and asked, you just said your name is Qiao Xayan, right? This child's name is Qiao Tongtong. How did you and that kid Li Yang meet? Qiao Xayan frowned slightly. This, uncle, he and I, we were at the bar. We know each other. A bar? Li Pingyan's heart skipped a beat. This girl was dressed in all black, and they met at a bar. Could it be a one-night stand? You brat! He's now absolutely furious with his son. Lin Shu sighed. How could our scholarly family raise such a rebellious son? At this moment, at the entrance of the alley, the old man was sitting at the door chatting with someone. Let me tell you, he said, I just saw a girl carrying a doll heading towards Li Yang's house. Among the crowd was Lu Ruyan's mother, Huang Meng. She frowned and said, oh dear, she must be a relative. Could she be Li Yang's girlfriend from outside? But my daughter, Ruyan, is Li Yang's girlfriend. What's going on? Just then, Lu Ruyan walked over from a distance, crying, Mom. Wah? She made a wronged expression. Huang Meng was taken aback. What's wrong, daughter? Why are you crying? Lu Ruyan explained, just now, Li Yang had a woman with a child. The two of them are very close. He deliberately tried to make me angry. Wah! Huang Meng snorted coldly. She had always looked down on ordinary families like Li Yang's. Upon hearing this, she immediately said in a cold voice, fine, this kid thinks he's all grown up now. Is he deliberately trying to provoke you? Fine, let's break up. We'll find another son-in-law. Didn't you say there was a rich young master pursuing you? Choose him. Lu Ruyan nodded, and just then, a voice came from nearby, excuse me, is there anyone named Li Yang around here? Where does he live? Everyone looked up in astonishment, then gasped. The old man asked in confusion, this, young lady, are you looking for Li Yang? What's your relationship with Li Yang? This woman is tall and has a mature demeanor. With bright and beautiful features, she smiled and said, Li Yang? My friend. The third uncle immediately pointed in a direction. The woman took the child and left. Lu Ruyan and Huang Meng exchanged a glance. Li Yang? When did he become so popular? Yes. Meanwhile, after getting a fairly good idea of Qiao Xayan's situation, Li Pingyan and Lin Shu discussed it. Lin Shu said, honey, this child might really be our son's. What do you think? Li Pingyan took a deep breath. In any case, we have to admit our responsibility. There's something wrong with our education system. When that kid comes back, I'll break his legs. But just then, the doorbell rang. Chapter 2 Great. Great. Let's have another pair. Li Pinggan and Lin Shu thought to themselves that Li Yang must have returned. They immediately went to open the door, but the next moment, the two were dumbfounded again. Grandpa and Grandma. Xiao Yuan is here to see you. The cute little girl waved to the two elderly people. Li Pinggan and Lin Shu's expressions froze on their faces. Looking at her daughter, Lin Qingxue knew she had come to the right place. Excuse me, is this Li Yang's house? I'm sorry, but this child keeps saying that her father is Li Yang, so I had no choice but to come here. Bang! The couple were so frightened that they slammed the door shut. Lin Shu whispered, "Do you think I misheard?" Li Pinggan shook his head, "I haven't heard of it." Another couple. How many girlfriends does Li Yang actually have? Lin Shu swallowed hard, her voice trembling slightly. What about the two people inside the house? If these two groups of people run into each other, wouldn't something bad happen? Li Pinggan shook his head tremblingly. Let's open the door and confirm again. The two elders opened the door again, and Li Pinggan whispered, are you Li Yang's child? So you're Li Yang's girlfriend? Lin Qingxue didn't know how to answer for a moment, and could only awkwardly say, I guess. I guess so. Lin Xiaoyuan nodded, yes, my dad is Li Yang. I'm here to find my dad. Lin Shu almost felt dizzy. She was already starting to regret raising her son. Li Pinggan, however, was more rational and said, then you guys come in first. The two men led the girl and child to the courtyard, where there were chairs and snacks. Then Li Pinggan pulled his wife aside and said, this can't go on. These two girls will definitely meet later. They are our son's children after all, and these two girls are so cute. How about we make up a story? Lin Shu waved her hand and said, you have the nerve to make up stories? I'm embarrassed to even say it. What kind of mess has my good-for-nothing son been making up? Why didn't you just find one decent person? You had to get involved with so many, and they all have kids this big already. You good-for-nothings. It's too late for you to say all this now. The facts have already been made, Li Pinggan said. I thought these two little girls were so cute that they might really be my son's biological daughters, and I was actually quite happy about it. Lin Shu rolled her eyes at him. Here's what you'll do, go tell that girl named Xiao Xian that she's your friend's daughter, and because she's pregnant out of wedlock, it's a sensitive issue. Tell her not to say anything inappropriate. We should say the same thing to this girl, telling them not to talk too much about this kind of thing. Hearing his wife's words, Li Pinggan's eyes lit up. Hey, wife, I have to say, you really have a good idea. Lin Shu glared at him. Then what else can we do? Will you be satisfied if the family falls into chaos? I wonder what Li Yang is doing. Why hasn't he come back yet? Li Yang was completely unaware of the fire in his backyard, believing that he only had one daughter. He was holding Xiao Duo and leading his senior classmate home. Zhang Rongrong insisted on buying some gifts to take with her. Li Yang couldn't refuse her, so he had no choice but to let her buy the gifts. Li Yang had no idea that breaking up with a girlfriend would result in gaining a little baby. Xiao Duo, how did you know I'm your father? Li Yang asked. The child whispered in Li Yang's ear, Dad found me. Dad, have you forgotten? Xiao Duo just took a nap and ended up here. She searched for a long time before finding her mother, but now she's found her father. Li Yang's expression shifted slightly. Could it be that his daughter had traveled from the future? What exactly happened? A moment later, a senior student carrying large and small bags approached and said, Li Yang, I don't know if this is enough. You can decide for yourself. Li Yang glanced at his senior. The senior student was carrying some nutritional supplements, as well as milk and fruit. Li Yang immediately shook his head, that's enough, that's definitely enough. My parents will be happy if you buy so much. Just a few minutes ago, Lu Ruyan came to his house for dinner and asked him for 10,000 yuan. Now this senior sister came to his house for dinner and brought so many gifts. People are really different. Just then, Li Yang's phone suddenly vibrated. He took out his phone and saw it was his buddy Lin Fei. Hey, Lin Fei, what's wrong? Lin Fei said, want to go out for dinner tonight? I got my allowance today. Li Yang shook his head, no, I'm bringing my girlfriend home for dinner tonight. Lin Fei suddenly remembered, hey, okay then, but I advise you, buddy, that Lu Ruyan. Okay, I understand, Li Yang said. Putting down his phone, Li Yang smiled and glanced at his senior, then, senior, let's go back first. Little Duo, who was lying on him, suddenly said, Daddy, I want to be lifted up high, please lift me up high, okay? Li Yang nodded. Okay, Dad will lift you up high. Li Yang lifted the child high in the air. The next moment. Ding. Host, lift me up high. Proficiency +1. Lift up high LV1, 110. There's a skill level for lifting someone up high. I wonder what it will be like when the skill level is maxed out. Li Yang was a little curious about this. Zhang Rongrong walked to Li Yang's side and said, okay, let's go. Looking at this incredibly youthful campus goddess, Li Yang was momentarily captivated. Zhang Rongrong glared at him. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something dirty on my face? Li Yang shook his head. I'm just curious, did we really end up together in the future? And that's how we had Xiao Duo? Zhang Rongrong frowned. I don't know about that. Anyway, I'm sure I've never had a child. You have to believe me. Li Yang nodded. Of course I believe you. Don't worry, let's go back first. Chapter 3 is almost enough to fill several mahjong tables. On the other side, Lu Ruyan was still standing at the entrance of the alley, her mother Huang Meng snorting coldly beside her. Li Yang has so many female friends without making a sound. I think this man is really dishonest. Lu Ruyan shook her head and said, Mom, do you think Li Yang is hiding something from me? With his family's wealth and influence, how could he have so many girls as friends with him? I doubt. Could he be some kind of hidden rich second generation? As the mother and daughter were filled with doubt, a girl approached, leading a little girl with pink hair. Excuse me, how do I get to Li Yang's house? Lu Ruyan and Huang Meng looked up and stared in disbelief at the beautiful and mature woman before them. You're here to see Li Yang too? Lu Ruyan asked in surprise. The woman nodded. I'm his friend. An elderly man standing nearby was already pointing the way. Go down to the alley entrance, and walk to the very end, that's it. The woman nodded, then pulled her daughter inside. A moment later, Li Pingyan and Lin Shu opened their door with twitching lips, and were dumbfounded when they saw the woman and child standing at their door. Lin Shu looked at the lovely girl and said, You wouldn't happen to be my son's daughter too, would you? Chen Tingting nodded, her rosy cheeks lifting up. Grandma, I'm Chen Tingting. Have you forgotten me? This is my mother, Chen Wani. Looking at the mature-looking woman in front of him, Li Pingyan remarked, My son's tastes are certainly diverse. Lin Shu reached out and pinched her husband's waist, then gestured, please come in. Li Pingyan explained fluently, the two inside are my relative's children. They're pregnant out of wedlock, so I hope you won't upset them when you speak later. Chen Wani nodded immediately, don't worry, I won't let them be sad. As a woman, I understand. Looking at the 3 women and 3 children in the house, Lin Shu leaned softly against the wall. Honey, if this keeps up, the kids and adults in our family could fill 2 mahjong tables. Li Pingyan nodded. Yes, my son, please come back soon, I really don't know what to do. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Li Pingyan swallowed hard, his face filled with disbelief. No way, wife. Lin Shu's eyes were also filled with fear. The moment the door opened, Li Pingyan was taken aback. Teacher Jia? What brings you here? He recognized the girl. She was Jia Shanshan, Li Yang's senior year English teacher. Jia Shanshan said awkwardly, I really don't know what to say, A little girl appeared behind her. Grandpa, Grandma, I am Jia Xiaozhou. Put. Lin Shu, who was about to take a sip of water to calm herself down, suddenly spat it out. Li Pingyan felt dizzy and disoriented. It's over, I'm going to skin this kid alive. At that moment, a luxury car suddenly stopped at the entrance of the alley. Then a woman in a suit got out of the car and led a little girl to approach. Lu Ruyan couldn't hold back any longer. No need to say anything, you're also looking for Li Yang? The old man pointed directly into the alley and said, Go in. Li Yang's family lives in there. Just walk in. The woman nodded. Thank you. After the woman left, a pair of twin girls came along, also holding a little girl's hand. The old man stared in disbelief in the direction before exclaiming, Li Yang is truly a role model for us all. Just then, a stylishly dressed girl with brightly colored highlights in her hair walked up, followed by a little girl dressed similarly. That. The old man shouted directly, Those looking for Li Yang's daughter, please come this way. Lu Ruyan and her mother exchanged a glance, both looking completely bewildered. However, at that moment, Li Yang and Zhang Rongrong also approached. The third uncle immediately stepped forward. Hey, you finally come back, kid. You're something else. Do you know how many people are in your family now? You should go back and check on things quickly. Just as Li Yang was about to ask, Lu Ruyan stepped forward and asked, Li Yang, what's going on at your house today? Why are so many girls rushing to your place? You weren't one of your dad's former students, were you? What? You think I'd get jealous or nervous about you because of that? You wish. Oh, you even brought it back? You think I'd panic and go home with you for free just like that? Li Yang rolled his eyes. Move aside. I'm taking my senior home for dinner. What does that have to do with you? It's ridiculous. Li Yang, you. Lu Ruyan was about to explode. Zhang Rongrong stepped forward carrying the gifts and said, Excuse me, I bought so many gifts for uncle and aunt, they're quite heavy. Lu Ruyan looked at the large and small bags the woman was carrying. Knowing that this was a direct attack on her, she immediately exploded. You're insane. You're a woman, going to someone else's house, are you going to pay them to stay? Li Yang had already led Zhang Rongrong away. Senior, I'm sorry, this is my ex-girlfriend. We just broke up. Zhang Rongrong didn't mince words either, good riddance. This kind of woman can't see reality clearly. You shouldn't associate with her anymore. Li Yang nodded. Yes, I already have a daughter, and I'm a very faithful woman. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and Li Pingyan and Lin Shu looked at their son with ambiguous smiles. They had lost interest in asking about the women around their son. Mom and Dad, Li Yang said, looking at his parents with a puzzled expression. Zhang Rongrong immediately called out uncle and auntie. The girl Li Yang was holding greeted him as grandpa and grandma without any hesitation. Li Pingyan took a deep breath. This time, Dad really can't help you. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Lin Shu also sighed heavily. Son, you'd better pray for yourself. There's enough money in this house to play 2 mahjong games. Li Yang has not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. Zhang Rongrong, who was standing next to her, asked curiously, what exactly happened? Chapter 4 9 Daughters, 9 Mothers, Taking the Children for Paternity Tests. Hearing this, Li Yang picked up Xiao Duo and went inside, puzzled. A little girl who was playing together in the hall saw Li Yang appear and pointed at him, saying, Daddy. It's Daddy. Li Yang was taken aback. However, the next moment, 8 little girls rushed up and overwhelmed Li Yang. 8 girls in the main hall stood up at the same time, looking at Li Yang with curiosity. An hour later. This matter has finally been clarified. Li Yang sat at the table, looking at the paternity tests that the women had brought out. Li Yang frowned. This is too unbelievable. You mean these children are all my daughters? But never mind, my mind is a bit muddled right now. At this moment, Lin Shu and Li Pingyan were still in a daze. Lin Shu frowned and said, So, you kids are all from the future? Does that mean my son will have so many wives in the future? Li Pingyan was dumbfounded. He simply couldn't comprehend such a fantastical thing. At this moment, the woman who had gotten out of the luxury car earlier said calmly, Anyway, things have already turned out this way. I don't have time to take care of the child, and besides, I can't explain this child to my family, so I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you, but I'll make it up to you. Li Yang immediately objected, Hey, are you kidding me? You're a mother too, aren't you? You came here today just to hand the child over to me. Is that fair? The other 8 girls also looked at Li Yang awkwardly. Li Yang, I'm really sorry, I'm still young. If my parents find out, they'll beat me to death. Yes, Li Yang, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to take care of the child. All the girls meant the same thing. Zhang Rongrong said, I won't let you take care of me for nothing. I will give you a portion of my salary every month from now on. Other girls also started to speak up one after another. Li Pingyan frowned and said, Actually, that's not all we mean. If these children really are Li Yang's, we are naturally willing to take responsibility, but we can't be sure yet, and we all have our concerns. At this moment, the woman named Tao Qingyu said calmly, 100,000 yuan, Li Yang. I will give you 100,000 yuan every month. How they compensate you is another matter. You just need to help take care of the child. I know it's a bit much to ask you to be a stay-at-home dad, but I'll take him. I'll take the child with me first, and then we can do a paternity test, Li Yang told his parents. It's not easy to find a job after graduating from university these days. Being a full-time dad can earn you money and system rewards, which doesn't seem bad. Li Pingon glanced at Lin Shu. It seems like this is the only way. 9 girls stepped forward and added Li Yang on WeChat. This made Li Pingon and Lin Shu believe it a little more. After all, if Li Yang really had a relationship with them, he would definitely have WeChat. Then the girls all walked away. If it weren't for the 100,000 yuan that had been deposited into his bank account, Li Yang would have thought these girls were all scammers. Huh, what's going on? Li Yang was dumbfounded. Looking at the 9 adorable little girls, Li Yang was at a loss. Alright, kids. Look here at Daddy. Now, tell Daddy your names and dates of birth one by one, and Daddy will arrange you into the order of seniority, okay? The little girls all nodded. Dad, my name is Chow Tong Tong, I'm 5 years old, and I don't know my birthday. Dad, my name is Liang Susu, I'm 5 years old, and I don't remember my birthday. Li Yang was dumbfounded. These children were all around 5 years old, and none of them knew their own birthdays, so he decided to leave them alone for the time being. He asked these mothers through WeChat and made notes on their WeChat accounts, such as Chow Xi and Chow Tong Tong. This is the only way he can understand it, otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to figure it out. He raised his hand and pointed at the children: Chow Tong Tong, Liang Susu, Tai Yao, Lin Xiaoyuan, Wu Mei, Wu Wu, Chen Tingting, Jia Xiaozhou, Zheng Xiaoduo. 9 daughters, 9 mothers, what am I supposed to do? Li Pingon said from the side, Li Yang, I think you and your roommate should stop renting that house. You should come back and live here. Your mother and I simply can't take care of these 9 kids. Lin Shu nodded, but why do all these children have their mother's surnames? If time travel really exists, shouldn't these children take your surname? Li Yang shook his head. Perhaps this is a clue. Before we figure things out, we need to take these children with us. Oh, right, we still need to do a paternity test. Lin Shu nodded, yes, we have to do it. What are all these things? Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan arrived at Li Yang's doorstep. Li Yang! You come out here. You bastard, who were those women just now? She pushed open the door forcefully and walked in, only to see Li Yang surrounded by many little girls. Why are there so many children? Who exactly are these children of Li Yang's? These little girls instinctively felt that the loud-voiced aunt was annoying. Zhang Xiaoduo pointed at Lu Ruyan and said, Dad, who is this old lady? She's so ugly. The other little girls nodded in agreement. Yeah, she's really ugly. She's not pretty at all, and she looks so fierce. She'll definitely never find a boyfriend. Lu Ruyan was so angry she felt like she was about to explode. What did you little brats say? Say it again. Shut up. Her daughters stuck out their tongues and made faces at her. Lu Ruyan pointed at Li Yang and said, Fine, you've brought so many minor actors to annoy me. Very well, I'm breaking up with you. Don't come begging me again. She turned around angrily, closed the door, and left. Li Yang felt relieved and laughed, saying, Who does she think she is? Me, regret it? She's crazy. His expression shifted. Wait a minute, isn't my child-rearing system invincible now? 9 daughters. Doesn't that mean I can quickly rack up rewards? He immediately stepped forward and hugged each of the girls in turn. Baby holding proficiency +8. Baby holding skill level 1, 9-10. He then lifted each of his 9 daughters high in the air. Lifting proficiency +8. Finally, he comforted each of the 9 children one by one. Seeing her son so happy taking care of the baby, Li Pingon and Lin Shu smiled. Oh, if they really are our children, 9 of them at once doesn't seem so bad. Li Pingon nodded, didn't you always say you wanted to hold your grandchildren soon? Now 9 of them have come at once, you can hold them to your heart's content. The family enjoyed a happy and harmonious dinner together. Li Yang then had a lot to do, converting his room into a room suitable for his 9 daughters to sleep in. After a lot of work, he then put his daughters to sleep. When he woke up the next morning, his 9 daughters were hugging him. He climbed out from among them and said, I was exhausted yesterday. Being a stay-at-home dad isn't easy. But I have to take the children for a paternity test today. There was a community hospital not far from his home that could do paternity tests, and when Li Yang brought his 9 daughters to the hospital, it attracted a lot of attention. What adorable girls. And there are so many of them. Yes, could these little girls be that boy's daughters? How could that be? Could it be a kindergarten teacher? The daughters jumped and danced around Li Yang. Daddy, hug me. Daddy, hug Tong Tong. Daddy! Can you hold Xiaoduo first? Li Yang's expression shifted. That's right, he had just completed a system task. He knelt down and picked up each of his daughters one by one. Ding! Your baby holding proficiency has increased to LV2. Holding a baby LV2, 820. Host receives a level 1 surprise gift pack. Li Yang's expression shifted. Open the gift pack. Congratulations, host, for opening the gift pack. You have obtained Mathematics Mastery X1. Being proficient in mathematics? What's the use of that? Try lifting me up high again. Ding! Congratulations, host, your lifting high proficiency has increased to LV2. Congratulations, host, you have received a power enhancement. Congratulations, host, you have received 100,000 childcare funds. Ding! A sum of money for childcare was instantly deposited into my phone. Wow, taking care of kids is so awesome. Li Yang was stunned, and at the same time, a lot of mathematical knowledge flooded his mind. Ding! Please take good care of your children. The various talents you acquire will be passed on to your offspring according to a percentage. The formula is age x 2%. For example, if the host possesses full mastery of mathematics, your daughters will possess a corresponding talent mastery equal to 2% of their age. Li Yang was stunned. This parenting system can be used like this? Does that mean my daughters will all be little geniuses in the future? Ahem, it seems they really are my daughters, but it's still better to get them tested to be on the safe side. Chapter 5: Becoming a Stay-at-Home Dad? You're really pathetic. He took the 9 little girls to the paternity test lab. The nurses were stunned. No, all 9 of your children are being tested with you? Li Yang explained, it's a long story, thank you for your help. He took a hair from each of his 9 daughters, and then Li Yang himself provided saliva as a reference group. I'll expedite your process here, don't worry, you should get news by tonight. The nurse explained to Li Yang while looking at the 9 little angels. As she was leaving, the 9 daughters blew her a kiss, which melted the little nurse's heart. At this moment, Li Yang couldn't help but have an idea. I have such adorable 9 daughters, why not start a live stream? This will definitely attract traffic and make money. Even with a system in place, who would complain about having too much money? Kids, how about daddy takes you to the supermarket? All 9 daughters nodded in unison. Okay. I love going to the supermarket with daddy the most. I want candy. I don't want candy, I want a little bread roll. I want to eat the sad boy's little bun. Li Yang shook his head helplessly. Alright, whatever you want to eat, Dad will buy it for you. He boarded the bus at the hospital entrance with 9 children by himself. The grandparents on the bus felt their hearts melt at the sight of these babies. People came up one by one to greet them, and some even gave them candy and fruit. Li Yang was taken aback, feeling that these 9 treasures would become the center of attention no matter where they were. This proves that going live is definitely the right thing to do. We arrived at the supermarket soon and got off the bus. Li Yang had the 9 children stand in a row, following closely behind him. It occasionally attracts the attention of passers-by. What an adorable child. Which kindergarten does she attend? I really want to go up and touch it. Each one is so exquisite and lovely. This scene caught the attention of someone. Lu Ruyan and Chen Hao, the rich second-generation heir who was pursuing her, happened to be taking a walk there. Chen Hao was taken aback. Isn't that Li Yang? Why is he with so many kids? The more Lu Ruyan watched the scene, the angrier she became. I guess this idiot is trying to become someone else's father. Look at how brainless he is. He lost his girlfriend and now he has a bunch of kids. His life is over. Chen Hao's expression shifted slightly. Ruyan, it seems they're going to the supermarket. Lu Ruyan immediately followed her inside. Chen Hao quickly followed. 2 groups of people entered the elevator one after the other. Lu Ruyan scoffed, Li Yang, I didn't realize you enjoyed being a father to other people's children. Do those women have something on you? So you're asking them to help take care of their children? Li Yang laughed dismissively upon hearing this. Lu Ruyan, if you don't speak, I won't pretend you're mute. As for these little girls, aren't they cute? They are all my daughters. Although it's strange that I, a virgin, became the father of 9 children, isn't that how amazing life is? Ha, I'm dying of laughter. You can be the father of these little girls? I never realized Li Yang had such a vivid imagination. Lu Ruyan almost laughed herself to death. Chen Hao laughed and said, "Yeah, it's one thing for a college graduate to not be able to find a job, but you're always thinking about these nonsense things. Do you really think you have 9 wives and 9 children? Did you ruin your brain by reading too many tomato novels?" Before Li Yang could refute, suddenly, all 9 little girls rushed forward and surrounded Lu Ruyan and Chen Hao. They spoke together. "We are Dad's daughters. You old woman, you stinking man, what right do you have to talk about our dad like that? We'll protect Dad, we'll kill you all." After saying that, the 9 little puddings all stepped on the shoes of the 2 of them. Lu Ruyan exclaimed, "Oh my, these are my brand new shoes. What are you kids doing? Are you all crazy? Ha!" While dodging, Chen Hao couldn't help but prepare to kick Zhang Xiaoduo, who was closest to him. However, the next moment, Li Yang reacted quickly and kicked Chen Hao, sending him staggering backward. "Chen Hao, have you no shame? The kids were just playing around with you, and you actually hit them?" Chen Hao clutched his stomach, pointed at Li Yang, and said, "Are you crazy? You dare hit me? Believe it or not, I'll kill you. I'm calling the police to arrest you and your daughter." Li Yang laughed, "Fine, then call the police as soon as possible. You hit my daughter, so I can't hit you back?" Ding! At that moment, the elevator doors opened, exposing them to the eyes of other people queuing for the elevator in the mall. Li Yang smirked and pointed at Lu Ruyan and Chen Hao, saying, "These 2 adults are throwing tantrums at my 9 daughters, and that's already bad enough. He even tried to hit my daughter, so I kicked him, and he even tried to call the police." When the older men and women in the mall saw the 9 little girls who looked like tiny puddings, they all transformed into loving fathers and mothers. They all pointed at Chen Hao and Lu Ruyan. "Are you 2 adults out of your minds? Bullying these 9 little girls? Seriously? Are you guys kidding me?" Lu Ruyan pointed at the 9 little girls with a wronged expression and said, "They're the ones who bullied us. These 9 little girls are practically demons. You can't just accuse us like this without even knowing the facts." Zhang Xiaoduo pouted, "Hee, you're insulting my dad, so you're insulting us. So what if we hit you?" Xiao Tongtong waved her little fist, "Watch out or I'll call my mom to beat you up." Liang Susu snorted coldly, "You two, an old woman and an old man, are a match made in heaven. How dare you bully our father? We'll beat you to death." Tao Yaoyao nodded, "That's right, my mom is a super rich woman, I'm going to find my mom. Let's see if you're scared." Lin Xiaoyuan giggled, "My mom is a doctor, believe it or not, I'll get my mom to give you injections." The 2 babies, Wu Mei and Wu Wu, nodded in agreement. "Our dad is so nice, but you bully him. We won play with that bad auntie." Chen Tingting and Jia Xiaojiu echoed this. "That's right, our dad can't be bullied by you, humph." This scene melted the hearts of the uncles and aunts present. These aren't 9 daughters, they're practically 9 Sailor Moon girls. But is this dad a real dad? Or is he a kindergarten teacher? Why does he have so many daughters at such a young age? Li Yang stepped forward, shielding his daughters. "Did you hear that? The children all say you bullied us first. Lu Ruyan, you still haven't apologized?" The other adults at the scene blocked Lu Ruyan and Chen Hao's escape route. "That's right, you 2 apologize now, or you're not allowed to leave." "That's right, 2 adults bullying a child, have they no shame?" Lu Ruyan felt she couldn't explain herself at that moment. I'm sorry. Are you satisfied now?" Chen Hao also bowed repeatedly in apology, and then pulled Lu Ruyan away in a hasty retreat. After the 2 fled the scene, Lu Ruyan was panting, "Those 9 girls are so precocious and scary." Chen Hao shook his head. "We shouldn't get into conflicts with these kids anymore, we'll definitely suffer the consequences." Lu Ruyan glared at him, "Oh dear, how can you be so useless? That's all? He suddenly has 9 more children. Doesn't that mean there's something wrong with him? This matter is not over. I must find out the origins of Li Yang's 9 children." Chen Hao glanced at Lu Ruyan and said, "By the way, Ruyan, about what you said before about wanting to find a job, our company is hiring recently, I can introduce you to an interview." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan thought it was a good thing. "Then at least you still have some conscience." Chen Hao glanced at the 9 children in the distance. They're heading towards the imported food section. This Li Yang is quite wealthy. Can he afford to feed these 9 money-devouring beasts? Lu Ruyan nodded. Li Yang doesn't even have a job himself, and now he's raising 9 kids. Let us see how he goes bankrupt in the future. Let us go buy some things too. At this moment, Li Yang is strolling through the snack area with the children. It's lively when there are many children. For example, a child received a Kinder Surprise egg. Li Yang has never understood why these things, which are ridiculously expensive, sell so well, and why kids love them. But he overlooked one thing: he had 9 daughters. For example, after Xiao Duo got a Kinder Surprise egg, Xiao Yuan wanted one too, Tong Tong wanted one, and Xiaojia wanted one too. In the end, it turned out that each of the 9 daughters had a Kinder Surprise egg, which cost $6 each. 9 girls cost a little over 50 yuan. Then Li Yang pushed his shopping cart, and his 3 daughters sat in it. The other daughters were unhappy. He could only push a shopping cart in each hand, and the carts were full of his daughter. This resulted in a high rate of repeat customers at the supermarket. Every now and then, elderly men and women would come up and touch the child's little hand. Li Yang couldn't help but sigh inwardly, "My daughters are really wonderful, they're so lovable." At this moment, Xiao Duo and Tong Tong started to have a tantrum. Li Yang immediately stepped forward. "Xiao Duo, Tong Tong, what's wrong with you two?" The 2 daughters pointed at each other and said, "She's squeezing me so much, I'm about to fall off." "You're the one who bumped into me." Li Yang sighed, "My 2 little ones, don't fight. You're sisters, and you'll support each other as you grow up, you know? You're a family. If anyone bullies you outside, you have to stick together, understand?" The 2 daughters nodded, looking quite sensible. Ding! Your child's soothing skills have increased by 2. Li Yang was in a good mood. These kids were all very sensible, and even when they were angry, they were very easy to coax. Then the children arrived at the imported snacks section, and there was no time for them to argue anymore. They all got off the bus and went to find their own culinary treasures. But when Li Yang saw the price of the snacks, his expression changed. Wow, how can they be so expensive? Even a small bag of these cookies cost several tens of yuan. Fortunately, Tao Yaoyao's mother gave me 100,000 yuan in child support. Otherwise, I really don't know how I would raise so many daughters. When these little money-devouring beasts returned, they each had a huge haul, almost filling 2 shopping carts. Li Yang pushed the shopping cart to the checkout. Lu Ruyan and Chen Hao, who had just finished shopping, were dumbfounded. Buying so much stuff? Lu Ruyan's eyes flickered. Has Li Yang struck it rich? Are you trying to make ends meet? Buying so much? Chen Hao scoffed, "If you don't have money, don't try to raise so many kids like others. You're just pretending." On the other side, Li Yang asked, "Excuse me, how much is it in total?" The cashier looked at the adorable children and said with a smile, "That'll be 1,600 yuan in total." Li Yang scanned the code without even looking at it. "Okay, thank you for packing it up for me." Li Yang took out his phone to call a taxi in advance, and then took his 9 daughters to the supermarket. Li Yang was carrying so many bags that he almost died of exhaustion. Just then, a Maybach passed by on the other side of the road. Tao Qingyu, who was sitting in the car, glanced out the window and saw Li Yang with his 9 daughters. Her expression changed slightly. It's really not easy for him to take care of so many children by himself. There's no other way. I'm currently caught up in the internal strife within my family. If I bring a child back, it will definitely become a target for my brothers to attack me. She said to her secretary, "Buy a nanny van in my name and send it to Li Yang as compensation." Li Yang finally managed to get the child and the snacks he bought from the supermarket into the car. He was holding 3 of his daughters, and the other daughters were also holding each other in the car. The driver had never seen such a scene in his life. Everyone was dumbfounded. "Young man, you have 9 younger sisters?" Li Yang shook his head. "No, it's my daughter." The driver nearly slammed on the brakes, completely stunned. "Dude, you have 9 of them in your family? You don't look that old." Li Yang laughed and said, "Just have different mothers." Wow! The driver had never heard anything so outrageous in his life. "Brother, you're awesome. A model of manhood." Li Yang knew in his heart that this matter was definitely not that simple. He was not a promiscuous person and could not possibly have so many wives, but now the facts were right in front of him. He smiled slightly. "Brother, could you please drive slower? I'm worried these kids might get restless in the car." When the car arrived at the alley, Li Yang helped the 9 children off the bus. When the old man at the alley entrance saw this, he immediately came over to help carry the things. "Xiaoyang, I heard from your parents that it's about the children of your father's female students before he retired. These young people nowadays, they even cause trouble for their teachers' families when something happens." Li Yang was taken aback. It seemed his parents had lied again. They were teachers when they were young. She actually lied on her own behalf for the sake of her son. It's heartbreaking to see parents like this. Uncle, there's no other way, I'd become a stay-at-home dad. The old man looked at the children and was very happy. These children are really cute. Grandpa will help you take the child there. Just then, Lu Ruyan's mother, Huang Meng, walked over disdainfully. I heard you're not working and are babysitting for others? A professional stay-at-home dad? That's hilarious. It's a good thing my daughter isn't with you. You're such a loser. Chapter 6, Is babysitting really that lucrative now? Li Yang retorted, Aunt Huang, whether I take care of the child or not is none of your business. What does it have to do with your Lu family? What did you call me? Old auntie? Huang Mengrun was dumbfounded. You called me old auntie? Who gave you the guts, kid? With your attitude, you'll never find a wife. Just then, Lu Ruyan got out of a BMW 3 Series. She and Shen Hao walked closer and she laughed and said, Mom, this guy is crazy. He just went to the supermarket and spent almost 2,000 yuan on snacks for the kids. Where does he get the money to support so many brats? Huang Meng was stunned. What? You bought almost 2,000 yuan worth of stuff in one trip to the supermarket? Li Yang, you were so stingy when you were dating my daughter. So you actually had some money. Lu Ruyan scoffed, I think he's just a simp. He saw that those mothers were pretty and decided to become fathers for them. Flattering others like crazy. Huang Meng laughed too, so that's how it is. No wonder you were so willing to spend money on these little brats. At this moment, the 9 little girls stood in a row with their hands on their hips. 2 elderly ladies, we're not little brats, we're daddy's little darlings. That's right, you 2 older ladies, if you're going through menopause, go to the hospital for a checkup. My mom's hospital offers discounts for seniors like you. Lu Ruyan and Huang Meng, who always considered themselves the most beautiful residents in the area, were furious upon hearing this. Well, Li Yang, you spineless coward, what kind of skill is it to hide behind your daughter? That's right, Li Yang, don't think we're afraid of you just because you're like this now. You're a penniless wretch, and you're even giving away other people's daughters. You'll never be rich in this lifetime. However, the next moment, a brand new Mercedes-Benz minivan pulled up on the side of the road. It attracted everyone's attention. Lu Ruyan was stunned when she saw it. Who bought this Mercedes? It doesn't look cheap. Huang Meng's expression shifted. I wonder whose son bought it. Has someone in our neighborhood struck it rich recently? To buy such a big car? The third uncle was also taken aback. This is a nice car. At that moment, a female secretary in a suit got out of the car, holding a car key in her hand. Excuse me, is Mr. Li here? The third uncle was taken aback. Mr. Li? Which Mr. Li are you looking for? There are several families with the surname Li around this alley. Li Yang stepped forward. Lu Ruyan suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Li Yang, saying, They're looking for Mr. Li, and you also have the surname Li, so why do you think you're some kind of big shot? What nonsense are you talking about? They're looking for Mr. Li, not you, the stay-at-home dad. Li Yang was just wondering if one of the 9 precious daughters was sent by one of their mothers. Upon hearing this, he scoffed, It's just a car. They might be looking for me. Huang Meng laughed heartily. As if he had heard a funny joke, he said, Li Yang, a person can be poor, but a person must have character. You're used to taking what isn't yours, aren't you? You've already had 9 little bastards, and now you want a car? Li Yang frowned. What did you say? Huang Meng stepped forward and sneered, You're the one who brings someone else a bastard child. Suddenly, Huang Meng felt a sharp pain in her thigh. Looking down, she saw a little girl biting her thigh. Ah! Let go! You little bastard! She swung her leg forcefully. Ouch! Xiao Tongtong was thrown to the ground with a thud. When Li Yang saw his daughter being hit, he instinctively slapped her back. Smack! Huang Meng was spun around on the spot after being slapped, and then sat down on the ground. She covered her face. Ouch, Li Yang, you dare hit me? Oh dear, this person hit an elder. This is outrageous. Call the police for me. Li Yang picked up his daughter. Tongtong, are you alright? Daddy's here to hold you. Ding. Your child's soothing skills have increased by 1. Xiao Tongtong shook her head, I'm fine. That old woman is so mean. She was mean to Daddy and to us too. Li Yang nodded. Alright, go ahead and call the police. You bullied my child first, do you think I'm afraid of you calling the police? Lu Ruyan snorted coldly. Li Yang, my mother watched you grow up, how could you hit her? Li Yang nodded. She watched me grow up, but that doesn't give her the right to insult my daughter like this. What gives her the right? Why don't you try calling the police? Lu Ruyan immediately whispered a few words in her mother's ear. It's not illegal for a child to bite, but you hit first, so we'll be at a disadvantage. Upon hearing this, Huang Meng simply stood up and retorted defiantly, Humph, Li Yang, I'll let it go for the sake of our childhood friendship. But if you ever dare to lay a hand on me again, I will absolutely not forgive you. Li Yang was too lazy to waste any more words with this person. At this moment, the secretary also approached and said, You must be Mr. Li Yang. Li Yang nodded. Yes, hello, I am Li Yang. May I ask what's wrong? Here's the thing, our CEO Tao thinks it's inconvenient for you to travel alone with your child, and she hasn't had time to take care of the child lately, so she asked me to deliver this car for you and the children to use. The secretary finished speaking and handed over the keys. Lu Ruyan and Huang Meng were both dumbfounded. What? It's for Li Yang? No, why should he get it? Why should Li Yang get a Mercedes for free? Is babysitting so lucrative these days? Chapter 7 reported for child trafficking. Li Yang smiled and took the keys. Please thank Tao Qingyu for me. I'll use this car for now, and I'll return it to her if anything changes in the future. Li Yang didn't refuse because it was indeed inconvenient for him to go out, and secondly, since these women didn't take care of the children, it was only right that he provide some material support. Holding the car keys, Li Yang smiled and glanced at his daughters. Sweethearts, from now on we'll have a car when we go out. The little girls started jumping and skipping around. Great! We have our own little car now. Li Yang turned around with his car keys in hand, glanced at Lu Ruyan indifferently, and said, There's nothing wrong. Please move aside and don't block the road. 9 little girls peeked out from behind Li Yang and made faces. Lu Ruyan was still in shock, her face filled with disbelief. This is impossible, how could this be? Babysitting for someone, and you get a Mercedes in return? Li Yang had already returned home with his 9 daughters by this time. Upon entering the house, Li Yang was shocked to find the yard filled with children's clothes drying in the sun. Mom and Dad, what's going on? Li Pingyan came out carrying a large pile of children's clothes and said, You little brat, isn't this all you're doing? Your mother and I have discussed it, and all that time travel stuff was a lie you conspired with them to fool us. Since you have so many children, our Li family has to take responsibility. I'll go to the supermarket to buy clothes, wash them, and dry them. All these little girls need to have clothes to wear, right? Li Yang was speechless. I'm a virgin, why don't my parents believe me? Just then, his phone rang. He answered, Hello? The hospital? What's up? The hospital nurse said, Sir, congratulations. All 9 of your children are your own. Please rest assured. Holy crap! Li Yang was dumbfounded. Don't worry. What makes me feel at ease? I've never been married, and now I have 9 daughters. Were those 9 people really transported from the future? Was I this strong in the future? I'm dating 9 girls all by myself? Li Yang quickly came to his senses. These 9 daughters in front of him were so clever and mischievous. If he were to do a live stream and talk about taking care of the kids, he would definitely become a hit. We still need to make more money. Raising these 9 daughters will cost a considerable amount of money, and it's uncertain whether their mothers can be trusted. With this in mind, Li Yang decided to start a live stream today. The live stream interface reads, An incredible dad with 9 daughters. The live stream then began. Soon, many netizens were completely captivated by the adorable daughter. Dude, you have 9 daughters all by yourself? Isn't that a bit too much? Wait a minute, she looks quite young, how could she have so many daughters? Is this a group buying scheme? Li Yang didn't offer much explanation, but instead played at home with his 9 daughters. These 5-year-old girls have all sorts of interests, some like to draw, and some like to play house. Some girls like to cling to Li Yang, surround him, and even dress him up. He can't stand this. He's a father, not a toy. What an adorable girl, she's actually going to dress her dad up in women's clothes. Is this even possible? Such a young father has 9 daughters? It can't be true. Just then, a police car arrived at the entrance of the alley. Two police officers got out of their car and asked in confusion, "Excuse me, who just called the police to report child abduction at the entrance of your alley?" The third uncle asked in confusion. "We've all been neighbors in this alley for a long time, how could there be such a person?" "Officer, are you sure you haven't made a mistake?" The two police officers exchanged a glance. "Impossible. We've verified the location, the call was made right here." Just then, Lu Ruyan's mother, Huang Meng, rushed over. "Officers, I called the police. I have something to say to you. Here's the thing, the young man is unmarried and has 9 daughters at such a young age. I suspect he was swindled out of them." The old man pointed at Huang Meng and said, "Oh dear, Ruyan's mother, did you call the police? We've watched Li Yang grow up. Don't you know what kind of person he is? Why did you call the police?" Huang Meng rolled her eyes. "Why would I call the police? What do you think? He is a young man, unmarried, and he brought 9 daughters home. Isn't that suspicious? We should have the 2 police officers investigate this matter. I'm doing this for everyone's benefit." The third uncle exclaimed, "Ouch," looking utterly speechless. Upon hearing this, the 2 policemen's expression shifted, and they immediately understood the basic situation. Then they walked into the alley. Li Pingyan opened the door and asked in confusion, "Excuse me, officers?" A police officer immediately said, "Hello, we received a report that your son may be involved in child trafficking, and we are here to inquire about the situation." At this moment, Tao Yaoyao, who was playing in the yard, was holding a rag doll. After hearing this, she shook her head and said, "Uncle policeman, my dad didn't kidnap us. I am my dad's daughter." Seeing the adorable child, the policeman felt a warmth in his heart, and his tense mood immediately eased. Seeing the lovely girl say this, he smiled slightly. "The uncles believe you. The uncles just came to ask." Tao Yaoyao turned her head and shouted into the house, "Sisters, someone has wrongly accused Dad of kidnapping us." Suddenly, a group of adorable little ones came out of the house. The 2 police officers were completely charmed and squatted down, smiling broadly. "So many cute little girls. Tell the uncles, why are you here?" The 9 little girls said in unison, "We are Daddy's daughters, and Li Yang is our daddy." Li Yang came out of the living room. "Yes, officer, they really are my daughters." One police officer said, "But the person who just called the police said you've never been married, so how could you be?" A policeman standing nearby said, "Hey, don't you understand? This is definitely an unmarried child, that is, an illegitimate daughter. Isn't this kind of thing very common nowadays? You've never seen someone have a child without being married." Li Yang is still holding up his phone for the live stream. "Wow, this guy is amazing, 9 illegitimate daughters? I think it's great. Nowadays, some men and women in big cities like children but don't like marriage. Isn't having children normal?" The 2 police officers registered Li Yang's information and then turned and left the Li family home. As soon as they reached the alley entrance, Huang Meng excitedly stepped forward. "Officer, how was it? Was my report correct? Is there something wrong with this kid?" The 2 policemen shook their heads. What era are we living in now? Where would anyone dare to traffic women and children? The children here all stayed here voluntarily. Next time you call the police, explain things clearly. You've made us so nervous. After the police finished speaking, they drove away. Huang Meng's eyes grew increasingly gloomy and unpleasant. This Li Yang is definitely problematic. I'm keeping an eye on him. I'll get him arrested sooner or later. The old man next to him shook his head. "You just can't stand seeing others do well." Chapter 8. When a child is quiet, they must be up to something. As the afternoon approached, Li Yang took his 9 daughters for a nap. Of course, children need to be coaxed into taking a nap. After coaxing them over one by one. Ding! Congratulations, host, your child rearing proficiency has reached LV2. Reward, a parenting gift pack. Open. Li Yang couldn't wait any longer. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 100,000 in childcare funds. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the talent of athletic proficiency. Parenting funds are really good, better than anything else. As for this athletic talent? Li Yang was puzzled. Could it be that his singing, dancing, and rapping skills have been enhanced? Wouldn't that mean my daughters could also benefit from improved physical fitness? This is a good thing no matter how you look at it. At this point, he noticed that the number of viewers in the live stream had exceeded 10,000. These 9 little angels are so cute, seeing them makes me want to have a baby girl. This is practically a childbirth education film. Dude, are you working for the Birth Control Bureau? Looking at how he was comforting the child just now, oh no, they really are father and daughter. Li Yang ignored the raving netizens and waited until the children fell asleep before closing his eyes for a short rest himself. But as the saying goes, when a child is quiet, he's bound to cause trouble. Tao Yaoyao suddenly sat up, glanced cautiously at her father, then put on her pink princess shoes and went downstairs. They were careful not to disturb their grandparents. He slipped out the front door alone. On the other end, in Binhai City, Dow Cosmetics Company. Lu Ruyan followed Chen Hao to the second floor of the company. Chen Hao said, "Our company is quite strong. I begged HR for a long time before they agreed to let you interview." Lu Ruyan nodded. "I knew you were the best to me, Chen Hao, thank you." Chen Hao, holding Lu Ruyan's hand, said, "How about you come to my house tonight?" Lu Ruyan gave him a look, and just then a voice came from the HR department. "Lu Ruyan, come in for an interview." After Lu Ruyan entered the interview room, Tao Yaoyao walked in alone into the company's lobby on the first floor. They were stopped by security guards. "Little one, are you lost? Are you here all alone?" Tao Yaoyao shook her head. "No, I'm here to find my mother." The security guard asked in confusion, "Looking for your mother?" Just then, a young-looking man in a suit walked up and almost missed Tao Yaoyao. They were lucky to bump into each other. "Hey! Whose kid is this? What are they doing here?" The man's name is Tao Xinxue, the second son in the Tao family. His older sister is Tao Qingyu, the company president. So the security guard immediately said respectfully, "Second young master, this child says he's looking for his mother." "You can't even handle this little thing? Just kick him out and let the police handle it." What a hassle. Tao Xinxue was too lazy to pay attention. At this moment, Tao Yaoyao stepped forward and said, "Tao Xinxue, take me to find my mother." Tao Xian was taken aback. "What? You know me? Your mother, who is your mother?" "Tao Yaoyao, my mother is Tao Qingyu." Tao Xinxue was so startled that he froze. "What?" On the other end, Li Yang, who had suddenly woken up, opened his eyes abruptly. The moment he opened his eyes, he realized something was wrong. 1, 2, 3, how come there are only 8? How come I'm missing a daughter? Li Yang immediately sat up and rushed downstairs. "Mom and Dad, have you seen Yao Yao?" Li Pingon and Lin Shu walked out of the kitchen. Lin Shu shook her head, "I've been cooking the whole time, I haven't seen the child." Li Pingon was also dumbfounded. "This, you were watching, weren't you? What are we going to do?" Just then, Li Yang's phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw a photo of an office. Tao Qingyu said, "Come here, my daughter is with me." Li Yang breathed a sigh of relief. "It's all right, the child went to find her mother, she's in the office now." Li Pingon felt a wave of fear. With so many children, it's indeed difficult to manage them. "You should go and bring your daughter back right now. I'll look after the other children for now." Li Yang nodded immediately, rushed to the yard, got into his nanny car, and sped off to the location Tao Qingyu had sent. Inside the office of Dow Cosmetics Company, Ltd. Tao Xinxue and Tao Qingyu were having a heated discussion. "Big sister, are you crazy? The future heir of the family hasn't been decided yet, and you've already had a child outside? And it's already so big. If the third brother finds out, do you think he'll let the opportunity to attack you pass by?" Tao Qingyu frowned. "So that's why you rushed over here with the child? Otherwise, I support you. After all, we are siblings from the same mother," Tao Xinxue said. Tao Qingyu nodded, "So I asked her father to come and pick her up as soon as possible." "This is something you and I should know." "What?" Tao Xinxue exclaimed incredulously, "Who on earth could make my sister have a child? I'd like to see who he really is." Tao Qingyu couldn't explain that the child came from the future, so she could only nod helplessly. "All right, the person should be here soon." At that moment, Li Yang arrived downstairs at the company and, unsurprisingly, was stopped by security guards. "Dude, who are you? Don't you know what this place is for before you rush in?" The security guard frowned. Li Yang took out his phone. "Wait here, I'll make a call." He dialed the number for a while, but Tao Qingyu didn't answer. Just then, Chen Hao came downstairs with Lu Ruyan. Chen Hao said, "You can start work tomorrow. We'll be working at the same company from now on." Lu Ruyan was nodding when her expression suddenly changed. Wait, isn't that Li Yan? What's he doing here? Her expression shifted. Could it be that he regretted it and chased me all the way here? That's true. That car was probably just someone else's, right? He's just a stay-at-home dad. He probably regrets breaking up with me. At this moment, Li Yang, who was being prevented from entering by the security guard, became a little anxious. I'm here to pick up my child. Have you seen a little girl who looks about 5 years old? The security guard was taken aback. Are you that child's father? Li Yang nodded. Wait a moment, I'll take this call. Hello? I'm downstairs at the company, but your security guards won't let me in. Okay, I'll wait here. Just then, Lu Ruyan and Chen Hao approached. Lu Ruyan said disdainfully, Li Yang, why did you still come to see me? What? You regret losing me and now you want to get me back? Isn't it a little too late? Chen Hao nodded, yes, Li Yang. You didn't cherish it, and now you're starting to regret it? What's the point? Li Yang ignored the two of them, saying, I'm here to pick up my daughter. It has absolutely nothing to do with you two. Please don't cause trouble here. Pick up your daughter? Lu Ruyan was taken aback. At this moment, Li Yang's eyes lit up, and he waved his hand, Yao Yao. Daddy! Tao Yao Yao ran into Li Yang's arms, and the secretary behind her said, Sir, the child is in your care. Li Yang nodded, no problem, just tell Qingyu for me that I won't be going up. Chen Hao and Lu Ruyan were dumbfounded. Chen Hao asked in astonishment, isn't this Assistant Lin? Why did you bring Li Yang's child out? Lu Ruyan also didn't understand. I know, Li Yang is taking care of Secretary Lin's child. He's really become a stay-at-home dad? Chen Hao shook his head, impossible. Everyone in the company knows that Secretary Lin is a staunch non-marriage advocate and doesn't like children. How could she possibly have a child? Besides, this child calls Li Yang dad. It can't be. Chapter 9, Taking 9 Daughters to a Luxury Restaurant. At that moment, Chen Hao had a terrible thought in his mind. But without confirmation, Lu Ruyan said dismissively, it's probably Li Yang who's getting paid to babysit. How can you take a child's words seriously? Li Yang picked up the child, turned around and left the company, then got into his car and took the child home. Tao Yao Yao yawned inside the car, Dad, I'm sleepy. Li Yang nodded, Yao Yao, then you should take a nap. Inside the CEO's office in the building, Tao Qingyu watched the nanny van leave, feeling a little guilty. Li Yang, I'm sorry, I can't take the child back right now. Tao Xian returned to his office. Sis, I saw him from afar just now. Is that your man? It doesn't look that great to me. Tao Qingyu said, no matter what, he is the child's biological father, but I have no relationship with him now. Tao Xinxuwei was confused. We already have a child, what do you mean it's okay? You're confusing me, sister. Forget it, I can't figure it out, and I'm too lazy to care. Tao Qingyu also turned to look out the window at this moment. Yes, what exactly is going on? Even I don't know. Meanwhile, after returning home, Li Yang took Yao Yao to the second floor, where the 8 little girls had already woken up. They're constantly bothering Grandpa. Grandpa, let us braid your hair. Yes, Grandpa, we can also paint you a beautiful outfit. Li Ping'an was almost at his wit's end. Although the children were adorable, they were indeed as troublesome as little devils. Li Yang then noticed that he had forgotten to put down his phone, which he was using for the live stream, when he left. Upon entering the live stream, I was shocked to find that there were over 30,000 viewers, and the number of gifts sent was nearly 10,000. This live streaming is really profitable, Li Yang thought to himself. Daughters, how about Daddy takes you to a Michelin-starred restaurant for dinner tonight? The 9 daughters immediately jumped up and down, their joyful cheers melting the hearts of netizens. These 9 little darlings are so heartwarming, each one looks like an angel. What a loving family. This dad is so lucky. Li Yang smiled and glanced at his daughters. Everyone, get dressed now, and we'll head out with Dad in a bit. Okay, Dad. I want steak. I want a small cake. Li Yang readily agreed, after all, he had made money from live streaming. Okay, Dad will buy you all the delicious food. If this is a child's name chosen for the phone number, the cost would be far too high. Some of you just can't stand to see others do well, right? All you do is create new accounts for everything? Then why do they have so many daughters? Could it be an unmarried pregnancy? Or perhaps he became a father unexpectedly? While netizens were discussing the matter online, Li Yang had already taken his 9 daughters into his nanny van. Then, he stepped on the gas and took his daughters to the Michelin Tire restaurant. There are quite a few restaurants like this in Binhai City. After arriving at the restaurant, Li Yang got out of the car with his daughters. The 9 adorable little creatures instantly stunned the restaurant staff. Wow, so many adorable children. Sir, are you dining here alone with so many kids? The restaurant manager asked. Li Yang nodded, yes, I brought my daughters here for dinner. The restaurant manager's expression shifted. Daughter? No way, is it that exaggerated? I'm so sorry, sir, all the large tables are reserved for today, and there's not enough room for you at the small tables. Li Yang's expression shifted slightly. Then forget it, let's go to another restaurant. At this moment, a waiter stepped forward and said, Manager, we just received a call that someone has cancelled their reservation for a large table, so this one is now available. The manager immediately smiled and said, Sir, you're very lucky. We have a table available now, you can go and have your meal. Li Yang nodded, that would be best. Walking into the restaurant with her 9 daughters attracted a lot of attention. At a table in the lobby, Lu Ruyan looked up and saw Li Yang and the group of little girls. Why is it Li Yang again? Why is he here? Chen Hao, standing in front of her, also frowned. Why was Li Yang so persistent? Why would a poor guy like him come to such an expensive restaurant? Chen Hao asked, puzzled. Even he only dared to bring a woman to show off because he won a coupon online. Lu Ruyan sneered, he probably doesn't know the prices here. That's why it's like this. Chen Hao, let's eat. When it's time to pay, Li Yang will show his true colors. At the other end, in front of a large, separate table, Li Yang glanced at his daughters and said, Tell Dad what you want to eat now. As he placed the order on his phone, he glanced at the price and exclaimed, Wow, one souffle is 158 yuan? It is indeed very expensive, but I have already received 2 payments for childcare, so it should be enough. Don't underestimate the small amount of food a child can eat. Once there are more than 3 children, a mechanism will automatically kick in to grab the food. This caused their food intake to increase exponentially. So Li Yang ordered several servings of almost everything on the menu that kids like to eat. So a whole table full of dishes was served. Many guests couldn't help but turn around to look at this scene. No, I think this dad really loves his daughters. Look, there's so much delicious food on their table. Who says otherwise? Besides, isn't this dad a tycoon? Only a tycoon could afford this. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes. Li Yang is such a show-off. He probably has a ton of coupons on him. I can't think of any other reason besides coupons. Chen Hao then whispered, Actually, I heard some gossip at the company today, saying that our boss seems to have a daughter outside of our marriage. Do you think it's possible that? How is that possible? Are you crazy? You mean our boss secretly had a child with Li Yang? Do you have a brain? How could you even think of something like that? Lu Ruyan would never believe that the company boss could secretly have a child with Li Yang. Chen Hao shook his head. It's indeed unlikely. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Chapter 10 The Roar of the 9 Daughters. At this moment, at Li Yang's dining table, his 9 daughters were frantically grabbing food. Although they usually look like little puddings, they automatically start competing when there are other children around. Their faces were covered in grease from eating. But it looks so delicious. These kids are so well behaved, my child doesn't like to eat. You can only say that other people's kids are amazing. Just then, a couple with their son came to eat at the next table. There were 2 dishes on the table, and the parents were eating rice. The son is eating meat by himself. The father said, Son, you've eaten this meat, but remember to study hard. The child asked in confusion, Dad, Mom, why aren't you eating? Mom said immediately, We would never have the heart to eat this. If we hadn't promised you that we would come here if you did well on your midterms, your parents would never have come to a place like this in their entire lives. Upon hearing this, the son immediately picked up a piece of beef and put it in his mother's bowl, saying, I want to eat with Mom. The mother immediately picked up the meat from her bowl and put it into the father's bowl, saying, Your father earns the money at home, so let your father eat. The father immediately picked up the beef from his bowl and put it into his son's bowl, saying, How can I be worthy of eating such expensive meat? Give it to your son. Mom immediately said, Eat more. Your parents work themselves to the bone for you. eat more. Li Yang noticed that the child's chopsticks were almost unable to move. These few words from the parents immediately made the child feel extremely guilty. The fans in the live stream naturally heard it too. The parents at the next table are truly suffocating. Actually, that's not wrong. Some parents might have some issues with their expression. What era are we living in? Why are you still suppressing and feeling guilty towards your child? Is that really right? If you don't have the money, don't promise your child they can eat here. It's not that coming is a bad thing, but can't we just eat properly? Do we have to turn every meal into an educational classroom? Li Yang would never educate his daughter in this way. Perhaps it's because he's a member of the post-2000 generation, and he would never use a suppressive or guilt-based approach to educate his child. Daughters, eat as much as you want. Tell dad what you want to eat and dad will serve you more. The 9 daughters nodded in unison. This caused all the diners at the scene to turn their heads away. These 9 children are eating so well, and they are really cute. Whoever is their parent would be so happy. Li Yang also received a lot of praise online. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoduo held a pigeon leg to Li Yang's mouth and said, "Dad, eat pigeon leg." Li Yang laughed, "Really? For dad to eat?" "Yes, for daddy to eat," Zhang Xiaoduo said with a smile. Li Yang couldn't resist kissing him, then took a bite of the pigeon leg. So delicious. That's more like it. Dad doesn't eat it, it's all for the kids. That's not fashionable anymore. That's just how it is. Parents who act like they're doing everything for your own good can cause significant psychological trauma to their children. At this moment, Tong Tong also came up, holding a small cake in her hand. "Daddy, have some small cake." Although Li Yang doesn't usually like eating cake, he can't possibly refuse one offered by his daughter. "Okay, thank you, Tong Tong." Upon seeing this, the other daughters eagerly offered Li Yang various delicacies. "Daddy, eat some meat. Dad, eat some vegetables. Daddy, have some pudding." Li Yang was surrounded by his 9 daughters, turning the scene into a large-scale feeding frenzy. So cute. I'm melting. The dad of these 9 daughters is so lucky. Hee, just a nickname. Are you still being sour? At that moment, Li Yang suddenly had a thought. He realized that he could ask his daughter for confirmation. He then paused the live stream. "My darlings, think about it. In your memories, were your fathers and mothers very close? Do you have any terms of endearment like wife?" All 9 daughters fell into deep thought. They all shook their heads, looking completely bewildered. Li Yang was taken aback. Could it be that I'll be a scumbag in the future? After we start dating, will I abandon him once the baby is born? But I'm not that kind of person. What's going on? Aren't they my wives? That shouldn't be the case. All 9 girls are beautiful. This shouldn't be the case. By this time, they had almost finished eating, and the children were all full. "Children, line up, Daddy will wipe your mouths." After saying that, Li Yang picked up a wet wipe and squatted down to wipe the mouths of the 9 babies. All 9 daughters are very well behaved. After Li Yang finished his work, he stood up and said, "Everyone, stay one with one, and don't get lost. Dad will take you home." Li Yang led his 9 daughters to the cashier. "Excuse me, how much?" The cashier girl said kindly, "That'll be 76,500 yuan in total." Li Yang was stunned. Wow, that's expensive. He couldn't believe how he would pay for it if he didn't have childcare funds on him. A little further away, Lu Ruyan and Chen Hao, who had also finished eating, walked over. "See? If you're poor, don't come to eat in places like this." "He's dumbfounded now," Chen Hao said with a smile. Lu Ruyan whispered, "It was like this when I was in college. I only had 2,000 yuan for living expenses, and I was so strapped for cash every month. I was such a good person to be in a relationship with him." Li Yang. If you don't have any money, why don't you borrow some from Chen Hao? Don't let your so-called daughters embarrass you. Chen Hao nodded smugly to the side. Zhang Xiaoduo snorted coldly, "Sisters, it's them again. Let's protect Dad." After saying that, the 9 daughters stood in a row. Roar of the evil dragon. The 9 daughters raised their arms, bared their teeth, and cried out, "Oh woo." It's not very lethal, but it's absolutely adorable. Chapter 11, Meeting their mother. Even Lu Ruyan and Chen Hao felt a pang of tenderness, and their voices softened. "Who bullied your father?" "That's ridiculous," Lu Ruyan said. Xiao Tonton snorted, "I'll get my mom to beat you up." This scene prompted other restaurant staff to approach and stare at the child. The restaurant manager said from the side, "Sir, your children are so cute, let's give you a 20% discount." Li Yang smiled slightly, took out his phone, and said with a smile, "Thank you, I'll pay with Alipay." Lu Ruyan was stunned. He really paid? Does Li Yang really have that much money? Someone sent him a Mercedes before, and now he's eating at a high-end restaurant. Could it be? Impossible, it's Huabei. It must be Huabei. Chen Hao shook his head and said, "Don't be fooled by how much he's spending now, let's see how he'll pay it back later." By this time, Li Yang had already left the restaurant with his child. Chen Hao stepped forward to pay, pulling out the coupon he'd snagged online and saying, "Hello, I got a special offer coupon." Lu Ruyan secretly rolled her eyes. She said her family owned a factory, but now she has to use coupons to eat out. Li Yang just pays directly. But what exactly is Li Yang doing? With so many little girls following him, how does he still have so much money to eat? Chen Hao, hurry up. Let's follow them and see what's going on. This Li Yang is really strange. Chen Hao nodded, hurriedly paid the bill, and left the restaurant with Lu Ruyan, then drove after Li Yang's nanny van. At that moment, Li Yang's phone vibrated, and he picked it up to take a look. Xiao Xin Xiao Tongtong. Is she Xiao Tongtong's mother? She sent a location, and Xiao Xin sent a voice message saying, "Li Yang, let's meet at this location. I want to see the child." Li Yang sighed, "You left the child behind, and now you miss the child, huh? Fine. I'll take you there, Tongtong. Your mother wants to see you, so Dad will take you." Xiao Tongtong nodded, "Okay, let's go see Mom." Li Yang's car suddenly turned. They almost shook off the car following them. Inside the car, Lu Ruyan said coldly, keep up. We have to find out how he got so much money." Li Yang eventually parked his car outside the Central Park. Then the 9 daughters got out of the car. As soon as Li Yang parked his car, he saw his 9 daughters standing in front of a small stall selling fluorescent sparklers. "Daddy! I want this. Daddy, I want one too. Daddy, Daddy." Li Yang was practically begging for a smile. Okay, good girls, Daddy will buy them for you." Sitting a little further away in the car, Lu Ruyan's expression shifted. Buying so many toys at once, it's clear that Li Yang really has some money. Chen Hao scoffed, "Huabei. It's nothing." Just then, a black Porsche suddenly stopped on the side of the road a little further away, and a girl in the driver's seat slammed the door and got out. She was dressed entirely in black, wearing a black top, a black skirt, and black stockings. It was Xiao Xin, Li Yang. Upon hearing this, Li Yang immediately turned around and asked, "You're Tongtong's mother?" "I'm sorry, I was in a rush that day and didn't remember what you look like." Xiao Xin nodded, "I understand. I don't remember what you look like either, but we have a child together. This world has gone mad. How much is it?" "I'll pay." Li Yang shook his head, "No need, it's just a child's toy." Xiao Xin nodded, "Shall we take a walk?" Li Yang nodded, and Xiao Tongtong ran and jumped into her mother's arms, Mommy. Xiao Xin forced a smile and picked up Xiao Tongtong. "Tongtong, did you miss Mommy?" Xiao Tongtong shook her head and then nodded, "I miss my mom, but my dad and sisters are very good to me." Xiao Xin smiled and said, "Okay, the child is so good." Li Yang asked somewhat awkwardly, "Xiao Xin, what do you do? Are you working now?" After some hesitation, Xiao Xin explained, "I own a bar. Business is pretty good." At this point, she took out a black card from her pocket. "This card is my supplementary black card. It has a credit limit, and you can use it for your daily expenses." Li Yang was a little embarrassed. "It's just a credit card, isn't it? How could I possibly take yours?" Xiao Xin smiled slightly, "Take it, I have money, you can spend it all you want, as long as you spend it all." After thinking it over, Li Yang accepted the offer. After all, raising a child is expensive, and it was her duty as a mother to provide some support. "Please continue taking care of the child for a while longer. I don't know how to explain this to my parents yet," Xiao Xin said. "I'll make it up to you later." Li Yang nodded. Actually, these girls are quite selfish. They suddenly appeared without considering how he would explain it to his parents. Now they're telling him that it's hard for them to explain to their families. But since we're men, we have to be accommodating to women in these matters, especially since she gave birth to Tongtong in the future. I understand that our relationship is special. Let us discuss these things when you're ready. I need to take the children back now, Li Yang said. Xiao Xian nodded. Okay, I understand. Tong Tong, go home with daddy. Mommy has to go back to work too. Xiao Tong Tong nodded sensibly. Mom, there are two people who always bully dad. When you have time, bring the uncles to teach those two a lesson. Xiao Xian's expression shifted, and she glanced at Li Yang. Oh? You're in trouble? Li Yang shook his head. Oh, I can handle it. It's nothing. My child is just concerned about me. Xiao Xian nodded, giving Li Yang a serious look. This guy was good looking, but was he really a womanizer? Otherwise, how could he have so many children in the future? Of course, they have no relationship now, so she wouldn't be jealous. Watching Li Yang leave with the 9 children, Xiao Xian also turned and left. Just as she reached the car, a black van pulled up on the side of the road. Several men in black came down. Young miss, the head of the family told us to call you back. Several of our entertainment venues have been raided. What? Xiao Xian's face darkened. I'll go back with you right now. Meanwhile, Li Yang took out his phone and suddenly found a message from another mother. Lin Qingxue, Lin Xiaoyuan's mother. Lin Qingxue, Li Yang, do you have time? I was planning to come to your house, but I have to work overtime tonight. I prepared some nutritional supplements for the children, could you come and get them? Li Yang raised his hand and rubbed his temples. I can't even have a moment to rest. What's wrong with my life? Alright, let's get to know these mothers. Maybe we can find some clues. What if my future wife is really among these girls? Li Yang was a fairly upright young man who never thought of enjoying the blessings of having multiple wives. Of course, things in this world don't always go according to his wishes. As Li Yang's car started, Lu Ruyan and Chen Hao followed in their car. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth in the car and said, Fine, who was that woman driving the Porsche just now? Making the little kid call her mom and dad? She has no shame. Chen Hao frowned. Maybe he's being kept by a sugar daddy? Kept? With her looks and the car she drives, why would she keep him? Was that girl crazy? Lu Ruyan didn't believe that these rich and beautiful girls would be interested in a poor guy she looked down on. Chen Hao, should we still follow along? Follow him. Follow him. I want to see what else this guy is hiding from me. Li Yang's car arrived at the hospital quickly. After parking, Li Yang glanced at the little ones behind him and said, Would you like to get out of the car with daddy? The daughters nodded in agreement. Okay. Looking at these children, Li Yang had many worries in his heart. Who is my wife? What is my relationship with their mother? Now that they've arrived in this timeline, will my actions cause them to disappear? After all, he's seen the movie, The Butterfly Effect. These children traveled to the past, and what they did could very well change the future. This was also Li Yang's biggest worry. After spending 2 days with the children, he had grown to like them. Chapter 12. Xiao Yuan's mother is the ice queen of the hospital. They got off the bus with 9 little angels. This drew many exclamations, as the Binhai Central Hospital is renowned for its pediatrics department. Most of the people coming and going here are mothers and fathers. When Li Yang appeared with his 9 little puddings, parents would come up to ask him questions from time to time. How old is the child? So cute. These 9 angels are all yours? I'm so envious. Amidst gasps of surprise, Li Yang and his daughter arrived at the 3rd floor of the pediatric ward, as Lin Qingxue had mentioned. Outside the office, Li Yang waited with his 9 daughters. Because Lin Qingxue is still seeing patients. Many nurses around were whispering among themselves. A man raising 9 daughters, that's really something, who can argue with that? But they're so cute, I really want to go up and pat these kids' heads. At this moment, the 9 daughters surrounded their father. Daddy, Daddy, please play with us, we are angels. You're a demon, how about we beat you up? Li Yang never expected that he would become a little monster, and he and his 9 daughters staged an Ultraman fighting monsters right outside the office door. Before long, Li Yang was exhausted. I can't go on, Dad can't go on. Li Yang pretended to be dead. Of the 9 daughters, none cried first. Then all 9 daughters suddenly burst into tears. Don't let Daddy die, Daddy get up. Wah, Xiao Yuan was wrong. Tong Tong doesn't hit her dad anymore. When Li Yang saw his daughters crying, he immediately sat up and said with heartache, Didn't you say that? Daddy played the monster, Daddy didn't die. He reached out and wiped away the children's tears. The daughters rushed over and hugged Li Yang tightly. Dad, promise us you won't disappear, okay? We searched for a long time before we finally found Dad. Yes, Daddy can't abandon us. Otherwise, we'll definitely turn into little monsters and come after Daddy. Li Yang pretended to be scared. Oh dear, Dad knows he was wrong. No matter what happens in the future, Dad will always be by your side. At this moment, a little further away, Lu Ruyan and Chen Hao were already hiding behind a pillar, spying on them. What's this guy doing at the hospital? Lu Ruyan said coldly. Chen Hao frowned. Could he be a child we adopted from the hospital? That's terrifying. Should we call the police? Wait a minute, my mom called the police last time but it didn't work at all. Let us see what happens, Lu Ruyan said. Just then, as the door to the consultation room slowly opened, Li Yang heard the noise and stood up. In the soft light, the girl in the white lab coat had a faint golden glow in her hair. She has delicate features and wears gold-rimmed glasses. She is tall and has a slightly mature appearance. Li Yang? Lin Qingxue asked in confusion. Li Yang immediately snapped out of his daze. I didn't see you clearly last time, so I'm taking a closer look this time. Lin Qingxue nodded. I was in a hurry when I left your house last time, and I was indeed not very polite. The child clearly found me first, but I just left him with you and left. I really can't take care of the child. I'm a non-marriage advocate, and besides, my job involves very busy night shifts. I can only ask you to take care of the child. Lin Xiaoyuan rushed forward, opening her arms wide. Mommy, hug me. This is a sparkler that my dad bought for me. Isn't it pretty? Lin Qingxue affectionately ruffled the children's hair. Beautiful, so beautiful, doesn't Daddy spoil you a lot? Lin Xiaoyuan nodded. This scene caught the attention of many of the nurses. That's our hospital's famously aloof doctor. Was that child just calling for his mother? My God, could she have already had a baby outside of marriage? Who is the guy? Oh my God, Director Mao must be heartbroken. He's been pursuing our Dr. Lin for so long. Just then, a middle-aged male doctor wearing glasses walked up and said, What are you doing? What are you talking about? So you don't have to go to work anymore, right? A meddlesome nurse pointed to Dr. Lin's office and said, Director Mao, we're worried about your love life too. Look at Dr. Lin's office door, she's hugging a girl, and the girl is even calling her mom but. What? Director Mao was dumbfounded. Don't talk nonsense. That kid looks so young, how could Dr. Lin like someone like that? Besides, Dr. Lin already said that she might not want to get married. A nurse nearby said, but Dr. Lin might prefer younger women. Not wanting to get married doesn't mean he doesn't have a lover. There's no conflict between them, is there? What? Director Mao was dumbfounded. He had been pursuing her for half a year, but she wouldn't agree. Does that mean he already has someone else outside? He couldn't help but step forward, a smile spreading across his face. Ha, so many little angels. Qingxue? Is this your younger brother? Lin Qingxue didn't speak, but Lin Xiaoyuan said in her arms, He's not my brother, he's my father. With a jolt, Director Mao's heart nearly broke. Dad? Then your mother is. Lin Xiaoyuan frowned. My mom is holding me. Can't you see that, Grandpa? Grandpa? Director Mao was completely stunned, collapsing weakly against the wall. So his goddess already has such a big child? Lin Qingxue then took out a bag of children's nutritional supplements and said, All right, Xiaoyuan, you and your father go back first. Mom has to go to work. Xiaoyuan very sensibly got off her mother and said, Then Dad, let's go home. Mom has to earn money to support the family. At this moment, Director Mao realized what was happening and asked in confusion, so many girls, could they all be? Lin Qingxue's lips curled up, and she said maliciously, How could that be? This one is mine, and the others belong to others. Director Mao was completely dumbfounded. What does this mean? Even after Li Yang left, he still couldn't figure out what it meant. A short distance away, Lu Ruyan, watching this scene, was completely dumbfounded. No way, how did Li Yang do that? Can't these women find any men or what? Chen Hao, however, thought it was impossible. How could so many girls be willing to have children out of wedlock with Li Yang? I think they must be Li Yang's clients. These girls are all single mothers who don't have time to take care of their children, and the children lack fatherly love, so they call Li Yang Dad. Lu Ruyan's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, you're right. How come I didn't think of that? That must be it, otherwise how could it be? What do people want from Li Yang? Is he rich? A man without money is nothing. So it's definitely time to hire him to babysit. By this time, Li Yang had already walked far away. Lu Ruyan glared at Chen Hao and said, "What are you waiting for? Follow me." Chapter 13. Xiaojiu's mother, the female teacher at number 3 middle school. Helpless, Chen Hao could only catch up with Lu Ruyan again. After Li Yang and the children got into the car, he took out his phone and said, "I don't think any of the mothers will ask me out anymore. I'm a little tired." The little cuties nodded in agreement. One by one, they started yawning on the bus. "Dad, I want to eat Grandma's cooking." "Yes, Dad, let's go home." Li Yang nodded. "Alright, kids, hold on tight, let's go home now." Seeing this, Lu Ruyan, who was following behind, guessed that Li Yang was preparing to go back. "Alright, let's go back then. I need to go home for dinner too." Lu Ruyan and Chen Hao followed her all the way back to the alley entrance. Li Yang parked his car in a parking space at the entrance of the alley and got out with his 9 daughters. Just then, a voice came from afar, "Li Yang." Li Yang was taken aback. "Teacher Jia?" During the last period of her senior year of high school, Jia Shanshan went to the school for an internship. She only remembered that this teacher, Ms. Jia, was very beautiful and popular with the boys at the school. Later, he went to university and naturally lost touch with teacher Jia. Unexpectedly, one day, she suddenly came to his door with Jia Xiaojiu. "Mom!" Xiaojiu rushed over. Teacher Jia picked up her daughter, glanced at Li Yang, and said somewhat awkwardly, "I remember you were a student at number 3 middle school. Actually, this makes me very embarrassed, but there's nothing I can do. Xiaojiu is your daughter, that's a fact." Li Yang felt more awkward facing her than facing any other mother. "Teacher Jia, well, we're not really teacher and student. You were just starting your internship when I was about to graduate. I'm so confused right now. I'm perfectly fine, and suddenly I have 9 more daughters, and, well, anyway, there's just no way to explain this. It's almost like science fiction." Teacher Jia sighed, "Anything can happen in this world, so no one can say for sure what will happen between us." Looking at Teacher Jia's gentle face, Li Yang thought, "If I could marry Teacher Jia in the future, that would be wonderful." Jia Shanshan seemed to see through Li Yang's thoughts, "But you certainly won't lack wives. In the foreseeable future, you'll have 9 daughters with different mothers." Li Yang frowned slightly. "I'm also completely baffled by this. I'm not a fickle person, really not." Jia Shanshan smiled slightly but did not answer. Jia Xiaojiu pulled her mother and said, "Mom, Dad is so good to me. We went out for a big meal today, and Dad even said you're so beautiful." Jia Shanshan narrowed her eyes, "So you're such a smooth talker." Li Yang immediately shook his head, "That's not what I said." Jia Shanshan chuckled, "So you mean I'm not pretty?" Li Yang knew he had fallen into a trap. "You and your daughter are really something, I'm no match for you." Just then, Lu Ruyan and Chen Hao's car stopped on the side of the road a little further away. Lu Ruyan looked up and saw this scene. "Who is this? Isn't this the female teacher from number 3 middle school? How did Li Yang get involved with her too?" Chen Hao looked at the beautiful female teacher and felt a pang of jealousy, but he stubbornly insisted, "This must be his client, a male nanny who helps take care of the child." Lu Ruyan nodded, "That's right, that must be it." Jia Shanshan took out his salary card. "Li Yang, this is a supplementary card to my salary card. You can use this to cover our daughter's expenses from now on. I'm temporarily unable to take care of the child due to personal reasons. Thank you for your help." Li Yang took the bank card from the other party and said with a smile, "Alright, I understand your sincerity. I will take good care of the child. I don't mind taking care of the child until things are cleared up." Sitting in the car, Lu Ruyan was dumbfounded. "No way, why? Has this teacher gone mad? Giving Li Yang a bank card? Is he trying to kill Li Yang?" Chen Hao was now confused as well. A moment later, Jia Shanshan left the alley entrance, and Li Yang turned to look at the 9 little ones. "Alright, let's go home. Grandpa and Grandma must have already prepared dinner." The 9 little girls nodded in unison. An old man who happened to be out for a stroll saw the scene and said happily, "Li Yang, these 9 girls are so well behaved. Such good children are truly rare." Li Yang's face lit up as well. "Children, say hello to Uncle San." The 9 girls turned around in unison. The childish voice is authentic. Hello, Uncle San. The old man laughed heartily. Seeing you all makes me realize how wonderful this world is. Children, the future of this world is yours. I can die in peace now. Li Yang knew that his third uncle had never married. Although he was a good person, he was from out of town and was poor when he was young, so he never found a wife. Third uncle, you're a good person, don't say that. From now on, all 9 of you should call third grandfather third uncle. You must be filial to third grandfather, understand? Li Yang instructed. The 9 little girls immediately surrounded the third uncle. Hello, third grandfather. Third grandfather. Grandfather. The old man was hanging upside down, his mouth agape. Oh my, you kids, you're such good kids, such good kids. From now on, your third grandfather will treat you as his own granddaughters. Go back with your dad, your grandma should have finished cooking. Li Yang nodded, clapped his hands, and said, Kids, come home with dad and see what grandpa and grandma did tonight. She took her daughters all the way home. As soon as Li Yang entered, he smelled the rich aroma of food. Mom and Dad, what did you make? It smells so good. Lin Shu was carrying a large bowl of soup. Oh, you're back. Hurry up and help Mom bring out the dishes. Kids, you go and sit down first. Li Yang followed his mother into the kitchen. So many dishes? Lin Shu smiled and said, You have 9 daughters now, how can I not prepare more? You think raising children is an easy thing? It's all your fault, you can't control your lower body. Li Yang genuinely felt wronged. Mom, haven't I already explained to you that these 9 daughters are from the future? Travel from the future? You're really getting senile. Alright, no matter what, we have 9 living daughters in front of us. We can't just ignore them. I'm going over there now. Chapter 14, A Gathering of 9 Mothers. Li Yang's lips curled up, our mom is just so stubborn. She might say she'll kill me, but when she sees so many of her granddaughters, she can't stop smiling. Upon entering the living room, the 9 little puddings sat in a circle, each with a small bowl in front of them. Each of them had a delicious-looking bowl of meat and vegetables, and each also had a glass of milk. Grandpa and Grandma were busy running around, making quite a scene. Li Yang stepped forward, glanced at his daughters, and thought, holding the babies up high can improve my skills, but what about feeding them? Li Yang casually turned on a live stream, then squatted down to feed his child. He picked up the small bowl and fed Xiao Tongtong a mouthful of white rice. The child is very well behaved even if it doesn't taste good, he'll open his mouth and eat it. Ding! Feeding child proficiency +1, feeding child proficiency LV 1110. Feeding a child can actually increase your skill level. After feeding Tongtong a couple of bites, Li Yang realized that the bug could not be repeated, so he put down his chopsticks and turned to feed his other daughters. You guys see Dad's live streaming again, and seeing these little girls makes me want to spend money to send them gifts. Yes, these girls are so cute, they eat so well. What should I do if I want to adopt a kitten? Li Yang watched as gifts kept flying into the live stream room rockets, hot air balloons, Douyin #1 the gifts kept coming. Li Yang was taken aback. If this continues, won't I become a top streamer? And it's just a live stream of my daily life with my child. So many people enjoy watching it seems my 9 daughters are truly my lucky stars. Just then, Xiaojiu suddenly looked up and asked, Dad, can you tell Xiaojiu a story tonight? Xiaojiu wants to hear a story. Li Yang nodded, no problem. When the other daughters heard that there would be a story to hear that night, they all started to insist. Dad, we want to hear stories too. We want Dad to tell us some nice stories. Okay, Daddy, tell us the story of Peppa Pig tonight. Li Yang had never told stories before, so this was a new challenge for him. Okay, Dad will tell you stories tonight. Upon seeing Li Yang's live stream on his phone, Lu Ruyan, who lived not far away, immediately turned pale. How come Li Yang is so lucky? He can get so many people watching him even when he's just taking care of his child? If this continues, he's actually making money. Damn it, did he join a live streaming company and have his 9 daughters as his online accounts? That must be it, otherwise how could Li Yang suddenly have money? Does he have a woman supporting him? That's insane. It was at this moment that she found herself added to a small group. Oh? A class reunion? That's interesting. On the other side, Li Yang was telling bedtime stories to several children. Peppa Pig left Gao Village and went on her journey to the west with Tang Sanzang. The 9 daughters wouldn't let it go. Dad is so silly, how could he get Peppa Pig and Journey to the West wrong? Hee hee, we all know these 2 stories. Ding! Bedtime story proficiency plus 9. Current level 1. Just as I expected, I've gained a lot of skill in telling bedtime stories to my 9 daughters. Just then, his phone vibrated. When he opened it, he saw that a college classmate had created a group chat and was saying that they were having a get-together. These people have probably all found jobs, which is why they're having this party. Li Yang thought for a moment, but I don't have much time for gatherings. There are still 9 children to take care of. So he directly rejected it in the group chat. Lu Ruyan, who was in the group chat, saw this and immediately asked, "What? You're a stay-at-home dad and don't have time?" Other classmates in the group kept asking questions, but Lu Ruyan only gave a few words, roughly saying that Li Yang was now at home helping others take care of their children to earn money. Li Yang ignored it. Just then, Tao Qingyu suddenly called. "Li Yang, invite everyone to dinner tomorrow, and you bring the child." Li Yang, "Okay, let's have dinner together tomorrow. Since I don't have anything planned for tomorrow, let's have dinner together." "Yao Yao, Mom is inviting everyone to dinner tomorrow, are you excited?" Tao Yao Yao nodded emphatically, "That's great, I can have dinner with Mom and Dad tomorrow." Li Yang smiled slightly. "Okay, then we'll see Mom tomorrow. Let's go to sleep now, okay?" The 9 daughters nodded emphatically in unison. After putting my daughters to sleep, the next day arrived quickly. Li Yang got out of bed early in the morning. Then, with his eyes closed, he got his daughters out of bed. These children are cute, but they're not so cute when you're cleaning them up. "Dad, you've put your braids in the wrong place." "Dad, you've tangled my hair and Susu's hair together." "Dad, are you sure you can do that?" After a flurry of activity, Li Yang finally managed to tidy up his daughters. Li Yang then completed the task again. After reaching level 2 proficiency, the next level would require 20 proficiency points, meaning it would take at least 3 days before he could receive the next reward. After bringing the children down to the first floor, Li Pingyan walked up to them and said, "Son, I have an old classmate who now runs a private kindergarten. I see that it's not easy for you to take care of 9 children, so why don't you send them to kindergarten?" Upon hearing this, Li Yang realized that a 5-year-old could indeed go to kindergarten. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaoduo pouted and said, "I don't want to study, I don't agree to study." The other children nodded in agreement. "We disagree as well. Yes, we should stay with Dad. We want to stay with Daddy. These kids are so precocious, they already hate school at such a young age." Li Yang smiled and said, "How about this, kids, I'll invite your mothers out for dinner tonight. If your mothers all agree not to go to school, then we won't go to school either, okay?" The 9 daughters bared their teeth and grinned. He looked like he was about to devour someone. Li Yang simply thought they were being cute. It was afternoon, and Li Yang saw that it was still early, so he took the children into the nanny car. Since they were going to have dinner together that evening, he should take them to buy some new clothes. He created a WeChat group. 9 mothers were brought in. "The kids will be having dinner together tonight. Does anyone have time?" Zhang Rongrong, "Okay, I have time during dinner time tonight." Xiao Xin, "Dinner? Okay." Liang Xiaobing, "Okay, are you treating?" Tao Qingyu, "Then let's have dinner together." Lin Qingxue, "Okay, I can leave work early tonight." Wu Yusin, "We sisters also have time." Chan Wanyi, "Okay, see you tonight." Jia Shanshan, "I'm fine with it too." Li Yang glanced at the girls' affirmative answers, stepped on the gas, and drove the car towards the children's clothing store. Upon arriving at the children's clothing store, Li Yang got out of the car with the 9 little ones, which thrilled the store owner. "Oh my, where did these 9 little angels come from? They're so cute." Li Yang is holding a live streaming stand in his hand. "Dude, what's your secret to having 9 daughters? Can you share it?" "Hey buddy, a friend of mine also wants to know." Li Yan laughed, "I've had 9 daughters now, so I'll only be able to enjoy the good life in the future. You know how much pressure there is to have a son these days." Yes, families have so many advantages when they have daughters these days. That's not entirely true. Boys and girls are the same, aren't they? Chapter 15: A small mishap before dinner. At this moment, Li Yang is in the store with his 9 daughters, picking out clothes. Li Yang doesn't have much of an eye for children's clothes. After picking out a few, his daughter disliked them. Just let him, the father, walk away, and let them choose for themselves. Fortunately, the staff and the owner were all very kind people. After spending more than 2,000 yuan there, Li Yang took his daughters to a restaurant. Because there were many people, he chose a Chinese restaurant, since they have all kinds of dishes and can cater to everyone's tastes. This hotel is actually not cheap, it's considered a high-end hotel. Li Yang led his 9 daughters to the hotel entrance, just as a group of people approached. The leaders were none other than Lu Ruyan and Chen Hao. The 2 men were taken aback. Li Yang, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you weren't coming because you were taking care of the kids? Lu Ruyan's lips curled up. Look everyone, this is Li Yang's job, a professional stay-at-home dad. Chen Hao, standing to the side, was also quite smug. Li Yang, if you really can't do it, you can come work at my family's factory. Taking care of children and making money is a woman's job. Other university classmates also remembered Li Yang. Has Li Yang really become a stay-at-home dad? I really didn't expect that. Yes, Li Yang was quite a handsome man. How did he end up like this? I heard he even broke up with Ruyan. Lu Ruyan said disdainfully, he's no longer good enough for me. Several girls next to Li Yang immediately rolled their eyes. Any of our sisters' mothers are prettier than you, you old hag. Other girls chimed in, yeah, old lady, if you're that ugly, you shouldn't come out and scare people, okay? Exactly, someone like you being with our dad is just making you look good. Lu Ruyan was surprised that in just one day, these little girls had become even more skilled at swearing. What are you saying? You bunch of little rascals. The students were all puzzled. Li Yang, what's going on? When did you get so many daughters? That's right, when I saw you last year, weren't you still with Lu Ruyan? Zhang Xiaoduo put her hands on her hips and said, uncles, this old aunt is not good enough for my dad. My dad has my mom. The other little girls chimed in, yes, our dads have our moms too. Hearing this, the people present became even more confused. Lu Ruyan sneered, oh dear, this is really hard to keep up with. He's just someone else's stay-at-home dad. The other students also laughed. Li Yang, you didn't accidentally become a father, did you? Or you're helping someone else take over a bad deal. Your skills in taking over bad deals are quite impressive. Just then, a few cars stopped on the side of the road a little further away. Then, long legs emerged from the driver's seat. Although some of these cars may not be considered luxury cars, their long legs are a major advantage. The children's eyes lit up, and they all turned around and exclaimed in surprise. It's Mommy. Mommy's here. My mom came too, and she looks so beautiful today. My mom is beautiful too. At this moment, the women who got out of the car all walked towards Li Yang. Leading the group was the domineering Tao Qingyu, followed by Lin Qingxue and Jia Shanshan, then the mothers of the other children, each with their own unique charm and beauty, all equally stunning. When the other students saw this, they whispered among themselves. Isn't that Senior Zhang Rongrong? And who are these beauties? They are all good-looking, there isn't a single one who isn't attractive. Wow, this is so beautiful. Chen Hao swallowed hard. No way, these women are the mothers of these children? And Li Yang? Lu Ruyan exclaimed, impossible. Absolutely impossible. I bet it's Li Yang who's taking care of their kids. He enjoys the feeling of being an unwitting father. He's just being a masochist. The 9 daughters rushed into their mother's arms. In an instant, Li Yang was surrounded by 9 mothers. The daughters tugged at their mother's sleeves, pointing at Li Yang and saying, Mom, they don't believe Dad is our dad. The goddess's expression shifted slightly. Then he said with a smile. Li Yang is your father. How could it not be your father? The students present were completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? So many stunningly beautiful women, and they're saying the child is Li Yang's? Wow, Li Yang. Godfather, you really have to teach us this. Yes, that's amazing. Lu Ruyan shook her head repeatedly, no, how could that be? Don't be fooled by him. At this moment, Li Yang said to the 9 mothers, I've already booked a spot. Let's go up now. The children are all hungry. Chapter 16, Self-Introductions of the 9 Mothers. Everyone nodded. Li Yang walked proudly at the front, followed by his children and their mother. This scene drew everyone's attention. It completely shattered the worldview of passers-by. Finally, Li Yang led them to the outdoor dining table on the rooftop. After everyone was seated, Li Yang said to the waiter, you can serve the food now. There was a moment of silence and awkwardness at the scene. Lin Qingxue spoke first, I am a doctor myself. Although this is miraculous, it is not entirely impossible. Chen Wanting was the oldest among them. She had delicate features and a mature demeanor. She nodded and said, I am the oldest among you, so I will speak first. This whole situation is really bizarre. I think we all need to start from the beginning and think carefully about what to do next. None of the other girls responded. Liang Xiaobing, who seemed rather frivolous, said, I think this is quite normal. A meteorite is about to hit the Earth, so it's not surprising that our daughter traveled from the future. Lin Qingxue shook her head. I think it's normal for a meteorite to hit the Earth. Our situation is even more out of the ordinary, but it's not impossible. We've already done the paternity test, so there's this problem, and there's no need to avoid it. Jia Shanshan frowned slightly. To be honest, Li Yang is quite pitiful. He started taking care of a child right after graduation. Li Yang's lips twitched. Well, actually, I've started to develop feelings for it now. My daughters are so adorable, I love them more than anything. In addition, I want to respect everyone's opinion. I'd like to arrange for all our daughters to start kindergarten soon. What do you all think? As the president, Tao Qingyu nodded, your suggestion is excellent. Let the children go to school. The other mothers nodded in agreement. If they don't go to school, it would be too hard for you to raise so many children. Yes, I agree to go to school. I agree. Basically, all 9 girls agreed. At this point, Liang Xiaobing, the spirited young lady, frowned and said, I might not be able to afford the tuition. Tao Qingyu said in a deep voice, that's not a problem. I'll help you pay for it. You're not young anymore, it's time for you to find a job. You can give me the money when you start earning it. Of the 9 mothers, Liang Xiaobing is the poorest and also the youngest. Li Yang said somewhat awkwardly, I'll cover this cost for you. Tao Qingyu and several other mothers suddenly looked up. Is this about money? This is about taking responsibility as parents. Are you worried about the money? Yes, your attitude makes us very uncomfortable. We have no romantic entanglement with you, but we have children together. You are the father of 9 children, but we are the only mother of our own children. Until things are cleared up, you can't get too close to either mother, otherwise she'll definitely show favoritism, understand? Faced with these people, most of whom were more imposing than him, Li Yang could only nod. 3 women make a drama, but 9 women would surely kill me. At this moment, Jia Shanshan came to Li Yang's rescue, saying, I was his high school teacher. Li Yang has a good personality, it's not what you think. The other 8 girls all looked at the teacher. Beast. That's a bit perverted. That's right, what kind of person is he to lay a hand on his own teacher? Li Yang looked at the women, who were inexplicably jealous, and said, no, don't talk nonsense. She was just an intern back then, and I graduated in just a few days. This. Xiao Xian smiled slightly, don't be nervous. Are you nervous in front of us? The other women also gave a half smile. Li Yang explained, I'm not nervous. I've only ever had 1 girlfriend, and now I suddenly have 9 more mothers? This leaves me somewhat unsure how to handle it. Tao Qingyu glanced at Li Yang and nodded, I understand, I get it. Everyone, please stop teasing him. I believe Li Yang is a virgin, but the problem now is that we have a child together, and we may inevitably have contact in the future. From now on, we are all in a cooperative relationship, for the good of the children. If anything happens in the future, we can communicate in the group at any time. I hope we can all get along well in the future. Li Yang nodded, that's right, from now on, we're allies. Xiao Xian suddenly stood up and said, let's introduce ourselves before we leave. My name is Xiao Xian, I'm 24 years old, and I run an entertainment venue business. The other girls nodded in agreement. Zhang Rongrong stood up and said, my name is Zhang Rongrong, I'm 25 years old, and I'm unemployed. Liang Xiaobing, 21 years old, works at a billiards hall. The others then introduced themselves one after another. Tao Qingyu, 27 years old, runs a business. Lin Qingxue, doctor, 26 years old. Wu Yusen, 24 years old, dance teacher. Wu Yuru, 24 years old, is also a dance teacher. We are twins. Chen Wani, 32 years old, I have special circumstances. My husband passed away just a few days after we got married. I am now a landlord. Jia Shanshan, 28 years old, English teacher. Li Yang couldn't help but glance over the twins. I'm so twisted in the future that I won't even spare the twins? Everyone looked at Li Yang with a half smile. Li Yang coughed lightly, I'll take a good look at you all, so I don't forget what you all look like. Scumbag, all 9 girls exclaimed in unison. Dinner went fairly well. After they left, Li Yang took his 9 daughters to the car. Once in the car, his daughter covered Li Yang's eyes from behind, saying, "Daddy, guess who I am? It smells so good? It must be crispy." No. Li Yang wouldn't listen to the child's lies and hugged her tightly, saying, "It's Xiao Susu." "Children, are you happy to be going to school?" They all shook their heads. "We're not happy, we want to be with Daddy." "Yes, we don't want to be separated from our dad." Li Yang looked at the children and said, "Don't worry, everyone. Dad will pick you up from school every day and be with you every day. We won't be separated." The 9 little ones nodded in unison. Li Yang's expression shifted slightly. Why were these children so worried about being separated from me? Would they really disappear one day? Shaking off his jumbled thoughts, Li Yang stepped on the gas, and the car slowly started moving. At that moment, the university students who had just finished eating were watching Li Yang's car taillights from afar. They all looked dejected. "I originally wanted to show off my job, but he has 9 daughters, he's definitely a winner in life." "Yes, compared to our achievements, what are they?" Lu Ruyan stomped her foot in anger. "How is that possible? It's all fake, it's all fake. I broke up with him before, and he was so angry that he had a stroke. He paid these actors to come, probably just to put on a show in front of us. Isn't it just that he wants me to think more highly of him?" These students had already gotten bored and started taking taxis one by one. Meanwhile, Li Yang continued telling stories to the children by their bedsides. "Kids, let me tell you a story about the Monkey King in the city." Ding! Storytelling proficiency plus 9. Storytelling proficiency increased to LV2, reward pack X1. Okay, that's great. I just told my daughter a story and got another gift package. Open. Congratulations, host, you have received 100,000 childcare funds, triggering a critical hit X10. Li Yang almost jumped up. This is a $1,000,000 childcare fund? This is absolutely amazing. If the level were a little higher and a critical hit were triggered, wouldn't that mean instant financial freedom? Chapter 17, taking the daughters to kindergarten. Seeing their father grinning foolishly, the daughters reached out and pinched Li Yang's nose and ears. "Dad, you're telling a story, why did you suddenly stop talking? Dad, are you slacking off?" Li Yang immediately waved his hand and shook his head, saying, "How could Daddy be lazy? Daughters, Daddy will tell you a story." As the saying goes, good news makes people feel refreshed, and Li Yang was like he had taken stimulants the next day. Braiding my daughter's hair. Ding! Your braiding skill has reached LV2. Reward, parenting gift pack X1. Open. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the martial arts mastery grandfather's compassionate palm. Li Yang groaned instantly as a flood of martial arts knowledge filled his mind. His muscles felt like they were being crawled over by ants, a tingling, numb sensation. This was his body adapting to this martial art. All Li Yang knew was that this was a palm technique that the ancients had learned from educating children, and it was extremely powerful. Wow, this is truly a baby raising system. Li Yang's lips twitched. Then I took the children downstairs and fed them during breakfast, thus gaining some free experience points. Feeding skills improved by plus 9. Congratulations, host. Your proficiency has increased to level 2. Congratulations on receiving a parenting gift pack X1. Give me some more childcare funds. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have achieved fluency in English. English? What's the use of that? Li Yang ignored it and started his live stream while eating breakfast. Li Pingyan came out, wiping the table as he said, "It's like this, I told my classmate, their school is recruiting students today. You take the children there, it'll get their school enrollment sorted out." Huh? Kids are going to school so young these days? You didn't know kids can start school at 3 years old these days? So it seems kids these days are under a lot of pressure. We were still playing in the mud at that age. That's not the same thing. In today's society, if you don't step up your game, your kids will end up working on an assembly line when they grow up. Li Yang then got into the nanny van with his 9 daughters and headed to the kindergarten according to the address his father had given him. The kindergarten is called Huirduajuo. It is a private kindergarten. The principal's surname is Wang. He looks kind. Li Yang had met him before. At that time, he never thought that one day he would bring his child to find this principal. Li Yang parked his car on the side of the road and got out with his daughters. He was then noticed by other parents. One by one, they asked curiously. What adorable girls! 9 of them at once? That's so cute. Yes, could this young man be their father? That's unlikely. It doesn't look like it. After Li Yang made a phone call to Principal Wang, the principal quickly came out and said, Xiaoyang, your father told me that it's really too much work to manage so many children at home. In that case, your 9 daughters can study at my school. Li Yang nodded, then glanced back at his somewhat nervous daughters. Don't worry, everyone, Dad will pick you up on time. Remember to get along well with your friends at school. The daughters' lips were pursed, clearly indicating they were sad. Dean Wang smiled and said, You stay with the children for a while, I'll go in first. After that, you can just go directly to Teacher Lin. After the principal left, a female teacher came out shortly afterward. She looked quite young, so she must be Teacher Lin. At this point, some parents who were sensible and knew how to navigate social situations had already stepped forward to greet them. They all praised their own children to the skies. Our child has been learning arithmetic and English since he was little, he is very good at it. Please take good care of him in the future, Ms. Lin. Yes, our child is the same way, and our child is also very sensible. Teacher Lin nodded to each parent, then parents, please leave your children to me. Li Yang approached with his 9 daughters. Teacher Lin, these are my 9 daughters. Teacher Lin was taken aback. What? How many? 9? Daughters? So what is your relationship with them? Li Yang stated frankly, I am their father. What? Teacher Lin has been a teacher for so many years, and it's not that she hasn't seen young fathers before, but she has never seen a young father with so many lovely daughters. Wait, parent, you had 9 babies in one pregnancy? Li Yang explained with a smile, it's not that I had 9 children in one pregnancy. It's a complicated story. Anyway, I'm entrusting these 9 daughters to you. Teacher Lin nodded, okay, you can leave it to me. A parent nearby said, young man, you have really had a tough time raising 9 children. The expenses and other things must be considerable. These days, it's not enough for children to just be fed after they're born. There are also various tutoring sessions and extracurricular activities. Hearing this, Li Yang smiled slightly, my 9 children are all very sensible, so it doesn't take up too much of my energy. Besides, my daughters are very smart, so tutoring? That's unnecessary. The 9 little ones immediately became enemies when they heard this unrelated uncle recommending tutoring classes to his father. Humph. Bad uncle, we're very well behaved, we don't need tutoring classes. We're smart, we can do math, we don't need tutoring. Humph. That's right, we're all very smart. The little girl's adorable appearance melted the hearts of many people online. Wow, these 9 little girls are so cute. However, it's clear that the little girls don't really like going to school. Who likes going to school? I hated school so much when I was a kid. These kids are so relatable. Teacher Lin said to Li Yang, I will tell you in the class group if anything happens later. You can go back now. Li Yang waved and said, goodbye, my daughters. Dad will come to pick you up a little later. The children nodded and turned to wave at Li Yang. After Li Yang got back to the car, he was a little reluctant to part with these little cuties, so he took out his phone and added the homeroom teacher's WeChat to see if there would be any problems. At this moment, other parents were also chatting in the class group. When Li Yang saw these chat records, he found them somewhat ridiculous. Class group. Zihan's mother, my Zihan drank water this morning but there was no teacher present. Haohao's mother, yes, my dear child. Please also pay more attention to her. I think it's very hard for Teacher Lin to ride her electric bike after get off work. How about we donate money to buy her a toy car? Li Yang was dumbfounded. Wait, is getting into kindergarten this competitive now? You want to buy the teacher a toy car too? Li Yang instinctively replied, isn't that unnecessary? It's just a kindergarten. Zihan's mother, that's all? This parent, judging from your appearance, is a father. You men take care of kids based on the principle of just keeping them alive, nothing more, so of course you think it's unnecessary. Haohao's mother, there's pressure in kindergartens these days too. All the kids are taking a placement test today. I wonder what score my child will get. Li Yang didn't mince words either, you don't need to worry about my daughter's grades. Just mind your own business. Li Yang left the group chat immediately, unable to connect with these mothers. Li Yang decided to go back and rest during the day. Although taking care of the child was quite enjoyable, he was still somewhat tired. Just as Li Yang was about to leave, his phone suddenly received a text message. He picked up his phone and saw, "It's Tao Qingyu?" What happened now? "Tao Qingyu, come to the company for a moment and do me a favor." Li Yang nodded helplessly. "Okay, I'll be right there." The car sped off towards Tao Qingyu's company. Downstairs at the cosmetics company, Li Yang's car was parked in a parking space. He took out his phone and dialed Tao Qingyu's number. "Where are you?" "I'm here." Tao Qingyu nodded, the coffee shop across from the company. "Just come in, I've been waiting for you." Li Yang found it strange. What was she doing? Her tone was so gentle it was unlike her usual self. He walked into the coffee shop, pushed open the door, and immediately saw Tao Qingyu sitting there. She also noticed Li Yang and immediately raised her hand. This. Chapter 18, Taking 9 Daughters to a Relative's Banquet. As Li Yang approached Tao Qingyu, he noticed that there was a man sitting opposite her. At this moment, the man became agitated. "What do you mean, Tao Qingyu? Our two families are all engaged in marriage, and you've brought in a man like this to spite me?" Tao Qingyu suddenly stood up and grabbed Li Yang, saying, "I'm sorry, I just like this kind of young man. If you have any objections, you can raise them with your family. Our marriage is off." The man stood up. "Fine. Tao Qingyu. Very well, I understand. From this moment on, our marriage is off." After saying that, he finished the water in his glass in one gulp and then left the coffee shop. Li Yang glanced at the woman beside him. "This. You're using me as a shield." Tao Qingyu continued, holding Li Yang's arm. "That's how it is in big families like ours. Sometimes we have no choice but to act. So I'm just using you as a shield. I might have to trouble you later." Li Yang smiled slightly. "It's all right. After all, we share the same daughter. As we said before, we're practically allies." Tao Qingyu laughed. "Come on, let me see you to your car." The two left the coffee shop and crossed the street. It was during working hours, and many employees were surprised to see their female CEO arm in arm with a young man. They all immediately took out their phones, taking photos secretly. After getting into the car, Li Yang turned his head and said, "Then I'll be going now." Tao Qingyu waved her hand. "Okay, bye-bye then. Message me if you need anything." Li Yang nodded and drove off. Before long, the news spread to various small groups within the company. "Did you guys see that? There was a handsome young man next to our CEO this morning. What else is there to say? I saw it, I even took pictures. Judging from his back, this guy must be quite young. So, the CEO likes younger women?" Upon seeing the message in the group chat while working at her desk, Lu Ruyan's expression shifted slightly. "That back view, why does it look so familiar? But our female CEO looks very familiar, I feel like I've seen her somewhere before." Meanwhile, Li Yang's phone suddenly vibrated while he was on the road. He picked it up and asked, "Hello?" A soft, sweet female voice said, "Li Yang, it's me, Chenwani." Chenwani, Chen Tingting's mother, works as a landlady. Li Yanxuan remembered her from their last meeting. "Oh, is there something you need?" Chenwani said, "I'm alone at my tenant's house, and the plumber I hired is unavailable. I wanted to ask you, the drain is clogged, can you fix it?" "Landlord? Sewer?" Li Yang couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. "Oh, well, just send me your location on WeChat, I'll come find you now." Li Yang suddenly turned the steering wheel and arrived at the designated rental apartment. Li Yang found the rental apartment based on the house number. Click. As the door to the rented room slowly opened, Li Yang looked at Chenwani, who was dressed quite maturely. I couldn't help but swallow hard. She was wearing a dress meant for mothers today, with light, elegant makeup on her face. "Chen Wani," Li Yang said. Chenwani laughed. "Come in, Li Yang, what's wrong? Am I scary?" Li Yang shook his head and followed Chenwani inside. "Wow, so sexy. Could this woman have been my girlfriend in the future, so we'll have another daughter? What kind of amazing person will I be in the future?" Chenwani said politely, "I'm really sorry, but I don't usually know any boys. You're the only young man I know, so I need your help with this kind of physical work." Following the instructions, Li Yang took the tools and helped clear the ditch. "Chenwani, I'll just call you Sister Wani, after all, you're so much older than me." Chenwani smiled and said, "Sure, what would you like to drink, milk tea or Red Bull?" Li Yang said with a smile. "Red Bull, it's more powerful." "Oh? Young people aren't being honest. Chen Wani could take a joke, after all, she was a mature woman. Not a young person. Li Yang began clearing the drain, and with varying degrees of force, the pipe was quickly cleared. Chen Wani smiled and said, "Here, have some drinks. You've worked hard." Li Yang took the drink, looked down, and exclaimed, "Wow, this woman has an amazing figure." Chen Wani smiled and said, "I live not far away, why don't you come and sit with me for a while?" Li Yang almost spat out his Red Bull. "Ahem, I have to go pick up the kids, sorry. Next time." Seeing Li Yang flee in panic, Chen Wani laughed, "Picking up the child so early? What a coward." After Li Yang got back into his car, he subconsciously stepped on the gas and left the rented room. Let's go to kindergarten. This woman is something else, her charm is off the charts. Back outside the kindergarten, Li Yang played on his phone in the car for a while, and then more and more other parents gradually appeared around him. Before long, the children came out of the kindergarten. Li Yang, feeling both guilty and excited, stepped forward and said, "Kids, Dad's here to pick you up from school." The 9 daughters rushed to Li Yang. They surrounded Li Yang, saying, "Dad. Dad, I missed you. Dad. I got praised by my teacher today." "Yes, Dad, and me too. Daddy, can you kiss me?" Li Yang crouched down and tapped Lin Xiaoyuan's cheek. "Good girl, great job." Ding. Host kisses daughter, kissing child proficiency +1. Li Yang's expression shifted. "No way. You even have a knack for it with your own child? My darlings. Daddy will give you kisses, okay?" Li Yang kissed each of his daughters. Ding. Child loving proficiency +8. The daughters were immediately delighted, jumping and skipping around at the school gate. At this moment, the homeroom teacher walked over and said, "Mr. Li, your 9 daughters took the placement test today, and they all ranked in the top 9 in both math and English." Zhang Xiaoduo excitedly said, "Dad, I'm number 1. Xiao Tongtong chimed in from behind. "Dad, I'm 3rd. The other sisters also reported their achievements to their father. The other parents present were all taken aback. These 9 children are one thing, but every single one of them is so smart? Oh dear, my child is so stupid. I wish he were half as smart as these girls." Inside Li Yang's mobile live stream room. Oh my, what a blessing to have such an obedient daughter. Yes, they all excel in their studies. These 9 daughters are sure to be successful when they grow up. Li Yang stood up and said, "Dad will take you home." Just then, Li Yang's father, Li Ping'an, called and said, "Son, your aunt's son is getting married tonight. Why don't you bring your child and come with us to the wedding?" Li Yang was taken aback. "All right, I'm coming over now, and I'll take you all with me. My grandfather only had one son, his father, when he was young. But when he got old, he became senile and found a partner. This aunt was brought by her. As a result, my grandfather became senile and most of the family property was divided among his partners. Fortunately, my father had a job at that time and was able to support himself. His father is sentimental, so the 2 families still keep in touch. If it were Li Yang, he would have overturned the table 300 years ago." Arriving at the entrance of the alley, I helped my parents into the car. The little ones immediately surrounded their grandparents. "Grandma, hug me. Grandpa, can you hold me while we ride in the car?" There were so many girls that they ended up becoming the grandparents' ornaments, hanging on them one by one, making the car quite lively. Li Yang's car quickly pulled up in front of the city's largest 5-star hotel. After getting out of the car with his daughters, Li Ping'an remarked, "Your aunt is quite well off, her son's wedding is held in such a big hotel." Li Yang said disdainfully, "What? It's just the property that Grandpa left her back then." "Dad, don't be so honest. She doesn't treat you like family at all. She only knows to come to you when she asks for your wedding gift money. Where was she when you needed her help?" Li Ping'an shook his head, "All right, forget it, it's all in the past. Let's just have a nice meal today." Li Yang shook his head speechlessly and led his 9 daughters inside. Just as he reached the door, his aunt saw Li Yang and walked up to him with a smile. "Oh, isn't this Li Yang? You've graduated too, right? Where have you been working lately? Wait, who are these kids?" Chapter 19, forcing them to give up their seats. Upon seeing this, Li Ping'an and Lin Shu immediately stepped forward. "Congratulations, congratulations. These kids, it's a long story." The aunt scoffed, "Ping'an, are you serious? You brought so many kids here just to make your money back? Oh my, this is really Li Yang spoke up before his father could, saying, "We paid for it, why can't we eat here?" "What? You're so poor, you can't afford it if I bring my 9 daughters to eat?" "You? 9 daughters? Bah!" She shook her head. "If you want to bring your relatives' children over to eat, then bring them. Why lie and say they're your daughters? Do you think I'm stupid? You're still living in a run-down apartment in this city. What woman in this city would want to have your child?" When the 9 daughters heard this, they were shocked that the woman was talking about their father. How could this be allowed? Xiao Tongtong stepped forward and said, "You can't talk about my dad like that. I have a mom. My mom is very capable and rich. If my dad wants a house, he can just say the word." The aunt nearly burst out laughing. "Little girl, are you saying your mother is super rich? And that she's interested in Li Yang? Oh my god, is she doing charity work? There's no such thing as a free lunch." Tong Tong pouts. Zhang Xiaoduo stepped forward, hands on her hips, and said, "You big bad guy, my mom's business is huge, big enough to buy this whole place, that'll scare you to death." This aunt, being from an outsider family, had looked down on Li Yang since childhood and refused to believe the two children's words. "Oh my, this is hilarious. If your father really has a wife as amazing as your mother, then let me see her." Li Pingyan and Lin Shu are both honest people, and they are also teachers. He was kind and gentle his whole life. They never argue. "Oh, Ping, let it go. It's such a joyous occasion. Why are you arguing with the child?" Li Yang blocked his parents' way and said to his aunt, "No, if you don't let us eat, we'll leave now." The 9 little girls all pouted. "Humph. You bad guy. Old witch. I'm not talking to you." The aunt pointed to the banquet hall and said, "The hospitality was inadequate, please go in." Xiao Tongtong held her father's hand and said, "Daddy, we're not eating anymore. This bad guy doesn't welcome us." The other daughters nodded in agreement. "We're not eating it, huh? What are you so smug about? That's right, our dad is so rich, he took us to a Thai restaurant. You big bad guy." Li Yang smiled slightly, "My darlings, you should eat more later. This is a 5-star restaurant, and Grandpa and Grandma gave us a gift of money. If we don't eat our money back, wouldn't we be losing out? What do you think?" Upon hearing that they had already received payment, the 9 adorable girls put in their best effort. "Don't worry, Dad, Xiao Yuan will definitely bankrupt them. Xiao Duo will eat a little more too. Susu wants to eat lots and lots of their meat. Hee, Tonton wants to eat lots and lots too." Li Pingyan grew increasingly fond of his granddaughters and said to Lin Shu, "All right, let's go inside and find a place to sit down." The aunt rolled her eyes. "Oh my, you guys can really eat. You'd better try and eat me into bankruptcy." The 9 daughters turned around and rolled their eyes. Hee. You bad guy. We might eat it, you'll regret it later." The family found a large empty table and sat down. Li Yang sat in the center, flanked by his 9 daughters. Then came Li Pingyan and Lin Shu. The whole family booked the entire table. The appearance of the 9 little angels attracted a lot of attention at the scene. Relatives and friends whispered among themselves, "Are these the boys' or the girls' children? These kids are so cute. Yes, those 9 little angels are so cute. I hope we can have a daughter in the future." At this moment, Li Yang took out his phone and started a live broadcast. On stage, his so-called younger brother and wife were already going through the ceremony. At this moment, a relative whispered something. "I heard that the groom, Lu Datsai, now works for a large company and is a junior manager in a department, which is why he can afford it." "Really? By the way, doesn't that Lu Datsai have an older brother? I think he graduated from university. What's he been doing lately?" Many people looked at Li Yang's back. "I don't know. I heard he went to university for 4 years, but nobody knows what he's doing now. I think he's at home. Oh dear, so this university degree might not be useful." Dekai, despite graduating from high school, has already become a leader at a young age. Therefore, social experience is more useful than anything else. Just then, Lu Datsai's mother, who was also his aunt, walked over. "Yes, my son didn't study much, but he started working at a young age. He's experienced and hardworking, which is why he's so outstanding. And today, the company boss is coming. Oh my, you think my son has a lot of influence?" Li Yang listened with a disdainful smile. If it weren't for the inheritance left by my grandfather, he wouldn't be able to afford this wedding. Just then, the ceremony on stage was almost over. Just then, the door to the wedding venue was pushed open, and Tao Qingyu walked in slowly with several senior executives. Lu Datsai's expression shifted, and he immediately left his wife behind to step forward. Mr. Tao, it's an honor to have you here. I'll arrange a seat for you here, please come this way. Tao Qingyu's expression shifted slightly as she noticed Li Yang sitting a short distance away. Why was Li Yang here too? She was delighted. No need, I'll sit over there. Upon hearing this, Lu Datsai laughed and said, Oh dear, that's a poor relative of mine over there. Please come this way. Hearing the commotion, Lu Ping, Li Yang's aunt by a different surname, immediately rushed forward. Oh my, is this your CEO Tao? He's really handsome. Son, what are you waiting for? Quickly invite your general manager Tao to take a seat over there. It's truly an honor for us to have you here. Lu Datsai also gestured for her to come over. Tao Qingyu shook her head. No need, I'll just sit over there. Lu Ping's expression shifted. How could she let President Tao sit with those poor bastards? Isn't this disrespectful to the leader? That Li Yang is my brother's kid. He's got a really poor look about him. We'd better not get too close to him, or we might disturb our important guest. Just as Tao Qingyu was about to explain, Lu Datsai suddenly said, Oh, it's nothing, Mom. Maybe the boss likes that position. How about this, you have Li Yang and his family changed to a different table. Upon hearing this, Lu Ping immediately nodded. My son is so thoughtful. My useless older brother and his son are taking up your seat. I'll have them move to another table. Tao Qingyu quickly raised her hand. No need, I can share a table with them. Lu Ping smiled and said, How can that be? You are my son's boss. I can't let my boss make do with this. She walked up to Li Yang alone and said with a smile, Li Ping'an, have your son move out of here with these little things? My son's boss is here, and she's taken a liking to this spot. Li Ping'an was drinking tea when he heard this and looked up in confusion, saying, Wait, there's no sign on this table. We sat here first, so why should we give up our seats? Why should we? Lu Ping, we're here today for your son's wedding. You already disliked my granddaughters outside, and we almost got into a fight. Now that we're eating here, you're picking a fight again. I'm still your brother. Li Yang turned his head and his eyes flickered. Tao Qingyu? What's she doing here? Could it be such a coincidence? Fine, you want us to move out, right? Lu Ping snorted coldly. Li Yang, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you've been hanging out on your phone all day since you graduated from university, not knowing what you're doing. Look at your younger brother, he's younger than you, has a better job, and he's got a wife. Now, you should step aside, it's for your brother's good. Listen to me, hurry up and step aside. Li Yang glanced at his daughters, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, I suggest you don't make me get up, otherwise your son won't be able to handle the consequences. Lu Ping almost laughed out of anger. Oh my, what a big mouth you have. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were very capable and had a high status. How about this, you lead them aside now, and I'll have my son get 2 of the remaining dolls from the game for them. What do you think? The 9 little angels all shook their heads. Humph. We don't want the doll, we just want to sit here with Daddy. Yes, sisters, we're not leaving, we're going to eat here. The children nodded in agreement. Lu Ping thought to herself that if she couldn't handle this, President Tao would think she couldn't even handle such a small matter, so she immediately turned to the groomsmen and said, Help me change the positions of these little ones. Since they won't leave, I'll kick them out. Upon hearing this, several groomsmen were about to step forward when Li Yang immediately stood up. He said coldly, You dare to lay a hand on me and see what happens. Li Pingan and Lin Shu were also furious. After all, they had come to drink, and this person dared to touch their granddaughter for no reason. How could they tolerate this? Li Pingan snorted coldly, If you've made such a scene, then don't eat the food. Let's go. The 9 little cuties all nodded. They followed the 2 elders down from the table. If Grandpa and Grandma aren't eating, then we won't eat either. Yeah, we don't want to eat your rotten food. You can keep it and eat it yourselves. The little cuties were muttering to themselves. Just then, Tao Yaoyao, who had just gotten off the table, turned around and was surprised to find that it was her mother. Her eyes lit up immediately. Mom. After shouting that, he happily rushed towards Tao Qingyu. Seeing this, Lu Datsai thought the brat was just fooling around and saw his chance to show off, so he immediately stepped forward to kick Yao Yao. Tao Qingyu reacted quickly, slapping Lu Datsai across the face with her backhand. Are you crazy? What do you think you're doing, Section Chief Lu? Lu Datsai was stunned by the beating. He glanced back at his boss and thought that his boss liked children. I'm afraid this poor kid will get the boss's clothes dirty. At this moment, Tao Yaoyao had already walked up to him, and Li Yang quickly ran over after her. Lu Ping also ran back awkwardly and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Tao, she's just a little kid who doesn't know any better. She frightened you. Li Yang, why don't you take this little thing and apologize to her? Li Yang sighed, every family has an awkward relative, please don't take offense. Tao Qingyu smiled slightly. Understand. Lu Ping was still confused. Li Yang. Are you crazy? Do you know who this is? How dare you speak to her like that? Li Yang smiled helplessly. At this moment, Tao Yaoyao suddenly stepped forward, grabbed her mother's clothes, and said smugly, of course Yaoyao knows who she is. She is Yaoyao's mother. Silence. The scene fell silent instantly. Lu Datsai suddenly laughed and said, oh dear, the child is talking nonsense. President Tao, please don't take offense. You're so beautiful that even this wild child wants to call you mom. That area will be cleared out soon, you can take a seat now. Lu Ping nodded in agreement, yes, Mr. Tao, you may take a seat now. Suddenly, amidst the puzzled looks of the crowd, Tao Qingyu knelt down and hugged Tao Yaoyao, saying gently, what a coincidence, baby is here too. Did you miss your mother? Tao Yaoyao shook her head and then nodded. I miss my mom, but I'm happy because my dad is with me. Mom? At this moment, Lu Datsai felt that his brain was not enough to process what was happening, and even his body was stiff. Lu Ping's smile froze on her face. Li Yang stepped forward and said with a smile, it just so happens that this Lu Datsai is a younger brother of mine who is not related to me by blood, so I came to have a drink. I didn't expect you to see me make a fool of myself. Tao Qingyu nodded, perfect timing, I was just about to leave too, shall we go together? Li Yang nodded. Li Pingan and Lin Shu watched this scene with smiles. If it weren't for their son, that rascal, having 9 girlfriends and having trouble choosing, this one would be perfect, he looks so composed. Seeing Tao Qingyu about to turn around, Lu Datsai finally realized what was happening, President Tao. What's going on? Li Yang, he. Chapter 20 How much dowry should I require to marry a girl from a wealthy family? Tao Qingyu smiled slightly, turned around and glanced at Lu Datsai, go to the finance department tomorrow and complete the resignation procedures. Lu Datsai's heart sank immediately. No. Mr. Tao, why is this happening? Why are you standing up for Li Yang? Lu Datsai, whose imagination was lacking, couldn't understand why his boss would fire him for Li Yang and his bastard children. Tao Qingyu smiled slightly, didn't you hear what the child called me? Lu Datsai felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, he was completely dumbfounded. No, Mr. Tao, you must be joking. And I didn't do this on purpose, why do I have to go through the resignation procedures? Please tell me. Lu Ping, standing nearby, was very anxious. Li Yang. What's wrong with this kid? How did he get involved with President Tao? Isn't President Tao not married yet? Li Pingyan was also angry. He turned his head and said, none of your business, son, let's go. Tao Qingyu glanced at Lu Datsai indifferently, I don't think you're capable of doing the company's job well, so this matter is settled. Lu Datsai was dumbfounded. What kind of talk was this? He was going to lose his job just like that? How can that be? Mr. Tao. Mr. Tao, please wait a moment. He abandoned his bride and chased after her, shouting, how can I live without this job, Mr. Tao? He chased after her all the way out, and then cried out, President Tao, without this job of yours, I'm finished. Watching the nanny van and the Mercedes-Benz South Class drive away, Lu Datsai burst into tears. The bride, carrying her wedding dress, rushed out from behind him, just as Lu Datsai stood up. Baby, I. Snap. The bride slapped him across the face, yelling, useless. What use are you to me? Now you've lost your job, I want a divorce. Lu Datsai was dumbfounded. No, wife, why do you want to divorce me? Today is our wedding day. The bride was already taking off her wedding dress. I only married you because you have a promising future. And now, what do you have left? Lu Ping rushed out of the wedding venue, frantically pacing around. What are we going to do now? It's all over. Who knew that little bastard was President Tao's child? Could it be that Li Yang is Tao's kept man? Oh dear, who would have guessed that? The group that hadn't eaten decided to go to another restaurant. Once there, Li Pingyan said to Tao Qingyu, "This, daughter, my good-for-nothing son is so ignorant and has made you suffer. Let's have a meal today." Li Pingyan, a teacher all his life, never dreamed that his son would be entangled with 9 girls. He was so embarrassed that he didn't even have the confidence to speak now. Tao Qingyu smiled slightly. "Uncle, it's all right. This can't be entirely blamed on Li Yang. He's a decent person." Upon hearing this, Li Yang was stunned. He pointed to himself and said, "No, what did I do wrong?" Lin Shu coughed and said, "Li Yang, I've been through this before. It's hard for a woman to raise a child all by herself. Don't try to take advantage of me and act innocent." Li Yang covered his face. "No, I've already explained to my parents that this is a problem with Earth. Who let the child travel through time, and even 9 times in one go? It might be related to changes in Earth's gravity, or changes in the magnetic field caused by a comet approaching Earth. Whatever it is related to, it has nothing to do with him." Tao Yaoyao, who was standing to the side, covered her mouth and suddenly said, Mom is so beautiful, she and Dad are a match made in heaven." The other cuties shook their heads upon hearing this. Lin Xiaoyuan said, "My dad and my mom are a better match. My mom is very beautiful, she's the most beautiful girl in the hospital." Xiao Tongtong refused again, "My mother is more suitable. My mother is a rich lady, she has long legs in black stockings." Liang Susu put her hands on her hips and said, "My mom is really good at playing billiards. My dad and my mom are a perfect match." After this argument, the other children all objected. "Humph. My mom knows yoga. My mom hits people. My mom dares to eat shit, would your mom dare to?" Li Yang quickly stopped the children from letting their imaginations run wild. "Okay, everyone's moms are all beautiful and wonderful, and their dads all like them very much." Li Pinggan and Lin Shu were even more embarrassed. Tao Qingyu smiled slightly. "Some people are quite philanthropic, liking 9 at once, right?" Li Yang felt embarrassed. "Hey, I'm just trying to soothe the kids, so don't join in the commotion. You know I didn't even know you guys a few days ago." Tao Qingyu sighed. All right, you're not wrong, we're the ones who are wrong." Li Pingyan's face darkened. "You bastard. How can you talk to your wife like that? Don't be so rude when you talk to girls. Your emotional intelligence is not as good as your father's. Back when your father was pursuing your mother. That's incredibly high emotional intelligence." Lin Shu showed no mercy. "You're so quiet, you wouldn't say a word if I hadn't taken a liking to you from the start. Who do you think you could have caught up with?" Li Yang covered his mouth and chuckled, looking at his father's purplish-red face. "All right, Dad, let's stop showing off. Sit down, I'll order." Tao Qingyu immediately waved to the waiter beside her, "Let me treat Uncle and Aunt to dinner." He then took out a gold card, saying, "Use this membership card of mine." The waiter was taken aback. This was a VIP gold card that was supposedly reserved for the restaurant's top executives. He immediately dared not be negligent and said, "Okay, I'll arrange it for you right away." Tao Qingyu casually ordered the restaurant's signature dishes. After the waiter left, Li Pingyan's expression changed slightly. "Hey, Tao, your business is pretty big, isn't it?" Tao Qingyu explained, "My family has many businesses, ranging from catering to manufacturing. I also run a cosmetics production and design company, which is my personal business." Li Pingyan's mouth slowly opened. Li Yang coughed and said, "Your business is quite large. I thought you meant opening a shop or something when you said business. Tao Qingyu smiled slightly. "You could call it opening a shop, it's just a bit big." Lin Shu whispered in her husband's ear, "How much dowry should we prepare for a girl like this?" Li Pingyan was dumbfounded. He shook his head frantically. "A bride price? Do you want our old bones? Our ordinary family to pay a bride price to a wealthy family? Can we even afford it?" Li Yang's family is considered well off among ordinary people, but compared to Tao Qingyu's family, it's nothing. Chapter 21, Taking the children to help the company solve a big problem. At this moment, Tao Yaoyao picked up a piece of beef and stuffed it into her mouth, smiling as she said, "Dad and Mom have me. As long as Yaoyao is here, Dad and Mom can be together." A child's unintentional remark brought a smile to Li Pingyan's face. "That's right," he thought, "no matter how much the bride price is, my granddaughter is already so grown up, what do I have to worry about?" Li Yang knew that this was the way older generations thought, so he simply stopped discussing the topic. He now focuses all his attention on the children, wiping their little mouths from time to time. They would often feed a child who had forgotten to eat. Seeing how sensible the children were, Tao Qingyu felt relieved. After all, Li Yang was a boy, and generally speaking, boys are careless when taking care of children. She didn't expect Li Yang to be so meticulous. In a good mood, she smiled and said, "Li Yang, your current house is too small. I have a large apartment in the city for you to use when you're taking care of the kids." Before Li Yang could say anything, Li Pingyan immediately said, "How can this be? We've already accepted your car, and now you're giving us a house too? It wouldn't look good if word got out. Our yard is big enough for the kids to run around and play in." Tao Yaoyao considered that this might be a matter of the man's pride, so she kept quiet. Li Yang glanced at his father and thought to himself, what a pity. That's a large apartment in the city center. It must be worth a fortune. Ding. Parenting System Guide. Praising your child will also collect proficiency points. Upgrading proficiency points will reward you with a gift pack. Li Yang was taken aback. It seemed that the system had quite a few functions, including praising children. He patted Tao Yaoyao's head and said, "My Yaoyao eats so well." Ding. Praise your child's proficiency +1. Li Yang noticed that the other 8 little cuties were all looking up at him expectantly. He then turned around and praised them one by one. "Xiao Jiu's eyes are so beautiful, do they look like her mother's? Ting Ting, your ears are especially beautiful." Tao Qingyu saw this and felt even more at ease. "You're quite good at treating everyone fairly?" Li Yang nodded. "They are the most sensitive right now. If you only praise one of them, the others will be hurt." Tao Qingyu nodded, "Then I'm relieved. Everyone, eat your vegetables, don't just focus on watching the children." Li Pinggan and Lin Shu were also relieved. Although their son was absurd, he was quite adept at taking care of children. After the family had finished eating, Tao Qingyu naturally paid the bill. When it came time to pay the bill, Li Yang secretly went to pay, but the waiter said that Tao Qingyu had already paid. Li Yang decided to stop worrying about these things. After all, she was a CEO and a mother, so he didn't need to be so formal. "I just finished feeding all the kids and successfully raised my feeding kids proficiency to LV2. Let's have a lucky draw. System, have you opened the gift pack yet?" Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired God-level hacking talent. Congratulations, host, you have received 500,000 in childcare funds. 500,000 yuan for childcare? That's great. A God-level hacker, if he passes on this talent to his children, won't they all be hacking prodigies in the future? Of course, they are still young, and the proportion of talent they inherit is not high. It should be noted that the proportion of talent inherited by the system is the percentage obtained by multiplying the child's age by 2. At this moment, Tao Qingyu picked up her phone and put it to her ear. "Okay, I understand. Li Yang, I have to go. There's been a problem with the company's network security. Our company lost a lot of important data due to a hacker intrusion." Li Yang's expression suddenly changed. "Well, I just graduated with a degree in computer science, and I'm quite good at cybersecurity. Let me go with you to take a look." Tao Qingyu nodded, "Then I'll have my secretary help you take care of the child later." Li Yang nodded, turned around and clapped his hands, saying, "Daughters, come with Daddy to your Whisper Mommy's company. Daddy needs to help out with something. Can you come with me?" The 9 little angels pretended to be deep in thought before nodding. "Okay, I'll allow Dad to help. I've given my permission, but Tong Tong has to come along. Hee, I want to go with Daddy." Li Yang smiled gently. "Alright then, Mom and Dad, you can go back first. I'll take the child and Qingyu to the company." Seeing Li Yang and Tao Qingyu so close, Li Pingyan and Lin Shu immediately nodded repeatedly. Hey, you two go on your date, don't worry about us." Li Yang turned around and glared at the 2 elderly people. "I'm going to help." Seeing the 2 women's ant-like smiles, Li Yang sighed, guessing that the 2 old people had already decided that Tao Qingyu was their intended daughter-in-law. "But what can I do? Who knows what will happen in the future that will result in me having 9 children? How am I supposed to choose a mother for these 9 children? What a terrible thing to do. Then let's set off now." Tao Qingyu nodded. "Okay, let's go now." Soon we arrived at the company building, where 2 female secretaries came forward to greet us. I saw Li Yang with 9 adorable little ones. Their eyes instantly turned into hearts. What an adorable baby. Yes, and there are 9 of them at once, they're so cute. Tao Qingyu instructed them, please help us carry these things, we need to check on the company's network. The secretary nodded and said, we've just found out what happened. It was done by the internationally renowned hacker Alpha. We ordinary programmers are no match for such professional hackers. Tao Qingyu's expression shifted, it seemed that bringing Li Yang over would be pointless. She glanced at Li Yang beside her, who smiled slightly and said, it's alright, I'm still confident. Where is your server room? Just take me there. Seeing Li Yang's confidence, Tao Qingyu nodded. Then they headed towards the elevator, just as it was time to leave work. As the elevator doors slowly opened, a group of employees leaving work stepped out. Lu Ruyan and Li Yang just missed each other. She turned around abruptly, and Li Yang's 9 daughters walked past her. These little cuties also noticed the ugly old lady and began to whisper among themselves. Why is it you again, you ugly auntie? Get out of my way. Hee hee, yes, old lady, it's not good for someone as ugly as you to be blocking the way. Lu Ruyan blushed instantly. Why are these brats here again? Ha? What are you doing at my company? They had already slipped inside. Just before the elevator doors closed, she seemed to catch a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. Was that Mr. Tao, the company's boss? She's actually getting involved with Li Yang? Is Li Yang helping President Tao take care of his child? That's impossible. She wanted to follow and find out what was going on, but the elevator had already started going up. Damn it! There were too many colleagues leaving get off work, and with her head down, she only caught a glimpse of a few children. Could it be that Li Yang really has some kind of relationship with the company president? That's impossible. I'll wait for him to come down here. I refuse to believe it. Is this Li Yang the president's mistress? She squatted on the sofa in the lobby, waiting for Li Yang to come down. Meanwhile, outside the company's high-level computer room, Li Yang squatted down and said to the little ones, Daddy will be working on the computer in the computer room for a bit. Why don't you play with Auntie Secretary here? The little cuties all nodded. Tao Qingyu led Li Yang into the computer room. The 2 secretaries were responsible for taking care of the children, and naturally they dared not neglect their duties after receiving instructions from President Tao. A secretary asked curiously, Honey, who is Mr. Tao to you? Chapter 22, The Stay-at-Home Dad is a God-level hacker. Among the few adorable children, Lin Xiaoyuan glanced at the secretary in front of her and said, I call her Aunt Tao. The secretary was taken aback. Both of them were shocked. Could it be that President Tao, who never interacts with men, really did find a male college student as a man, just like the recent rumors? You wouldn't happen to be Mr. Tao's daughters, would you? My God, Ms. Tao gave birth to 9 children in one pregnancy? The little cuties all shook their heads. Aunt Tao is not our mother. No, my mother's name is Wu Yuru. My mother's name is Jia Shanshan. The 2 secretaries were relieved, but then the little cuties suddenly pointed at Tao Yao Yao. Tao's mother is Yao Yao's mother. Not our mother. The smiles on the 2 secretaries' faces froze. What? Tao and Nanda have a child, and it's already 5 years old? Holy crap! Li Yang glanced at the computer in the server room and frowned slightly. Tao Qingyu sighed, don't force yourself if you can't solve it. I'll get someone to come and help. After all, it's the internationally renowned hacker Alpha. Their team likes to rob businesses, and they're very difficult to deal with. I'll call the professionals for professional matters. She slowly turned around, took out her phone, and said, yes, your team needs to take over. The situation is quite urgent, and our programmers here are helpless, so we're sorry to trouble you. Overtime pay is negotiable. Just then, she was drawn to the sound of rapid keyboard typing. She slowly turned around and looked at Li Yang with a puzzled expression. What are you doing? Li Yang pressed the enter key and then explained, I restored your network and removed the virus hidden in the registry. What? You solved it? Even my professional team couldn't solve it, and you solved it? Tao Qingyu could hardly believe her eyes. Let me see. Tao Qingyu was so excited that she stepped forward, but twisted her ankle in her high heels. She suddenly threw herself into Li Yang's arms. The 2 locked eyes. There was a moment of silence. Are your feet all right? Li Yang asked. Tao Qingyu's face flushed slightly. Actually, from this angle, the young man was quite handsome. No. It's nothing. Li Yang reached out and steadied Tao Qingyu's body. Don't be fooled by the fact that this CEO looks tough on the outside. In reality, she's actually quite sweet and soft. But, would a beauty of this caliber really be my girlfriend in the future? And he'll have my child? Tao Qingyu's attention finally shifted to the computer. Suddenly his expression changed. It really works. That's wonderful. Li Yang, you've done me a huge favor. Now I can make sure the head of technology doesn't have to come. She took out her phone. Hello, Minister Gao, a friend of mine has solved the problem. You don't need to come in to work overtime. The minister said, impossible, Qingyu, you've been fooled. Alpha's attack, there are no more than 5 people in the entire Binhai who can handle it, and I, Gao Kaixing, am one of them. President Tao, Qingyu, wait a moment, I'm coming right now. Tao Qingyu frowned slightly, but I believe him. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Sorry, this minister seems to have some mental issues. Li Yang shook his head. That's normal. I'm just a college graduate. It's normal for them not to believe me. Before coming here, he himself didn't know he could solve it. At that very moment, bang! A man pushed open the door to the server room. The high-achieving student he had just spoken to on the phone was already there. Seeing Li Hui so close to his CEO, he sneered, "Where did this little liar come from, so young? Did you really resolve this hacking incident?" Li Yang nodded. It's me. The high-achieving student looked incredulous and walked closer, asking, "How old are you? What school did you graduate from?" Binhai University, 24 this year. 24, just graduated, right? How could he possibly solve this? The system seems fine, and the registry is so cleaned up, there's no sign of a virus. Is this really your doing? Tao Qingyu nodded. Minister Gao, it was Li Yang who helped solve it. Li Yang suddenly said, there's a vulnerability in the underlying system. I'll fix it for you so it won't cause problems again next time. Tao Qingyu nodded and patted Li Yang on the shoulder. Okay, I believe you can find so many problems. Cold sweat trickled down the brilliant student's forehead. How come there was this person next to the CEO when he wasn't watching him for a moment? My position is in grave danger. President Tao, what does he know about low-level code? All of this low-level code was typed out by me, one by one, while working overtime. He's just a college graduate, what does he know? Kid, where do you work now? Li Yang blurted out, stay home and take care of the kids. Ha! He's just a stay-at-home dad, and you want to improve my status as a low-level worker? Before Gao Kaixing could finish speaking, Li Yang had already taken action. It's probably a problem with your habits, making you easy for the other side to figure out. It can be solved with just one more line of code. Li Yang finished speaking, his hand already stopped. Alright, I've solved it. Mission accomplished. I'm leaving. Tao Qingyu nodded, okay, then I'll take you. Gao Kaixing stood behind him, shaking his head and saying, impossible, impossible, how could this be? He really modified my code, how come I didn't notice the problem? The two walked to the entrance of the server room, where the little cuties were gathered around the two secretaries, laughing and joking. Li Yang squatted down and asked, daughters, what are you doing? Wu Wu giggled and said, Dad, we're braiding the hair of our two older sisters. Is it pretty? At this moment, the two female secretaries had their hair tied up in their own strange ways. But they weren't angry. President Tao, these children are so adorable. Yes, she's both sensible and funny. These little cuties are grinning from ear to ear, they're having a really happy time. Li Yang smiled and said, having so much fun with the ladies? Why don't you stay and work with them? The little cuties all shook their heads. Li Yang turned to Tao Qingyu and said, it's getting late, I have to take the children back and put them to sleep. Tao Qingyu was still in shock. She hadn't expected Li Yang to be so capable. Okay, then you take the child back first. At that moment, Minister Gao rushed out of the computer room, asking, where's that person? He is incredibly talented, Mr. Tao. We must keep him in our department and hire him. Tao Qingyu shook her head. He already has a job. What kind of job? Minister Gao asked, puzzled. Tao Qingyu smiled slightly, Dad. Chapter 23. Dad has absolutely no experience in dating. Li Yang led the little cuties to the lobby on the first floor. Lu Ruyan, who had been waiting there and was dozing off, suddenly changed her expression and stood up to block their way. Li Yang, stop. Li Yang's little darlings immediately put their hands on their hips and went into battle mode. It's that old lady again. Why are you harassing our dad? Auntie, aren't you ashamed? I know my dad is very outstanding, but you really won't be able to get married if you keep this up. Auntie, you've fallen on hard times, you should just stand aside. Lu Ruyan never dreamed that she would be mocked like this by a few children. You kids, is it really okay to have such a sharp tongue? Other employees of the company were drawn over and began pointing and whispering. This young man seems to be the one who was with our CEO Tao last time. Not only that, I just saw President Tao go upstairs with him. So this young man might be one of General Manager Tao's people? Is this new employee so reckless? Lu Ruyan's eyes darted around, and she said without much confidence, Li Yang, are you trying to make me angry? Ever since we broke up that day, have you been conspiring with someone to make me angry? Li Yang rolled his eyes, speechless. Lu Ruyan, with such a vivid imagination, I suggest you go write novels. Xiao Tonton snorted coldly, Auntie, move aside, don't block our way, okay? The other cuties also started making funny faces. Li Yang stepped forward and said, excuse me. After saying that, he turned around and left the company with the children. Lu Ruyan's expression grew increasingly grim. She was now beginning to doubt whether her decision back then was a mistake. Because Li Yang's family was too ordinary at the time, she deliberately made things difficult for him to break up with her. She never expected that Li Yang would become more and more extraordinary now. Li Yang got the children into the car, stepped on the gas, and the car sped away from the company. After returning home, Li Yang got out of the car with his 9 daughters. Suddenly, his phone vibrated and he saw that the homeroom teacher was tagging everyone in the parents group. When I clicked on it, I saw it was about tomorrow's kindergarten parent-child activity. Teacher Lin, dear parents, the weather will be great tomorrow. Our kindergarten has decided to hold a children's sports day, and we need parents to accompany their children to participate. Parents in the group responded enthusiastically. Zihan's mother, Zihan will attend on time. We're going to buy her new clothes and sneakers now. Haohao's mother, we actively respond to all the teacher's arrangements. Li Yan yawned and asked his probing question, Teacher, isn't it early? Can't you sleep in a little longer before coming? Zihan's mother, isn't the parent upstairs being a bit irresponsible? It's a rare opportunity to participate in parent-child activities with the children. Why can't we get up early? Other parents gave it a thumbs up, and some whose profile pictures were of lotus flowers or peach blossoms at night expressed their approval. Young parents these days really can't handle hardship. Back then, we had to do farm work and take care of our children at the same time. Compared to you, you people are already very fortunate. Li Yan was speechless. He had only asked if he could sleep in, so how did that become his fault? Did you have that much homework and activities back then? You dropped off your kids and went to work right away. How can that be the same? Teacher Lin said in the group chat, no, you can't. We'll meet at 6 o'clock. Li Yang felt a pang of despair. 6 o'clock meant he hadn't slept all night. He decided that if all else failed, he should go to bed early that night. He glanced at the group chat of 9 mothers and saw that these women were actually chatting about cosmetics, clothes, and bags. After watching for a while, Li Yan lost interest. Sweeties, how about Daddy takes you to take a bath? I need to bathe 9 children. By the time I'm done, it will probably be past 10 o'clock. But will bathing the children increase my skill level? Li Yang led the little cuties to the bathroom. Turn on the heating. Then Li Yang smiled and said, Daughters, which darling will Daddy bathe first? The children all raised their hands. Li Yang pointed at Zhang Xiaoduo, let's start with Xiaoduo. The other children pouted, and Li Yang immediately coaxed them, from now on, Dad will help you take a bath, and everyone will take turns. It will be your turn to bathe first. The children then smiled and nodded. Li Yang led Xiaoduo into the bathroom, where they washed and dried themselves. Ding! Bathing the baby, skill level +1. Li Yang's expression shifted. It really is possible. After washing one, Li Yang would take a picture and post it in the mothers group to reassure them. Zhang Rongrong, Li Yang is giving the kids a bath? That's great, the little ones look very well behaved. Xiao Xian commented, a loving father and daughter. Shan Yuanyi, be careful not to catch a cold. Is the heating on? While posting photos of his daughters taking a bath, Li Yang chatted with the 9 mothers. The mothers unanimously agreed that Li Yang was a truly good father. Tao Qingyu spoke up in the group, it's not easy for Li Yang to take care of the child. Everyone should remember to give him subsidies or help him when needed. We are only contributing a little money, which is nothing compared to the hardships Li Yang has endured. Jia Shanshan, fortunately, Li Yang is a good father, otherwise I really don't know what to do. I can imagine how my traditional parents would react to this child. I really have to thank Li Yang. Li Yang's expression shifted. Taking care of his daughter was a great way to improve his skills and earn praise from 9 mothers. What if they all want to marry me if this continues? Li Yang's lips curled up, and the children, seeing their father grinning foolishly, all shook their heads. If my mom beckons to my dad with her finger, he'll definitely pout. Who says otherwise? Our dad doesn't seem to have any dating experience at all. There's no other way, we'll just have to help dad find a girlfriend from now on. After all, we're his daughters. Yes, mom has 9 dads but only 1 dad, so we should be nice to him. Li Yang then noticed his daughters looking at him with a half smile. You little rascals, daddy is laughing at your photos. What do you mean your daddy doesn't know how to date? You're so precocious. Come on, let's continue taking a bath. In no time, the children started playing around in the bathroom, getting Li Yang soaking wet. Chapter 24. My dad isn't a single dad. That night, Li Yang lay on the bed with 9 little ones clinging to him. He was so tired that he didn't want to move a single finger. Daddy, Daddy. I want to hear you tell the story of Ultraman fighting the white bone demon. Dad, get up. Let's play a little longer. Dad, let's play hide and seek, okay? Daddy, don't want to sleep. Li Yang stared blankly at the ceiling. Why do kids have so much energy? I can't take it anymore. Why isn't time passing quickly enough? Let's get to school sooner. Suddenly, one of the daughters started crying for no apparent reason. She and the others exchanged glances and began to cry as well. Li Yang raised his hand to cover his ears. Babies, stop crying, can you let daddy sleep for a while? After all that commotion, Li Yang didn't even know when he fell asleep. The next day. Ring ring. A sudden, urgent alarm clock jolted Li Yang out of bed. He felt numb all over, and when he looked down, he saw that 9 of his daughters were clinging to him. Li Yang yawned. It's already 6 o'clock? This school is amazing, why are they holding a sports meet at this time? Li Yang got up. He pulled his daughters into the bathroom one by one, braiding their hair while kissing their cheeks. Braiding skill level +1. Kissing skills improved by 1. Once everything was almost done, I hugged each of the children and lifted them high in the air to win their favor. The children giggled and laughed. After giving the child a final kiss, my skill level finally improved. Ding! Your childcare proficiency has reached LV2. Congratulations, host, you have received a childcare gift pack. Li Yang's expression suddenly changed. Alright. Open the gift pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 300,000 in childcare funds. 300,000? 300,000 for my own daughter? That's too good to be true. Li Yang sighed inwardly. These childcare funds have almost reached 2 million in the last few days. Daughters, let's go to school. Li Pingon and Lin Shu brought the children downstairs, where they found that they had already prepared sneakers. My darlings, your grandparents have prepared matching sneakers for you. Li Yang smiled and said, my parents are so thoughtful. I forgot to prepare these sneakers. Li Pingon glared at his son. This kindergarten mainly focuses on outdoor activities. If you don't prepare sneakers, what will the children do? Li Yang smiled and said, Mom and Dad, I'll earn some money for you. The expenses at home will be high after we have children. He took out his phone and casually transferred 100,000 yuan. Li Pingon was taken aback. Huh? This, so much? You've given me way too much, I can't possibly use it all. Li Yang laughed and said, hey, just take it. This money is what their mother scraped together to raise the children, and it's meant to be spent on the children anyway. Li Pingon nodded, you're still young, and you'll need money for many things in the future. Consider this money your parents are saving for you. Go to school now. Take your breakfast with you on the way. The 9 daughters each took a steamed bun and soy milk and then got into the car. After getting on the bus, the little cuties ate heartily, munching away. We arrived at the school gate in no time. There were many cars at the school gate this morning, since everyone was there to participate in the children's sports meet. When Li Yang got off the bus with 9 adorable children, some parents turned their heads to look. Li Yang's expression shifted. Today's occasion is perfect, it's the perfect time to start a live stream. At this moment, Ms. Lin walked up and smiled slightly, saying, Mr. Li, your children are so cute, many parents are talking about them. Li Yang nodded. Oh, Teacher Lin, you're right. The other babies here are also very cute. A little further away, two mothers walked up. One of them was dressed quite elegantly. Teacher Lin smiled and said, Zihan's mother, you've arrived. Zihan's mother glanced at Li Yang and said, You're the dad who raised 9 daughters out of wedlock, right? Li Yang frowned. You must be Zihan's mother, right? Zihan's mother rolled her eyes. You're here quite early. I thought you couldn't get up. We're doing this for the child's sake, and this kind of lazy attitude won't do. Li Yang happened to be live streaming this morning. The live stream audience was amused. They're not buddies, it's just kindergarten, not high school or middle school. Today's parents are different from ours back then. My child started tutoring in kindergarten and basically has no time to rest. Roll it up, roll it all up. Li Yang retorted, the kids are only 5 years old now, they should just be happy. Zihan's mother rolled her eyes. Oh, really? Well then, you'll be slow at every step of the way. Our Zihan has been learning sports from a professional physical education teacher since she was little. She is going to become a sports specialist. We are sure that Zihan will win first place at today's sports meet. Li Yang glanced at her little boy and shook his head slightly. It's just a child's competition, as long as he's happy. That's Zihan's mother. Do you think this is the Olympics? This is hilarious. Seeing that the parents on both sides were about to start arguing, Teacher Lin said, Parents, please stop saying these things. Come with us to the playground. The 9 little ones glared at Zihan's mother. Humph. Only we sisters can get first place. Hee. That's right, Dad is right, we can definitely win. Zihan glanced at the shoes of Li Yang's children. They were just ordinary brands. Her daughter, Zihan, was decked out in designer brands from head to toe. What can he use to beat his son? The children all gathered on the playground. At this moment, the principal slowly walked over, personally took the microphone and spoke, and then Teacher Lin took out the starting pistol to invite the children to start the competition. The first activity is for the children to play 3-legged race with their parents. Families with multiple children can form groups freely, or siblings can form groups. Li Yang's expression shifted. Who wants to participate with Dad? 9 adorable children raised their hands. I want to go with my dad. I want to go with Daddy too. Wah, I don't want to hear it, I want to be with Daddy. Li Yang was completely helpless. Teacher Lin walked to the side and said, Mr. Li, what's wrong? Do all the children want to be in your group? It's obvious they really like you. Li Yang slowly exhaled, this won't do. Their mothers aren't here. How can I manage on my own? Zihan's mother laughed and said, Some people are single fathers, there's nothing we can do about it, they can't control their lower bodies, that's just how it is. Why do some people speak so rudely? Exactly, we're all parents, can't we at least be a little more polite when we talk? Zhang Xiaoduo, who was overhearing this, made a face and said, My dad isn't a single dad, I have a mom. Chapter 25. The 9 mothers are on their way. The other children also put their hands on their hips. Xiao Tongtong nodded in agreement, My mom is amazing, she's a young lady from a wealthy family. The other daughters also began to boast about having a mother who was as beautiful as an angel. The children's adorable appearance attracted the attention of many parents around them. Zihan's mother had a lot of opinions about Li Yang in the group chat, and now that she knows Li Yang is just a single father, she immediately said disdainfully, 9 children, 9 mothers? Do you think this is a wish fulfillment novel coming to life? What's wrong with kids these days? All they do is lie. He must have been cheating on his wife and fathered this illegitimate child. How could he possibly have 9 beautiful women as the child's mother? No, that's a bit much. These kids are so cute, is it so wrong for them to share their fantasies? Why did you have to expose these little girls? That woman is really awful, she even got into a fight with a child. Zihan's mother persisted, saying, They claim their mothers are female CEOs or rich heiresses, they just lie without thinking. Let me tell you, my husband is a real big boss. He owns several bars. Have you ever seen me show off? Only people who don't have anything like to show off. Ms. Lin said awkwardly, Everyone knows that Zihan's husband owns several bars, but Mr. Li's daughter only said that they have 9 imaginary mothers. We still need to protect the child's feelings. Li Yang glanced coldly at the woman. Generally speaking, he didn't like to show off in front of outsiders, but this Zihan's mother actually hurt his precious daughter like this. He immediately took out his phone and said, What my daughter said is true. Perfect, I can't play this game with all 9 of my daughters by myself. I'll call their mother over right now. The 9 daughters clapped their hands. Okay, Daddy will call Mommy to come and play with Tong Tong. Xiao Yuan also wants a mother. Yes, we all want our mothers. You old witch, you'll drive us crazy. Upon hearing this, Zihan's mother's face turned green. What did you say? You're calling me an old witch? You wild children, born without proper upbringing, your shoes are just cheap stuff, and your father is dressed in pinduoduo clothes. What kind of beautiful woman can he find to be your mother? I didn't say anything to you just now because I was giving you some face. Li Yang's face immediately turned ugly. He stepped forward, pointed at Zihan's mother, and said in a deep voice, "Apologize to the children. You hurt their feelings." Zihan's mother remained nonchalant, saying, "What can you do to me? Hit me, or I'll call the police." Li Yang sneered. With his 9 daughters here, he certainly wouldn't do anything foolish. He took out his phone and called each of the mothers one by one. Tao Qingyu was in a meeting at the company when she suddenly received a call from Li Yang. Her face darkened. Okay, I'll be right there. Wait a few minutes. At this moment, the secretary stepped forward and said, "Mr. Tao, this contract needs to be signed immediately. Nothing is more important than my child and him. I have to leave now." Tao Qingyu left in a hurry. This surprised everyone in the conference room. A child? Who is he? When did Mr. Tao have a child? On the other side, the other mothers were shocked to hear this. Their children and Li Yang had been bullied at school. This is outrageous. They all put down what they were doing. They communicated one by one in the group. Tao Qingyu, I'm on the road now, stuck in traffic. Xiao Xian, I'm on my way too. There's a traffic jam on the way to school, and it's the same here. Liang Shubing, I saw there's a traffic jam. Where are you? I'll get my friends to send motorcycles to everyone. Lin Qingxue, I've taken a temporary leave from the hospital and I'll send you my location. Wu Yusen, my sister and I are stuck in traffic at the dance studio. Could you please find someone to pick us up? Liang Xiaobing, received. Send me the location and I'll arrange your rider immediately. I have many friends, so it's perfectly feasible. So today, in the coastal city, many people witnessed a magical scene, the roar of motorcycles accompanied one after another of top beauties heading in the same direction. At that moment, Zihan's mother pointed at Li Yang and said, "Didn't you say you could call 9 mothers with just one phone call? But now, let alone 9, I haven't seen even one." Li Yang's expression shifted. They must be stuck in traffic. After all, during the morning rush hour in Binhai, cars can't move an inch without being stuck for at least an hour. It's just a traffic jam, what's the rush? Zihan's mother seemed to have heard a joke. Traffic jam? Fine, let's say there's a traffic jam. So, their non-existent mothers are going to be stuck in traffic until the end of the sports meet, huh? I've seen people who can pretend, but I've never seen anyone pretend as well as you. Everyone, please judge for yourselves. Am I wrong to say that this young man is just out of control? He must have been unable to control himself outside and is now rushing to find someone to pretend to be the child's mother. I'm older than you, and I've eaten more food than you've eaten salt, so don't take my words too seriously. Hearing the woman say this, Jia Xiaojiu, one of the 9 daughters, frowned and said, "Auntie, you know you're getting old, don't you? You're getting impatient because you don't understand my parents' way of life?" The other children giggled and covered their mouths, chuckling softly. Zhang Xiaoduo made a face and said, "Auntie, it's okay that you're old, but don't say it out loud, as if you're afraid others won't know." Exactly, she is an old witch. Liang Susu chimed in. Faced with the mockery of the 9 little cuties, who attacked women's sore spots with every word, Liang also realized that although his little cuties were children, but she is essentially a girl, and this girl has an innate talent for cursing. Zihan's mother turned green and pointed at Li Yang, saying, "No wonder they're a bunch of motherless kids, they have no manners at all." Before Li Yang could retort, the 9 little cuties had already surrounded the old lady. They all looked up and revealed pure white smiles. Zihan's mother suddenly had a bad feeling. What are you doing? The 9 little cuties suddenly lifted their feet in unison and stomped heavily on Zihan's mother's exquisite leather shoes. "Ah! My Hermes! You little brat!" She instinctively raised her hand and shouted, "I'll beat you to death." The next moment, a strong arm grabbed the slap, and Li Yang said coldly, "No one can hit my daughter." Then he slapped her across the face. Zihan's mother staggered back after being hit, covering her face with tears streaming down her face. Fine. I've never been wronged like this before in my life. Li Yang squatted down and glanced at the children. Are any of you hurt, kids? The children all shook their heads. Don't worry, Dad. The 9 of us will protect you and won't let anyone bully you. Li Yang laughed. You guys are really something. I'm your father, and I'll protect you. Teacher Lin then stepped forward to stop them, saying, Oh dear, we're all parents, how can we argue like this? Zihan's mom, why don't we just let it go? Zihan's mother pointed at the teacher and said, I won't let them get away with this today. I'll call my husband right now. He's rich and powerful. You just wait and see how you die. Li Yang stood up and said disdainfully, If you hadn't always been at odds with my daughters, they wouldn't have stepped on you. If you hadn't laid a hand on my daughters, I wouldn't have hit you. Zihan's mother wouldn't listen at all. You just wait. My husband will be here soon. Chapter 26 Hitting you? I'm saving you. Just moments later, a Mercedes-Benz E-Class pulled up arrogantly on the side of the road, and a tall, burly man got out, cursing and swearing as he walked toward the school, unstoppable by the security guards. Damn it, who's got the guts to mess with my wife? The security guard knew this man was the father of a student named Zihan at the school. There's a student sports meet inside, you can't go in halfway through. The man scoffed, You said it yourself, it's a children's sports meet, what's wrong with me going in? What? You dare to stop me? Zihan's father walked towards the playground, and when Zihan's mother saw her husband arrive, she cried even more heartbreakingly. Ah, bow. Look what this kid did to me. He ruined the cosmetic surgery I just had on my face last month, and these little brats too. Zihan's father was known as Brother Leopard in the area. He had a bad temper, and after hearing his wife's words, he pointed at Li Yang and said, Fine, kid, where do you hang out? You dare touch my wife? You think you have enough lives to die? Li Yang said coldly, It was your wife who provoked us first. The 9 little cuties straightened their backs and snorted coldly. That's right, you bad person. This old lady bullied us first. She said we were wild children who didn't have a mother, so we cursed at her. And she even tried to hit someone, so Dad only intervened to protect us. Leopard Brother snorted coldly, If it's my wife who's talking about you, then it only proves one thing, my wife is right. Li Yang was so angry he laughed, wondering how such a person could exist in the world. He stepped forward and pulled the children behind him, saying, Children, come behind your father. Ms. Lin was a little afraid of the man, but she still persuaded him, Zihan's father, things aren't that serious. Shut up. Brother Leopard roared. Zihan's mother snorted coldly, Now you know you're scared, huh? Did you think about this when you hit me? Husband, let me tell you, he had 9 daughters out of wedlock. What else could they be but bastards? However, at that very moment, the sound of a motorcycle came from the school gate. 9 black motorcycles then lined up in a row. Everyone turned to look in surprise. One by one, the women riding bicycles took off their helmets. They were Tao Qingyu, Xiao Xian, Liang Xiaobing, Lin Qingxue. She is the baby's mother. The children's faces lit up with delighted smiles. It's Mom, our mom is here. Mom is so cool. This car is really nice. Exactly, do you still say we're children without a mother? Li Yang's expression softened slightly. This entrance was truly something else. These motorcycles were all brought by motorcycle girls. Lin Qingxue and Chenwani can't ride motorcycles, so one of the motorcycle girls brought them here. Zihan's mother asked, slightly taken aback, Who are these people? Impossible, how could he have so many girlfriends? Leopard Brother was taken aback. That's ridiculous. Just because someone is a mother doesn't mean they're a mother. I, Brother Leopard, own 3 KTVs and several billiard rooms. As for manpower, I can call a whole bunch of people with just one phone call. A cold voice rang out, and Xiao Xian, dressed in black, said calmly, Such arrogance, Abao, you have quite the airs. Do you think that all of the Qiao family's businesses belong to you personally? There were too many women. Leopard Bro hadn't even had a good look at who was coming. At that moment, the voice came and the person trembled violently. The voice clearly belonged to the eldest daughter of the Qiao family. How is this possible? He looked up in horror, while his wife continued her incessant chatter beside him. My husband owns a huge business, have you poor bastards ever seen it? Shut up. Leopard Bro was already panicking. He never expected that his wife would get involved with the young lady. It seems the young lady and this man have an unusual relationship. Teacher Lin was dumbfounded. She had never seen such a bizarre family in her life. You are all the children's mothers? The women nodded. Zihan's mother continued sarcastically, they all look so respectable, but I never expected them to be such a mess. One man has 9 mothers and 9 children. Xiao Xian glanced sideways. At that moment, Xiao Tongtong threw herself into her mother's arms, pointed at Zihan's mother and leopard brother, and said, Mom, it was those two who bullied us. And she bullied her father. Mom? Leopard bro was already half dead, standing there dumbfounded. His wife beside him was still sarcastically saying, so what if you bullied him? What can you do about it? Husband? Xiao Xian's gaze fell on leopard brother's face. Leopard brother was completely dumbfounded. He was sweating profusely and turned around blankly. Suddenly, he raised his hand high. Under his wife's questioning gaze, smack. A loud bang. Xiao Xian's face was swollen on one side, and she looked at her husband in disbelief. What are you doing? Why did you hit me for no reason? Hit you? I'm hitting you to save your life. Apologize to me right now. Chapter 27. She's the young lady. Zihan's mother was completely baffled and couldn't understand why her husband had suddenly become violent towards her. Fine, are you crazy? Why are you hitting me? Leopard bro was also furious, fine. He slapped her again, yelling, are you going to apologize or not? I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Leopard brother laughed, you're not wrong? How ridiculous. Do you even know who that child's mother is? Zihan's mother looked on incredulously, I don't care who it is, you can't hit me. Xiao Xian also lost her patience at this moment. Chen Bao, from now on, you are fired from my Qiao family's businesses. Your place will be taken over tonight. As for you, you are from now on forbidden from appearing within the Qiao family's sphere of influence, otherwise, you understand. Leopard bro trembled, tears instantly streaming down his face. He rushed forward, trembling, Miss, I was wrong. Young miss. He immediately knelt down and looked at Xiao Tongtong in front of him, saying, please beg your mother for me. I already know I was wrong. Xiao Tongtong snorted coldly, and Shen Bao immediately turned to Li Yang and begged, I already know I was wrong, please plead for me. Seeing her husband like this, Zihan's mother felt a growing sense of fear. Honey, don't scare me. What's going on? What do you mean by this? Shen Bao roared as he stood up, this is our young lady, my boss. Are you satisfied now? I have nothing left. I want a divorce. I'm taking the children with me right now. Shen Bao stood up, took a few quick steps, scooped up his son, and left the school. Zihan's mother chased after him, calling out, honey, I'm so sorry. I didn't know he had connections. I know I was wrong. Honey, wait for me. It was only at this moment that Li Yang realized that Xiao Tongtong's mother was not simple either. No wonder my daughter always says her mother is a rich lady, but how could such a noble lady possibly fall for a poor boy like me in the future? That's truly unbelievable. Xiao Xian glanced at Li Yang and said, it seems we arrived at just the right time. Ms. Lin smiled awkwardly. Dear mothers and Mr. Li, let's officially begin the competition now. Meanwhile, at the other end, in Li Yang's community, a car pulled up at the entrance of the alley. The people in the car were the aunt and her son from the wedding Li Yang had attended, where a conflict had subsequently occurred. Lu Datsai sighed, Mom, will this work? You and Uncle have always had a cold relationship. Even if we ask them for help, they might not even listen to us. Lu Ping glared at her son, why do you always say such discouraging things? Your uncle is a man who values family the most, how could he ignore his mother? Go to the trunk, take the fake liquor you bought last time, and the bag of oranges in the back, and go find your uncle and ask him for help. His son caused you to lose your job, and now your wife has run away. Do you think we can just let this go like this? Lu Datsai nodded, that's right, it's all Li Yang's fault. Why didn't he say so earlier? As they spoke, the two men carried their things and walked inside. The old man was sitting at the entrance of the alley. When he saw the two men, he immediately stood up and said, oh, you don't come here unless you have something to say. How can our alley entrance accommodate such a big Buddha as you? Lu Ping glared at the old man and said, you're not dead yet. I'm here to find my older brother. Get out of my way. The third uncle snorted coldly. This Lu Ping never looked at Li Ping'an properly unless she needed something from him. Who knows what kind of trouble they'll cause this time? While Lu Ping was causing trouble at Li Yang's house, the girls at school were having a great time with their 9 mothers. I don't know if it's because of the talent I got from opening gift packs, but my daughters seem to have better athletic ability than other children. After what just happened, Teacher Lin seemed to be much more polite to Li Yang. At this time, the first event of the sports meet, three-legged race, was won by dance teacher Wu Yusin and her daughter Wu Mei. The other children weren't angry in their eyes, as long as their sisters won, that was all that mattered. Li Yang is currently live streaming on his phone, answering questions from netizens. Dude, how are you so awesome? So many wives? So many kids? Is this even possible? At most, it could be premarital pregnancy. I'm so jealous. I'm going to report this. I'm going to report this. Li Yang, feigning Versailles-like manner, said, "Oh well, there's nothing I can do. I'm also feeling annoyed. This matter is too complicated and troublesome." 666. This guy's asking for it, is he trying to provoke people like that? Who says it isn't? At this moment, Teacher Lin came over and said, "Mr. Li, the next activity is beanbag toss monster. The children will choose a monster to play, and then they will attack the monster with beanbags. Your children have chosen you." Li Yang put down his phone, completely dumbfounded. What? No way, why aren't my kind and understanding little angels pampering me anymore? Why are they making me a monster? The teacher brought over a monster mask. "Mr. Li, here is your monster mask. Later, you will stay inside the circle you've drawn and avoid the children's attacks. You can capture the children and their wives, the children's mothers, without leaving the circle. Once captured, they will also turn into monsters and join your side." Li Yang nodded, "Okay, I understand." After saying that, he snatched the mask and rushed over, shouting, "Dad's here to get you." The children giggled and laughed. He picked up a sandbag and started beating Li Yang wildly. When Li Yang was having a family reunion in his home, Li Pingyan looked at his sister with a blank expression. Lin Shu made him a cup of water and asked, "Why did you decide to come to our house today?" Li Pingyan nodded, "Yes, you're not the type to visit other people's homes for no reason." Lu Ping glanced at her son, then looked a little embarrassed. "No, it's because of a misunderstanding at my son's wedding last time. Your son's friend, who is also my son's boss, opened a banquet for my son, didn't he? I just want to ask you for a favor." Chapter 28, Taking the Kids to the Piano Shop. After hearing Lu Ping's words, Li Pingyan understood. She had come to ask him to act as a mediator. "Ping, I'm not trying to criticize you, but I've told you since you were little that you should be kind. What you did back then, can you call that human behavior? Those kids are so cute, and you even chased them away. Now you're asking me for help. Do you think I'd actually help you?" Lu Ping nodded repeatedly, "Brother, I just want to ask, what is the relationship between Li Yang and Dekai's boss?" That's her real goal. As long as President Tao and Li Yang are family, everything will be negotiable. Li Pinggan shook his head. Li Yang's ex-girlfriend was someone he found outside. What? Our boss is a famous female CEO, how could she possibly be interested in Li Yang? Lu Datsai was 100% unconvinced. Lu Ping glared at him. "Brother, this Li Yang is really capable. Could that kid also be?" Lin Shu nodded, "Yes, it's their child." Lu Ping was dumbfounded. Hearing this was simply too incredible. "Oh my, this is great news. This is fantastic news. Brother, sister-in-law, he's so rich. Now that he has a child, hurry up and hold the wedding. Then we'll be family. That huge company will be Li Yang's. When my son goes back, it'll be a piece of cake for Li Yang to decide." Li Pingyan rolled his eyes inwardly, while Lin Shu frowned and said, "Why should we old folks get involved in this kind of thing? It all depends on fate." "What kind of fate is this? They already have a child. What kind of fate is this? Isn't this a tremendous fate?" Lu Ping was hoping that this relationship would allow her son to get back to work. "We can't let such a good woman go. And Li Yang, that kid, he even makes his aunt worry about this kind of thing." Lin Shu naturally understood the woman's purpose in coming today, and said indifferently, "You don't need to worry about me. I will listen to my son about my son's affairs." "Well then, my son will be back soon, why don't you wait a bit?" At this moment, on the kindergarten track, Li Yang is leading his daughters in a 100-meter race. Parents competed with each other, and children competed with each other, creating a joyful atmosphere. 9 mothers stood at the end of the track, clapping for their children. Go for it, Tong Tong. Little duo, run. Xiao Yuan's mom is here. Looking at the 9 mothers, each with their own unique appearance, Li Yang's lips curled up, and his running speed became even more astonishing. His athletic talent brought him and his child excellent athletic ability, making them far superior to the other children. Li Yang crossed the finish line and stood in front of the 9 mothers. Thank you all for your help today. The mothers all shook their heads. It's all for the children, we don't want to cause trouble. Yes, you brought the children to participate in the activities so early in the morning, it would really be unreasonable for us not to participate. That's right, you don't need to feel embarrassed. If you need anything in the future, just let us know in the group beforehand, and we'll definitely help when we have time. A little further away, some male parents watched this scene with obvious envy. Even the words envy, jealousy, and hatred would be the most fitting description. Teacher Lin walked over and said, Mr. Li, and a few other mothers, I brought some little red flowers for the children. They performed exceptionally well at today's children's sports meet, which demonstrates the excellent parenting you have done for them. She looked at this large family with a headache, and could only sigh at the world of the post-2000s generation, which she could not understand. Li Yang didn't care about any of that. After accepting the little red flower, he immediately seized the opportunity to praise the children. My darlings, how about Daddy gives you little red flowers? The little cuties all nodded in agreement, of course they wouldn't refuse. Li Yang was just looking for an opportunity to boost his proficiency, so he gave him a little red flower while praising him. Ding! Praise your child's proficiency plus 9. Proficiency increased. Current level LV2. Open the parenting gift pack? Li Yang nodded, start. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have achieved mastery of all music. In an instant, Li Yang's mind was filled with a wealth of music-related knowledge, including the use of various musical instruments. With this knowledge, I can sing with the kids at home in the evenings too. Looking at these adorable little ones, Li Yang was already eager to try it out. Because the children's sports meet had ended, and the mothers all had their own work to do, they hurriedly left the kindergarten. The children were a bit tired from the morning's sports meet, so the school decided to give them a half day off in the afternoon. After all, it's a kindergarten, so the schedule is relatively flexible. Li Yang glanced at the 9 little cuties. He smiled and said, My darlings, how about Daddy takes you to buy a piano? The children jumped and skipped around excitedly. Good. We want a piano. Li Yang got the children into the nanny van and started a live stream. The kids are streaming again. They're so cute. I hope my future children will be just as adorable. These babies have such delicate features, they'll definitely grow up to be stunning beauties. The blonde-haired man was overjoyed. Li Yang glanced at the live stream and snorted coldly, My daughters have grown up. If any blonde-haired bastards dare to come near, watch my fatherly compassionate palm. They'll be finished whether I beat them or not. This dad's getting anxious, really anxious. Luckily, I'm raising a son. How about a marriage proposal? So, we also have a boy in our family. Our little one is so lucky. The people upstairs are really living life to the fullest. Li Yang was genuinely panicked. He had never felt this kind of anxiety as a man, but having daughters was different. He had to keep an eye on any unwanted young men when they grew up. But after glancing at his group of adorable little ones, he figured it shouldn't be that bad. My daughters are also sensible. When they grow up and start dating, they'll definitely tell him. Wait a minute, even if they had all 9 mothers, hadn't I managed to win them over? And their mothers were all so wealthy, with impressive family backgrounds. This is terrible, I'm so anxious. The car arrived at a high-end piano store in the city. He parked in a roadside parking space, and at that moment, many people in the live broadcast room realized what Li Yang had come for. Buying a piano? This guy looks like he comes from a well-off family. A regular piano only costs tens of thousands of yuan. Who can't afford that? At that moment, someone who was watching Li Yang's livestream quietly shattered. Originally, Lu Ruyan was at work, casually taking out her phone to browse videos and slack off, when she suddenly saw Li Yang's livestream. She always thought Li Yang was a poor guy, so breaking up with him was the right thing to do. But now, in Li Yang's livestream, he's actually taking kids to buy pianos. When did Li Yang become so rich? A female colleague passed by, glanced at the livestream Lu Ruyan was watching, and immediately said, Hey, by the way, Ruyan, have you heard? Among the kids this streamer is with, there's one who seems to be President Tao's daughter. Lu Ruyan shook her head, Impossible, I know this person, he's my ex, he's my college classmate, he couldn't possibly know President Tao. Others may not know, but doesn't she? They had been together for the past few years. Li Yang spent his university years either studying or working, which was incredibly dull. He had no time to go out and find a woman to have children with. That's how he chose his business name. How could he possibly have a child with President Tao? Maybe he knows President Tao and that's why they're working together. I think that's the case. Lu Ruyan's eyes still held disdain. If he's so capable, why doesn't he marry President Tao and those other women? Does he have that kind of ability? The other colleagues listened with skepticism. At this moment, a female colleague exclaimed in surprise, "Your classmate is so rich. Can you give him a WeChat contact? He's looking at pianos worth hundreds of thousands of yuan." What? A piano worth over 10,000 yuan? Lu Ruyan was stunned. Are you crazy? Is being a live streamer really that lucrative? At that moment, Li Yang was facing a dilemma in the store. The salesperson introduced it to him. This is a Steinway piano. Although it is an entry-level model, its tone and tuning are the best in its price range, making it very suitable for home use. Li Yang glanced at his daughters. Sweethearts, do you like it? The children nodded in agreement. They didn't know anything about the piano, so their nods were just instinctive. Li Yang's expression shifted slightly as he said, "Is there anything better? Please show it to me." He has plenty of money for childcare. As long as he takes good care of the child, the money will keep coming. He also receives support from the 9 mothers. He is not short of money now. Since it is for his daughter, he might as well buy her something good. At that moment, one of the shop assistants exclaimed in surprise, "Li Yang." A female shop assistant approached and said, "Li Yang, don't you recognize me? I'm your high school classmate, Hao Xiao." Li Yang was taken aback. "Oh, I remember now, you look completely different. You wore glasses when you were a child. I had LASIK surgery so my vision is better now. But Li Yang, you're here to look at pianos? These are too expensive. You want to buy a piano? The ones over there that cost a few thousand are quite nice." Hao Xiao knew about Li Yang's family situation, which is why she made this recommendation. Chapter 29. What right does he have to be here? Li Yang shook his head. I'm prepared to. She assumed Li Yang wasn't planning to buy anything and was just looking around, so she smiled slightly and said, "I understand." "Well, take a look then." "Hey, whose kids are these?" "Li Yang, you wouldn't." Li Yang nodded, "My daughter." "So many daughters?" "You." Hao Xiao nodded, "You're a good young man, quite capable. Why don't you buy an electronic keyboard? They're cheap. Raising children is so expensive these days." Her recommendation made her lose interest, and she said to her colleague, "My classmate is just average, why are you taking him to Steinway?" The shop assistant gave an awkward smile, "You can't say that. Once you come in, you're a customer." Hao Xiao rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "Then you can waste your time." She turned around and went to the side to drink tea while waiting for real customers to come to the store. After all, they were focused on sales performance, and spending a lot of time on people who couldn't afford to buy would be a waste of their lives. Because she knew Li Yang, she was certain that Li Yang wouldn't buy it. This looks like that piano store in the city center. Are the employees here really that arrogant? This attitude is really unacceptable. What do you guys know? They're not wrong. This streamer is raising 9 kids on her own. The expenses are staggering. Most families really don't need to waste time on piano lessons. Lu Ruyan, who was watching the live stream on her phone, nodded in agreement. There are still people who know their stuff. Isn't Li Yang just a piece of trash? My family's financial situation isn't that great. We can't afford a piano. We'd probably just choose a cheaper electronic keyboard. At that moment, Li Yang glanced at the shop assistant in front of him and said, "Excuse me, could you take me to see a better area?" The salesperson nodded, "Then come with me, sir." This shop mainly carries Fazioli and Bosendorf brands, both of which are international brands. Their materials and sound quality are top-notch. But the average price is between 200,000 and 300,000. Li Yang laughed, "Is there anything slightly better? Childcare funds should be spent on children, so why not buy better ones all at once?" At this moment, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit walked in, glanced at the situation in his shop, and frowned slightly. "What are you all doing sitting here? There are customers over there." Hao Xiao immediately stood up and walked to the store manager's side, saying, "Store manager, that man is my high school classmate. His family's financial situation is very average, so it's impossible for him to afford such a good piano. He's probably just taking his child to broaden his horizons." The store manager nodded. "Oh, that's true, but you're all customers now. Stand up straight, what kind of behavior is this?" As they were talking, suddenly a little girl climbed onto a stool at the spot of a luxurious piano on a display stand. The store manager glanced at it out of the corner of his eye and immediately trembled with fright. "That Bluffner is $1 million piano. Get that kid down here, don't let him break it." It was Chow Tong Tong who climbed up. After all, there were many children, and Li Yang lost sight of her for a moment. Just then, Xiao Tong Tong lost her footing and fell off the chair, which then overturned onto the piano. Thump! With a loud crash, Xiao Tong Tong fell to the ground. Li Yang and the other cuties turned around. "Tong Tong." Li Yang rushed over immediately and helped his daughter up. "Tong Tong, are you alright? How could you be so careless?" Xiao Tong Tong pouted slightly, then shook her head. "Dad, I'm fine, but I smashed the piano. If this were my child, they'd be in a terrible smack by now. This piano alone costs hundreds of thousands." "That's well said. A piano easily costs hundreds of thousands. If my child were to spend that much, we'd sever our mother-son relationship today. The parents are partly responsible for this at worst, they can just get it repaired or compensated." It seems the streamer is in trouble now. The store manager and Hao Xiao were terrified and rushed over. When the shop manager saw the piano's lacquer was covered in scratches, he was stunned and felt like killing someone. "Sir, is this your child?" Li Yang picked up his daughter and stood up, saying, "Come on, let daddy hold you." The store manager was speechless. In that instant, he had suffered a repair loss of over 100,000 yuan. Even if it was repaired, the piano would no longer be the original version with its original paint, and it would be impossible to sell it. In other words, the loss reached 1 million yuan. "Sir, this is our Bluffner piano. It's worth 1 million. Look at the finish." Li Yang nodded. "It's just a small scratch, it won't affect its use." Hao Xiao thought Li Yang was trying to shirk responsibility, so she immediately pointed out, "Li Yang, you don't understand pianos. Let me tell you, the paint on this expensive piano is supposed to be original. Even if it's repaired, it can only be sold as second-hand. And do you know how much the repair will cost? At least tens of thousands. Holy crap, is this a Bluffner? And this model is definitely expensive. This guy's in deep trouble. If this were my child, I wouldn't acknowledge them. I've never earned 1 million in my entire life. Got it, I won't bring my child to these kinds of occasions anymore." Lu Ruyan, who was watching the live stream on her phone at the company, was thoroughly enjoying herself. Good, that's how it should be. This Li Yan really thinks he's a rich kid just because he's a streamer, huh? Now you've paid out some money, but you probably won't admit that this is your daughter, right? Well, you're not exactly a good person yourself. As a result, Li Yang directly said in the live broadcast room, "That's right, she is my daughter. As for the paint issue you mentioned, I don't think it's a big problem." Upon hearing this, Hao Xiao was slightly taken aback, thinking that Li Yang didn't want to take responsibility. "You can't do this. Your daughter broke something so valuable. We definitely have to pay for this." The store manager was now in a complete panic. What can we do? Can he afford to pay for this? Hey, who brought him here? Who? Chapter 30? That's a lot? The young shop assistant, who was showing Li Yang around, stepped forward shakily. "Manager, the customer asked me to show him around, What are you looking at? Are you crazy? This is the luxury piano section. How many families can afford pianos here? And you're telling me they want to see them? You bring someone here just because they want to see it? Don't you even use your brain? Do you even think about whether they're qualified?" This employee is clearly in trouble. Judging from the manager's expression, he's not going to let her off easy. Hao Xiao glanced at Li Yang and asked, "Manager, how should we handle this?" The store manager nodded. "Sir, if you cannot provide compensation, we will have no choice but to resolve this through legal channels." Li Yang glanced at the man, frowned slightly, and said, "Legal? Did I say I wouldn't pay? It seems this father is quite powerful. Is he planning to settle the matter by paying compensation? We definitely have to pay compensation. There's no way to resolve this without it." Hao Xiao said to the store manager, let me try to persuade him. We are classmates. Li Yang, I can tell you're having a tough time right now, with 9 daughters to raise. I know you're struggling. Here's what we'll do, from now on, you'll sign an installment payment agreement with our company. Once the piano is repaired, you'll pay a little each month. Otherwise, if you get sued, it'll be very troublesome. Li Yang took a deep breath. Are you so sure I can't afford to pay? Li Yang. What are you doing? I'm your high school classmate, I know your family situation. She pretended to be kind and said, it's just that you have to pay some interest on this installment plan, but a little more interest is better than going to jail because you have no money to pay. The store manager, standing to the side, remained silent with a dark expression. Just listen to your classmate. Li Yang laughed, but what if I just don't want to pay? It seems this streamer is short of money and unwilling to pay compensation? If the streamer is broke, why bring her daughter to this kind of event? Why not just buy one of those domestically made pianos at the entrance? It's probably for traffic and showing off. Fans online seem somewhat disappointed with Li Yang. Hao Xiao then brought out a contract. Li Yang, write your name on this contract. The repair cost will definitely be 200,000. Including interest, you can pay 250,000 in installments. Li Yang smiled and nodded, taking the contract and whispering, so your goal is to get me to sign it. Sign an IOU for 250,000 yuan in compensation? The store manager said with a dark face, don't try to act innocent after getting a good deal. Even if my item, worth 1 million, is repaired. It's impossible to sell it for another 1 million, so we can only deal with it as a second-hand item. This money is only because you've worked hard. Li Yang nodded. So, you guys are quite humane? The store manager nodded, that's right, hurry up and sign it. Upon hearing this, Li Yang scoffed, raised the contract in his hand, and tore it to shreds in front of everyone's astonished gazes. Hao Xiao was completely dumbfounded. Li Yang. Are you crazy? What are you doing? I actively fought for this contract to get it for you. Li Yang said calmly, I am not satisfied with this contract. I request a different one. What contract replacement? This contract is already the best we can do for you. Li Yang, don't push your luck. Hao Xiao's voice turned cold. I've given you so much help, and you actually tore up the contract. What's that? Li Yang suddenly turned to the shop assistant who had just been scolded and said, could you get me a new contract? The shop assistant asked in confusion, huh? A contract? What contract? Li Yang laughed, what contract? Of course, it's... All eyes were on him. The purchase contract has been signed. Everyone was stunned. Hao Xiao said coldly, are you crazy? You think you can buy a piano like this for 250,000? The 250,000 is the money we're asking you to pay. The store manager shook his head in disappointment, some people just don't appreciate kindness. This approach by the streamer is indeed somewhat inappropriate. They even said, that's true. I originally thought it was a good thing that we'd lose money on installment payments, it was a concession from the store. However, at that moment, Li Yang said calmly, I didn't say I would pay 250,000 to take the piano away. What I meant was that I would pay 1 million to buy the piano. To use as a toy for my baby. What? Li Yang, are you crazy? This is 1 million, not 100,000. Hao Xiao couldn't believe that Li Yang could afford this piano. The store manager was also stunned. Only the shop assistant reacted and immediately produced a purchase agreement. Mr. Li, this piano is one of the best in our store. It's not cheap, it costs 1 million. Will you be paying by card or by scanning a QR code? Hao Xiao was taken aback, then revealed a disdainful smile, don't waste your energy, this person can't possibly afford it. It's not that I don't want to give him face, he's still my classmate, that's why I don't want to see him do something shameful just to save face. Li Yang sneered, casually took out his phone, and said to the shop assistant, give me the Alipay QR code, I'll scan it to pay. The shop assistant nodded and took out a QR code. Sir, you can scan this. However, the next moment, Hao Xiao snatched the QR code away and shook her head, saying, Li Yang, don't do this. There's no need to force yourself. It's embarrassing. The little cuties are all yawning. Tao Yaoyao said, my mother has several pianos like this at home. My father only bought one. What are you doing, auntie? Why don't you let dad pay? Xiao Tongtong chimed in, yes, my mom has a lot of pianos at home, but but nobody uses them and they're just sitting there. So you're saying Dad can't afford a piano? Are you underestimating my dad? The other women nodded in agreement. Hao Xiao was taken aback, then laughed and said, "How could that be? What are you bragging about, your mother?" Li Yang, I didn't realize your daughters were so good at joking. Li Yang said calmly, "Are you even doing business? I'm asking this clerk to bring the QR code for payment. What are you trying to take?" Hao Xiao nodded. "Fine, since you want to pay, I'll let you pay. I don't believe you can really come up with $1 million. Li Yang scoffed, took out his phone, and said casually, $1 million is nothing, is it? Chapter 31 Taking the Young Master? 1 million? After scanning the code, Li Yang clicked to pay, but Alipay prompted him to remove the large amount protection. Li Yang frowned. Why is this so troublesome? Wait a minute. He picked up his phone and started scanning his face to remove the restrictions. Hao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you could really pay, but it turns out you're just pretending because you can't. The store manager nodded. Young man, you should take our advice and sign an installment plan instead. Li Yang's eyes lit up at this moment. Hey, okay, you can pay now. Ding. 1 million yuan has been deposited into your Alipay account. The moment the money arrived in their accounts, the shop assistants and manager froze on their faces, while Hao Xiao was dumbfounded. It turned out that Li Yang had been playing her all along. This, Li Yang, I didn't realize you'd made a fortune, old classmate. Hao Xiao's attitude made a sudden 360-degree turn. Li Yang, it's been so long since we last contacted each other. I never expected you to be so accomplished at such a young age. She glanced at the shop assistant and said, Hey, what are you waiting for? This is my old classmate. He's buying a piano because of me. Help me fill out the order form. The shop assistant's expression shifted. Sister Hao, Mr. Li placed the order with me. What? The order was placed with you? That person is my classmate. He only bought the piano because of me. Don't you even know what's going on? Manager, you be the judge. How could Hao Xiao possibly let go of such a big order and commission? Li Yang sneered, Hao Xiao, I'm not familiar with you at all. We just went to high school together for a few years. I just asked her to help me open the contract, so the sales revenue is naturally hers. Manager, please deliver this to my home later. I'll write the address on the contract. The store manager had completely changed his demeanor, bowing and scraping as he said, Mr. Li, don't worry, I'll arrange a car to come right away and deliver the goods to your door. Hao Xiao was dumbfounded. How could Li Yang be so rich, buying a piano for $1 million? Could it be that he had really struck it rich? Ha, you were ignoring me just now, but now you can't even reach me. That's hilarious. What else could I say? I never imagined this main contractor was actually rich. How can you raise so many children without money? Hey, didn't you guys say they were the ones who created the nickname? Now you think they weren't? Lu Ruyan, who was at the company waiting for Li Yang to embarrass himself while holding her phone, was dumbfounded. Wait, when did Li Yang start having 1 million yuan on him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Right, this is just a staged performance. It must be a collaboration with a live streaming company. The live streaming company paid for it. Li Yang, you can't fool me. At that moment, Li Yang got into the car with his daughters, glanced back at his little darlings, and asked, How about you play the piano with Daddy at home tonight? The daughters sat in the car, all looking up. Good. Seeing how well behaved the children were, Li Yang drove home. Wow, I spent 1 million in one go. It still hurts a bit. I hope the gift packages I get later will have more childcare allowance. The cost of a child's food, clothing, housing and transportation for a year is at least 100,000 to 200,000 yuan, but I have 9 children, and that doesn't even include all the supporting facilities and toys. And I have 9 children like this. Being a parent is hard, but being a father of 9 daughters is even harder. Fortunately, there's also a system reward of childcare allowance. I brought my daughter back to my front door. Just then, he saw the old man at the alley entrance waving at him. After parking his car, Li Yang got out and asked in confusion, Old man, what's wrong? The third uncle explained, The aunt that your grandfather brought with him when he got married has come to your house. Be careful, I have a feeling she has ill intentions. Li Yang's expression shifted. Lu Ping had come, it must be about her son. Okay, I understand. Children, please say hello to your third grandfather. The children stood in a row and said in unison, "Hello, third grandpa." The third uncle turned out with upturned lips and kept laughing. When grandpa died, Lu Ping wanted to fight for everything and grab everything. She not only took over the old house in our hometown and the few acres of land in the village, but also took all the money that grandpa had saved up. I was young and didn't understand at the time, but now she wants to take advantage of me. She's dreaming. Li Yang led the children into the house. As soon as they entered, the mother and son who were sitting on the sofa drinking tea and eating fruit immediately stood up. Lu Ping rushed out, calling him big nephew repeatedly. "Big nephew, auntie has come to find you." Wow, he really is a college student, quite the handsome young man. Li Yang smiled dismissively, but the children held grudges and shook their heads upon hearing this. The bolder Chow Tong Tong asked directly, "You didn't say that before. You said our dad was useless, that taking care of us was just being a stay-at-home dad, and that he was useless." The other sisters nodded in agreement, each one acting like a little devil with their hands tucked in. "Oh my, look how clever your kids are, so cute." Lu Ping needed something from them, and although she cursed these little bastards to death in her heart, she still had to smile obsequiously. Li Yang said calmly, "Stop with the nonsense. You wouldn't come here without a reason. What exactly do you want?" Lu Ping glared at her son, and Lu Datsai immediately stepped forward. "Oh, brother, it's about what happened last time. My wife is asking for a divorce. Then I lost my job. Aren't you on good terms with President Tao? I wanted to ask you for help in putting in a good word for me. Take it back to me." Li Yang suddenly laughed, "Ha ha ha." He burst out laughing. Li Pingdong and Lin Shu, who were cooking in the kitchen, looked out the window. She was curious about what her son was doing and burst into laughter. Lu Ping became increasingly embarrassed. "Nephew, why are you smiling so happily? Does that mean you've agreed?" "Oh, that is not it," Li Yang replied. "I'm not actually familiar with Mr. Tao. We've only known each other for a few days, so I can't help you." Lu Ping shook her head. "How could that be? You're such a child, you're already calling her mom. Don't tease your aunt, nephew." Li Yang laughed. "Just because someone calls you mom doesn't mean you're mom. Fine, if you can't handle it, tell your son to find a new job. Anyway, you took so much of the family fortune from my grandfather, you won't starve if you don't work for a few years." Lu Datsai glared at Li Yang, then grabbed his mother and said, "Mom, don't beg this man. He has no family ties whatsoever, he won't even help his own brothers." Upon hearing this, Lu Ping immediately became unhappy. "What are you saying, Li Yang? What did your grandfather give me? It's just a house in our hometown. If you want to live there, go back and live there. Did I stop you?" "Young man, don't speak so rudely." Li Yang raised his hand dismissively. "If you're so great, why are you coming to me? Figure it out yourselves. You. Your brother is right, you haven't learned even half the good things from your parents." Lu Ping was furious. Li Yang sneered, "Half good? Is it the kind where you bully me and I don't talk back?" Just then, a truck driver came to the door. "Hello, is this Mr. Li's house? I was commissioned by the piano store to deliver the goods. Your piano has arrived." Li Yang laughed. "Hey, you guys are pretty fast." Lu Ping, who was standing to the side, seemed to have caught the key word and her expression changed. "Piano? Oh my, Li Yang, your family has bought a piano now? It must be quite expensive." Lu Datsai, feeling annoyed, retorted, "What do you mean expensive? The market isn't good right now. You can buy this piano for a few thousand yuan. Mom, let's go." As Li Yang signed the papers, the driver smiled and said, "Mr. Li, this piano is worth over 1,000,000 yuan. We were afraid you might bump into it. We'll have a few of our workers help you unload the goods." Upon hearing this, Li Yang nodded and said, "Okay, thank you." Of course, the driver nodded and took his companion to unload the goods. Lu Ping's foot, which had just stepped out, froze in midair. How much? 1 million? Chapter 32 Another school event? Lu Datsai was also surprised. Who in their right mind would spend 1 million to buy a piano, especially one that isn't used every day? Li Yang, a piano for 1 million? You're not kidding, are you? Lu Ping was completely stunned. Li Yang nodded, "Of course. How could this be fake? Make way, the piano needs to come in." The mother and son immediately moved aside, and the piano was carried in. Li Yang immediately called his parents and said, "Take a mechanic to help me move this piano to my room so my daughters can use it." Lu Ping swallowed hard. "Li Yang, what about your brother's matter?" Li Yang stepped forward and pushed the two of them out the door, saying, come on, why should I help you? You've always been so good at taking advantage of others since you were little. You should solve your own problems." Bang! Li Yang slammed the gate to the courtyard. Lu Ping was dumbfounded. How come this child is completely different from his father? This shows no regard for family ties. Lu Datsai said with a mournful face, "Mom, what do we do now?" Lu Ping snorted coldly, "Let's go back first. Later, why don't you ask the old people in the village to talk to his father? His father values relationships the most, and maybe he can get Li Yang to help you." Meanwhile, Li Yang had already returned to his room, which was quite spacious and just the right size to fit the piano. The children were very curious, and they would gather around the piano, pressing the keys every now and then. Li Yang exclaimed, "There's a reason this piano is expensive, it's really quite good. Kids, how about Daddy sings a song with you?" The children sat down on the edge of the bed, ready to sing along with their father. 666, this dad knows quite a lot. Is he planning to sing nursery rhymes with the kid? A nursery rhyme? Well, this dad is quite loving. At that moment, some of the mothers also took out their phones and started watching Li Yang's livestream. As the familiar piano music filled the air, Li Yang spoke, "Hey you're my baby. The feeling of missing you is lingering in my heart. Put. Dude, why are you singing the Ace of Spades? Is this correct?" The 9 adorable children waved their little hands and sang along with Li Yang with delighted expressions. She sang very cutely and beautifully. In the mother's group. "Zhe Shanshan, what song is Li Yang teaching the kids to sing?" "Xiao Xin, I think it's quite interesting." Tao Qingyu said, "As long as they're happy, that's all that matters." "Zhe Shanshan, but I think the child is too young. Many of the lyrics in these DJ songs have negative connotations." Liang Shubing, but kids these days are more precocious. Even if it's not because of this song, they'll come across it elsewhere. But kids are innocent, so they probably won't have any bad thoughts. Lin Xingxue, I just noticed that Li Yang bought a piano for the children. This piano doesn't seem to be cheap. Tao Qingyu, it's alright, it's $1 million piano. Several mothers gasped in shock. They hadn't expected Li Yang to be so wealthy. The fact that the child's father was rich certainly increased their positive feelings towards him. After all, money is also a part of personal strength. Some of them are not as rich as Tao Qingyu and Xiao Xin. Li Yang can buy $1 million piano at will, which makes them feel secure. After Li Yang finished singing a song, he glanced at the children and said, "What else would you like to sing, kids? Daddy will play it for you." Zhang Xiaoduo raised her hand and said, "Dad, I want to sing Dig, Dig. Li Yang didn't react at first, but it took him a while to realize what was happening. He nodded and said, "Okay, baby, you want to sing Wa, right?" The other little ones nodded in agreement. Li Yang began to skillfully play the piano. The women in the mother's group were all puzzled. "Zhang Rongron, Li Yang seems to have studied computer science in college, how come he's so good at the piano too?" Tao Qingyu, yes, his piano skills are quite high. Li Yang always manages to surprise me unexpectedly. Zhe Shanshan, it seems Tao Qingyu really likes this guy? So what exactly is our relationship with him in the future? Liang Shubing, who knows? Nobody knows what will happen in the future, but now we have a child together. It's really a twist of fate. At that moment, the children began to sing nursery rhymes. In the little garden, dig and dig and dig. The piano playing continued until dinner time, at which point Li Yang turned off the livestream and called the children to have dinner. He glanced at the piano, his expression shifting slightly. "Actually, I could record some songs and upload them to online singer websites. What if I sell the copyrights? Try it when you have time." Li Yang and the children were eating at the table in the living room. Li Pinggan and Lin Shu started preparing dinner early in the afternoon. The table was full of chicken, duck, and fish, and the meal would easily cost several hundred yuan. Li Yang fed the children, taking the opportunity to practice his skills. Feeding skills for children +1. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your baby's feeding proficiency has reached LV3. Reward, Parenting Gift Pack X1. Open. Congratulations, host, you have received 500,000 in childcare funds. Li Yang was taken aback. The level was higher, and the amount of childcare allowance was indeed different. There is actually a childcare allowance of 500,000. This is really good. Thinking about this, Li Yang became even more enthusiastic. Li Yang posted photos of the children eating in the WeChat group. This immediately sparked widespread discussion among mothers. Teacher Jia Shanshan smiled and said, "You're eating so well. I didn't expect Li Yang to enjoy feeding the children. Tao Qingyu, well done. If you need anything, just let us know in the group." Li Yang glanced at the WeChat group and a smile crept onto his face. Can we really bring up anything? Now I'm going to make a wish. At this moment, Li Yang was drawn to a message in another group. The homeroom teacher, Ms. Lin, sent a message in the parents' group chat. The school is organizing an extracurricular activity and needs parents to record videos, which will be submitted to the school tomorrow. Li Yang was puzzled. What are you trying to do now? Teacher Lin continued, in the evening, parents take their children to the supermarket, give each child 500 yuan, and let the children act as parents to do the shopping without the parents interfering. This will help develop the children's ability to do things. Parents must not interfere during the process, and it is necessary to record videos. Parents, please don't forget. Taking the kids to the supermarket? That's a piece of cake. Sweeties, after dinner we're going to the supermarket. Daddy will give you some pocket money, you can spend it however you like. The children cheered immediately. Good. Li Yang didn't think too much about the school's intentions, but since a video assignment was required, he decided to accompany the children. It's a good time to take the kids out for a walk after dinner. Once in the car, Li Yang started a live stream. Dude streaming again, where's he headed? He's already spent $1 million today, those 9 little money-devouring beasts. This main contractor is very wealthy, why are you all worrying about this? Li Yang explained to his fans, we gave each of the children 500 yuan so they could be in charge of the supermarket. It's an extracurricular activity at school, so we're on our way to the supermarket now. In this community, most parents and children go to the same supermarket. Since they all live nearby, Li Yang saw many familiar faces when he got off the bus with his 9 little cuties. They were all classmates and parents from the school. People greeted each other from afar. A mother, who had clearly just returned home from get off work, smiled and said to her son, "Mr. Li, did you bring your child to record a video?" Li Yang nodded, "Oh, yes, you just got off work?" The mother complained, "It's all for the child. I just got home from get off work and I still have to take out 500 yuan to buy him things. His useless father is still working overtime at the construction site and hasn't come home yet. There's no other way I have to bring this kid with me to buy things." She glanced down at her child. Let me tell you a couple more things in advance. Who are your parents working so hard for? Isn't it all for you? I'll tell you what you're going to buy later, so don't forget. Li Yang was also dumbfounded. Although he didn't understand, he respected it. The mother nodded and said, I'm sorry you had to see this. We'll go inside first. So some people shouldn't have children if they don't have the money. They insist on having them, and then they regret it later. Many people today never actually think about why they have children before they have them. That's right, I saw they were all having children, so I had one too. Now I regret it, and I can't even get a divorce. Li Yang then easily pulled out a large wad of cash. My darlings, Daddy is giving you 500 yuan. Go buy whatever you want. From now until you leave the supermarket, you are the parents. Daddy will be waiting for you at the exit. Chapter 33. The daughters think of their father first when buying things. The children all nodded in agreement. Okay, Daddy, what would you like to eat? Dad, do you have any toys you like? Dad, what do you actually like? Li Yang shook his head, Dad doesn't want to buy anything. The children can spend the money as they please. So cute. The first thing these kids think of is buying things for their dads. Having more daughters is definitely a good thing. You guys probably don't know this, but when there are many daughters, there's only one father. All their love is concentrated on him, so girls are truly their father's little darlings. 666, you're trying to trick me into having a daughter again. Li Yang smiled as he watched the live stream comments. His daughters were exceptionally well behaved, a whole bunch of grateful little girls. Some parents weren't so lucky. Li Yang followed his daughters with his phone in hand and soon saw his mother from earlier. She is arguing with her son right now. Stop buying snacks. Do you know how expensive snacks are these days? You're driving me crazy. Do you know how hard your parents worked to raise you? How can you be so insensible? The little boy stood there like a giant weight, shouting, "Buy it, buy it. You just said I was in charge. You try making that decision yourself." Kid, you're not serious, are you? That's hilarious. The mother immediately said coldly, "Do you know that your father is still working on the construction site? Do you know how many hours he works a day? All you ever think about is eating. Do you ever consider how your parents feel?" The little boy looked extremely aggrieved, his head bowed. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoduo, who was relatively close, approached with a bag of potato chips and said, "Please have this, Auntie, please don't scold him. Dad said that there's a school event tonight, and we're all little adults, so it's not nice of you to say that to him." When the woman saw that a child had arrived, she immediately smiled awkwardly and said, "Oh, your child is so well behaved. My child is so disobedient and doesn't know any better." Zhang Xiaoduo shook her head. "Dad said I should be happy. If I'm not happy after coming out to buy things? I've spent the money and I'm not in the mood anymore, so I'll be going now. Goodbye, Auntie." The mother was a little embarrassed. It's better to have a daughter. Daughters are so cute. At this moment, the boy picked up the cosmetics on the shelf and said, "I'll buy this for my mom." The mother paused for a moment, then poured cold water on the idea, saying, "I can't afford such expensive things. I'm saving all my money for your education and to help you find a wife. Alright, let's go buy some practical things." A short distance away, Li Yang was holding his phone, a scene witnessed by his fans. Are you kidding me? This kind of pressure on the child is suffocating me. I've grown up like this since I was a child. What did I say? Isn't this normal? Li Yang could only shake his head. At this moment, he noticed that his children had already taken their favorite things from the various shelves. After all, the children were still young. Li Yang pushed the stroller, and after they got their favorite things, they would come over and put them in the stroller. At this moment, Li Yang noticed that the children were all carrying men's products. Zhang Xiaoduo, I got the razor for my dad. Tong Tong, I got a bra for daddy. Liang Susu, I brought some delicious food for dad. The other children also returned one after another, and the first thing they thought of was their fathers. Li Yang was somewhat moved. Usually, when children are given this kind of opportunity, the first thing they think of is themselves, but these sisters actually thought of their father in everything. I'm so envious to be pampered like this by your own child. Did I save the world in my past life to have such an adorable daughter in this one? My daughter is so cute, it's making me want to mutate. At this moment, Li Yang also noticed that the mothers in the mothers group were chatting. Jia Shanshan said, "The children are so cute. They even buy gifts for their fathers. Maybe I should tell my parents that my daughter came from the future." Chen Wani, are you crazy? You're telling the elders this kind of thing? They'll think you're lying about having children out of wedlock. Besides, Li Yang brought 9 children to meet your parents. Guess what? Lin Qingxue, alright, that's really interesting. Didn't you say your parents are old-fashioned? Can they accept our situation? Li Yang sighed. As someone who had been watching the screen, he knew that 9 daughters from the future had now traveled to this world. He didn't know which of them was his wife and which was just a fleeting affair. He was really worried. He wondered if there was anyone who could tell him what to do. Li Yang's car was getting increasingly full of things, and he followed his daughter to the book section. He noticed that some parents brought their children to the workbook section and wouldn't leave, enthusiastically promoting their products. Son, this workbook is great. You should buy the 200 yuan one. It's much better than your snacks. This workbook will last a long time. Buying snacks is a waste of money. Seeing that his son was numb, Li Yang turned to his daughters and said, "Daughters, buy whatever you want. Buy lots of storybooks, and use the rest for snacks and toys." Ha, that dad just cracked me up. Buying snacks is a waste of money, but buying workbooks will last longer? Why are these kindergarten kids buying elementary school practice books? You wouldn't understand, would you? My child started learning elementary school material at 5 years old. We parents don't know how, so we use Bilibili to watch tutorials. Li Yang shook his head. Is it really necessary to be so meticulous? The child is only a few years old. There are indeed mothers in the mom group who agree. Jia Shanshan, I think we still need to step up our studies a little. The preschool stage is still very important. Liang Shubing, I think Li Yang is doing a pretty good job coaching them now, and there's no need to push the kids too hard at this stage. The two mothers clearly disagreed, and Li Yang dared not interfere, as a battle between women could erupt at any moment. At that moment, another parent had already sent their son with a pile of exercise books to pay. Li Yang genuinely believes that there's no need to subject children to excessively intense training during the kindergarten stage. Just then, her children came over with their favorite storybooks. The host is really lenient with the kids, buying so many extracurricular items that basically none of them help with their studies. Unbelievable. The comments online these days are really something else. Someone's child is 5 years old buying them extracurricular reading materials is perfectly normal, right? Be careful, the streamer is about to be cyberbullied. Li Yang looked at the shopping cart piled up like a small mountain. After all, the 9 little cuties had quite a strong spending power. Li Yang noticed that many children also had various fluffy little toys. The children took turns explaining to Li Yang. These are for mom, and these are for grandpa and grandma. We all need one, and mom, dad, and grandpa and grandma should have one too. See? This is a truly sweet and caring daughter. By comparison, mine is a super money-devouring beast. So cute. Li Yang felt a warmth in his heart. He had to admit, his children were the most adorable. As they went to pay, the mother from before was still berating her child. So what if you're doing well in kindergarten? Are you proud of that? Buying so many toys? You'll realize how difficult studying is when you start elementary school, and it's not easy to stand out. But compared to your parents' lives, studying is so easy for you. Every problem and every word you learn now will be your weapon for the future. The child was annoyed. Mom, you always say these things. I can recite them by heart. What's the point? The teacher said this is homework. I can decide what to buy myself. Can't I be the boss tonight? You're the one who earned this money, so you can be the master. What right do you, a student, have to be the master? Are you taking the school's mission too seriously? Fine, so the school's assignments are useless now? Your child looks a bit like he's dying. What else is there to say? Such words are incredibly hurtful to a child. Chapter 34. The young lady invites you. Li Yang glanced at his precious children. He then smiled and said, Dad doesn't have many demands on you. I just want you to be happy. Li Yang picked up his phone, took pictures of all the items in his shopping cart, and sent them to the mothers group. This sparked a lot of discussion among mothers. Xiao Xian, not bad, you've thought of everything. Chan Wanyi, before this child found her father, I told her that I had rheumatism in my legs, and I didn't expect her to remember and bring so many heat packs. Tao Qingyu, the child seems to have become much more sensible since following his father. Li Yang replied, that's mainly because they have a handsome father. Ha? Why is no one paying attention to me? Am I not handsome enough? Li Yang muttered to himself. It was his turn. After scanning, Li Yang used Alipay to pay more than 5,000 yuan. Actually, it was a little over budget, but he didn't care. On the other side, the child who had been overcharged by 50 yuan was being scolded by his mother again. Mom told you it was 500, and now you've exceeded it by 50. Do you know how long it takes us parents to earn back that 50 yuan? The mother had already raised her hand and struck the other person's head twice. The child burst into tears on the spot. Li Yang sighed and quickly left with his 9 beloved daughters. Some parents' parenting methods are still quite problematic. So, does that mean we should spoil our kids? We're not live streamers, we don't earn money from that. Li Yang led the children back to the van and said to the camera, no matter what, our live stream should still be positive, about living and learning happily. There's no need to work so hard. If you can't make money in life as unsatisfactory, sometimes you have to accept it and digest it. This is ridiculous. Do you even know how much pressure we're under? My husband and I only make 10,000 yuan a month. After deducting living expenses and child support, we can only save 1,000 yuan a month. Do you know what that means? In 10 years, we'll only save a maximum of 100,000 yuan. It's good enough if you can have any left over, don't be like that. The streamer is just trying to spread happiness. Li Yang hurriedly took the children home and then turned off the live stream. Kids, Daddy will take you to take a bath. The children nodded in agreement, and at the entrance of the alley, they encountered the elderly man taking a stroll. They all ran down and shared their snacks. The old man grinned from ear to ear. Oh my, you kids, you're really something, I'm so touched. Did you just go to the supermarket with Dad? The children nodded in agreement. Li Yang smiled and said, Uncle, you can continue your stroll. I'm taking the children back now. The old man nodded. What a wonderful girl. After returning home, the 9 little ones presented gifts to their grandparents, which made them very happy. Li Yan then took the children upstairs to take a bath. Why is he in such a hurry to take a shower? He needs to quickly level up his skill level. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your baby's bathing proficiency has reached LV2. Reward the host with a parenting gift pack X1. Gift pack open. Congratulations, host, you have received 100,000 in childcare funds. Li Yang's expression shifted slightly. The childcare fund is only 100,000. It seems that the lower level gift packs really don't yield much money. She glanced at her daughters and said, "My darlings, how about you go to bed early later?" The children all shook their heads. "We don't want to." After an hour of fussing, Li Yang finally managed to coax his 9 beloved daughters to sleep. That evening, he planned to use the talent rewarded by the system to release some songs on online singer platforms. After more than 2 hours of tinkering, Li Yang went back to his room, lay down, and fell asleep immediately. The next morning, the children woke up one by one around 6 o'clock. Li Yang was still fast asleep, so they all made a shushing gesture. Their expressions are so cute. Let's not disturb Dad's sleep. I went to the bathroom to wash up, and then we helped each other braid our hair. Although the braids turned out crooked in the end, we still finished them nonetheless. When Li Yang suddenly woke up, it was already past 7 o'clock. Hey, where's my daughter? Li Yang quickly ran downstairs and found the children already eating. Li Pingyan smiled and said, "You little rascal. Your daughters were up a long time ago, and you, so lazy, are still taking care of the kids?" Li Yang rubbed his eyes. "No, I just went to bed late last night. Oh no, I've missed my chance to farm rewards this morning. My darlings, how about Daddy gives you a hug?" The children nodded in agreement. Of course, they wouldn't refuse. After they finished breakfast, Li Yang hugged, kissed, and lifted each of them high in the air. Congratulations, host. Your baby holding proficiency has reached LV3, baby kissing proficiency has reached LV3, and baby lifting proficiency has reached LV3. Receive 3 parenting gift packs. Li Yang's eyes lit up. This is awesome, let's go. Ding. You have received a total of 1.5 million in childcare funds. Li Yang's expression shifted. This is amazing. 1.5 million. How long would it take an ordinary person to accumulate 1.5 million in savings? I can achieve this easily just by raising my child. Children, Dad will take you to school. At this moment, Li Pingyan instructed, Li Yang, it's your great-grandfather's 100th birthday banquet in the village. We need to go back for dinner. Please pick up the children from school early tonight. Li Yang's eyes widened in surprise. Grandpa? There is indeed such an old man in the countryside. I didn't expect him to be 100 years old. According to the customs of the countryside, he should go to a 100-year-old banquet, a big feast in the village. At the same time, the younger generation in the village all have to go back, saying that they can share some of the centenarian's blessings. It was quite a lively event. Thinking this, Li Yang asked in the group if anyone's mother was going, but then remembered that everyone's relationship was special now. Actually, it's not a good situation, it's too late to back out now. He put down his phone. If he couldn't take it back, he couldn't take it back. He figured they didn't have time anyway. I brought my daughters to the school gate and saw the children and parents I had met at the supermarket yesterday. Most of these parents arrived on electric scooters to drop their children off at school, and they all greeted Li Yang politely when they saw him. It seems that Zihan's mother, who was arrogant with Li Yang last time, has dropped out of school. Li Yang doesn't know what happened, and he's too embarrassed to ask Xiao Xayan too much. The children waved to Li Yang. Li Yang smiled and said goodbye to them. After finishing, Li Yang glanced at his phone and saw that Xiao Xayan had sent him a private message. Li Yang, come over here after you drop off the kids. Upon seeing the address, Li Yang exclaimed, isn't this the entertainment district of Binhai City? Xiao Xayan mentioned that she runs an entertainment venue business, and it seems that's indeed the case. With a tap of the accelerator, the car left the scene and quickly arrived at Xiao Xayan's location. Burning Passion Bar? Li Yang was taken aback. So Xiao Xayan runs this kind of hotel. How could I have fallen for a girl like her? No, I should say, how could a girl like her have fallen for me? It wasn't business hours yet, so Li Yang walked to the door and met the eyes of a giant man who was over 2 meters tall. Who are you? The burly man's voice boomed. Li Yang said, Xiao Xian sent me. The burly man's expression shifted, and he immediately stepped aside, raising his hand with a hint of hostility in his eyes. Please come in. When Li Yang walked in, there were men and women on both sides of the road. A man was playing with a dagger, licking it across his tongue while staring at Li Yang. Some women even flirted with Li Yang directly. Li Yang calmly walked to the end and saw Xiao Xian sitting on the sofa, dressed in all black as usual. He glanced up at Li Yang indifferently. You're here? Li Yang nodded. I'm here. What exactly happened? Chapter 35, taking the kids to the countryside for a big feast. Xiao Xian smiled slightly. My computer is acting up. Tao Qing, you told me before that you are very good with computers, so I asked you to take a look at it for me. Li Yang breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was something serious. It turns out it's just a computer problem. The others around him were eyeing Li Yang covetously. Some people were already whispering among themselves. Is this the young lady's chosen man? Looking at how frail he is, can he really do it? If the patriarch finds out, this kid will probably be thrown into the sea. At that moment, Miss Xiao Xian suddenly bent down and pushed the computer in her hand next to Li Yang. Li Yang, why don't you give it a try? Li Yang nodded and turned on the computer. It got a virus, I'll clean it up for you. At this moment, a burly man standing nearby said, Boy, are you the one our young lady has her eye on? But you look so frail. Can you protect our young lady? Li Yang smiled slightly, pressed the enter key, and then stood up and said, Miss Xiao, I've taken care of it for you. You can continue using the computer. Xiao Xian stood up and stepped forward, then took Li Yang's arm, saying, I'll see you out. Everyone present froze for a moment. This is the eldest daughter of the Qiao family, how could she be so intimate with a young man? Xiao Xian, who had seen Li Yang to the door, put her hand down. My men have been a bit rude, please forgive them. But in any case, the child is doing well with you, and I will sort things out at home soon. I'll introduce you and your child to my parents then. Li Yang was taken aback. Oh my god, sister, you'd better take your time to sort things out. Now you have 9 children and 9 mothers. How am I supposed to meet your parents? What about the others? Okay, no rush. By the way, we're having dinner in the countryside tonight, do you want to come along? Xiao Xian nodded, I'll check the time. You can post your location in the group. At this point, she noticed that most of the mothers in the group were saying they didn't have time. I probably won't have time either, so please take the child to eat, Xiao Xian said. Li Yang nodded, then I'll be going now. Xiao Xian nodded. After Li Yang left, a subordinate approached and said, I have investigated all the people you asked me to look into. These 8 women and this person had almost no contact before these past few days. So, do we need to get rid of this person? Li Yang had already driven away from the bar and was now preparing to go back to his hometown for dinner. Before going to the countryside for dinner, Li Yang planned to go back and catch up on some sleep, since he had gotten up too early in the morning and was still feeling sleepy. As soon as they reached the entrance of the alley, they saw Lu Ruyan's mother, Huang Meng, looking in their direction. Li Yang got out of the car, and after taking only 2 steps, the man rushed up to him. Li Yang, tell your aunt, did you really buy a piano worth 1 million? I heard from my daughter that you're doing quite well now. Li Yang, why aren't you looking at me properly? Li Yang? Li Yang sidestepped the woman and headed straight for his home. They completely ignored it. Hey, Li Yang, Ruyan actually likes you a lot. Li Yang. The old man standing nearby was thoroughly amused. Oh my, you all looked down on them back then, what? You've regretted it so quickly? Huang Meng glared at the old man and said, that young man isn't married yet, so what? Does my daughter have no chance? The old man laughed heartily. In my opinion, she just doesn't have a chance. What's wrong? Now that he's rich, do you think he'd still be interested in your Lu Ruyan? Huang Meng snorted coldly, you just wait and see. If my daughter wants him, it's just a matter of snapping her fingers. At that moment, after returning home, Li Yang fell asleep immediately. He slept until after 4 p.m., when his alarm clock woke him up. Oh dear, I have to pick up my daughter. Li Yang arrived at the courtyard, got into his car, and then drove to the kindergarten. After arriving at the kindergarten, he made a special call to the teacher and asked her to take his child out first, since it wasn't dismissal time yet. The little ones, who were brought out by their teachers to meet their fathers ahead of time, were all excited and giggling. Dad, you've come to pick us up so early? Yes, Dad, where are we going to play today? Li Yang said with a smile, "Today we're going to the village for a 100th birthday banquet." Hearing their father's words, the children didn't quite understand. Zhang Xiaoduo asked, "Dad, what is a 100-day birthday banquet?" Li Yang explained, "A centenarian's birthday banquet is a banquet held for elderly people who have lived to be 100 years old." The children nodded in agreement. "We're only 5 years old, can we still have a 100-day celebration, Dad?" "Then Dad, will you be 200 years old by then?" "We'll be old ladies by then." Li Yang glanced at his adorable daughters and asked, "When you all turn 100? Then Dad might not be here anymore." The children stared intently at Li Yang with their big, bright eyes, and then fog began to roll in. Li Yang started to panic. "Oh, Dad was just kidding, don't cry, don't cry." Li Yang was frantic, pacing back and forth. "Don't cry, babies. Daddy will make you a funny face, okay?" This scene drew curious glances from many passers-by. "What adorable babies. Why are they crying? Auntie has oranges here, please don't cry." Kind-hearted citizens saw so many adorable children crying by the roadside and came down to give them treats and help comfort them. It took a while for the children to stop crying. Li Yang practically fled, pulling the children into the nanny van. "Let's go back to the countryside for a big feast. Let's go." Before long, Li Yang's car arrived at the entrance of the alley. After picking up the two elderly people and getting them into the car, Li Yang asked, "Mom and Dad, where are we having this big meal today? Where else could we eat?" There were so many people eating all over the neighborhood near my great-grandfather's house, from the doorstep to the road. This time, we went to every village within a 10-mile radius. He's a centenarian, after all. Everyone who goes there can share in the good fortune, Li Pingyan explained. Li Yang nodded and stepped on the gas, heading towards Xiushui village. Meanwhile, in Xiushui village, the once deserted village has become lively again because of the centenarian banquet. Today, Li Laifu, a centenarian, dressed in a bright red outfit. When the younger generation arrived, they all had to come and pay their respects to the old man, hoping to share in his good fortune. Although Li Laifu was 100 years old, he is still in good spirits and can occasionally stand up and say a few words when he meets someone he knows. At this moment, Lu Ping and her son Lu Datsai had arrived first, and after giving some money as a gift, they hurriedly came to say hello. However, Lu Ping's purpose was not with the old man, but with his son, who was also the village chief. "Old village chief, you always say that people in the same village should help each other, but now that my family has run into trouble, even when I asked my own brother for help, his whole family wouldn't help. People's hearts have changed." The village chief was taken aback. "Is that so? Tell me in detail. When Pingyan comes back later, I will naturally explain everything to him." Lu Ping then embellished the story, and the old village chief's face immediately darkened. Just then, Li Yang drove his Mercedes into the village. Lu Ping then shouted, "This Li Yang has become quite capable. He looks down on me, his aunt, now. Driving this Mercedes, he really has style." The old village chief's face was ashen. "Humph, whether you're rich or poor, you're all from the same village. How could you do such a thing? This is definitely wrong. Don't worry, I'll definitely speak up for you." Li Yang stopped the car and got out with his 9 daughters and parents. This scene attracted many villagers to come forward. "Li Yang, whose child is this?" While broadcasting live, Li Yang replied, "Who could it be?" "My daughters." The young men in the village who were about the same age as Li Yang burst into laughter. "Your daughter? Li Yang, where's your wife? You don't even have a wife, and you're telling us you have a daughter? Who would believe that? Don't you all agree?" Li Pingyan and Lin Shu got out of the car and greeted some acquaintances from the village, while explaining the background of the little girls. But these people naturally didn't believe it. At this moment, the old village chief stood up and said in a deep voice, "Pingyan, come here." Li Pingyan led Lin Shu closer. The old village chief said, "I didn't know until you came back today. I didn't expect such a thing to happen after you came back. Pingyan, this is where you went wrong." Li Pingyan was an honest man and couldn't bring himself to lose his temper in front of these elders. "Old village chief, what did I do wrong?" At this moment, Li Yang led his daughters forward, pushed aside their father, and greeted them with the little cuties, "Greetings, great-grandpa." The daughters greeted their great-grandfather. The children followed suit, bowing respectfully and then greeting the children. The old man smiled, looking much more energetic. "That's wonderful. You have so many daughters. That's great. Seeing these children makes me happy. The world will belong to you from now on. Some villagers jeered, Grandpa, don't be fooled by him. He hired a child actor to scam money. The old man shakily took out a small red envelope. According to the village custom, all children who come to the 100-day banquet can receive a small red envelope. That's why some of his peers say that Li Yang is just trying to scam people out of money. The old village chief glanced at Li Yang and said, Li Yang, I heard from your aunt that taking care of other people's children isn't a proper career path. You should find a stable job as soon as possible. Li Yang smiled slightly, Old village chief, how do you know these children aren't my children? What do you mean I'm helping someone else take care of their children? The old village chief pointed at Li Yang and said, You child. Are you married? Do you have a wife? If you're not married and don't have a wife, where did you get the child from? Lu Ping chuckled, Li Yang, don't blame your aunt for scolding you. You and your group make money quickly by taking care of kids, but are these things yours? Your car, your piano, aren't they just bought by others for you to use temporarily? The old village chief continued, your aunt is only doing this for your own good. It's good that you and your parents are back today. How about this, think of a way to help your brother with his problem. After all, we're family. Family? Li Yang laughed and said loudly, everyone in the surrounding villages knows that I, Li Yang, have no family like her. The old village chief was taken aback. You child, what are you saying? This is your aunt. Lu Ping got excited and stood up, saying, did you see that? Everyone, did you see that? Li Yang doesn't even care about me, his aunt, nor his great-grandfather, nor the old village chief. Li Yang was about to retort. Xiao Tonton suddenly said in a childish voice, how do you know Daddy didn't notice? My daddy just paid his respects to Grandpa. The old man laughed heartily, his mouth practically splitting open. Good child, you're right. Lu Ping's face turned awkward. These little rascals really know how to talk. The old village chief shook his head and said, Li Yang, you and your aunt are family after all. That's not good. Li Yang laughed, my parents are teachers. They've been teachers their whole lives and they never argue, but I, Li Yang, am not like that. Let me ask the old village chief, did all the land and property left in the village by my deceased grandfather belong to Lu Ping? Why didn't you say we were family back then? The old village chief was speechless. This. Lu Ping snorted coldly, Li Yang, you don't want to cause any unpleasantness on such a good day, do you? You have to take care of my son's matter. Li Yang laughed, I have never seen such a shameless person. Lu Ping was stunned. What did you say? You called me shameless, Li Yang, you little bastard. At this moment, the old village chief immediately stepped forward and advised, all right, stop arguing. Everyone, sit down and have a good meal, then we can discuss these things, shall we? Li Yang then suppressed his anger and found a place to sit down with his daughter and parents. At this moment, at the village entrance, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class pulled up to the side of the road. Tao Qingyu said calmly, all right, the location is right here. She opened the car door and said to the driver, just park the car outside. I'll come over after I finish eating. At that moment, two young men were smoking at the village entrance. When they saw the extraordinary Tao Qingyu walking towards them, they were dumbfounded. Tao Qingyu said calmly, I came to the village for the feast with Li Yang. Where is he? A young man immediately volunteered to step forward, you're not Li Yang's wife, are you? He just took some kids inside. I'll take you in. Chapter 36 What? You're his wife too? Tao Qingyu nodded. After she walked away, the remaining young men then exclaimed in surprise. Wow, Li Yang's got some skills. He actually has a wife. And she's got some good looks, she gave birth to 9 in one pregnancy, and she's so hot. Just then, a motorcycle stopped by the roadside, instantly catching the eyes of the young men. Wow, this car is so cool. After getting out of the car, Liang Xiaobing smiled slightly and said, I came to the banquet with Li Yang. Where is he? Give me directions. The group was taken aback. Why was there another one? Are you Li Yang's wife? Liang Xiaobing nodded generously, too lazy to explain further. The other sisters all said they were busy today, so she guessed she would be the only one to accompany Li Yang to take care of the child. If he called her his wife, then she would be his wife. Yes, that's me. Take me there. A young man immediately nodded, respectfully extended his hand, and pointed in a direction, saying, this way please. From now on, Li Yang will be my idol and teacher. Teacher's wife, this way please. Liang Xiaobing was a little confused. What was all this nonsense?
The remaining young men exchanged glances again.
Li Yang is amazing. Li Yang really has something. Li Yang is truly a role model for us all.
However, at that moment, a black Porsche 711, like a mad horse, roared to a stop at the village entrance.
Xiao Xian swung her 40-inch long legs and gave the group of young men a cold look. Which direction is Li Yang? Point the way.
The young men were completely dumbfounded. A young man said tremblingly, "Sir, you wouldn't happen to be
Li Yang's wife, would you?"
Xiao Xian frowned, remembering the strict customs of the countryside, where a man would lose face if he didn't have a wife to back him up.
She immediately nodded. "Yes, I'm his wife. Take me there."
The young men all gave a thumbs up.
My brother Li Yang is awesome. Li Yang is truly a god.
A little boy volunteered, "I'll show you this way, big sister-in-law."
Xiao Xian nodded.
The remaining boys were all dumbfounded.
When will we be as outstanding as Li Yang? We won't have to resort to having a peeing contest at the village entrance. Just then, a ride-hailing car pulled up on the side of the road.
Zhang Rongrong, dressed in a pure and innocent style, got out of the car, paid the fare, and looked around in confusion.
Oh, this must be it.
Everyone in the group said they were busy today, so I'll come and keep him company. After all, taking care of kids is so tiring, and eating such a big feast would definitely make it hard to manage the children. She stepped closer, smiled slightly, and said, "Gentlemen, I have a question." The guys were completely dumbfounded.
A young man stepped forward to lead the way,
muttering, "Li Yang is not just a god, even gods have to worship him." Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Yang sat at a table with his children.
Lu Ping said to a few close relatives, "See Li Yang? He's a good for nothing.
He helps others take care of their kids and makes money this way. He has no shame at all."
Really?
Then he'll never find a wife. These relatives are always gossipy and love to talk about rumors and disputes.
Li Yang was originally the best student in our village when he got into university. Isn't this just destroying our own future?
Oh, who says otherwise? He didn't come back to the village a few years ago. I thought he had been imprisoned. Anyone who doesn't return to the village for a long time might end up disgraced and become a missing person in the mouths of these aunts and uncles.
Li Yang didn't care about these things, but Lu Datsai was petty and resentful because of Li Yang's previous attitude and behavior towards him.
At that moment, he raised his glass and walked up to Li Yang, saying, "Brother, let me toast you."
"Big brother, you can't drink, can you?" Li Yang glanced at the children and said, "I have to drive, so I can't drink."
Lu Datsai laughed and said, "Oh my brother, you can't drink, and you don't get along well outside.
Brother, you won't be able to find a wife, will you?"
The other young men and women at the banquet burst into laughter.
Li Yang scoffed, "Wife? I have far too many of those."
At this moment, Xiao Tongtong raised her greasy mouth and held up the cup in her hand, saying, "I'll drink with you."
"My dad has to drive, and Tongtong doesn't drive."
The other little cuties also raised their juice bottles.
"Yes, we'll drink with you. Our dad really has to drive, otherwise we won't be able to get back."
"Sir, you're not scared, are you?
You're so ugly, and you can't even drink, so you shouldn't bother finding a girlfriend." Lu Datsai was taken aback. "Go away, you little brats, go drink your juice."
Li Yang scoffed, "Lu Datsai, you wouldn't even dare to have a drink with my daughters, would you?" Lu Datsai originally came to cause trouble for Li Yang, but he didn't expect to fail to cause any trouble. Instead, he was ridiculed by Li Yang's daughters, which made him lose face in the village.
Li Yang. Don't be so smug. Who said I wouldn't dare?
I'll have a drink with you." Lu Datsai had no choice but to swallow his pride and took a swig from his glass. This caused the guests at the scene to burst into laughter.
"Look at those 9 girls, they're so cute, their mouths are all greasy from eating, and they're all raising their glasses to drink.
I have to chase after my child to feed him."
Sure enough, other people's daughters are more interesting.
The old man on the stage also laughed. Feeling embarrassed, Lu Datsai, emboldened by alcohol, continued to belittle Li Yang, saying, "Brother, you should find a proper job. Taking care of kids online like this isn't a sustainable way out.
If you keep going like this, you'll never find a wife." Just then, Tao Yaoyao suddenly stood up and waved in one direction. "Hey? Mom! My mom's here."
Everyone turned their heads in surprise, and saw Tao Qingyu, dressed in a trench coat, slowly walking towards them from a short distance away. The young man who was leading the way called out, "Brother Li Yang,
I've brought your wife to you. Li Yang was taken aback. My wife? Tao Qingyu?
Tao Qingyu slowly walked closer and winked at Li Yang. I heard you don't have a wife, so I came.
Li Yang laughed. Didn't you say you were busy?
Tao Qingyu nodded. I saw that no one in the group was free, so I specifically cancelled a meeting to come find you.
Li Yang was somewhat touched. Okay, please sit down here quickly. Everyone else was stunned, especially Lu Datsai. The moment he saw Tao Qingyu, he became excited and said, President Tao.
I'm his younger brother.
Could you please let me go back to work for my older brother's sake?
The other relatives and friends present pointed and whispered among themselves. This woman seems to be the boss. Look at Dekai's expression.
What? The boss of that wealthy family is your sister-in-law. What's wrong with talking about this family? Oh, you guys don't know, all the farmland that Li Yang's family owns in the village has been taken over by Lu Datsai's mother, don't you think? Chapter 37 Too many wives, the satirical power is too strong. Lu Ping couldn't stop smiling. Li Yang, you silly boy, why didn't you say you brought your wife over earlier? So this is what you and President Tao are like. You should have told your aunt, you brat. Dekai, why aren't you going to toast your brother and sister-in-law?
The elders from other villages also asked curiously.
Ping'an, when is your Li Yang going to have his wedding banquet? This good thing shouldn't be delayed, right?
Yes, Ping'an, you're not a child anymore. Hold the banquet sooner so that we can have a formal status sooner.
Li Ping'an said somewhat awkwardly, well, it depends on the young people. Young people today are different from those of our time.
Whether or not to get married, we older folks still have to see what the children have to do with it.
These people all shook their heads, saying, you can't listen to everything the children say. You're just too honest. Do you expect them to get married on their own? Just then, a young man came running up, panting, and said, Brother Li Yang. Over there, your wife is here.
The guests at the scene said with a smile.
If you ask me, his wife is sitting over there.
The young man was confused.
Huh? Wait a minute, over there? Who's this guy? Xiao Xian slowly walked closer, and the laughter in the room suddenly quieted down. Lu Datsai spat out the wine he was about to drink, exclaiming, what's going on here?
The other guests at the scene began to whisper among themselves.
What exactly is going on? Is Li Yang trying to have his cake and eat it too? Isn't this a disaster?
This child really knows how to have fun. Young people these days are really different, they can do this without batting an eye.
Xiao Xian walked up to Li Yang, glanced at Tao Qingyu, and said, oh? You're here? Li Yang stood up. Didn't you say you were busy? I just solved it, so I came to help you out. I didn't expect someone to be here already, Xiao Xian said.
Tao Qingyu frowned. I saw you all saying in the group that you were busy, so I came.
Xiao Xian nodded and sat down next to Tao Qingyu.
Li Yang quickly brought the man a bowl and chopsticks, but for a moment he didn't know what to say, and the room became quiet. The aunts and uncles whispered among themselves.
They can still sit and eat so harmoniously, it seems they've seen this before. Wow, Li Yang is amazing, dating two wives at the same time? That's quite humorous. Lu Datsai hesitated for a moment. Mom, how should we toast? Who should we call sister-in-law? Lu Ping was also dumbfounded. Well, let's take a look first.
At this moment, Li Yang picked up the drinks and asked, would you like alcohol or soft drinks?
Both women looked up at the same time. Drinks. Liquor. Just then, another young man arrived. Brother Li Yang, I brought your wife. Everyone looked up in surprise.
Liang Xiaobing slowly walked towards them. The murmurs at the scene grew even louder.
No way, what's going on? Are you kidding me? How many wives has Li Yang had? Didn't you recognize them? These are 3. Lu Datsai was dumbfounded. Liang Xiaobing walked closer and looked at Xiao Xian and Tao Qingyu. I thought you weren't coming. Xiao Xian nodded. Sit down. Just then, another sound came from afar. Brother Li Yang, yet another one claims to be your wife. Brother Li Yang, there's more here. Brother Li Yang, look at this. Do you want a wife or not?
Li Yang himself was caught off guard, he never expected that they would all come. Moments later, the banquet became quite lively. Everyone lowered their heads and began to discuss amongst themselves.
What's wrong with Li Yang? He's got 9 wives by himself? These young people are really reckless. It's not easy for other people to find one wife these days, but this guy has 9? Is there no law anymore? Lu Datsai was completely dumbfounded.
Lu Ping said sarcastically, Li Ping'an, you really have a good son.
You found 9 wives all at once? You've really brought honor to your ancestors. Li Yang smiled slightly, that's right, I am indeed more outstanding than your son.
The old man on the stage was amazed when he saw this, saying, this young man is indeed young. He is much more capable than I was when I was young.
Don't you all agree?
The old village chief frowned.
But isn't this indecent?
The old man glared at him and said, when I was young, it was normal for capable men to have several wives.
That proves this kid is capable.
At this moment, Lu Ping, unable to achieve anything veiled, stepped forward with the wine in her hand and said, Li Yang, let's not talk about anything else.
Ask President Tao to help me get my son back to work.
Li Yang said indifferently, whether your son goes to work or not is none of my business.
You. Lu Ping sneered, Li Yang, don't forget, we're family. Your parents still owe me over 10,000 yuan. Bang. Li Yang slammed his hand on the table, his face instantly turning dark. How dare you say that?
The girls and children next to Li Yang all looked up. They had never seen Li Yang suddenly lose his temper, because under normal circumstances, Li Yang was always that kind and gentle man.
How could he suddenly lose his temper?
Li Ping'an and Lin Shu's expressions also turned grim.
Lu Ping, how dare you bring this up?
Li Ping'an said coldly.
Lu Ping laughed, how could I not say? I was the one who took care of your old man during the time before he passed away. I told you I charge a lot, at least 20,000 a month.
You, as his son, didn't come, and you're blaming me for charging you.
Li Yang's mother, Lin Shu, frowned. When that old man passed away, didn't you take all the money in the house? Li Pingping chimed in, yeah, Lu Ping, why are you acting innocent after getting the benefit? You took my father's land and the remaining money in his bank account, and you still say these things.
Lu Ping snorted coldly, that was a gift from your father. My mother and the villagers all heard it at the time, and you still want to confuse it with them.
Li Yang, shut up. Lu Ping became even more furious, you be the judge, is what I said wrong or not?
Many of the extended family members, eager to see what would happen, nodded in agreement.
Yes, that's exactly right.
When Ping and his father passed away, Lu Ping was indeed busy taking care of everything, and we all saw that. Upon hearing this, Li Yang said coldly, you guys really know how to talk.
Let me ask you this, did she take my grandfather's land and money? Is she my grandfather's daughter? What's wrong with her fulfilling her filial duties? Why does she need money? Lu Ping laughed, so, is your father or your son? What about your father? He didn't come either. Chapter 38 Xiao Xian, don't worry, I'll handle his matter.
Hearing this, Li Yan laughed, that's because my parents worked so hard in the early stages that they developed liver problems and went to the hospital.
So they didn't go to the hospital in the period before they passed away. How did it become such a situation in your mouth? Lu Ping smiled slightly, Li Yang, don't say such things. The situation is that your family owes me. Just tell President Tao, what's wrong with helping my son this time?
The 9 girls all looked up at Li Yang, wondering how he would handle the situation.
Li Yang laughed, you want your son to come back to work? Mr. Tao, what do you think? Tao Qingyu understood Li Yang's meaning and smiled slightly, it's not impossible for him to come back to work. Lu Datsai's expression shifted, and he immediately became excited. President Tao, can I come back to work? That's great. Li Yang, that's more like it.
After all, we're family, we're brothers. He sat down and drank with peace of mind, when Tao Qingyu suddenly said, but not the old department.
I happen to be short a few company security guards. You can do it. Lu Datsai was taken aback and asked in confusion, Mr. Tao. I've worked at the company for so many years, and now you want me to be a security guard?
Tao Qingyu smiled slightly, then if you don't want to, then don't come.
It's very simple. Lu Datsai was trembling with anger. Mom, it must be something Li Yang said to President Tao. President Tao used to value me a lot.
Lu Ping rolled her eyes and nodded repeatedly, okay, he'll get his comeuppance sooner or later for doing this. As the banquet drew to a close, Li Yang led the children to their feet.
To the mothers. Could you please look after the child for a moment? I need to take care of something. Xiao Xian chimed in, you want to cause trouble? Need my help?
I'm more of a professional.
Liang Xiaobing also chimed in from the side. Li Yang, should we call some people? I can call a lot of friends over with one phone call. Li Yang laughed, no need, I just want justice. My grandfather's things can't be taken away by them for nothing. Li Yang turned and jogged away, while Li Pingyan asked worriedly from behind, where did he go?
Tao Qingyu smiled and said, you can help take care of the child, let the young people handle some things themselves. A moment later, Li Yang arrived outside his old house, which his parents had paid for to renovate.
Now they've all been taken over.
He borrowed a hammer from a villager on his way here, and with a shout, he was ready to get to work.
Bang! Pebbles flew everywhere.
Meanwhile, Lu Ping and her aunts and uncles were still chatting, talking badly about Li Yang behind his back.
This Li Yang is really shameless. I am his aunt, and he treats me like this. Just then, a villager came running over, saying, Lu Ping, are you still chatting here?
Li Yang has gone to your house, you should go and check on him.
Lu Ping was stunned. What? What's Li Yang doing at my house? Did he realize his mistake and come to apologize to me? That's more like it. The villager burst into laughter, what apology? You'd be better off losing your life. You'd better hurry up and check, or your house will be gone too.
Lu Ping was completely dumbfounded.
What? What are you talking about? Okay, I'll go take a look now. In Lu Ping's view, Li Pingyan's family were all honest people.
Even though Li Yang had been acting a bit aggressively lately, she only thought that Li Yang had been provoked by something and never thought that she herself was at fault.
But what she didn't expect was that Li Yang was completely different from his parents.
When she arrived at her doorstep, she was dumbfounded. She saw that her own wall and paving stones had been smashed, and she almost burst into tears on the spot, crying out, Who?
Who did this? Li Yang? She didn't see Li Yang anywhere.
Suddenly, there was a loud crash from inside the house. Lu Ping rushed into the yard and saw Li Yang swinging a hammer and smashing the load-bearing wall of the house.
Li Yang! Are you crazy? What are you doing here? This is my house. What right do you have to smash it all up? Li Yang glanced at Lu Ping, why did I smash it all? Think about why yourself. These things were left to my father by my grandfather. You took them away, especially this wall, which my father paid for to build. And this house, my father paid for it to be built. It all belongs to our family, and we're taking it back. Lu Ping stomped her feet in anger, oh, you damned bastard. What makes you say this is yours? Do you have any proof? Li Yang slowly walked out, pointed to the group of villagers outside, and said, many people in the village saw it back then, how could it be fake? Lu Ping, if you don't believe me, just ask everyone else. Didn't my dad pay for all these things back then?
At this moment, Li Pingyan approached with his granddaughters and mothers.
Tao Qingyu asked in confusion, what exactly is going on?
Li Pingyan explained, oh dear, back then, my dad brought Lu Ping with him in his second marriage. When he left, Lu Ping took all the things my dad left behind. Li Yang was furious, and today the mother and son are taking advantage of him.
Li Yang is here to demand an explanation from them.
Tao Qingyu smiled slightly, I didn't expect him to be so good at causing trouble. Lin Shu was somewhat worried.
Isn't it illegal for him to smash things like this? Xiao Xian, who usually deals mostly with the law, said indifferently, what's the big deal? He just broke something left by his grandfather. At most, it's a rural dispute. What can he do to Li Yang? Don't worry, I'll handle this. Chapter 39 Tao Qingyu, you don't need to handle it, I can handle it.
Tao Qingyu glanced at her, you don't need to handle it, I can handle it. She took out her phone and called her legal counsel.
Xiao Xian smiled slightly, took out her phone, and called her subordinates. At that moment, Lu Ping cried her heart out, is there any justice left? Is there no law left? Village chief. Village chief.
The old village chief, who squeezed through the crowd, looked at the house that had been smashed inside. This young man doesn't think about the consequences of his actions.
This was such a nice house, and you smashed it like this. If Li Yang were outside, what you did would be illegal. Other villagers at the scene also pointed and whispered about Li Yang. Yes, Li Yang, what you did is illegal. If things go wrong, you'll get arrested. You'd better apologize to your aunt right away. Yes, your aunt shouldn't blame you.
Lu Datsai rushed back at that moment and was completely stunned when he saw the scene.
Mom, who did this? Who did this? How did our house get smashed? He glanced at Li Yang, his eyes widening. You, Li Yang. I treated you like a brother, and you smashed up my house?
He stepped forward and raised his foot, ready to teach Li Yang a lesson.
However, Li Yang was prepared and slapped Lu Datsai on the head with precise and subtle movements. Li Yang smiled disdainfully. This fatherly compassion palm is just right for dealing with you.
Before Lu Datsai could even react, he had already been slapped across the face, and his head was buzzing.
Li Yang, you're insane. You even hit your own brother.
Lu Ping supported her son, pointed at Li Yang, and said, if it weren't for your brother and me taking care of your grandfather back then, he wouldn't even know how he died.
Li Yang pointed at Lu Ping and roared, say it again. Who took care of my grandfather and your elderly mother in the early days?
It was my parents. They both got sick from exhaustion, and you used your last bit of time to bewitch my grandfather, whispering in his ear to get my family's property. And now you're saying such nice things.
You really know how to flatter yourself. Lu Ping roared, I'm not going to talk to you about this today. You vandalized my house, I'm calling the police right now.
I'll send you to jail.
Son. Call the police.
Lu Datsai nodded, okay, I'll call the police.
Li Yang wasn't intimidated at all. Come on, call the police.
The old village chief was still trying to persuade them, saying, there's no need for this.
We're all from the same village.
Oh dear, how did you get it like this?
A moment later, a police car arrived and stopped. 2 police officers stepped forward. He asked in confusion, what exactly happened here?
Lu Ping immediately stepped forward, shouting, this kid is trying to kill someone with a hammer.
Aren't you going to do anything about it, officers? The police officer's expression shifted, and he glanced at Li Yang. Young man, put down your weapon immediately.
Li Yang glanced at the hammer, casually tossed it aside, and smiled slightly, saying, I use this hammer to smash my own things, not to hurt people.
The 2 police officers finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Please don't do anything rash. I understand your basic situation now.
Young man, you'd better come with us.
Lu Ping laughed, see, Li Yang? You're about to go to jail. Upon hearing this, Li Ping'an became anxious.
He immediately stepped forward and said, Officer, it's like this house originally belonged to me, this is my son, and that is my father's sister whom he brought home from his second marriage.
That's all ancient history. Actually, we do own a share of this house.
My son has now smashed our own things.
Is that illegal? The 2 policemen's expressions shifted slightly.
So, this is a dispute within your family.
We can't handle this kind of financial dispute. How about we let your village chief deal with it?
Upon hearing this, the old village chief felt the pressure return and immediately stepped forward, saying, Li Yang, this matter is ancient history. Back then, your grandfather said he wanted to leave it to Lu Ping, we were all there. You've smashed your aunt's house, you have to pay compensation for that.
Li Yang frowned. Pay back?
Upon hearing that there was money to compensate, Lu Ping immediately became excited.
Li Yang, you have to pay 100,000 yuan, otherwise you can't leave today no matter what. Upon hearing this, Li Yang simply laughed. Compensate me 100,000? You want me to pay you back? Dream on.
Upon hearing this, Lu Ping's face immediately fell.
Oh? Is that so? Then you're not leaving today, officers. This Li Yang damaged my house, shouldn't he pay for it? The 2 police officers were in a dilemma. However, at that moment, an Audi pulled up to the side of the road, and several men in suits got out. He walked to Tao Qingyu's side.
Tao Qingyu said calmly, my legal team has arrived.
A lawyer stepped forward and asked, based on the information we have, Ms. Lu, when you inherited Mr. Li Yang's property, did you have a notarized will? A will? In this rural area, it's basically just a matter of a word. There's no such thing. Lu Ping panicked immediately. Wait, the village chief knows.
In our village, we just need to inform the village chief about these kinds of things.
The village chief stepped forward and said, that's right. I was there when Li Yukai passed away. I can testify to that.
The lawyer smiled slightly.
In other words, it's a verbal admission.
Without verifying whether the parties involved were of sound mind, and without notarization, it's unfortunate that this form of inheritance has no legal effect. The old village chief was stunned.
Well, can't I testify for that? Lu Ping chimed in, yes, how could you say that? That's disrespectful to our old village chief.
The lawyer smiled slightly. I'm just using the law to explain the situation. It is indeed the case.
So?
Hearing this, Lu Ping was stunned.
I have no right to inherit? Lu Datsai immediately shouted from the side, who are you? You say there's no right of inheritance? That's not true. My grandmother was his grandfather's wife.
The lawyer immediately pulled out his lawyer's license from his pocket, smiled faintly, and said, I am Mr. Tao's legal counsel.
This is my identification.
As for the relationship these two just mentioned, I did some research before I came here.
Back then, many elderly people in the countryside didn't have the habit of getting a marriage certificate.
Your mother and Mr. Li Ping'an's father didn't get a marriage certificate at all, meaning that legally they could only be considered boyfriend and girlfriend. Therefore, I can make one thing clear to everyone, the houses and land in this village belong to Mr. Li Ping'an and have nothing to do with Ms. Lu Ping.
Wow!
The villagers at the scene were in an uproar.
How is that possible? Doesn't that mean that Li Ping'an is the owner of this house? Has absolutely nothing to do with Lu Ping? Who says otherwise? Does that mean Li Yang had absolutely no problems today? Lu Ping was stunned.
She looked up at the lawyer in front of her in disbelief and shook her head repeatedly.
You're an imposter. You're an actor hired by Li Ping'an. I was wondering what was going on today. It turns out Li Ping'an had this idea all along.
Good.
You guys set me up today, didn't you? Li Ping'an, you are so insidious.
Tao Qingyu frowned slightly and glanced at the group of legal professionals around her.
There's no need to say anything more to this woman. As long as the police are present to testify, that's enough.
The lead lawyer stepped forward, took out relevant documents and a photocopy of his work ID, and said, Officer, your system can verify my identity through the judicial system.
As I just said, my client is the victim. His house and land have been occupied for many years. In addition, we will also sue the village chief.
Chapter 40 I became the richest man through childcare. The old village chief was dumbfounded.
Wait, why are you suing me?
The lawyer smiled slightly.
Why?
The state has granted you rights, yet you don't understand the law, disregard the facts, and rely entirely on personal connections to handle village affairs.
Tell me, should we sue you?
The old village chief was dumbfounded.
He stammered as he got up.
Lu Ping, who was standing to the side, had a sudden thought. If things continued like this, he would definitely suffer a loss, but it didn't matter.
These people can't possibly keep an eye on this place 24 hours a day.
Once they leave, the house will still belong to Lu Ping.
Just then, several black vans pulled up to the side of the road. A group of burly men in black came down.
Xiao Xian stepped forward and, leading the men in black, said, From now on, the land belonging to the Liang family will be transferred to our Qiao family. These lands will belong to the Qiao family from now on. Anyone who dares to occupy it and refuse to let go is going against the Qiao family. Tao Qingyu glanced at Xiao Xian, her expression shifting as she realized the implications of the situation.
She smiled slightly and said, Not bad, you've thought of everything. Xiao Xian's people are very good at dealing with deadbeats. Lu Ping was instantly dumbfounded. What do you mean? This land and house belong to us. What right do you have to sell them off like this? Lu Datsai nodded. You think you're so great just because you have a lot of people? You just sell it like that? It's all fake. You're all in cahoots, and you two policemen too, you've been bribed, haven't you?
The two police officers' expressions shifted, and they said coldly, Don't talk nonsense. We're here to enforce the law impartially.
You two, don't cause trouble.
Lu Ping was so anxious that she immediately sat down on the ground.
Hey, you're bullying an old woman like me.
This house is mine, this land is mine, you're the ones who are taking it from me.
Wah-ha-ha.
When Li Yang's 9 little cuties saw this, they all chuckled. They all pointed at Lu Ping and said,
Shame on you.
You're a grown-up, and you're still crying on the ground.
Yes, none of us will sit on the ground and cry. How embarrassing.
The villagers at the scene also started pointing fingers and gossiping. That's how these people are. They initially sided with Lu Ping, but now that things have escalated like this, they're all saying Lu Ping is wrong. Back then, she didn't take care of her stepfather at all. She just fed him some porridge every day and waited for the old man to die.
That's right, they've been occupying Li Ping'an's property for so many years and it's still like this. Ping'an is such a good person.
If it were me, I would have fallen out with her long ago. At this moment, the group of men in black stepped forward. Lu.Sai was so frightened that his body trembled.
What do you want to do? The police are here, are you still going to hit people? Xiao Xian smiled slightly. From this moment on, the Liang family's businesses belong to me, Xiao Xian.
If you still don't get out, I swear you won't see the sunrise tomorrow morning. The villagers at the scene were all taken aback.
Oh my, have you heard? The Chow family is a big family, and they make their living through shady dealings. Killing people so easily, that's really impressive.
Lu Ping, who was sitting on the ground crying, was startled by these words. Lu.Sai was also quite frightened.
Mom, why don't we leave first and then discuss this further?
After discussing it, the mother and son immediately stood up, no longer caring about land or property.
As Lu Ping walked, she shouted, Li Yang, you wait, you'll have to spit it out sooner or later, I'm telling you. Li Yang's 9 little cuties surrounded him, making faces at Lu Ping. Now you know how to be scared after bullying daddy, huh? It's all thanks to mommy.
Xiao Tongtong stood with her hands on her hips, extremely proud, feeling that she had helped her father. The other little ones joined in the chant. You should leave now, and don't bully dad anymore.
Snort. That's right.
Li Yang glanced at his daughters.
Sweeties, shall we go home early?
He glanced at the 9 mothers in front of him and said with a smile, thank you for your help.
I came all this way, only to have you see this.
They all shook their heads.
Xiao Xian said, if anything happens in the future, just tell us directly. We're all on the same side now. Tao Qingyu nodded as well.
Just like the children say, Dad only has one child. If you have any difficulties, come to us anytime.
Li Yang nodded. The mothers each left and went home. Li Yang clapped his hands, babies, let's go home too. Goodbye to the mothers. That evening, Li Yang took the children to bathe and practiced his skills again. My baby's bathing skills have reached LV3. Ding.
Congratulations, host, your skill level in bathing the child has reached LV3.
Receive a parenting gift pack X1. Open.
Congratulations, host, on acquiring the abilities of your chef father. The host can now better improve the baby's diet. Li Yang's eyes flickered slightly, and his mind was already filled with a wealth of knowledge related to the catering industry.
So, I've already gained the ability of a culinary master? It feels like I can turn even a rag into a delicious meal. This system is so convenient. After giving the children a bath, Li Yang took the 9 little ones back to the room and told them stories. I don't know how much time passed, but Li Yang was getting sleepy while talking and eventually lost consciousness. The next morning, Li Yang got the children up early.
It took more than an hour to tidy up the children.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, your braiding skills for the baby have reached LV3.
Receive a parenting gift pack X1. Open.
Congratulations, host, you have received 500,000 in childcare funds.
Li Yang's expression shifted slightly, and the corners of his mouth turned up. This is really good. Another 500,000 yuan is easily earned.
I love taking care of children so much.
If this continues, I'll become the richest person by raising children. Chapter 41. Our dad's cooking is the best.
After washing up, he took the children downstairs for breakfast.
At the dinner table, Li Ping'an asked, Li Yang, what do you think of those girls? You already have a daughter, don't you think about your own marriage?
Lin Shu glared at her husband.
How are you going to let our son choose?
It's unfair to the other girls no matter which one he chooses.
I think all these girls are quite nice. Li Ping'an frowned. But when I look at Tao Qingyu, she seems.
Lin Shu kicked her husband under the table, signaling him to shut up, especially since the child was still there.
What are you saying? They're so well off, and you insist on trying to climb the social ladder? Do you think you can even reach that level? Alright, let the young people handle their own affairs. We old folks will keep quiet. What do you think? Li Ping'an nodded, alright then, I won't say anything more. Li Yang glanced at his parents and said, Mom and Dad, we've almost finished eating. I'm taking the kids to school now.
Li Ping'an and Lin Shu nodded.
Li Yang led the children to the car. Just then, Teacher Lin suddenly called. Li Yang answered the phone, hello?
Across from him, Teacher Lin smiled and said, Mr. Li, it's like this, the school has an event today and would like to invite you to participate.
We selected some full-time parents to participate in the school's food festival. Why don't you come and join us? Li Yang's expression shifted. So this activity involves spending time with the children, right?
Teacher Lin, of course, you are full-time parents, so you definitely need to spend time with your children. The school will provide the materials, all you need to do is participate.
Li Yang nodded, okay, I'll bring the children over now.
The car was parked in the parking space in front of the school, and Li Yang got out of the car with the children. Teacher Lin was already waiting at the school gate. Mr. Li, you've arrived very early.
Li Yang said helplessly, there's no other way.
We have a lot of kids, so we have to get up early to do their laundry and cook for them. As they were chatting, the other parents arrived one after another.
The homeroom teacher then took the children and their parents to the playground.
At this moment, there are many small stalls on the playground, each offering different kinds of food. Li Yang's expression shifted: spicy hot pot, stinky tofu, desserts, pudding, ice cream.
Today's school event is really a food event. Teacher Lin explained to the parents, dear parents, our school's activity today is a mini food street. We need you to choose a stall and prepare the food.
Children can use their own ballots to vote for the food chosen by their parents, and the winning parents will receive a prize prepared by the school.
Li Yang's little darlings started laughing and joking on the spot. Dad, can you cook? Dad must be really amazing, we can help him out. Our dad will definitely win.
Taking this opportunity, Li Yang also picked up his phone and started a live stream, saying, don't worry, Dad will definitely dominate the game later. Help the kids get their prizes.
Hey, today's school event looks interesting, where's the food court?
If you do a good job, buddy, we can come from other places to support you.
This is an internal school event, we can't even get in to support it.
At this moment, the teacher said with a smile, parents, you can now draw lots.
The better the booth you draw, the easier it might be to win in the end.
Upon hearing this, the parents immediately rushed forward, eager to draw lots.
Li Yang smiled slightly, let's not rush, let the other uncles and aunts take them first.
At this moment, the booths of other parents were announced. Teacher Lin stepped forward and said regretfully, Mr. Li, it seems you're a little unlucky. You can only choose stinky tofu from these stalls.
The moment I hear about stinky tofu,
the 9 little cuties all pinched their noses.
Dad, are you going to make stinky tofu? But Tong Tong doesn't like stinky tofu. Xiao Yuan doesn't like to eat it either. Xiao Duo doesn't like to eat it either. Yao Yao doesn't like to eat it either. Li Yan glanced at his daughters and said, sweeties, Daddy's stinky tofu might be different.
He took the remaining lots, smiled slightly, and said, it really is a stinky tofu stall, but I don't care.
Teacher Lin smiled slightly, since the parents have already made their choices.
Today we have also invited Mr. Zhou, the culinary master of Binhai City, to be a judge. An elderly man with white hair, dressed in a chef's uniform, came out and laughed loudly, oh my, being able to participate in the activities with so many little ones today has really lifted my spirits.
Parents, little ones, do you have confidence?
Yes, the children shouted in unison. Most of the other parents' stalls were pretty good, offering both delicious food and simple meals. For them, as long as it's not a stinky tofu stall, they can't afford to lose too badly.
Ms. Lin nodded, all right, parents, we can begin.
As soon as he finished speaking, a group of parents walked up to their respective stalls.
Li Yang and his children also went to the stinky tofu stall.
He examined the ingredients and said, this uses common stinky tofu as the main ingredient. Children can't eat something that's too smelly, so it seems we need to make some changes to the seasonings to make the tofu less pungent.
Li Yang began his operation.
At this moment, the other parents were also busy. Beside Teacher Lin, Chef Zhou smiled slightly as he observed the scene. That stinky tofu doesn't suit the children's tastes, it's probably already out of the question. But since it's just a small competition for the kids, it doesn't matter whether we win or lose.
Teacher Lin smiled and nodded, yes, Mr. Li is young and doesn't look like he can cook.
It's already great that he can come. Many parents' stalls are now open for business.
The children can go and have some snacks now.
Li Yang glanced at the 9 adorable children beside him and said, babies, you can go and try the cooking of other uncles and aunts too.
Daddies will be ready soon. We don't need the babies' help anymore.
They were still children at heart.
In order to help their fathers, they endured the sight of other children eating snacks.
At this point, they all nodded and ran to other stalls to sample the food. At this moment, they came to a stall selling double skim milk. After each person ate a small bowl, they all nodded in agreement. This double-layered milk pudding tastes good.
Yes, it smells very good. A little boy said proudly, my mom is amazing, right? Remember to vote for her later.
Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaoduo shook her head and said, that's not true.
My dad's stinky tofu was the best. The little boy laughed heartily. Stinky tofu? We're just kids, we can't get used to stinky tofu, how could it possibly taste good? The other cuties chimed in relentlessly. Humph. My dad's stinky tofu was just different. It's incredibly delicious. That is. The children sampled the food at each stall while arguing amongst themselves. Seeing this, Teacher Lin smiled slightly and said, Mr. Lee didn't get good ingredients. This stinky tofu was indeed not accepted by people. Master Chef Joe said from the side. Yes, but these kids are so cute, they even know how to speak up for their dads. Oh, Mr. Lee's daughters are really sensible, Teacher Lin said. They are always thinking of their father. Being pampered by 9 daughters, this father must be so happy, said Chef Joe, shaking his head. It was at this moment that the children, having eaten their way around, finally arrived at Li Yang's stinky tofu stall. Chapter 42 My dad is the most powerful in the world. Upon seeing the stinky tofu at Li Yang's stall, a little boy clutched his stomach and said, It's disgusting. I was already full just now, and now that I'm here, I feel like I don't even need to eat anything to feel full. Many children nodded in agreement, covering their noses as they spoke. Stinky tofu smells terrible. We don't want to eat it. Yeah, it definitely won't taste good. Hearing this, the 9 little ones felt a little sad. Their father had gotten the stinky tofu, so they knew they couldn't win. But they didn't want their father to lose the game. Zhang Xiaoduo suddenly volunteered, I'll eat first. My dad's stinky tofu was definitely different. Li Yan laughed, yes, my little ones, the stinky tofu daddy makes is really different. After saying that, Li Yangshang brought out a piece of seasoned stinky tofu and handed it to his daughter. Zhang Xiaoduo glanced at the ugly stinky tofu and took a deep breath. I'll eat first for dad. She picked up a fork, speared the stinky tofu, and took a big bite. The stinky tofu instantly entered her little mouth. As you chew, the savory aroma of stinky tofu, mixed with its unique fragrance, assaults your senses. The other children at the scene all pointed at Zhang Xiaoduo and burst into laughter. Ha, is this tasty? It probably isn't. Yes, look, Zhang Xiaoduo is so hungry she can't even speak. Let's go. Seeing that these people were about to leave, the other cuties were also getting anxious. Xiaoduo, how was your meal? Was daddy's stinky tofu really good? Yes, Xiaoduo, say something. Zhang Xiaoduo suddenly put down her fork and exclaimed with delight, my dad's stinky tofu was so delicious. The other children stopped in their tracks, but they all burst into laughter at the same time. Ah, Zhang Xiaoduo, you're just saying this on purpose to help your dad, aren't you? Stinky tofu smells bad, how could it possibly taste good? We're not eating, let's go. Zhang Xiaoduo got a little anxious and put her hands on her hips, saying, my dad's tofu doesn't smell bad at all, it smells really good. After saying that, she forked another piece and put it in her mouth. Look, I ate another piece. The students all shook their heads. Zhang Xiaoduo, you're only saying this to help your father. We won't fall for it. At this moment, Qiao Tongtong and the other cuties walked over to Zhang Xiaoduo's side. Is the stinky tofu that dad makes really different? Then let's try it too. We trust dad and we trust Xiaoduo. The other little cuties also picked up the stinky tofu and stuffed it into their mouths. In an instant, the soup dripped from their little mouths onto the ground. After biting through the crispy tofu skin, the rich and fragrant soup rolled around in their mouths. All the little cuties stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Delicious. This is so delicious. We've never eaten such delicious stinky tofu before. Dad did a fantastic job too. This scene attracted the attention of the other children. A little boy, skeptical, stepped forward and said, Get out of my way, I don't believe stinky tofu can taste that good. After saying that, he walked to Zhang Xiaoduo's side, grabbed the last piece of stinky tofu in the bowl, and stuffed it into his mouth. He suddenly bit down. Put. The delicious broth instantly filled his mouth, and the little boy's eyes widened in shock. No. This can't be. The other children all asked in confusion. How is it? Isn't it awful? Yeah, why don't you say something? The little boy shook his head frantically. The other children breathed a sigh of relief. It seems it really tastes bad. He's shaking his head. Yes, it really doesn't taste good. But the next second, the little boy suddenly opened his eyes, looked up at the sky in disbelief, and shouted, Great! It's so delicious. So fresh and sweet, it tastes even better than spicy strips. Everyone, come and try it. The reaction here immediately caught Chef Joe's attention. Oh? There's a plot twist? That's interesting. Teacher Lin smiled slightly. If these children can approve of it, then Li Yang's stinky tofu must be really something special. The 9 little cuties are now quite proud of themselves, and they're all standing with their hands on their hips, talking to the other children. We're not lying to you, are we? My dad is the best dad in the world. The sauce my dad makes are all delicious. The other children who hadn't tried it yet were all taken aback. Humph. He's just pretending. He's trying to trick us, but we're not falling for it. We're going to vote for another booth. The little boy felt that he was being questioned. At this moment, Li Yang calmly made another bowl and said, "Kids, have a taste." Wow, judging from the little boy's expression just now, Li Yang's stinky tofu was really something else. What else is there to say? Could this streamer be some kind of hidden culinary genius? Several mothers started chatting in the mothers group. Lin Qingxue, I didn't expect Li Yang to be able to cook. Wu Yusin, putting aside the fact that she's a womanizer, it's actually a pretty good choice. Jia Shanshan, I'm getting more and more curious now, why would we have a child with him in the future? Shan Yuanyi, in any case, things have already turned out this way, so it's good now, isn't it? When the little boy saw that Li Yang had made another batch, he immediately stepped forward, grabbed a handful of stinky tofu, and stuffed it into his mouth. Delicious. This is really delicious. It's your loss if you don't eat it. Children are all greedy, and seeing their classmates eating so deliciously, they all started drooling. Should we try some too? The children began to approach, then reached out, and one of them picked up a piece of tofu and put it in his mouth. The next moment, the children's eyes widened in surprise. Teacher Lin asked in confusion, What's wrong with these children? Is it because they don't like the food? Chapter 43 Lu Ruyan is pregnant? Is she going to be a father again? 1. One parent who was setting up a stall frowned, My child has tried stinky tofu several times, but every time he couldn't stand the smell and threw it up. Will this time be different? At that moment, all the children who had eaten the tofu looked up. A different kind of brilliance shone in their eyes. This is so delicious. Yes, this tastes absolutely amazing. It's so tender and juicy, I thought I was eating beef. This is outrageous. It's absolutely outrageous. If it's really that delicious, the streamer could totally set up a street stall. Do you even think this is possible? It's just a piece of stinky tofu, how could you possibly make it so special? Exactly, I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. At this moment, Teacher Lin and Chef Joe approached. Chef Joe asked in confusion, This tofu looks quite ordinary? See? I just mentioned a piece of stinky tofu, and even the master chef said it was nothing special. Teacher Lin nodded, they look the same, shall we try some? The little cuties stepped forward and surrounded the two of them. Yes, teachers, you should try some, and Grandpa Chef, you should try some too. My dad's cooking is especially delicious. I guarantee you'll want to eat it again after you try it. Chef Joe laughed heartily, My little darlings, I've tasted all kinds of delicious food in my life. And lately, I haven't been feeling well, so my sense of taste might be a bit off. If I can still think your dad's cooking is delicious, then your dad's skills are not far from being a master chef. Teacher Lin picked up 2 portions of stinky tofu and handed one to old Master Joe, saying, Master Chef Joe, let's have a taste. Old Joe nodded, and the two of them picked up a piece of tofu and put it in their mouths. The next moment, it was like lightning flashing through their consciousness. Old Joe stared wide-eyed in disbelief. What was this umami flavor that seemed to pierce my taste buds? Is it delicious or not? Don't just stand there, tell me. Yeah, is this streamer's stinky tofu really that delicious? I live nearby, I'll go to the school and try it. Wait for me, I'll take a taxi now. The 9 adorable children were currently surrounding the two of them, laughing and joking. Teacher, Grandpa Chef, do you think it's delicious? Yes, isn't our dad amazing? Suddenly, old Joe felt his sense of taste return, and immediately picked up another piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Delicious. The second piece was even sweeter than the first. It's truly an amazing find. Teacher Lin nodded, This tofu reminds me of the first time I met my husband when I was young. We were young and didn't know any better, so we ate stinky tofu. Thinking about it now, it's really funny. Old Joe turned to look at Li Yang and said, What did you do to the tofu that made it so different? Li Yang smiled slightly. Actually, I didn't do much. I just blanched them and then fried them again.
Hearing Li Yang say this, old Joe nodded. Blanching can remove some of the odor to a certain extent, but it's definitely not that simple.
It's this seasoning.
Your control over taste has reached an amazing level.
It must be this unique seasoning recipe that masks the stench of the ingredients.
Young man, you're really good. At that moment, the children rushed forward and tore off their little red flowers and stuck them on Li Yang's stall.
Zhang Xiaoduo glanced at the teacher and asked, "Teacher, will my dad get first place today?"
Teacher Lin exclaimed, "Oh, of course.
This is absolutely delicious." At this moment, Principal Wang walked over curiously and asked, "Hey? What's wrong with you all? Why are you all standing here making such a fuss?"
Teacher Lin exclaimed with delight, "Director Wang, please try this.
This tofu is absolutely delicious."
The children raved about it after they ate it.
Director Wang was taken aback when she heard this. Really? It's just stinky tofu, isn't it?
But it's rare that the kids like it. He stepped forward, picked up a piece, and in the next instant, his eyes widened in surprise.
Great! Delicious! Li Yang, did you make this? Li Yang nodded. Uncle Wang, that's right, I made it.
Director Wang nodded repeatedly.
Li Yang, you actually have this kind of skill.
I think it would be better if your 9 daughters studied with me.
Whenever you have free time, you can come to our school cafeteria and get some stinky tofu. You don't have to come every day, you can decide when to come. Kids these days are very picky eaters. They don't like regular tofu.
But good tofu was very important for a child's growth and development.
What do you think of this?
Li Yang nodded. Okay, I'll come and help the kids make some tofu when I have time.
Anyway, I'm usually pretty free. Director Wang smiled happily. Great, that's wonderful.
Don't worry, we'll cover all the tofu and ingredients, and we'll even give you a monthly salary.
We won't let you help for nothing. Li Yang smiled. Oh dear, it's all for the sake of the children. Wow, that's amazing. This guy got a job just by showing off his skills? This guy probably doesn't even need this job. Don't you know his capabilities? He wouldn't even blink an eye if a piano cost $1 million. This scene sparked widespread discussion in the mothers group. Chenwani, Li Yang has to take care of the children and help out at the kindergarten. Is he able to manage?
Wu Yuru, actually, Li Yang is being supported by us now, so it's okay for him not to work. Lin Xingxue, it's really not good for a man to be a stay-at-home dad. We should treat him better. It's a great young man, and we all have a responsibility to let him waste his life like this. Tao Qingyu, I will make it up to him later, I won't let him suffer a loss.
Xiao Xin, me too.
Li Yang accidentally saw the message in the mothers group and smiled slightly. These women probably thought I had been taken advantage of.
Actually, that's not the case.
I have a system, and taking care of the child is the best way out. Just then, someone from outside the school barged in. They were stopped by several security guards.
What are you doing here?
We came because we heard there's delicious food here.
Yes, it's right over there. We all saw it. That streamer made stinky tofu. I heard it's really good.
The security guards couldn't stop them any longer, so Director Wang waved his hand and said, "All right, let them in."
This will not be repeated.
A moment later, a commotion erupted in the school, because stinky tofu had truly become a popular dish.
The tofu prepared by the school was sold out in no time. Li Yang glanced at the happy children and asked, "Kids, are you happy today?"
The children nodded in agreement.
I'm so happy to be able to go to school with my dad. We love it. Yes, Dad has worked hard today. Let's give Dad a shoulder massage.
Li Yang simply squatted down and said, "Thank you, my darlings." A group of little girls immediately surrounded him and started punching Li Yang's shoulder repeatedly. Li Yang squinted his eyes comfortably. Good, this feels so good.
My babies are so good. I'm not watching anymore. This guy is just showing off his daughter. Is this even worth watching? It seems like it's better to have more daughters. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside a cosmetics company,
Lu Ruyan secretly watched Li Yang's live stream for a while, and then suddenly had a stomachache in a fit of anger.
She was in the bathroom, holding a pregnancy test in disbelief. I'm pregnant? Why is this happening?
I clearly took precautions. She hurriedly took out her phone and called Chenhao. Chenhao, where are you at the company? Come to the restroom quickly, I have something important to tell you.
Chen Hao, holding his phone, slowly walked towards the bathroom, asking in confusion, what could be so important? What's wrong?
Lu Ruyan walked out of the bathroom, glanced at Chen Hao, and said, "Come here quickly."
Chen Hao asked in confusion, what's wrong? Why are you being so mysterious? Lu Ruyan grabbed Chen Hao. I'm pregnant now, what are you going to do? Chapter 44. Lu Ruyan is pregnant and about to become a father. 2. What? Chen Hao's face turned extremely pale. Didn't we take protective measures? Don't wrong me, I'm not the child's father, it couldn't be Li Yang's, could it? Lu Ruyan glared at her, what are you talking about? Li Yang and I have never been together. Who else could it be but you? Chen Hao flung his hand away, are you crazy? What makes you think you're mine? What proof do you have?
Don't even think about using your pregnancy to join the Chen family, Lu Ruyan, let me tell you.
There's no way we can get pregnant together.
Think about it carefully, whose child is it? Lu Ruyan looked at Chen Hao in disbelief. You weren't like this when you were pursuing me before, you bastard, you scumbag.
Chen Hao scoffed, me, a scumbag? I don't know who would go out with me when they had a boyfriend. Now you know to call me a scumbag? What man would want someone like you? Everyone knows it. It's just a fling. Lu Ruyan was trembling with anger. So you don't want to take responsibility?
Chen Hao smiled.
You give birth to the baby and get a DNA test, or you can have an abortion.
Go fight it yourself and solve it yourself.
He turned and left after saying that. Lu Ruyan was also furious. Chen Hao, I never thought you were such a scumbag. Fine, I'll give birth to it and make you take responsibility.
Suddenly, her expression changed.
Wait, what if it really isn't Chen Hao's, and he won't take responsibility? What then? Oh right, there's also Li Yang. Doesn't he like being a father?
If I bring him one, he'll definitely be willing.
Then I'll have a backup plan. If Chen Hao fails, Li Yang can take over.
Yes, I'll go find him after get off work and tell him that he's the one I truly love.
Meanwhile, Li Yang, who had spent the day with his child, was preparing to go home.
Just as the van reached the alley entrance, Lu Ruyan's face appeared on the roadside, almost scaring him so much that he lost control of the car.
After rolling down the window, Li Yang angrily cursed, are you crazy? Scaring people on the roadside like this. Trying to stage an accident, are you?
The 9 cuties also stood up and started complaining.
It's you again. What are you up to now? Still want to find my dad?
With your appearance, don't come here and ruin my dad's life. That's right, my dad already has 9 mothers. Lu Ruyan forced a smile and said, little kid, don't be so sharp-tongued, or your mouth will get rotten. Then she glanced at Li Yang and said, Li Yang, I'm here to tell you some good news.
I've realized I can't forget you. Let's be together. How about we get our marriage certificate tomorrow? Li Yang was stunned. What the heck, has this woman taken the wrong medicine? They want to get a marriage certificate right away? Are you kidding me? Are you looking for someone to take over your business? Lu Ruyan, are you out of your mind? You come up to me and ask me to marry you right away? Didn't you say you were 1 in a million? You don't want it anymore? Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, clearly conflicted. What if Li Yang refused to marry her if she asked for money?
If the child isn't Chen Hao's, he can still have Li Yang take over.
But if it is Chen Hao's, she can just divorce Li Yang and let Chen Hao take over. Either way, she wins. Li Yang, how about you give me 80,000 or 100,000 as a token?
You're taking care of other people's kids now, becoming a father unexpectedly.
You won't have a wife in the future. Look at me, you've already done me a favor by coming to me.
Look, you married me, so you can take care of my child. It doesn't matter who you take care of the child for. My child will still call you dad in the future.
Besides, how come you don't know that this child isn't yours?
Li Yang's mind was racing, he couldn't process it all.
Holy crap! Did a donkey kick your brain? Do you know what you're saying?
I'll give you a bride price, you'll marry me, and then I'll be a father unintentionally.
Lu Ruyan, have you lost your conscience? Did I ever do anything to wrong you when we were dating? How could you repay kindness with enmity?
Upon hearing this, Li Yang's 9 daughters became anxious and got out of the car one after another. They put their hands on their hips, straightened their backs, and started cursing in childish voices.
Auntie, you're so ugly and pregnant, don't come looking for my dad. Exactly. You were ugly even when you weren't pregnant, but you're even uglier now. It's unbearable to look at. Ha ha, old lady, pregnant, asking my dad to marry you, aren't you ashamed? Seeing that his daughters had all gotten out of the car, Li Yang quickly got out as well and said coldly, Lu Ruyan, why aren't you getting out of here? You're blocking our way home. The old man and the other neighbors approached one by one, puzzled. What on earth happened? Why are Li Yang and Lu Ruyan arguing again? I don't know, what's going on? At that moment, Lu Ruyan's eyes suddenly flickered, and she clutched her stomach, crying out, Li Yang, I'm pregnant, and you're just going to abandon me? How could you be so heartless? Chapter 45. You're actually unwilling to take responsibility? Li Yang was taken aback, then pointed at Lu Ruyan and said coldly, Lu Ruyan, when we were talking, we were very respectful to each other. Now that you're pregnant, what does it have to do with me? Are you out of your mind? Among the onlookers, some were still confused. Li Yang has been dating the Lu family's daughter for a while, and now Lu Ruyan is pregnant. Do you think it might really be Li Yang's child? Hey, you know what, it's actually possible. Maybe Li Yang got Lu Ruyan pregnant, what do you think? And now he's not willing to take responsibility? That won't do. The Lu family's parents aren't so easy to talk to. The third uncle knew more, and he had a good relationship with Li Yang. He shook his head and said, You're wrong, you're wrong. Lu Ruyan is with a young man who drives a BMW now. I saw him last time. What does this have to do with Li Yang? Immediately, a neighbor said coldly, Hey, uncle, what do you know? What kind of girl would risk her reputation to spout nonsense? It's the third uncle. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. The old man was in a panic. At that moment, Lu Ruyan's mother, Huang Meng, ran out of the house, asking, What's all this commotion about? A neighbor immediately said, Aunt Lu, your Ruyan has been impregnated, and that Li Yang isn't going to take responsibility. What? This is outrageous. Huang Meng's face darkened. Fine. Li Yang. I never would have guessed you'd bully my daughter like this. Listen up, everyone. This Li Yang is a scoundrel who's been entangled with the mothers of these little brats, and now he's even getting involved with my daughter. No matter what I say, I'm going to knock 2 bags out of him today. After saying that, he picked up a stone from the ground and rushed towards Li Yang, who was arguing with him. Xiao Tongtong's eyes lit up as she noticed what was happening. Sisters, someone's going to hit Daddy. Let's go. The 9 little cuties immediately rushed towards Huang Meng. Before Huang Meng could react, she was knocked to the ground by the little cuties who pounced on her. Hey! You little brats are rebelling? My hair! Stop pulling my hair! Who stepped on my stomach? Seeing her mother being beaten by the 9 children, Lu Ruyan panicked and cried out, Mom! Li Yang! Tell your daughters to stop right now. At that moment, a taxi stopped on the side of the road, and a big man got out of the car and saw his wife being beaten on the ground by a child. He immediately roared, Wife! Ruyan! What on earth happened? He jumped out of the car, and Li Yang's expression shifted. He immediately stepped forward and pulled his daughters behind him. Lu Dahai? He's back? The old man's heart skipped a beat. He walked over to Li Yang and said, Li Yang, you're in trouble now. Lu Dahai works as a bodyguard for a rich family. Your daughters beat his wife, so he definitely won't let it go. Seeing her husband return, Huang Meng immediately felt emboldened. Dahai, not only did Li Yang get Ruyan pregnant, but he also let those little brats beat me up. You have to stand up for us. Lu Dahai, over 2 meters tall and imposing, glanced at Li Yang indifferently and said, Kid, did you let those brats beat up my wife? And you're the one who got my daughter pregnant? Li Yang was also quite angry. The 3 members of the Lu family were used to being arrogant and domineering in this alley area, and usually no one wanted to associate with them. When I graduated from high school, I was very naive. Because Lu Ruyan had a good relationship with me at that time, her family treated me very politely. He now truly regrets it. He was too young and naive back then, unable to see through people. That's what's made things so complicated now. First of all, your daughter and I broke up a long time ago, and the child in her belly has nothing to do with me. Secondly, your wife tried to hit me, so my child pushed her down. Lu Ruyan feigned grievance and said, Dad, Li Yang is unwilling to take responsibility. He's going to hit me again. Upon hearing this, Lu Dahai was alarmed and immediately stepped forward to grab Li Yang's shoulder.
However, Li Yang's current system also rewards martial arts, and with a smooth sidestep, he directly got rid of Lu Dahai.
Lu Dahai's eyes lit up. Good lad.
At this moment, Huang Meng said from the side, Li Yang, how about this, since you are unwilling to take responsibility, I will take my daughter to have an abortion.
But you should just compensate my daughter for this car.
Huang Meng knew very well that this matter would not end well if it escalated to the end, so it was better to just take some benefits.
Lu Ruyan's eyes flickered. That's right, Li Yang, you're the one who wronged me. You have to pay for this car.
Lu Dahai said coldly, you heard what my daughter said, give it to me.
Li Yang almost burst out laughing.
You could have just robbed me, but you made up an excuse.
I'm truly flattered. Lu Dahai snorted coldly, are you saying that my daughter would use her own reputation to frame you? Lu Ruyan said guiltily, yes, Li Yang, don't you even consider whether you're worth me doing this for? Li Yang smiled. All right, you need to catch a thief red-handed. Since you say the child is mine, it's simple.
Just give birth in 10 months and take the baby for a paternity test.
If it's mine, I'll give you the car and the house, how about that? But if that's not the case, then we'll see you in court.
You've slandered my reputation, and I won't let it go so easily.
Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan instinctively took a step back. Li Yang, what gives you the right to make me give birth just because you want me to? I have the right to decide whether or not to have a child. The third uncle laughed and said, Lu Ruyan, aren't you ashamed?
Li Yang said that as long as you give birth, he will take full responsibility.
Why are you still unwilling? Is this child not Li Yang's? Li Yang is a good kid. You can't slander him like that. It's illegal.
Lu Dahai glanced at his wife and daughter, and began to have doubts. The surrounding neighbors pointed and whispered among themselves.
Does Lu Ruyan look so guilty? Could it be that Li Yang has been wronged?
She's even willing to disregard her own reputation.
She's ruthless. And what else is there to say?
When a woman gets ruthless to herself, she's truly invincible.
Just then, a black Porsche pulled up to the side of the road. Xiao Xian, dressed in black, got out of the car and said coldly, why don't we write a contract?
If it's Li Yang's child, he will take full responsibility, including future expenses and assets such as houses and cars. But if that's not the case, your daughter has framed and defamed others, and should be dealt with according to the law.
I happen to have some blank paper on me, go ahead and write.
Xiao Xian casually took out a piece of white paper, flicked her right hand, and a black fountain pen appeared in her hand.
All right, whoever makes the decision shouldn't back down. Come on, write it down and sign it. This. Lu Ruyan was dumbfounded. How did things get so serious? The contract had already been signed. She just wanted Li Yang to give her some security, but in the end, wouldn't she be the one who got hurt? The child definitely wasn't Li Yang, she just wanted Li Yang to provide her with security. Moreover, it has to be done willingly.
If Li Yang is unwilling, it will be a troublesome matter after his child is born.
Doesn't Li Yang like to be someone else's father? Isn't he keen on being taken advantage of? It's not what she expected. Lu Ruyan's eyes were full of tears. Li Yang, you bad man.
You're willing to take care of other women's babies, but why aren't you willing to take care of mine?
They can call you dad in the future too. How can you be so biased? You're using this biased treatment here? Li Yang really wanted to laugh.
Lu Ruyan, you publicly asked me to help you take over this mess.
Now everyone heard it. I, Li Yang, have nothing to do with her anymore. Instead, Lu Ruyan burst into tears, feeling wronged.
Huang Meng looked uncomfortable and went up to Lu Ruyan's arm, pinching it twice and saying, you're such a jerk, you're driving me crazy.
Li Yang, you two were together before, why can't you accept this? Is my daughter that bad? Lu Dahai also felt embarrassed at this moment, and glared at his wife and daughter. What exactly happened? Come back with me and we'll talk about it properly. I'm so angry. Aren't you leaving yet? Lu Dahai pulled his wife and children into the alley.
All the neighbors at the scene began to whisper among themselves.
What's going on with the Lu family? This daughter really doesn't know how to behave properly.
Yes, I heard that their daughter is having affairs outside, and they might not even know who the father of the child is.
Only then did Li Yang turn his head curiously to look at Xiao Xian. Why did you suddenly come? Chapter 46. Don't you even recognize your young lady? 2 in 1.
The crowd dispersed as they discussed the matter. The third uncle walked up and said with a smile, Li Yang, I've watched you grow up. That Lu family mother and daughter are really despicable. They almost came to your house to steal things. Also, you guys are really amazing. You know how to protect your dad at such a young age. The little cuties all looked up. Yes, third grandpa, we are dad's daughters, so we must protect him. Yes, dad is very good to us. He tells us stories and teaches us songs. Seeing the children's innocent faces, the old man's eyes crinkled with laughter. Li Yang glanced at Xiao Xian at this moment and said, "By the way, why did you suddenly come here?" "What? You're not welcome?" Xiao Xian asked. Li Yang shook his head. "How could that be? You even helped me out of that predicament, how could I not welcome you?" "Perfect timing, the food is just cooked, come to my house for dinner." Xiao Xian nodded, "Okay." Xiao Tongtong walked to Li Yang's side and said with a smile, "Dad, hurry up and hold mom's hand, that's how they do it in idol dramas." Li Yang smiled awkwardly, "Tongtong, this isn't an idol drama." Xiao Tongtong shook her head inwardly. He muttered to himself, "Dad really doesn't know how to date, and he's so stubborn. I wonder when he'll be able to marry all the moms." Li Yang simply thought the child was cute and reached out to rub the child's little head. "Mom and Dad, please bring an extra set of chopsticks and bowls for dinner. Miss Xiao is eating here with us." Li Pingyan poked his head out of the kitchen, nodded and smiled, "Okay." After saying that, he turned to his wife and said, "This rascal, he's always getting close to this one and that one. When are we going to find him a wife?" Lin Shu glared at him. "Our son's personality must have come from certain people. Back when we first started working, weren't you still entangled with Huai Ru and Xiao Wan? If you ask me, this child is just like you." "Hey, how can you say that?" Li Pingyan said, "So this kid isn't related to you by blood? I told you a lot when you were young." Lin Shu glared at him, "Say that again, and neither of you will get any dinner tonight. Go get the rice, your 9 granddaughters are back." Li Pingyan shook his head and came to the living room. He glanced at Xiao Xian and smiled, "This is Xiao Xian, right? Your aunt and uncle didn't know what you liked to eat. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Your uncle could have arranged the meals for you sooner." Xiao Xian smiled and said, "It's okay, uncle. I don't eat much, so I'll just have something simple." A table of dishes was served very quickly. Lin Shu also said with a smile, "Oh dear, there's not much food here, just make do with what you have." Xiao Xian smiled and said, "This is nothing, thank you for your hard work, uncle and aunt." Li Pingyan sighed. "That's not how it works. This whole thing is my son's fault. It's you who have suffered." Xiao Xian smiled enigmatically, "Okay, uncle, Li Yang has always been like this." Li Pingyan and Lin Shu glared at Li Yang again. Li Yang sighed and stared at his daughters. "Dad didn't do anything, you all know that, right?" Xiao Tongtong giggled and shook her head frantically, "Daddy will really like mommy in the future. I get along very well with my mom." Xiao Xian looked at Li Yang with a puzzled expression. "Oh? Really?" She used to be a staunch non-marriage advocate and found it hard to imagine herself establishing a stable emotional relationship with a man. However, how could she possibly accept sharing a man with another woman? Unless Li Yang is exceptionally outstanding, or she gets back together with him after their breakup. Li Pingyan said with a smile, "All right, everyone, let's eat. Don't wait until the food gets cold. Let's continue chatting after we finish eating." Xiao Xian nodded, "Okay." Li Yang put little bibs on his children and then fed them. Xiao Xian asked in confusion, "Don't the children eat by themselves? Why are you feeding them?" Li Yang's expression shifted, and he immediately explained, "Oh, I was worried that the children might eat their clothes." Xiao Xian nodded. Li Yang couldn't exactly say he was just grinding for experience, could he? "My darlings are so good. They ate their food so well." Li Yang started praising his child without thinking. Ding! Congratulations, host, for praising your child's proficiency level to LV3. Congratulations, host, you have received a parenting gift pack X1. Li Yang's expression shifted. Open. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 500,000 childcare funds. A critical hit has been triggered, doubling the amount. Congratulations, you have received 1 million childcare funds. No, 1 million? Li Yang was stunned. 1 million? He made $1 million just by taking care of his daughter. Wow, that's amazing. If this keeps up, I'll probably become the richest person in our alleyway community soon. Li Pingyan glared at his son.
What nonsense are you spouting during mealtime?
Your girlfriend is right here, and you're still so irresponsible.
When am I ever going to start looking forward to your marriage?
Lin Shu glared at her husband.
His girlfriend is here, why are you yelling at him? Wait until Xiao Xian leaves before you say anything. Xiao Xian smiled slightly, he has many girlfriends, it doesn't matter if I'm not one of them. Li Yang was taken aback. Hadn't they agreed to be partners? Why was Xiao Xian so jealous? At this moment, Xiao Xian took out a stack of envelopes. Uncle and aunt, this is the money for your land in the countryside. After all, as I said before, my Xiao family has acquired your land. Li Pingyan was taken aback. How could we accept this? The land in our rural area isn't worth much. We can't take it. Xiao Xian shook her head. Xiao Xian, cannot break the rules. Please accept it. Li Pingyan had no choice but to take the envelope.
When he opened it, he saw that the check inside was for 500,000.
No, this is absolutely not going to work. How could such a worthless piece of land in the countryside be worth so much? We can't take advantage of you.
Xiao Xian glanced at the children and said, on the one hand, this is money for buying land, and on the other hand, prices are high now, and raising children is very expensive.
A single meal for you will easily cost several hundred yuan.
As her mother, it is only right that I give you some extra money for household expenses.
Don't worry, this money is all perfectly reasonable, you can keep it.
Li Pingyan was so grateful for the girl's kindness that he didn't know what to say, and his feelings for her grew stronger.
By the way, Xiao Xian, I heard someone say that your family is in the entertainment industry? Is that true?
Li Pingyan, being a former teacher, naturally had a biased view of such establishments. Therefore, I have a better impression of Tao Qingyu, and the other girls are also nice. But now that Xiao Xian has given so much, his opinion has changed.
Xiao Xian nodded, yes, my dad's business is quite large, and we do own some venues. So I can't explain that I have a child for the time being. Give me some time, and I'll be able to take Li Yang back to meet you soon. Take me to meet him? Li Yang swallowed hard. What if the father asked, I heard you have 8 children and 8 different mothers, is that true?
He nodded, the father waved his hand across his neck, and the play ended.
Let's not do it.
The real battleground was the meeting between the 9 mothers. If all 9 mothers were to appear at the same table, he wouldn't know how many times he might die.
Explanations are useless.
We can only hope that the meeting for all mothers and parents can be postponed as much as possible.
Ideally, you should open a gift pack yourself and get an immortal body. Xiao Xian glanced at Li Yang and said, you should eat too. Don't just focus on the child. Li Yang nodded, okay.
Just then, someone started banging on the door in the courtyard.
Thump thump thump.
Lin Shu stood up.
Who is it? She said to Li Yang and Xiao Xian, you two continue eating.
Lin Shu walked into the courtyard and opened the door. Lu Ruyan's mother, Huang Meng, rushed in, shouting, where's Li Yang?
Tell him to come out and see me. Lin Shu was taken aback. What's wrong? What happened again? Li Yang and his son exchanged a glance and immediately went outside. Li Pingyan asked in confusion, what happened again? Li Yang said coldly, didn't you have enough of arguing outside just now? I've made myself perfectly clear to you. We'll see you in court once the baby is born.
Huang Meng's eyes darted around, then she jumped up and said, nonsense.
It's true that my daughter broke up with you, but you didn't give her a breakup fee? My daughter dated a poor guy like you for several years in college, didn't she suffer? You, just give her $1 million.
Li Pinggan and Lin Shurun were dumbfounded.
What? You want $1 million for a kid from the neighborhood to fall in love? Huang Meng, why don't you just rob someone? Li Pingyan said angrily. Lin Shu advised, Ruyan's mother, think about it.
It's rare for the children to have known this relationship since they were little.
Wouldn't it be better to part amicably? Huang Meng knew her daughter was pregnant.
She didn't dare to cause trouble at Chen Hao's house because his family had some power, but she dared to make a scene with Li Pingyan and his wife, who were known for being honest.
Who wants a peaceful breakup? You have to pay me, or I'm not leaving today.
Li Pinggan said coldly, Huang Meng, my family is having a meal.
If you don't leave, I'm going to call the police. Go ahead and report it.
That's perfect, let the whole community see what kind of people the Li family really are.
Xiao Xian walked up to Li Yang and smiled slightly. Your ex-girlfriend's mother is that kind of person, how could you like her daughter? Li Yang looked embarrassed. Back then, I had just graduated from high school and was completely clueless. Besides, Lu Ruyan wasn't like this back then. She only changed a lot after she went to university. Xiao Xian laughed. I'm not coming to your house for free today. She said coldly, 1 million, is that it? I can give it. Both Li Yang and Li Pingyan's expressions changed. Xiao Xian, are you crazy? Li Yang said in a deep voice, why should we pay you? Li Pingyan nodded, yes, this has nothing to do with you. It's Li Yang who's indecent and womanizing. Li Yang, hi. Xiao Xian smiled slightly and shook her head, saying, I've seen plenty of people like this. I'll handle it. She stepped forward. You may not know who I am, but your husband should. Why don't you go and ask? I am the eldest daughter of the Chow family in Binhai City. Huang Meng sneered, I don't care who you are. You said 1 million, you owe me 1 million now, and you have to pay me that. Otherwise, I'll have my husband bring the young master of the Lu family here, and you'll be finished. The Lu family is very powerful. Xiao Xian's expression shifted, and she glanced at Li Yang. The Lu family? Below her Chow family are 4 major families, and these 4 families assist her Chow family. The Lu family was among them. The young master of the Lu family you're talking about? Let him show his face here if he dares. I want to see just who this young master of the Lu family is. At that moment, outside the alley entrance, a luxury car was parked on the side of the road, and Lu Dahai stood respectfully to the side. Then a young man got out of the car. He was wearing a sharp suit. Lu Dahai, do you live here? Lu Dahai replied respectfully, yes, young Master Lu. Thank you for making this trip. My daughter was being bullied, that's why. Young Master Chen raised his hand and said, hey, you're my bodyguard. Your daughter has been bullied by someone who takes advantage of their power. How can I turn a blind eye? Besides, you promised to arrange for your daughter to come to my house tonight. It turned out that Lu Dahai, his wife, and daughter had discussed it and concluded that Li Yang was unreliable, and Chen Hao might not be reliable either. Now we need a third layer of insurance, lure this lecherous young Master Lu over, spend a night with him, and then claim the child as his. Perhaps the Lu family can seize this opportunity to rise to a higher level. At that time, their fortunes will rise accordingly, and they will achieve great success. Lu Xiaotian smiled slightly, alright, it's getting late, lead the way. Lu Xiaotian had met Lu Ruyan before and remembered her. After all, Lu Ruyan looked very young back then, and he liked girls with that kind of college student vibe the most. The two walked to the outside of Li Yang's courtyard. Just then, I heard Xiao Xian say coldly, don't even mention the young master of the Lu family, even if the head of the Lu family came, I wouldn't put him in my eyes. At this moment, the 9 adorable girls beside Li Yang all imitated Xiao Xian, striking a very impressive pose. Some of the little ones even bared their teeth and made faces. Hearing this from outside the door, Lu Xiaotian's expression shifted slightly. Who's so arrogant? In Binhai, how dare they not put the Lu family in their eyes? He pushed open the door and went inside with Lu Dahai. The next moment, his eyes widened in surprise, and he looked at Xiao Xian with disbelief. The latter also looked at him. Xiao Xian frowned slightly. It turned out to be the adopted son of the Lu family. She remembered this person. After all, as the eldest daughter of the family and the main person in charge of the 4 major families, she had seen the photos of these people before. But Lu Xiaotian was an unreliable person to begin with, and at this moment he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Good, really beautiful. That's really good. Lu Dahai immediately introduced, this is the young master of the Lu family, Lu Xiaotian. Do you know what the consequences will be if you offend the Lu family? Will you ever have a peaceful life again? Li Pingyan and Lin Shu had no idea who the Lu family was, and they said coldly, what Lu family? We don't know anything about them. If you don't leave now, we'll call the police immediately. Xiao Xian suddenly shook her head, wait a minute. Lu Xiaotian, you don't recognize me? Lu Xiaotian's expression shifted slightly. You recognize me? I don't know you, but I'd really like to get to know you now. Chapter 47. What? You're really the young lady? Xiao Xian's face immediately turned ugly. He didn't even recognize me? This Lu Xiaotian is indeed a good for nothing. What's happening here has nothing to do with your Lu family, so why are you meddling? Lu Xiaotian laughed, waved his hand, and several of his men immediately stepped out from behind him. Lu Dahai is my bodyguard, so I came to see what grievances he suffered. I have already understood the basic situation.
You can settle this by paying compensation now.
Otherwise, I'll bring people here every day to ask for money. You owe this to someone, so it's not illegal for me to ask for the debt back, is it? Li Yang stepped forward and said, "What do you mean by owing money? When did our family ever owe the Lu family any money?" Lu Xiaotian laughed, "If I say you owe me, then you owe me. Just tell me whether you're going to pay it back or not." Xiao Xian almost laughed out of anger. Lu Xiaotian, Xiao Xian, have truly had my eyes open today. I never knew that the people under my Qiao family were all like this. The Qiao family? Lu Xiaotian was taken aback. She said her surname is Qiao, the Qiao family. Could she be a member of the Qiao family? A subordinate whispered, "That's impossible. If it really is Miss Qiao, why would she come to a place like this? This family doesn't seem like high society." Just then, Xiao Tongtong ran into her mother's arms, crying, "Mommy! What are these people doing? Are they beggars?" Xiao Xian knew her daughter was being sarcastic. "Lu Xiaotian, that's enough, or you won't be able to bear the consequences later." Lu Xiaotian laughed. He hated being looked down upon, especially by a beautiful woman. He pointed at Xiao Xian and said, "This child is so big already, she can't possibly be a Miss Qiao. If you don't pay me compensation today, I'll have this house demolished right now." "Let's do it." These thugs took out hammers and axes that they had prepared beforehand, turned around and smashed them down on Li Yang's front door. Bang! With a loud crash, the metal door broke open. "Stop!" Li Yang said coldly, "Mom and Dad, call the police." Lu Xiaotian chuckled, "Call the police? Sure, go ahead and try." Xiao Xian took out her phone and dialed a number. "Hey, Uncle Lu, there are some people from your Lu family causing trouble here. Why don't you come and take a look yourself?" She picked up her phone and said to Lu Xiaotian, "I'm giving you one last chance. You'll regret it if you don't listen to this call." Lu Xiaotian slowly took 2 steps forward, looking at the woman in front of him with disdain. Is she addicted to pretending to be a rich young lady? He slapped Xiao Xian's phone away, saying, "Who do you think you are, to dare let me answer your call?" Seeing Xiao Xian's phone being knocked away, Li Yang immediately stepped forward and kicked it out. He kicked Lu Xiaotian to the ground. Lu Xiaotian never expected that anyone would dare to lay a hand on him in a place like this. He turned to his men and said, "What are you doing? Can't you see your young master has been beaten? All of you, charge! Smash him to death." Xiao Xian's expression changed, and she stepped forward to stand in front of Li Yang. "What are you doing? Are you rebelling?" Li Yang grabbed Xiao Xian, rushed forward, and slapped the thugs to the ground several times. Li Pingyan saw his son rushing forward so bravely. He asked in confusion, "When did my son become such a good fighter?" Seeing his usually reliable thugs lying on the ground groaning in pain, Lu Xiaotian stood there dumbfounded, pointing at Li Yang and saying, "You've gone too far. Do you know who I am? You even dare to hit me. What are you waiting for? Let's go. I'll go back and find someone, and I'll make a scene with you every day." Li Yang's little darlings stand beside their father. They made faces one by one. Hee, uncle is such a disgrace. You're so old and still act like a child. Do you call your parents when you lose a fight? Exactly, uncle, no girl would like you looking like that. Yeah, boys are so troublesome, it's unbelievable. Uncle, maybe you shouldn't go out, so you don't embarrass yourself. Lu Xiaotian was surprised by how talkative the little girl was. Shut up, you little brats, or I'll tear your house down. However, at that moment, as the courtyard gate was pushed open, a dignified voice rang out, "Whose house are you trying to demolish?" Lu Xiaotian turned around in astonishment, staring at the dignified old man before him, his expression blank. Father. Father? The head of the Lu family turned around, cupped his hands, and said, "I am Lu Yan, and I pay my respects to the young lady." Everyone present was stunned. Lu Dahai was even more dumbfounded. The old man called her Miss Qiao? Could she really be Miss Qiao? But if that's the case, why is she at Li Yang's house? He glared at his wife fiercely. You said their family has no background, but how does Li Yang know Miss Qiao now? Huang Mang looked at her strangely. What young lady or second young lady? How would I know? Lu Xiaotian was startled. Young miss? I don't know, father, I really don't know. The head of the Lu family said coldly, "From today onwards, you are no longer a member of the Lu family. Guards, drag him back, break one of his legs, and kick him out of Binhai City. My Lu family doesn't want a brainless member of our clan." Father, father. I was wrong. I was wrong. Lu Xiaotian turned around and knelt on the ground. Young miss, I was wrong. I didn't know this was your territory, young miss. Xiao Xian frowned slightly. Uncle Lu, you're getting old, and your discipline over your children is weakening.
The head of the Lu family immediately broke out in a cold sweat.
What you say is true, young lady. I'll take care of this right away.
He cupped his hands and said to Li Pingyan and his wife, I apologize, it was my Lu family who disturbed you.
Someone come here.
A butler stepped forward, opened the silver box, revealing bright red banknotes inside. Li Pingyan immediately waved his hand, no need, it's a misunderstanding.
It's so strange of you to be acting like this. Please put it away. Chapter 48. What did your daughter just call the teacher? When have those two old folks ever seen anything like this? It's not like they're filming a movie.
Xiao Xian glared at old Lu, if you scare them, take your men and get out of here.
Yes. Patriarch Lu turned to look at Lu Dahai, take him with you.
Lu Dahai was immediately escorted into a car by several bodyguards in black, while Huang Ming chased after them, calling out, Dahai, what's going on, Dahai?
Oh dear, how did it get like this? The courtyard was quiet now, and Li Pingyan asked with some worry, will Lu Dahai be alright?
Xiao Xian smiled slightly, don't worry, uncle. Lu Dahai tricked those rich kids into causing trouble, he'll definitely be taught a lesson.
You don't need to worry. Lin Shu shook her head. We're not worried about that.
Although the Lu family is a bunch of scoundrels, we, as neighbors, don't want them to die.
Xiao Xian laughed, uncle and aunt, you don't really think I would kill someone, do you?
Some people won't know how to repent unless they are taught a lesson and suffer a little.
Li Yang, take good care of the child. I'm leaving now. Li Yang nodded, and only after watching Xiao Xian leave did Li Pingyan breathe a sigh of relief. Son, just who is your girlfriend? Her influence is beyond our reach. How about we find one from the other few? Li Yang sighed. The others? You really think the others were simple?
If he could, he'd love to ask his future self how he did it.
Li Yang turned around and clapped his hands, saying, babies, Daddy will take you upstairs to tell you a story so you can get ready for bed, okay? The children nodded in agreement, okay.
Lin Shu glared at her son, so much has just happened, and you still have the mood to tell the child a story.
They're really carefree.
Li Yang smiled slightly and said that taking care of the child was more important, as it would help him gain proficiency and more rewards, which would enable him to cope with various events in the future. For example, the hellish challenge of meeting your girlfriend's parents.
That's hard to imagine. Li Yang went up to the second floor and told stories to his 9 daughters.
He held his 2 children, Xiao Yuan and Tingting, in his arms, while his other daughters sat in a row in their pajamas.
The spot on Li Yang's arm is where these darlings take turns sitting, otherwise, a battle for his favor would erupt. That's what happens when there are too many girls.
Then let Daddy tell you a story about the white bone demon battling the Calabash brothers.
Giggle, giggle.
The children laughed one by one.
Dad, you're making up stories. These are different characters from 2 different stories. Yes, we studied it at school. Li Yang smiled slightly, people's thinking shouldn't be confined.
Who knows, they might meet again thousands of years from now.
Ding. Storytelling skills for the babies have reached LV3. Reward, Parenting Gift Pack X1. Open.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Maybach Childcare Vehicle Redemption Card X1.
A Maybach redemption card? Li Yang was taken aback.
This car was valuable, worth far more than 500,000.
Great deal. Looks like I'll have to get a Maybach soon. If the people at the alley entrance see this, especially Lu Ruyan, they'll explode. Li Yang felt relieved just thinking about it. Alright, kids, shall we wash up and go to bed? The next day, being the weekend, Li Yang and the children slept in. He was asleep when a phone call woke him up. Hello? What is it? Okay, I'll be right there. Li Yang looked at the other sleeping children and, sure enough, one was missing.
He immediately told his parents to watch over the other children, while he went downstairs to drive away. Just now, Jia Shanshan from the school called to say that her daughter had come to the school to look for her.
Binhai number 3 Middle School. Inside the homeroom teacher's office. Jia Shanshan teased her daughter, how did you come to be?
Jia Xiaozhou chuckled, I know my mom works here, so I walked to the roadside to find a taxi driver to bring me here.
Then that uncle brought me in. She pointed to a boy who was about the same age as Li Yang. He was an intern at the school and also Li Yang's high school classmate. Jia Shanshan looked up and said, Liang Yong, thank you for your help.
Liang Yong had a crush on Jia Shanshan since high school. After graduating from teacher's college, he came here as an intern teacher, finally getting a little closer to his goddess.
Oh, Teacher Jia, it's what I should do. Is this child your niece? Just as Jia Shanshan was about to explain, Li Yang walked in from outside. He rushed to his daughter and said, Xiaojiu, you scared me to death. You have to tell your dad where you're going. Dad? Liang Yong's mind went blank. Li Yang? Dad? Li Yang? Li Yang, when did you get married? I've never seen you invite us for drinks. Li Yang then noticed his old classmate, Liang Yong. You're interning here? Actually, I'm not married. Liang Yong's expression shifted. Oh. I understand.
It's normal to have children before marriage these days.
I guess you'll be doing it soon.
Jia Shanshan smiled and said, Li Yang, kids can be a little naughty sometimes, so you'll have to be more tolerant of them.
I have to go to class now, can you look after the child? Li Yang nodded, and Jia Xiaojiu waved to her mother, Goodbye, Mom. Mom?
These two words exploded in Liang Yong's mind like a bolt of lightning. It felt like the girl you had a crush on suddenly found you, the Goblin brothers, years later and said, the father of my child.
This kind of destructive power is deadly. Li Yang? What did your daughter just call Teacher Jia? Li Yang looked at Liang Yong with a puzzled expression. Mom. Chapter 49. What one cannot obtain in youth can imprison one's entire life. What? This daughter is Teacher Jia's? Liang Yong was dumbfounded.
Li Yang explained, Oh, it's complicated, yes, but she is indeed Teacher Jia's daughter.
Liang Yong? What's wrong? Why is your face so pale? As a teacher, you need to take care of your health and not overwork yourself. For years of university, she was my everything. How could this happen? How could this happen?
Liang Yong looked at Jia Xiaojiu, My youth is over. Li Yang glanced at the bewildered Liang Yong, then pulled his daughter outside, muttering, That uncle has a cold, stay away from him.
Xiaojiu, Dad will take you to see my old classroom.
Perhaps it was a coincidence, but Li Yang's former classroom is now Jia Shanshan's classroom. Holding his child, Li Yang listened to Teacher Jia's lecture, as if he had returned to high school. Li Yang, who had once studied in high school, had even argued with Teacher Jia at the classroom door. However, at that time, Teacher Jia was just an intern. After he talked back, Teacher Jia seemed to have cried.
Looking back now, I realize I shouldn't have done that.
I never imagined that Teacher Jia would become Xiaojiu's mother, Li Yang exclaimed. Standing in the classroom, Teacher Jia turned around and gave Li Yang a captivating smile.
Time seemed to have turned back several years, leaving Li Yang somewhat dazed.
But now, time had passed, and he could no longer go back.
Xiaojiu, let's not bother Mom, okay? Let's go with Dad to pick up the car, what do you think? Jia Xiaojiu nodded, Okay, Dad, let's go buy a car.
Li Yang originally wanted to take all his daughters with him, but that would be too much trouble, and he would need someone to help him drive his car back. He glanced at Jia Shanshan and said, After she finishes class, ask her to drive for us, and we can have lunch together while we're at it.
Thinking of this, Li Yang waited for another 40 minutes.
As the familiar school bell rang, Jia Shanshan finished class and walked into the classroom corridor.
She asked in confusion, What's wrong, Li Yang? Are you waiting for me?
Oh, I'm going to pick up a car, and I need a driver.
I was wondering if you have time, Li Yang said.
Jia Shanshan nodded, My next class starts in the afternoon, so I have some time.
I'll talk to the director and go out with you. I remember you have a car, don't I? Li Yang explained, That's a nanny van, I'm planning to buy another one. Since it was a gift from the system, it would be a waste if I didn't mention it. My dad is fine with it. Jia Shanshan nodded. Okay, then I'll go with you.
Just as they reached the door of the teacher's office, Liang Yong rushed out with a grim expression and said excitedly, Teacher Jia, I really can't understand this.
I want to get to the bottom of this.
In terms of looks, Li Yang wasn't top tier in our class back then, and in terms of family background, I was far superior to him.
I've been pursuing you since college, but you've always ignored me. Why is that?
Jia Shanshan sighed, I've always treated you as a student and colleague, and I didn't think anything of it.
Please don't say these things again.
Liang Yong persisted, saying, After all these years, you have to give me a reason. As the saying goes, people will eventually be trapped by what they cannot obtain in their youth, and love is no exception. Jia Shanshan sighed, liking and loving our feelings, and we don't have that feeling between us.
Besides, you can see that my daughter is already so grown up. You are excellent and very good, and you deserve better. Liang Yong was completely bewitched at this moment, and he stepped forward and grabbed Jia Shanshan's wrist. Teacher Jia, no, you'll know once you spend some time with me.
The next moment, a figure rushed forward and punched him in the face. Liang Yong stumbled back several steps before regaining his composure a little.
Li Yang. Li Yang said coldly, are you crazy? Teacher Jia has already made it very clear to you. Don't try to make trouble. Arguing unreasonably?
Liang Yong nodded, okay, it was my fault, I understand, I won't bother you again.
Li Yang glanced at Jia Shanshan and said, let's go. Jia Shanshan nodded,
Looking at Li Yang and Jia Shanshan's family of three, Liang Yong finally realized that his youth was ultimately just youth. Unwilling to give up, he subconsciously followed them after they left.
Li Yang was driving in the car at that moment, and said with a smile, are you happy, baby?
Jia Xiaojiu nodded, I'm happy, it's just me, mom and dad today. The other girls must be envious of me. Jia Shanshan taught her daughter, don't talk too much in front of your sisters, otherwise the other children will be sad because none of their mothers are with them today.
Li Yang suddenly asked curiously, it's Saturday already, are you still working? Jia Shanshan sighed. Being a high school teacher is not easy now. The children are under a lot of academic pressure, unlike when you were young. You had to study and prepare for exams on Saturdays and Sundays. Oh, by the way, what kind of car are you planning to buy? Li Yang laughed, you'll find out soon enough.
At this moment, Liang Yong's car was hanging far away, watching Li Yang park his car in front of the 4S store.
Liang Yang asked doubtfully, Li Yang is quite powerful now, why is he buying a Mercedes?
He himself drives a Mercedes-Benz E-Class worth 400,000 yuan, so he is familiar with this 4S store.
It seems Li Yang's situation has improved.
After getting off the bus, he slowly followed.
At that moment, Li Yang led Jia Shanshan into the Fourth Sun store. The salesperson politely approached and asked, Sir, are you buying the car for yourself or for your wife?
Jia Shanshan waved her hands repeatedly, I'm not yet. Jia Xiaojiu gave a sly smile. Reaching out to hold her father and mother's hands, she said, Mom, you're talking nonsense.
You are my father and mother, how can you not be my father's wife? Chapter 50 You really don't need to force yourself when you're broke.
The Mercedes salesperson smiled slightly, so, sir, are you planning to buy a family car or?
Our E-Class is currently on sale. Li Yang laughed, this is not quite right.
A little further away, Liang Yong walked in, saw this scene, and smiled slightly, Li Yang, if your budget is not enough, just buy a C-Class car. I see you already have a car, there is no need to insist on going for an E-Class.
Jia Shanshan was a little angry. Liang Yong, why did you come along too?
I've already made myself perfectly clear to you. Liang Yong took out the keys to his Mercedes-Benz E-Class and said to the salesperson, I'm here for maintenance, I'm not here specifically to follow you around.
Li Yang shook his head.
Liang Yong liked to compare himself to others when he was in school, and he hasn't changed much in essence. They still like to compare themselves to others, only now it's not Adidas and Nike anymore, but luxury cars and women.
Of course, Li Yang didn't care about the car.
If it weren't for the system giving it to him, he wouldn't have come. Li Yang smiled, too lazy to flaunt his wealth in such matters it would make him seem low class. Besides, with the child here, this kind of thing isn't worth publicizing. No, I just wanted to see your higher-end models, like Maybach.
Do you have test drive vehicles here? Jia Shanshan was taken aback. Li Yang, a Maybach is too extravagant.
You don't need to feel embarrassed because of what Liang Yong said.
As long as the car works well, that's enough. Upon hearing this, Liang Yong almost burst out laughing.
Li Yang, everyone knew your family wasn't well off when you were in school. You don't need to drive a Maybach just to save face, it costs 1 or 2 million. The salesperson was naturally pleased. Sir, we only have one top-of-the-line Maybach left in our store right now.
If you'd like, we can take you for a test drive. Liang Yong laughed, ha ha ha. Don't listen to his jokes, Li Yang.
I didn't expect you to become so concerned about saving face after all these years.
There's no need for me to mention test driving a Maybach.
Jia Xiaojiu raised her chubby face in Li Yang's arms and said, Uncle, why do you think my dad can't afford it?
My dad is very rich. You think my dad is poor just because you don't have any money yourself? Don't pursue my mother if you don't have money, it's embarrassing. Lian Yongrun was completely dumbfounded. You, how do you know so much at such a young age? Li Yang almost laughed. It was true, kids these days are precocious. But this is also a reflection of the progress of the times, there's no way around it, we're exposed to a lot of information. Jia Shanshan chuckled, you shouldn't talk like that, child. Lian Yong felt his face burning. I'm going to test drive it this time. If all else fails, I'll just trade in my car. Who says I can't afford it? At worst, I can take out a loan of several 100,000 yuan and have my family help pay it off. Li Yang laughed, no need, this car can't be test driven, I'll just take it. Upon hearing this, Jia Shanshan turned her head in surprise and doubt. The sales staff on site were dumbfounded. They thought the young couple were just looking at family cars, but they didn't expect them to be real people. Sir, we'll get you the contract right away. We happen to have a partnership with a bank, and we can offer low-interest loans. Liang Yong's face was filled with disbelief. Li Yang, are you crazy? This car costs 1 or 2 million, are you trying to ruin your life? What will your child eat and use in the future? Do you even know how much you'll have to pay back each month if you take out a loan of hundreds of thousands? Jia Shanshan was also a little worried. Li Yan was a full-time father who was supported by the family. He had already spent 1 million yuan on a piano, so the family probably didn't have much money left. There was no need for him to buy such a nice car just to save face. Li Yang, the maintenance of this kind of car is very expensive. How about this, let us buy an E-Class instead. There's no need to go for a Maybach. Li Yang gave her a confident look, I actually don't care about cars. We only have a nanny van at home, so we do need another car, especially since my dad can drive one. His old Nissan is 20 years old, and the family needs a new car, so I thought, let us just get a new one from the start. Lian Yong naturally didn't believe it. The economic climate is bad right now, and you're still talking big. You should just stick to your loan application. Li Yang then looked up at the salesperson and said, no need for a loan, I can just pick up the car directly. Lian Yong was dumbfounded. Buying a car worth nearly 2 million yuan in one go? What kind of conditions are those? Is Li Yang the real tycoon? At this moment, Li Yang took out a golden voucher. To be honest, he didn't know if the voucher was useful, since he had never seen such a voucher in reality. It was definitely a product of the system. This is my voucher, which can be redeemed for a Maybach. The salesperson took it in surprise, a voucher? Lian Yong was also taken aback. Could it be a special item that only truly wealthy families possess? He had never heard of it before. However, the salesperson shook his head the next moment, I'm sorry, sir, we haven't seen this roll before. May I ask where you got it? Lian Yong immediately laughed, ha ha, Li Yang, you're hilarious. Using a voucher that no one has ever seen to exchange for a Maybach? I thought you were really rich. I guess this is just a toy you use to appease your kids. Chapter 51. Are you flirting with me? Li Yang's face also turned a little red. After all, he had never encountered such a thing before. The system rewards had never disappointed him, but he did not expect them to fail this time. Jia Shanshan glanced at Li Yang and said, Li Yang, how about we forget about it? We won't buy it. Lian Yong took a deep breath. I thought I had lost to a good man, and I could accept it, but I never expected. How could you possibly be interested in someone like Teacher Jia? Jia Shanshan's eyes turned cold. Teacher Liang, we're just colleagues. What happens between Li Yang and me is none of your business. Li Yang's eyes flickered. Teacher Jia used to be weak and was often bullied by students. He never expected that she would become so capable now. Time really can change everything. Just then, a man who looked like a leader walked over and said, what happened? Why is there such a commotion? The salesperson said, Boss, this gentleman has brought a voucher we've never seen before. They said they wanted to exchange it for a Maybach. But we've never seen it before. What? A Maybach? Redeem it? The middle-aged leader took the voucher and examined it carefully. His expression suddenly changed. Take this gentleman to the VIP lounge. I'll call and verify it now. This seems to be a 50th anniversary commemorative voucher for the group. Everyone present was stunned. Liang Yong stood aside and shook his head, saying, that's impossible. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Or is this a fake from the internet? Otherwise, how could he possibly have such a thing? Jia Shanshan glared at Lian Yong with some annoyance. Teacher Liang, I absolutely trust Li Yang's character.
He wouldn't joke about something like this, so please shut your mouth.
After being rebuked by Jia Shanshan, Liang Yang's expression became even more unpleasant. Teacher Jia, I was just worried that you would be deceived. The sales manager led Li Yang and Jia Shanshan into the VIP room.
Seeing this, Liang Yang felt increasingly distressed.
Could it be that Li Yang has really become rich? How is that possible? We all know about his family's situation when he was in high school. How could an ordinary family be so wealthy?
At this moment, Li Yang in the office signed the contract and then pushed it to the sales manager, saying, "Troublesome."
The sales manager nodded, glanced at Li Yang, and said, "This voucher is genuine. We'll get the car ready right away. Why don't you two have lunch here?" Li Yang frowned. Should we find a restaurant?
Jia Shanshan shook her head. No need, Li Yang, let's save some money and eat at the restaurant.
The sales manager said with a smile. Actually, there's a Thai restaurant across the street. You can go there and have something to eat.
Li Yang nodded. Okay, let's go eat first.
Xiaojiu, how about going to eat with mom and dad?
Jia Xiaojiu nodded emphatically, two small dimples appearing on her face. Her facial features are very similar to Jia Shanshan's. Both of them have two small dimples when they smile.
Jia Shanshan took her daughter from her inside. Alright then, let's go eat.
The group of people, who looked like a family of three, were preparing to leave the Fourth Sun store. Humiliated, Liang Yang hid in the distance, glancing up every now and then. The so-called white moonlight of his youth had faded away, and he had become a clown hiding in the corner, spying on other people's happiness. Across the street was a Michelin 3-star restaurant, which Liang never expected to be a 3-star Sichuan restaurant. After the family sat down, a chef cooked on the spot. This cooking process was actually learned from Xiao Rizi, through the chef's on-site cooking. Enhancing the visual appeal and thus elevating the restaurant's prestige can be considered a form of emotional value consumption. But the children clearly liked the chef's occasional flashy and cool style, and Xiaojiu kept clapping his hands, exclaiming, "What an amazing uncle!
Dad, look!"
At that moment, the chef took out a spray bottle and sprayed golden powder onto a fried chicken wing in the bowl.
Wow! Daddy is golden magic.
Jia Xiaojiu giggled.
Li Yang smiled and said, "Looks good, right? Let's try these chicken wings.
Don't make them spicy for the kids."
The chef nodded. Our Sichuan cuisine is geared towards global customers, so it's not very spicy, and the food for children is even less spicy. Li Yang nodded. This is why this kind of inauthentic Sichuan cuisine can obtain Thai certification. It's because of this global sales approach. Li Yang took a bite and smiled slightly. Is it good, baby?
Jia Xiaojiu nodded with a smile.
It's delicious, Mom will eat some too. Li Yang knew immediately that the restaurant wasn't authentic, but what could he do? The kids liked it, and the foreigners could eat it too. Jia Shanshan glanced at Li Yang and asked, "Are you a very popular internet celebrity now? Otherwise, why would you be like this? A nouveau riche?" Li Yang said with a smile, "Don't you think that young man who was once your student is different?"
Jia Shanshan smiled slightly, "But I still prefer the you from before."
Li Yang reached out and patted his daughter's head. The past is the past, and it may not matter now, but what about the future?
Jia Shanshan was stunned for a moment.
He said, "In the future." What was he implying?
She squinted her eyes.
Oh? You're flirting with your teacher? Chapter 52. Actually, not many people in this world truly want you to be well. Li Yang smiled somewhat awkwardly. Did I? Didn't you start it first? I started first? Oh, so you're teasing your teacher now? Jia Shanshan and Li Yang exchanged a smile, seemingly no different from before. After lunch, Li Yang drove the children home, while Jia Shanshan drove her Maybach to take the car home for Li Yang. When the car arrived at the alley entrance community, Huang Mang was standing outside with several neighbors, eating sunflower seeds. After Lu Dehai was taken away yesterday, he was beaten quite a bit and is now recuperating at home, making things even more difficult for the Lu family. At that moment, accompanied by the roar of an engine, a Maybach pulled up to the side of the road. Next came Li Yang's nanny van.
Huang Mang said sourly, "People are so extravagant when they buy cars these days. Gasoline cars are about to be phased out, yet people still buy these kinds of cars.
Look at them, they look like they're not easy to drive. Extravagant, really extravagant." Just as Huang Mang finished speaking, she saw Li Yang get out of the car with Xiaojiu. She frowned and pointed at Li Yang, saying, "See? I don't know what he's doing all day long.
He knows a bunch of shady women.
An older woman nearby whispered, "Oh dear, Ruyan's mother, don't you know how to keep a low profile? Have you forgotten about your husband?"
Everyone in the alley knows that Li Yang has made something of himself and knows a lot of important people.
You'd better keep quiet. Huang Mang retorted defiantly, "What am I afraid of? I have nothing to do with them. Do you think I'm going to be beaten to death? I'll tell you what's wrong with him. I've watched him grow up, after all."
At this moment, Li Yang walked to the Maybach, and Huang Meng spoke up again. "Hey, look, the person driving the Maybach is a young lady, and this guy ran up there again, he's shameless."
However, at that moment, Jia Shanshan got out of the car, handed the keys to Li Yang, and said, "Li Yang, I'm going to work." Li Yang shook his head. "Wait here for a moment, I'll drive you there. I'll take the child home and have my parents look after him." Jia Shanshan wanted to refuse, but Li Yang's gaze left her no room for refusal. She could only smile and say, "All right then, thank you for your trouble, Li Yang." Li Yang immediately picked up his daughter and said, "Baby, Daddy will take you home first. You can stay with Grandpa and Grandma. Daddy will take your mom to work and then come back." Jia Xiaojiu nodded, "Okay, Daddy, hurry back." Li Yang nodded, "Okay." He carried Jia Xiaojiu back, then hurriedly returned to the car. I took Jia Shanshan to work. This scene caught Huang Meng's eye, and she exclaimed in astonishment, Li Yang is driving a Maybach now? How could this happen?"
The other neighbors nearby started whispering among themselves, saying all sorts of things. Some said Li Yang was being kept by a sugar daddy, while others said he must have been involved in some shady business.
Anyway, he's almost ruined.
After all, there aren't many people in this world who genuinely want you to succeed.
After Li Yang returned, these people quieted down a bit.
When they saw Li Yang get out of the car, many of them changed their tune. They were so eager to curse him just now, but now they were all very polite.
At this moment, the third uncle walked over, pulled Li Yang aside, and glared at the women.
"Li Yang, let me tell you, just now you were all speculating about you behind your back, but now you're all flattering you to your face. You must not believe these people."
Li Yang nodded.
"I know that there aren't many people in this world who actually want you to be happy, it's just a few close relatives." The old man nodded, "Yes, all right, don't worry about them anymore, go back and take good care of the children."
Li Yang nodded, turned around, and went home. As soon as I entered, I saw my daughters playing hide and seek in the yard. "Daddy's home," one of the daughters called out first. "Li Yang, yes, Dad's back. Are you happy?"
The 9 daughters nodded in agreement, each revealing their adorable little tiger teeth. "Dad, come play eagle catches chicks with us, Dad will be the mother hen."
Li Yang was embarrassed and said, "Why does your dad have to be the mother hen?"
Xiao Tongtong suddenly stepped forward and hugged Li Yang's leg. "Daddy, you be the mother hen, because your wings are big enough to protect us." Li Yang felt a warmth in his heart and reached out to rub his daughter's head.
"Okay, Dad will stay with you."
He took out his phone and started a live stream.
"Is this Dad streaming again?"
"This Dad's live stream is pretty good, at least his daughters are very cute."
"Well, where did he get 9 daughters? I'm so envious." Li Yang played with his daughters in the courtyard.
On the other side, Li Pingyan and Lin Shu exchanged a glance. "This son has really grown up," Li Pingyan sighed. Lin Shu nodded in agreement.
"So that's what happens when a man has a family and children. You were the same way back then.
You were so frivolous before you got married and had children. You only got much better later." Li Pingyan sighed, "The way you're saying that makes it sound like I'm frivolous."
"I was a good man back then."
At this moment, it's not just netizens watching the live stream.
There were other mothers too.
They were sending messages in the mothers group. "Chenwani, seeing Li Yang like this makes me feel relieved."
"Tao Qingyu, that's good. I'm relieved to see him so happy." At this moment, Li Yang is coaxing the children to play games.
Suddenly, the system panel in front of me made a ding sound. "Congratulations, host. Your skill in entertaining children has leveled up to LV3.
Reward, Parenting Gift Pack X1. Li Yang's expression changed. "Great, another gift pack. Activate."
Chapter 53, Taking the child to the billiards room to find his mother.
"Congratulations, host, you have acquired the daddy skill, God level billiards skill." "Billiards? Stay at home, Dad?"
These two words don't seem to go together at all.
Li Yang's expression shifted slightly, still finding it unbelievable. "You can't expect me to take my daughters to play pool, can you?" It doesn't seem like it's impossible.
At this moment, Li Yang picked up his phone and saw the mothers chatting in the group.
Liang Xiaobing's information caught his attention.
Liang Xiaobing, I was free today and could have come to play with the kids, but someone came to cause trouble here.
Li Yang replied, what do you mean by challenging the field?
Liang Xiaobing said, it's just that the billiards hall nearby hired a pro to bet against me.
Whoever loses has to move out or close down. Li Yang was taken aback. There's such a thing?
He glanced at his children and said, kids, daddy's taking you to play pool.
Do you want to come?
The children clapped and cheered, indicating they wanted to go.
Although only Liang Susu, who is Liang Xiaobing's daughter, is familiar with billiards, the other children don't know much about it.
Okay, let's get in the car and set off.
Li Yang turned to his parents and said, Mom and Dad, we're going out for a bit. We'll be back before dinner.
Li Pingyan reminded him from behind, Li Yang, be careful when you take the child out.
Don't lose the child again.
Li Yang smiled and waved his hand, I know, don't worry. The van left the alley entrance and headed towards the billiards room. Following the navigation information, Li Yang quickly found the billiard room. Li Yang carried the children out of the car one by one, and then had each of them hold another's hand as they walked into the billiards room.
As soon as you enter, you see many young men and women.
I watched a billiards match with great concentration. At this moment, Liang Xiaobing was holding a pool cue, with beads of sweat on her forehead, and she didn't look to be in very good condition.
Li Yang glanced at the situation and asked, what's going on? Is Liang Xiaobing going to lose? One onlooker remarked, yes, Sister Bing is already the best player on this street.
I didn't expect her opponent to be so well prepared this time. Li Yang noticed that the other person had blonde hair and looked at Liang Xiaobing calmly. The young man looked confident of victory, while a middle-aged man wearing glasses next to him chuckled and said, Liang Xiaobing, my cousin here is a professional player.
You can't beat him.
You and your boss should just close down. A woman in her 40s standing next to Liang Xiaobing, who appeared to be the boss, frowned and said, Xiaobing, if it really doesn't work out, we might as well admit defeat. Liang Xiaobing shook her head, how can we lose this bet?
This billiard room was built by us from scratch. Li Yang's expression shifted. It seems this billiard room is very important to Liang Xiaobing. A bystander said, of course, everyone here knows Sister Bing. She's strong and beautiful. It's a pity, though. And the owner is really nice, we usually like to come here to play ball.
Perhaps that's why the owner of the billiard hall across the street, the four-eyed fat man, couldn't stand Sister Xiaobing and his wife, and often caused trouble. Later, Sister Xiaobing suggested that they simply settle the matter with a bet.
I can't believe they actually hired a professional, isn't that just cheating? Li Yang understood.
Liang Xiaobing must have acted impulsively at the time, due to her blind confidence in her own abilities. She didn't expect that the other party would actually invite a master.
At that moment, Liang Xiaobing's hand suddenly trembled due to nervousness.
She had originally intended to make a snooker to cause trouble for her opponent in the next frame, but she made a mistake instead.
The other person stepped forward with a slight smile, Miss, are you going to give me a free game? Ha ha ha. He easily raised his hand and struck the ball, bang.
This shot was perfect, his few balls collided directly with each other, and he potted 2 in a row to end the match.
Oops.
Sorry, our billiards room won the first game. The other boss burst into laughter, Liang Xiaobing, you lost.
What else is there to say? You only have one game left. Liang Xiaobing's face turned ashen.
She took a deep breath and glanced apologetically at her boss, sister, the other party is quite powerful. The proprietress smiled and said, it's alright, there's still one more round. The blonde-haired guy grinned and said, let's get started, miss.
Liang Xiaobing nodded, and after adjusting her mood, she started the game.
In just a moment, the billiard balls on the table were scattered everywhere.
Liang Xiaobing's face immediately darkened. Oh no. Ha ha ha. The blonde guy laughed, are you creating obstacles for yourself?
Well then, I'm really sorry to have taken advantage of you. After saying that, he bent down and started hitting the ball. In the midst of a series of thuds, he captured most of his balls.
Alright, Liang Xiaobing, you lost.
If you can't win the whole round in one shot, give me another chance, and I'll definitely win. At this moment, Liang Susu tugged at Li Yang's leg and said with a smile, Dad, can you lift Susu up to watch?
Susu can play billiards too. Li Yang was taken aback. Really? You can play billiards at such a young age?
Seeing that the time was right, Li Yang opened his mobile phone's live streaming room.
Oh my, you've brought your kids out to play? Wait, isn't this a pool hall? This time, I'm giving it a bad review. How could they bring their kids to a place like this? Actually, it's quite good. It's better for dad to take her than for the blonde-haired guy to bring her. Li Yang's mind was still partly on the pool table at that moment. Indeed, if things continued like this, Susu's mother was going to lose. At this moment, Liang Xiaobing's forehead was covered in sweat. If this continued, she was really going to lose. What should I do? What should I do? Liang Xiaobing's hands trembled. At this moment, Li Yan led the children closer and placed his hand on Liang Xiaobing's wrist, saying, "Don't be afraid, Susu and I will help you." Chapter 54. She admits he's her husband. Susu giggled and said, "Mommy." Liang Xiaobing was taken aback. "Daughter? What brings you here, Li Yang?" Other people at the scene who were familiar with Liang Xiaobing also slowly opened their mouths. Li Yang explained with a smile, "I wanted to bring the kids out to play, and since you have a billiards tournament here, I brought them to watch." "You don't seem to be doing too well these days." Liang Xiaobing nodded, "Yes, the opponent is very strong. Wait for me a moment, I'll finish this match." Li Yang laughed, "Why don't you let me give it a try?" Liang Xiaobing was taken aback. "Li Yang, your opponent is very strong. You might not be able to beat him." "I'll do it myself." Liang Susu kissed her mother on the ear and then said, "Mom, let Dad try." "Dad is very good." Liang Xiaobing looked at Li Yang with a puzzled expression. "I simply let go of the cue stick." The proprietress was about to ask something when Li Yang had already fired his cue. Bang bang bang. One shot after another, Li Yang sank the hole in succession, much to the astonishment of the blonde-haired man opposite him. Li Yang only had one ball left, but suddenly stopped. The blonde guy on the other side was dumbfounded. "No, Liang Xiaobing, how could you change people at the last minute? This is not in accordance with the rules." Men and women familiar with Liang Xiaobing all disagreed. "Your billiards hall also hires foreign players, don't you?" "Exactly, what's the big deal? Didn't you look for them too?" The scene immediately became noisy. "Shut up," the proprietress shouted. "This pool hall is mine. You came here to challenge me, and I didn't say you couldn't change the players, did I?" The shop owner across the street smiled slightly, "We didn't hire outside help. This blonde guy is my cousin, of course I can hire him." "But who is this kid? I've never seen him before. That level of skill? Where did you find this temporary outside help?" Liang Xiaobing became agitated. "Who said that? He's still my husband. How can he not be one of us?" Everyone present was stunned, including the bespectacled boss. The blonde-haired man said coldly, "You call yourself husband? What proof do you have?" At this moment, Liang Susu suddenly grabbed her father and mother's hands. "Uncle, these are Susu's parents." "What? Uncle, don't you believe me?" Snort. The blonde-haired man was completely dumbfounded. "Kid, your child is already this big?" Liang Xiaobing blushed, but then straightened her back and said, "That's right, there's no rule that says kids can't play ball when they're older." Interesting, really interesting. This guy is a model of manhood. How many wives did he actually have? Suddenly, Li Yang picked up Liang Susu and placed her on the pool table. Holding the cue stick, he and his daughter aimed at the ball, saying, "This ball is for Susu." The blonde guy was almost laughing in anger. "Seriously, buddy? Even if you consider him her husband, you're letting a 5-year-old do this? Who do you think you are?" Li Yang scoffed, "Who do you think you are? I look down on you. Susu, teach them a lesson." Bang. Don't be fooled by her delicate little hands, they have an instinctive strength when gripping the stick, and in just a moment, the ball flies out. To everyone's astonishment, the ball went straight into the hole. Other onlookers at the scene gasped in surprise. "Holy crap! He won. He got beaten by a 5-year-old. My goodness, Sister Xiaobing's husband is amazing. Sister Bing's daughter is so cool." At this moment, some mothers who were watching Li Yang's livestream started discussing it in the group. "Chenuani, oh my, she admits Li Yang is her husband." "Jia Shanshan, maybe it's for the convenience of participating in the competition, there's nothing wrong with that." Lin Qingxue, hee, men. Wow, this kid is amazing. And the dad is incredible too. Is he going to win a championship with his daughter? Yes, I understand now. They're winning together with their children. It's also a way of encouraging the kids.
I don't think this dad knows how to take care of a child at all. Bringing a girl to such a smoky and chaotic place, especially a daughter, is just the beginning. She'll probably run into that blonde guy when she grows up.
At that moment, the owner of the billiards room across the table stood up, looking at Li Yang with resentment in his eyes. What's going on? We can't afford to lose the last round.
Huang Mao looked at Su Su and kept shaking his head. How could I possibly lose to a child?
Kid, let's have another match. Li Yang glanced at Su Su. How about we have another round, Su Su?
Liang Susu nodded. Okay, as long as daddy is here, Susu isn't afraid.
Li Yang smiled and said, Susu, you must remember, no matter where you are, no matter how strong your opponent is, you must believe that you can win. That way, you will really have a chance to win. Remember that? Susu nodded, seemingly understanding. I understand, Dad. I will try my best. Ding. Host has encouraged the child, increasing the child's proficiency by 1. Chapter 55, Getting Close to One Woman. And then being unhappy about the others? Viewers online agreed with Li Yang's approach to educating his children.
Children raised with this kind of motivational education are different, they are all very confident.
Who said that? Maybe it's blind confidence, which turns into arrogance. Just because you won once doesn't mean you can win every time? Are you the kind of parent who throws cold water on things, upstairs?
Li Yang started a new game, holding his daughter's hand as he began the match. Susu, let's start. The child nodded and gave a very serious Li Yang's eyes flickered slightly, and he began to strike the ball continuously. The speed and power of these continuous strikes reached an unbelievable level. Even the blonde guy on the other side, as a professional player, had never seen such skill before. His expression was rather grim.
How could there be such a master here? Isn't this a joke? This wasn't what they said before I came. Amidst everyone's incredulous gazes, Li Yang, holding his daughter's hand, successfully executed the decisive blow. This dad has such skills? Look how happy the kid is. Is it really okay for a dad to bring his daughter to a place like this instead of helping her with her homework at home?
You guys are really shameless when it comes to taking care of kids.
Isn't this great? Isn't this dad excellent? Li Yang put down his stick, looked up at his opponent indifferently, and said, You lost.
The owner of the billiards hall across the street changed his expression and slapped the blonde-haired man across the face.
Useless trash. How could I hire such a piece of trash like you? And you still have the nerve to charge me so much money? I'm not paying the final payment. Forget about it.
The blonde-haired man's face was gloomy and ugly. Boss, we agreed on this beforehand.
Who told you this beforehand? Do you have any proof? You've already lost the match, and you still have the nerve to make demands? Let's go.
The owner of the billiards hall turned and ran.
Liang Xiaobing called out from behind, Don't go. It's a deal, whoever loses closes the door. You won't renege on your debt, will you?
The proprietress laughed from behind and said, Forget it, they lost this time, they'll probably shut up now.
Never mind these people, but Xiaobing, when did you get a husband? Liang Xiaobing was immediately embarrassed. How was she supposed to explain this? Her daughter had traveled from the future, and she hadn't even met this man a few days ago? How can I possibly say that? And there's a chance other mothers might be watching.
Liang Xiaobing immediately changed the subject. Well, it's a long story.
She pushed her boss's wife into the office to explain.
Li Yang then turned to his daughter and gave her a thumbs up, saying, My daughter is amazing, she helped her dad win the game.
My skill at praising my daughter has increased by 1.
This dad is amazing, his companionship and encouragement for his daughter are truly wonderful.
This father lacks parenting experience, no arguments will be accepted. It's 6 now. Li Yang also praised the other children.
Many young men and women at the scene also thought the children were very cute, and they surrounded the children and played with them.
At that moment, Liang Xiaobing walked out of the office, smiling at Li Yang. My boss said I can go out with you and take care of the kids.
At this moment, a familiar guest stepped forward.
Sister Bing, I can't believe your child is so big already. Yeah, Sister Bing, does that mean we've missed our chance?
Liang Xiaobing blushed and said,
Li Yang, I'll go with you guys for a walk. There's a food street nearby. Li Yang nodded, okay, sure. Taking kids to a food street? Is it even safe to go to a place overflowing with junk food? If their parents don't care, why do you? You old hag. Ha, netizens are getting really worried.
Food hygiene is much better than before, so there's no need to worry so much.
Li Yang, along with his child and Liang Xiaobing, walked along the nearby food street. The children's eyes widened as they smelled the complex aromas of the food. Dad, I want to eat grilled sausage. Dad, I want to eat ice cream. Dad, I want to eat chicken cutlet.
None of them are free of junk food. My kids never eat these things.
Yes, these days everything revolves around children.
These things may taste good, but they're not good for their health.
Actually, it's okay to eat a little bit occasionally. The most important thing is for the child to be happy.
At this moment, Li Yang took out his phone and said with a smile, "Kids, go and get whatever you want to eat, then tell Daddy and Daddy will pay." The children scattered and headed towards the surrounding shops. This made the shop owners around the area beam with joy. After all, there are 9 such adorable children at once.
Who wouldn't be confused after seeing this?
Li Yang glanced at it and said, "Hey, Tong Tong, eat fewer hot dogs.
Eating too many isn't healthy.
These kids, once you let them get something to eat, they just can't stop themselves."
Liang Xiaobing gave a thumbs up. That's really impressive. The prices on this food street aren't cheap.
Li Yang glanced at her and said, "It's okay, I have money.
Take whatever you like. You'll get the same treatment as them."
At that moment, Li Yang noticed that his phone had started vibrating. When I picked it up, I saw that it was a series of envious comments from other mothers in the group. Jia Shanshan, I was still working overtime when I saw someone posting pictures of their lovey-dovey moments.
Chan Yu and Yi, young people really do have more to talk about. Tao Qingyu, we really feel like a family. Li Yang shook his head. When there are too many women, jealousy is inevitable. If there are more than 3 women, it automatically turns into a palace intrigue.
Besides, this group has 9 women.
Just then, Li Yang's phone rang.
It was Dr. Lin Xingxue.
Li Yang, are you free? I saw you at the food street nearby. Chapter 56 Unexplained Hostility? Lin Xingxue, I'm seeing patients tonight and haven't had dinner. Could you please bring me some food?
Li Yang naturally had no objection. Okay, no problem.
Why did Lin Xingxue ask me to deliver the food instead of ordering takeout? Liang Xiaobing walked closer and asked in confusion, what's wrong?
Li Yang smiled slightly.
Oh, it's nothing.
Lin Xingxue said she wanted me to bring her some food because she didn't eat dinner.
Liang Xiaobing nodded upon hearing this.
Okay, I'll go with you. For some reason, Li Yang always felt that his working relationship with the 9 mothers had deteriorated.
I can't quite describe the feeling.
However, they shouldn't have any feelings for themselves, at least not for now. Li Yang, who had little experience in dating, overlooked one point: when an item becomes relatively scarce within a small group, a woman's possessiveness will surge dramatically.
Li Yang ordered a fruit salad and a fried noodle dish to go. He then drove the nanny van with the children and Liang Xiaobing to the hospital.
In the car, Li Yang coaxed the children to sit down and eat some fruit that he had bought along the way. He doesn't mind if the children eat some snacks, but they still need to eat enough fruits and vegetables.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, your child rearing proficiency has reached LV4.
Receive a parenting gift pack. Open.
Congratulations, host, you have received 1 million childcare funds. Congratulations, host, you have gained the ability to care for children, pediatrics. While driving, Li Yang suddenly felt dizzy. Fortunately, the red light came on, and he quickly stopped the car. After a moment, his vision returned to normal.
So much medical knowledge, pediatrics?
That's right. This parenting system gives me pediatric knowledge, which will help me take better care of my child.
There's nothing wrong with that.
As soon as the green light turned on, Li Yang stepped on the gas and quickly arrived at the pediatric hospital.
After getting out of the car with the children, Liang Xiaobing glanced at the hospital building and said, Sister Qingxue works here? This hospital is huge. Li Yang nodded, yes, Lin Qingxue works here. It's a pediatric hospital. Let's go up. The group arrived at the pediatric hospital's doctor's on-call room. Since there were fewer people at night, it wasn't as sensational as their previous visits to the hospital. After opening the door, Lin Qingxue picked up her child and asked, Did you have fun going out with Daddy and Sister Xiaobing today? Lin Xiaoyuan nodded, I'm happy. Dad just bought us lots of delicious food. He's so good to me. Lin Qingxue gave her daughter a hard kiss on the cheek. Liang Xiaobing's expression shifted slightly. Oh? She called me Sister Xiaobing? What's wrong with this woman? She instinctively sensed the hostility. Qingshua's workplace is really high class, but the late nights must be making you age faster. Lin Qingxue smiled slightly, her eyes flickering. Is that so? Although I occasionally work night shifts, I still take care of myself overall. Judging from your appearance, you must also stay up late often. You don't pay attention to skincare, no wonder you look so mature. Li Yang's expression shifted. What was the source of this inexplicable hostility? He quickly stepped forward. Qingxue, you should eat first. This guy's awesome. What's his relationship with these girls? Thought he was just a nobody, but he's actually a godfather? What kind of person is he, so young yet already misleading the entire internet and entangled with these women? Can he raise a good child? Lin Qingxue had only taken a few bites when a child was brought into the office by his parents. Dr. Lin, could you please take a look at my child? He started having a fever this afternoon. Lin Qingxue immediately put down her chopsticks and stepped forward anxiously. Let me see if the child ate something bad, or if his stomach hurts. The mother shook her head. No, my child hasn't eaten much today. Could it be viral influenza? It's been quite severe lately. Lin Qingxue's expression became tense, and she immediately prepared to write up a prescription for tests. Li Yang's expression suddenly changed. The child had just become afraid of light and was particularly sensitive to sound, especially when Lin Qingxue asked a question loudly, she would tremble. Moreover, the child had already started to tremble slightly from the very beginning. Li Yang's expression changed, and he immediately stood up and said, Mother, do you have a dog at home? The mother shook her head. I don't have a dog. I don't keep cats or dogs at home because of hygiene issues. Li Yang frowned slightly. Did you go out today? Lin Qingxue began to realize what Li Yang was talking about. You mean, was it an animal bite? Li Yang nodded. Feeling cold, photophobia, and slight trembling are the 3 symptoms of rabies. What? Lin Qingxue immediately stepped forward, pulled up the child's sleeve to examine it carefully, and sure enough, she saw slight scratches on the wrist. Oh no! It really is a dog scratch. Li Yang nodded and said, then we must treat it immediately. Missing the best time for treatment would be a big problem. What's wrong with parents these days? They don't even know their own children have been scratched by animals? This streamer actually knows medicine? That's impressive. Is it now impossible to become a streamer without some technical skills? The mother was terrified and immediately took her child for treatment. Lin Qingxue, still shaken, looked at Li Yang with some surprise. Li Yang, you also know medicine? Li Yang shook his head. I've studied a little bit, and I was just lucky just now. Lin Qingxue's expression shifted. No, that child might have already missed the best time for treatment. I have to go and see. Li Yang nodded, and she turned back apologetically. Li Yang, I don't have time to spend with you and the child anymore. I'll give you living expenses after I get my salary. Li Yang turned to his 9 daughters and said, all right, come home with Dad. My little ones, please get some rest early tonight. After putting the children to bed at night, Li Yang secretly watched the screen on his phone. Liang Xiaobing praised Li Yang in the mother's group, saying, he can actually play billiards, and his skills are exceptionally good. This surprised me greatly. Lin Qingxue, it's nothing. He diagnosed rabies today just by looking at the animal and saved the child's life. That's really amazing. Chapter 57, Making Lunch for His Daughters at School. The other mothers in the group were also surprised. Li Yang put down his phone, a smile playing on his lips. Sure enough, my slightest move was enough to drive you crazy. Go to sleep, go to sleep. The next morning, Li Yang brought the children to the kindergarten. As agreed with the school, I need to help cook lunch for the children at the school today. For nutritional reasons, Li Yang would naturally not choose stinky tofu as the raw material ordinary tofu is delicious enough. He changed into a chef's uniform and went into the kitchen. Just then, a middle-aged chef stepped forward, frowned, and said, Kid, what are you doing? Who sent you here? Li Yang smiled slightly. The director specially invited me to make tofu. Oh, so you're that tofu immortal, right? The one who made stinky tofu and it caused a frenzy? The head chef sneered. The kids at this school just don't really like bland tofu. I refuse to believe you can make them like it. Li Yang smiled slightly. You have no choice but to believe me, I can make tofu taste like meat. The 2 aunties who were helping out said with a smile, Chef Wang, it seems this young man has some skills. Maybe he really is skilled, ha ha ha.
Seeing that he had lost face in front of the cafeteria ladies, Chef Wang snorted coldly, "You all better cheer up. We make chicken cutlets and beef patties, which are what kids love to eat. I want to see if more people will take advantage of him or eat our meat patties today."
Li Yang laughed, surprised that the school's head chef was quite interesting. "Dude, did you come to school to cook for yourself?"
"I still miss the stinky tofu from last time, it was so delicious, the streamer is really talented."
"Who says otherwise? It's a pity this streamer doesn't set up a stall." Li Yang didn't have time to chat with his fans at the moment. Instead, he started working on his tofu.
"Today I'm using firm tofu to make tofu with a similar texture to last time, and the kids will definitely love it."
Watching Li Yang work on the tofu with his head down, Chef Wang curled his lip and said, "Isn't he just a nepotism hire?
He gets to work here making tofu because of his relationship with the director."
Is my tofu not good? It's just that kids these days are picky eaters." The others all smiled and looked at the head chef. Li Yang, however, was also quick to speak his mind. "Yeah, isn't it possible that what you made just didn't taste good?" "What did you say, kid?"
Chef Wang said coldly, "I became a chef at 15, and I've been doing it for 30 years now."
"How long have you been doing it?" Li Yang laughed. "Me? I've never been a chef before.
I just learned recently while taking care of my child."
"What?" Chef Wang was dumbfounded. "Listen to this. Who is this person? Who is this person?" At this moment, Director Wang walked over from a distance and said with a smile, "What are you chatting about, chefs?"
Chef Wang immediately shut up, "It's nothing, just chatting."
"No, that's not what you just said."
"Ha, quick with the change of expression." Director Wang didn't dwell on it much and said with a smile, "Chefs, please do your best to make the dishes as good as possible today.
Some leaders will be coming to inspect later and may visit the cafeteria."
Chef Wang nodded, "Then don't worry, I've worked here for so many years, when have I ever let you down?"
Director Wang nodded in relief.
Then Chef Wang turned to his subordinates and said, "There's a bit more fried food today. I know the leader who came to inspect before that bureau chief likes fried food."
Li Yang shook his head and continued making his tofu. She waited for her daughters to come and eat.
As time went on, Li Yang made various kinds of tofu, as well as a large pot of Wensi tofu soup. He himself was amazed by his knife skills, which were simply divine and seemed to come from instinct.
"This is fucking awesome."
At that moment, as the school bell rang, groups of children rushed in. Although the children were all adorable, when his 9 beloved daughters came in, Li Yang felt as if all the colors in the world had been concentrated on them.
"My children are so adorable."
Teacher Lin led the children to sit down on their assigned little stools.
Li Yang gave his daughters a thumbs up from afar.
Afterwards, the teachers and principal served food to the children.
Chef Wang, who had been watching this scene closely, said with a smile, "Who's going to eat all that tofu and soup? I doubt these kids would eat it."
"It has to be my fried food that kids love."
At that moment, several middle-aged men wearing executive jackets walked in.
Director Wang immediately went up to them and politely led the leaders on a tour of the cafeteria.
Chef Wang was taken aback. "What happened? The leadership has changed? I don't recognize these people." At this moment, the leader pointed to the children's food and said, "So much fried food?" Director Wang's expression shifted. "Oh, we provide this for the children every week on this day, so this school has way too many fried foods. 3 different kinds. Can kids really eat that much fried food?"
"Exactly, schools shouldn't feed children so much fried food just because they like it.
These things aren't good for children's health." Chapter 58, helping dad solve his problem of not having a wife.
At this moment, Chef Wang was already drenched in sweat. The leaders nodded. So he simply found a table and sat down.
"We'll eat with the children, is that all right, Director Wang?"
Director Wang immediately shook her head, "No problem, of course there's no problem."
The sight of the children slurping soup and eating tofu caught the attention of the leaders.
"Hey, these kids haven't touched the fried food on the table much, why are they all eating tofu and drinking soup?"
"Yeah, is it because fried food doesn't taste good?" "Yeah, the school provides so much fried food, why aren't the kids eating it?" "This school principal is going too far. Providing so much fried food will make the children sick, doesn't she know that? Avoid this school." At this moment, a leader scooped up a spoonful of tofu soup and exclaimed in amazement, "This is Wensi tofu? It's really quite good."
"Director Wang, the instructors at your school are quite skilled." The other leaders also picked up the multi-flavored tofu, and the moment they put it in their mouths, everyone's eyes widened in surprise.
This is delicious. This is absolutely delicious. This tofu has a wonderful flavor, no wonder the kids love it. The tofu maker here is really skilled. Principal Wang's face immediately lit up. Oh dear, the person who works here is actually a parent. I invited him to help out with each gift package occasionally. The leaders were amazed. At this point, the leader stood up and said, "All right, from now on you need to pay attention to a balanced diet. Just because your child likes to eat meat doesn't mean you should make all fried food." The headmaster nodded immediately and waited until the leader left. The headmaster turned to Chef Wang and said, "Old Wang, what's wrong with you? How could you make so much fried food? The leadership is giving us this feedback now. What do you think? Get this sorted out now."
Chef Wang nodded repeatedly, his forehead covered in sweat from fright. Director Wang turned to Li Yang and said, "Thank you so much for coming to help."
It's good that you were here this time. Li Yang, it's nothing, it's also that the children can eat better. Wow, what an amazing dad. He can actually cook really well. His wife is so lucky. Who says otherwise? This streamer's interactions with kids are always quite interesting. Heh, some of you just love this kind of attention seeking. He's just creating a persona. Do you really think he's a culinary genius?
Li Yang took off his chef's uniform and said with a smile, "Director Wang, my time is up.
Let's go see the children." Director Wang nodded. "Hey, it's okay, you can go ahead."
Li Yang picked up his phone and smiled as he looked at the topics being discussed in the mother's group.
Shenwani, I didn't expect him to actually be able to cook such delicious food. He's quite impressive. Jia Shanshan, the more you dig into Li Yang's talents, the more you realize it, haven't you noticed? Tao Qingyu, he's also very good with computers.
If it weren't for the fact that he's the father of my child, I would have asked him to come work for me.
Li Yang laughed. This is great. I'm using the parenting system to constantly amaze 9 mothers. I wonder if they'll fall in love with me without even realizing it. However, this logic is flawed.
My daughters traveled from the future and found me.
I am here to amaze mothers with my parenting skills. If that's why I'm with these mothers, then it's like asking which came first, the chicken or the egg? TSK, TSK, TSK.
At this moment, he noticed that many parents in the parents group were making outrageous comments.
Teacher, why is there so much fried food at school? Is it because vegetables are expensive now? How about we set up a food fund? We all have a responsibility to make sure the children eat well. Yes, teacher, we will definitely help if the school is in trouble. Li Yang found it amusing the tuition already included everything. Weren't these parents being a bit too anxious? Before Teacher Lin could reply, Li Yang replied in the group, "The tuition fee already covers these costs, so you don't need to make a fuss." The parents group was silent for a while, then the parents started criticizing Li Yang. "Parent, we are thinking about our child's health. How could you do this?" "That's right, our baby needs a more balanced diet to grow up strong and healthy, we can't do this." "That's right. Children are our future."
"My child has started taking extra classes in Chinese, math, and English, and we're also spending money on various hobbies."
"Spending more money on food is no problem at all." "What the hell?" Li Yang was dumbfounded.
He had seen parents pushing their children to excel in elementary, middle, and high school, but this was kindergarten.
Are you forcing your child to study like this so early in life? Isn't this ridiculous? Children have their own nature, their own childhood and happiness. Excessive interference. Yes, they may excel academically, but what about their childhood? Life only happens once.
At this moment, Teacher Lin appeared and interrupted the topic, saying, "The principal has decided that the future menu will be decided by the new head chef."
She tagged Li Yang, saying, "From now on, Mr. Li Yang is the school's new head chef." Li Yang turned around and looked at Teacher Lin and Principal Wang with a puzzled expression.
Principal Wang explained with a smile, Sorry, I haven't told you yet, but I'll be relying on you for the children's meals from now on.
However, you don't have to come every day, you just need to oversee the process. Also, if you'd like, I'd be very happy to cook for you yourself." Li Yang smiled slightly. "You really trust me?" "Okay, I understand.
From now on, I'll be in charge of the kindergarten's catering." The daughters sat on small stools, clapping their little hands.
Li Yang turned around and nodded to his daughters.
At this moment, the 9 daughters suddenly lowered their voices and whispered among themselves.
Alright, now our dad has a job too.
The rest is about helping dad solve his wife problem, but our dad is a blockhead and doesn't know how to fall in love.
Chapter 59. We wrote down the mother's preferences for the fathers. It's okay.
The 9 of us are dad's best weapon for falling in love.
What's the rush?
There's plenty of time for dad to fall in love with the 9 moms.
We deliberately ran away before to get the dads and moms together.
Oh well, it's a pity that the dads are still so slow.
Li Yang, who was a little further away, was taken aback. Daughters, what are you whispering about? The 9 daughters immediately looked innocent and said, without daddy, we're talking about what to eat for dinner. Li Yang nodded, without suspecting anything.
After Li Yang left, the 9 cuties gathered together again. It seems that it will take time for dads and moms to fall in love with it.
Yeah, there's nothing we can do.
It's all because daddy's so passive.
At this rate, when will we ever be born?
No rush, we still have time. Li Yang had no idea that his daughters were going to great lengths to plan for his future. At this moment, Li Yang is on a WeChat group conference call.
Hello? What are you doing?
During the video conference, Tao Qingyu said calmly, I'm discussing a project worth tens of millions.
Is there anything you need? What's going on? How am I supposed to respond to this? I can't keep up with this conversation, it's always about millions.
Xiao Xian maintained her cold demeanor during the video conference, saying, I'm in the middle of a battle, I'm logging off now, I don't have time to waste with you.
Li Yang was taken aback. Wow, these mothers are in too much danger. How do I flirt with her?
There's no way to flirt with her. Suddenly, Li Yang looked at the little cuties that appeared in front of him.
Daughters, what are you doing?
Xiao Xian suddenly whispered, Dad, we've compiled a list of mom's preferences for you.
We'll take you to buy gifts after school, and then you can visit them. Girls love receiving gifts. The other little cuties simply nodded and blinked their big eyes. Li Yang's forehead was covered in question marks. Currently in a mobile conference call. Zhang Rongrong, Li Yang, what are you two whispering about? I have an interview soon. Once I find a job, I can support you. I'm hanging up now.
Wu Yusin, we're in the dance studio, class is about to start, so we'll hang up now. The screen went black, and all the girls logged off.
Li Yang sighed, everyone's busy. It's good that they're busy.
The little cuties were gathered in a circle, their faces showing an unusual maturity. No, I still have to drag dad along to date. I don't want to wait for my dad to catch up on his own, that would take forever. Yes, we've arrived at a time before mom and dad are together. We all have to work hard, so we don't end up disappearing.
Li Yang looked at the children gathered a little distance away with a puzzled expression. My darlings, do you have some secrets from your old father? Why are you all talking behind my back? The children immediately turned around and looked at their fathers awkwardly. It's okay, Dad. We'll go play by ourselves.
Seeing the children scatter in all directions, Li Yang was puzzled.
The kids are hiding secrets from you? You're in big trouble. Exactly, even if there's a secret now, what kind of status will you have in the family when you're older? If blonde-haired guys start running everywhere, you're doomed.
Li Yang glanced at his phone. The more he talked, the scarier it got. Time flies, and a day passed in the blink of an eye.
Li Yang optimized the menu and then posted it in the class group.
Upon hearing that Li Yang was now the head chef, the parents became very polite.
Oh my, I didn't know you were the head chef.
I'll be relying on you to prepare my baby's meals from now on.
Yes, we really didn't know who you were before. Now that we know, you'll have to take good care of our shaheo from now on.
Sir, where do you live?
I have some local specialties here. Li Yang shook his head. These parents nowadays seem a bit abnormal. They're capable of doing anything for their children. However, this also proves that families nowadays believe that children are everything in the family, which is understandable.
The better the living conditions, the more attention they pay to their children.
Li Yang has quit WeChat.
At this moment, teacher Lin walked over with her daughters.
The 9 adorable girls stepped forward one by one. Daddy, take us to the mall.
The children nodded in agreement, and Li Yang suspected that they had planned it beforehand.
Okay, daughters, Daddy will take you to the mall.
This time coincides with the time when children are picked up from school. Li Yang was getting ready to board the bus with his 9 adorable children when he overheard the conversations of other parents a short distance away. A parent in a sharp suit said to his son, all you ever do is eat.
Come home from school and eat properly, then get some extra tutoring. You'll thank me when you get good grades and become successful in the future. A female parent came out with her daughter. The girl took out a toy she had made in her craft class and said with a smile, "Mom, look. The teacher said I did a really good job." The mother gave a dismissive smile. "You're already so proud of yourself for such a small achievement? You're really something. You'll be truly amazing when you get into Tsinghua or Peking University in high school." Chapter 60. If you don't push your kids now, you'll regret it later. Li Yang frowned slightly and glanced at his daughters. He would not allow this kind of suppressive, coercive education to appear in his daughters. For him, his daughters' healthy growth was everything. This is outrageous. Do some parents really go this far? I thought it was a high school students leaving school. Yes, some parents really go too far. You people are really something, scrolling through Douyin on your phones, oblivious to how hard we parents work. What right do you have to criticize us? If you don't work hard now, are you going to end up delivering food later? Me, the clown? I really am a food delivery driver. After his daughters got in the car, Li Yang stepped on the gas and took the children to the nearest shopping mall, Shanda Plaza. After parking the car, Li Yang led the children to the first floor. Afterwards, we took the children to a children's restaurant and had a simple dinner. This children's restaurant mainly serves various fried foods, pizzas, and drinks that kids love. Li Yang orders anything his daughter likes to eat. Before long, a large table was overflowing with food. Eat more, kids. Dad will buy you whatever you like. The children nodded in agreement. Good. The waiters, who were a little further away, blushed as they looked at the adorable children. So cute. Look at how the little ones eat. Yes, she's so cute, and her dad is so handsome too. Li Yang also heard these sounds and smiled slightly. The kids are eating really well. Ding. Host praised your pet, proficiency +1. These kids are so well behaved, you can't find such well behaved children these days. My child would chase me for miles to eat, feeding him all the way, ugh. It was dinner time, and many parents were bringing their children here to eat. But most parents don't have that much patience with their children, since many parents rush to bring their kids out for a quick bite after get off work. At the next table, a father was on the phone while feeding his child a plate of spaghetti. Yes, I'm with my child right now. Playing mahjong? Sure, I'll take the child back to his grandparents tonight and then I'll come. He put down his phone and said coldly, "Hurry up and eat, your father has things to take care of later." Eating so slowly, I don't know who she takes after. What are you looking at? I told you to eat. I'd rather be angry with you than die. 666. Are people at the next table serious? Is their own child less important than their mahjong tiles? Some parents really shouldn't be parents, they're nowhere near as good as live streamers. He's doing this to make money. Didn't you realize he's good at creating hype? Are some of the people in the comments his ex-girlfriend? Why do they always stir up trouble every time she appears? Li Yang glanced at the children and said, "Eat your food properly, my darlings. Daddy will take you shopping later, okay?" The children nodded in agreement. Just then, a couple at the next table started arguing, which caught Li Yang's attention. The mother said coldly, "You two, father and son, are truly useless. The boy fails every single test. The older one isn't much better. I tell you to go out and earn some extra money after get off work, and all you do is take the kids out to eat here and there. I have no idea what you're doing." The father, his face dark, said, "This is a restaurant. Why are you saying these things? You're disturbing others. Son, eat some beef. Wife, you should have a piece too." The mother shook her head. "I wouldn't dare eat that. It's such high-class food. Do I even deserve to eat it? What kind of family background do we have? You're the one who needs to earn the money. This couple is really weird, it makes me so upset. Who says otherwise? Why argue in front of the child? It has a very bad influence on them." Beside Li Yang, the rather refined Lin Xiaoyuan cautiously looked up. Dad, come here. Why are so many children's parents so poor?" After listening, Li Yang sighed and said, "Now you know how good Dad is, right? Not all parents in this world can talk to their babies calmly and patiently." The children all looked at their father with surprise. Lin Xiaoyuan picked up a chicken wing and stuffed it into her father's mouth, saying, "Daddy is so good, give Daddy some chicken wings." Seeing this, Jia Xiaozhou picked up a piece of beef, Chen Tingting picked up a piece of fried fish, and the other children followed suit,
wanting to feed their fathers delicious food.
Li Yang's mouth was instantly filled to the brim. Dad, eat more.
Yes, we're already full.
This is wonderful, wonderful. I feel like a stray dog spying on other people's happiness. Wah. Hee hee, it's an ad, definitely an ad. They're just trying to scam people into having children, aren't they? This is definitely fake.
We can't even support one child, let alone so many.
Is this something an average family could afford? Yeah, people online just know how to stir up trouble, they don't even have brains.
This father takes his kids out to play every day, of course the kids love him.
If he doesn't push his kids now, what will he do later? Chapter 61, Taking Your Daughter to Date Her Mother? Li Yang doesn't care what people are discussing online.
When he had almost finished eating, he got up to pay the bill. Then the little cuties exchanged glances.
Zhang Xiaoduo immediately stepped forward and said, Dad, let's go shopping.
Li Yang nodded, okay, it's rare for you guys to want to go to the mall, so Dad will naturally go with you. Zhang Xiaoduo's eyes lit up, and she pulled her father along as they walked forward, with the other little cuties following behind.
Li Yang was soon taken to the Dior display case. Li Yang was taken aback. Babies, you're still little kids. These perfumes aren't suitable for you. When you grow up, Daddy will buy you perfume, okay?
At this moment, Zhang Xiaoduo suddenly pointed to a bottle of perfume and said, Dad, this perfume is what Mom likes, so I brought you here to buy it. Upon hearing this, Li Yang realized that his daughters had brought him to buy gifts.
Li Yang naturally wouldn't refuse, and immediately bought a perfume according to his daughter's choice.
This perfume was a new Dior model. Zhang Xiaoduo said it was her mother's favorite flavor.
Li Yang asked doubtfully, this is clearly a new flavor. How do you know it's your mother's favorite flavor?
Zhang Xiaoduo, hands on her hips and puffing out her cheeks, said, I know.
Daddy's so stupid, he doesn't even know this. Humph.
Ha, this dad got scolded by his daughter, so cute.
This father is bringing her to buy cosmetics at such a young age? It's a miracle he can be a good father. If you can't stand seeing others happy, then don't look.
Li Yang was naturally not going to let a few comments affect his mood. At that moment, he took out his phone to pay and was about to turn around when he heard a somewhat familiar voice. A heavily made-up girl was seen walking towards them arm in arm with a greasy middle-aged man.
The man touched the girl's hand and said, Hee hee, Ruyan, look at these expensive perfumes, which one do you like? I'll buy it for you. Upon seeing Lu Ruyan, Li Yang's expression shifted slightly.
It seemed this woman had managed to hook up with a wealthy man.
At this moment, Lu Ruyan hadn't noticed Li Yang yet.
She said to the sales clerk, Give me a set of your new limited edition Dior.
Limited edition.
The middle-aged greasy man looked at the promotional sign standing up next to him, which read, New limited edition, 9,999 per set.
Why are these women's items so expensive? Ruyan, how about the regular version? They're all the same thing. The limited edition is just different packaging, but it's not worth it. Lu Ruyan stamped her foot. Humph. It's just a mere perfume, and you're already so stingy? Let me tell you, if you don't buy this perfume today, we're done.
You know, I used to have so many guys chasing after me.
I chose you because you're so generous. I never expected you to be so petty.
A little further away, Li Yang, who was waiting with his child for the sales clerk to pack their order, found it amusing.
Lu Ruyan, you've ended up like this? It feels so unreal. From the innocence of high school to the gaudiness of today, yes, people do grow up.
At this moment, the salesperson approached and said with a smile, Sir, your limited edition has been packaged.
Li Yang smiled slightly. Thanks. Lu Ruyan's expression shifted, and she suddenly looked up. Li Yang? A limited edition perfume? Did he buy it for his child? The child is so young, why would he buy perfume? The middle-aged man asked in confusion, What's wrong with Ruyan? Do you know her? Feeling inferior, Lu Ruyan immediately shook her head.
Oh, I don't know him.
She used to think that she could easily get back a guy like Li Yang whenever she wanted, but what happened with her father made her realize that Li Yang might really not want her anymore.
Seeing Li Yang buy perfume for a child without batting an eye, she felt increasingly frustrated and glared at him, saying,
So, are you going to buy it for me or not? The man nodded. Buy. I'll buy it, okay?
Lu Ruyan felt sad. She was pregnant and it was already hard to find a boyfriend. She could only find this kind of not-so-bright middle-aged man to take over.
Li Yang had already left by then.
With her 9 daughters by her side, Lu Ruyan instinctively searched for that figure, but Li Yang had already gone far away. Outside the Dior perfume booth, Li Yang looked at Zhang Xiaoduo, who was happily carrying the perfume, and asked, "Are you happy now?" Zhang Xiaoduo nodded, "Of course I'm happy." At this moment, Xiao Tongtong came up again, smiling and saying, Daddy, let's go to the clothing store next." An hour later, Li Yang learned that these children had conspired to buy various gifts for their mothers so that he could deliver them. But what they don't know is that women are troublesome. Giving a gift to one woman is called favoritism, giving 1 to 9 women is called central air conditioning. But they're so happy right now, I can't refuse to give them a gift. Li Yang drove to Zhang Rongrong's house according to the address Zhang Xiaoduo gave him. Senior Zhang Rongrong, the school as former pure goddess, I didn't expect her to live so close to my home. Maybe this is fate. Li Yang parked his car outside the small row house and turned to look at the mischievous children. What are you doing and laughing at? Dad is just giving Xiaoduo's mom a gift. All of you, please be quiet and keep your voices down. Zhang Xiaoduo whispered, Dad, be careful. That grandpa doesn't like my mom and isn't very nice to her. If you get caught, you're dead. Li Yang was taken aback. What? So the seniors' family relationships were quite complicated? I feel like I'd become one of those students who might get caught having a puppy love relationship. But even though I'm not exactly having a puppy love relationship, my child is already this old, so if I get caught, it's really hard to explain. He arrived near the row houses and took out his phone to send a message to Zhang Rongrong. Zhang Rongrong, wait for me outside for a moment, I'll be right out. Li Yang replied okay and stood at a distance waiting for his senior to arrive. Why am I a little excited? My child is already so big. A moment later, Zhang Rongrong came running out in her pajamas. Li Yang, what brings you here? Li Yang looked at Zhang Rongrong, who seemed a little flustered, and said with a smile, What's wrong? Afraid your parents will see you? Chapter 62, Don't even think about marrying me if I can't come up with 800,000. As he spoke, he handed over the gift in his hand. Zhang Rongrong asked in astonishment, This is a gift for you, Li Yang said. Zhang Rongrong took the gift and saw that it was Dior perfume. She said somewhat awkwardly, Li Yang, you have to take care of the child and you still have to buy me these gifts. I feel really bad. You've given so much, but I, as your mother, haven't given anything. I'm so useless. Li Yang reached out and placed his hand on Zhang Rongrong's shoulder. It's not your fault. Our lives have already been accelerated because of the child's time travel. We should have been looking for jobs and planning our lives right now, but then the baby suddenly appeared. So, this isn't your fault. Zhang Rongrong looked up and smiled slightly, you saying that does make me feel a little better. Thank you for the gift. Just then, a boy who looked like a high school student rushed out of the row house and shouted, Mom and Dad. My sister has found a boyfriend. He's already at our door. Zhang Rongrong paused for a moment, then said to Li Yang, you go first. You'll be in trouble when my parents arrive. Li Yang frowned. What's the big deal? We didn't do anything. The young boy walked up to her and smiled slightly, saying, You must be my sister's boyfriend. My parents introduced her to a lot of rich men, but she didn't like any of them. So it was because of you. Li Yang frowned. You're her brother? Zhang Rongrong shook her head. He is my cousin. He was adopted by my parents after they passed away. Li Yang's expression shifted. Oh? At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out with a dark expression. Zhang Rongrong, we have a guest. Why don't you invite him in for a cup of tea? His voice was cold. Seeing that there was no other way, Zhang Rongrong immediately pulled Li Yang and said, Why don't you just leave? Li Yang shook his head. If it's your parents, you'll have to meet them someday anyway. Instead of avoiding it, you should take the initiative to meet them. Zhang Rongrong was taken aback for a moment, then smiled slightly, Li Yang, thank you. Li Yang followed Zhang Rongrong toward the row house. As soon as they entered the living room, they saw a woman whose features resembled Zhang Rongrong's. It seemed that this woman was Zhang Rongrong's mother. Zhang Rongrong led Li Yang to sit down. Zhang Rongrong's father glanced at Li Yang indifferently, Where do you work? Zhang Rongrong said nervously, Dad, why are you asking others these things right away? Zhang Rongrong's father said coldly. If we don't ask these questions, are we supposed to ask about everyday matters? Zhang Rongrong's mother walked closer and smiled slightly, saying, This young man seems quite good, his job must be decent.
Li Yang's honest answer. I am now the head chef of the kindergarten.
This is probably the only job he can talk about. He can't exactly call himself a stay-at-home dad.
The chef? Zhang Rongrong's father's face fell. The so-called younger brother then laughed and said, "Oh? The head chef? Dad must earn a lot from this job." Ha ha.
The woman who was about to pour water for Li Yang immediately took back the cup. Zhang Rongrong, you're really getting worse as you get older.
Dating a chef? Zhang Rongrong's father said coldly, "The bosses I found for you. And civil servants. You look down on all of them? But you've set your sights on something like this." Li Yang was already mentally prepared.
After all, sometimes men are like this. If they don't have a decent job and a solid family background, they will basically be looked down upon when they go to a woman's family.
You two don't need to say that. I, Li Yang, am no worse than the people you're talking about. Zhang Rongrong's father said coldly, "Oh? Does your family have some kind of background?" Li Yang, my parents are retired teachers. Ha ha ha. Zhang Rongrong's father laughed.
A retired teacher is indeed considered well off in an average family, but as I said, how could I let my daughter marry into an overly ordinary family?
You'll understand when you become a father. Being a father? Li Yang laughed. Of course I can understand.
But in my opinion, as long as my daughter is happy, that's all that matters. I have enough financial resources to support her and don't need her to do anything against her own will.
Isn't a happy and fulfilling life for my children better than your narrow-minded view of life? What? Zhang Rongrong's father stood up angrily and said in a deep voice, Fine, Zhang Rongrong, you found a good boyfriend. He dares to talk to me like that? He's got guts, but he wants to be with you? No way.
Zhang Rongrong's younger brother feigned regret and said, Sister, how can your boyfriend talk to dad like that?
If you talk to your father like this now because of your boyfriend, you have no status in his family later? Is this younger brother a top-tier green tea bitch? Li Yang figured it out. Zhang Rongrong's father nodded, You see?
Your younger brother sees things much better.
You're really getting worse as you get older. You don't even have the ability to see things this clearly. How will you get married and live in someone else's family in the future? He glanced at Li Yang and said, Young man, don't think I'm making things difficult for you.
My daughter was raised in luxury since she was little. If you can't come up with 800,000 yuan for the bride price, don't even think about it.
Dad! Zhang Rongrong suddenly shouted, What are you doing? This marriage is ultimately my own business. How I get married, or whether I get married at all, is my business. What right do you have to ask him for so much money? Chapter 63 Wow, I'm actually this strong. Zhang Rongrong's father immediately flew into a rage, I'm your father. How can I not have the right? I'm doing this for your own good. You're going to get married, and I just hope you marry into a wealthy family so you won't have to suffer. I have no money, I have nothing. Seeing her husband's expression, Zhang Rongrong's mother's expression shifted slightly. Daughter, you should listen to your father. Don't do that, this girl won't listen to reason. Zhang Rongrong laughed, For my own good? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just want to sell me for a good price and then leave everything to Zhang Qingye.
Li Yang glanced at her younger brother.
So this kid's name was Zhang Qingye. Was this adopted boy more important than his own daughter? What kind of logic was that?
Zhang Rongrong shook her head and said, Li Yang, I'm sorry you saw this. My parents favor my cousin, so they want me to marry a rich man.
Don't pay any attention to them talking to you like that. Li Yang's expression also turned somewhat unpleasant.
Now that Zhang Rongrong was the mother of his daughter, her status in the family was actually lower than that of a cousin.
What kind of talk was this? Shut up. Nonsense. When have I ever favored your brother?
Chengye lost his parents at such a young age, but you have everything.
What's wrong with me caring a little for him?
Zhang Rongrong's mother also said, Yes, you are such an insensible child.
What cousin? He is your own brother. Our family will need him to take over in the future. Zhang Rongrong laughed in exasperation, That's hilarious, Li Yang, let's go. She got up to see Li Yang off, but Zhang Rongrong's father behind her said angrily, You're in such a hurry to leave before we've even exchanged a few words. It's true what they say, daughters grow up and leave home, it's infuriating. Zhang Rongrong's mother walked closer and said, Husband, what's the rush? Women will understand in time. We're all doing this for her own good. That guy looks like he has no money.
When you're in love, water is enough, but when it comes to living together, she won't be able to make it work.
Zhang Rongrong's father sighed. I'm afraid she might do something stupid and get pregnant, then it will be too late.
At this moment, Zhang Rongrong escorted Li Yang to his doorstep, sighed, and said, I'm sorry that you were exposed to such things without my knowledge. I'll treat you and the children to dinner next time.
Li Yang shook his head. You can tell your dad that I'm very rich. That way, you'll get less harassed for the time being.
Zhang Rongrong shook her head. No need, I'll move out after I find a job, that will be fine. Li Yang shook his head. You can come and stay at my house, we have rooms available.
Zhang Rongrong shook her head. Li Yang, don't help me anymore.
You've already done enough for me and the child, and you also have 8 girlfriends to take care of.
They'll be angry if you do this. No.
Li Yang wanted to explain, but the thought of this made his head spin.
He wanted to give every girl a home. How about I ask them if they'd be willing to support 1 child per house? Forget it, I'm afraid I'll get beaten to death. That is indeed a real problem, and I don't agree with what you're saying.
They don't consider themselves my girlfriends anymore, you know what I mean, Li Yang said with a wry smile.
Zhang Rongrong nodded. That's right, it seems that's indeed the case.
However, we have children together, you should understand that, and perhaps in the future, we will have a relationship.
Li Yang said, then I'll be going now.
I'll wait, Do you have to deliver gifts to your other girlfriends? I understand, you can go now, Zhang Rongrong said with a half smile.
Li Yang wanted to explain, but that was indeed the case. There's nothing I can do, the children asked for it. Zhang Rongrong nodded. Okay, I understand. Go ahead and go coax your other girlfriends. Don't do this, I actually. Li Yang originally wanted to say that he had secretly looked at her back in college, but thinking about the current situation, if he said that, wouldn't he become a scumbag? Then I'll go first. Zhang Rongrong nodded. Go ahead, go ahead.
Li Yang returned to the car, and the 9 little cuties pounced on him.
Zhang Xiaoduo hugged her father's neck. How is it? Does mommy like it?
Li Yang nodded. Of course your mother likes it, but I almost got beaten up by your grandfather.
Zhang Xiaoduo giggled. Ha ha ha, of course.
But Dad, don't be afraid, you have me. I'll definitely be able to win Mom's heart. At this moment, Wu Mei and Wu Wu, 2 of the children, said with a smile, Dad, this place is very close to Mom's dance studio. If Dad goes there now, he can definitely give Mom a surprise.
Li Yang was taken aback, then suddenly remembered something. Your mothers are twins, right? Wu Mei and Wu Wu nodded. Yes, they are twins, so we look very alike. Li Yang's expression shifted slightly.
Wait a minute, he suddenly realized something very important. If he were a scumbag, even if he dated a different girlfriend every time, it would be impossible for him to have 9 daughters who were exactly the same age.
Could it be that I dated 9 women at the same time and got them all pregnant? Wow, just how strong am I?
Kids, sit tight, Daddy's taking you to give gifts to the moms.
Chapter 64. What? I'm the father of a big star's future child? Soon, the car arrived at a building not far from the previous location.
Wu Mei and Wu Wu whispered, Dad and Mom are working upstairs.
Dad can go find the moms. Li Yang's expression shifted slightly. The 2 sisters working together? Does that mean I'll have to deliver 2 gifts by myself? That's so awful.
If other people find out, I'll look like the kind of guy who casts a wide net.
However, looking at these 9 children, we probably can't shake off the label of scumbag.
Thinking of this, Li Yang smiled and said, You guys get out of the car with Dad.
Dad doesn't feel comfortable leaving it in the garage.
After saying that, he got out of the car with his 9 daughters.
We entered the elevator on one side.
As the elevator slowly moved forward, we soon arrived at the dance studio.
Li Yang glanced at the sign of the dance studio, which read Sisters Jazz Latin Dance Training Class. Your mom owns a dance training school?
The 2 sisters nodded.
Yes, didn't Mom tell Dad that they are dance teachers? Has Dad forgotten?
And both of their mothers are quite famous.
Many wealthy people send their children to these mothers for tutoring. Li Yang nodded. I see.
At this time, many parents were in the dance studio, standing at the back watching their children dance.
When Li Yang walked in with the children, a staff member came up and said, Sir, are you going to enroll your children in dance class? Your child is so cute.
If he learns Latin dance, he will definitely become a little star in the future.
Our dance teachers are the internationally renowned Wu sisters. Li Yang was taken aback. Internationally renowned? Are you kidding me?
The staff member continued, our 2 teachers will definitely be participating in the TV show Dancing with the Stars afterward.
If you register now, you can still register under their names. They might become stars in a while, and who knows if they'll even have time then. Li Yang was stunned. What? Star? If the Wu sisters become stars in the future, wouldn't he be? Am I capable of dating celebrities? What is my background in the future?
He squatted down and looked at his 2 children.
Xiaomei, Xiaowu, tell daddy, what will your mom be like in the future? Will she be a big star? Both children nodded.
Moms often appear on TV and even act in dramas and movies, so we're anxious for dad to marry mom as soon as possible, otherwise mom's won't have time.
Seriously? I'm the future father of a big star's child? Li Yang looked up at the dance studio, at the twin sisters who were not yet famous. I really have to seize this opportunity.
Just then, a parent rushed in carrying their daughter, shouting, my daughter was fine yesterday, but today her leg is injured like this.
Where's the teacher? Teacher. Parents at the scene walked closer out of curiosity. The child's knee is indeed bruised. He must have had an accident during training. It's heartbreaking.
I was still observing, but if it's easy to get injured, I really need to think about it carefully.
Li Yang walked closer, squatted down, and said, I have studied medicine, I can take a look at the child.
If the problem was indeed caused by the child's mother working at the dance studio, it's only right that he help take a look.
The parent shoved Li Yang away, saying, what the hell are you looking at? My daughter has already been seen by an internationally renowned doctor. Mind your own business.
When Li Yang's fans saw this, they all stood up for him.
How can this person be like this?
The client meant well, but in this person's eyes, it's just meddling.
So, your child is fragile? How could they not get injured during the learning and practice process? What can we do about the older generation's children getting bruises and swelling every day from practicing martial arts?
Li Yang found this strange.
Why is this person so nervous?
At this moment, the Wu sisters came over. Wearing dance costumes, they looked absolutely stunning, with features as bright as stars.
Of the 2, Wu Yusin is the older sister, but Li Yang couldn't tell them apart at all from their appearance.
At this moment, Wu Yusin stepped forward and said, Parent, your child was fine when he left yesterday.
Did he get this injury later?
Wu Yuru, the younger sister, also said coldly, that's right.
Your child got hurt at home, and you're blaming us?
The parent wouldn't listen to any of that.
Did you all hear that? The child got hurt, and the teacher said the child hurt himself at home. Did everyone understand? They're not planning to lose money.
Li Yang smiled slightly.
So this was someone trying to extort money.
He naturally believed his child's mother. If she was injured after returning home yesterday, it had nothing to do with the dance studio. But when something like this happened, he often had no choice but to pay some money to settle the matter in order to keep the peace.
I guess the parent is well aware of this. From this perspective, the parents have a point.
The child was injured, that's a fact.
They should just pay some compensation and let it go.
That's ridiculous. You're paying compensation now, but what if this injury becomes a chronic condition and they come back for more money next time?
I'm telling you, you still need to get to the bottom of this. The 2 sisters, Wu Mei and Wu Wu, walked to Li Yang's side and beckoned to him, saying, Dad, her injury wasn't caused by the dance studio. Dad, please help Mom.
Li Yang's expression shifted. His daughters were worried about their mother.
These 2 good girls. Li Yang reached out and touched his daughter's head. Don't worry, kids, Daddy will definitely help Mommy solve this. Wu Yusin smiled awkwardly. Dad, so many people are watching. This matter hasn't been clarified yet, how can you draw such a conclusion? Our school has surveillance cameras. We can check the surveillance footage from yesterday. What do you think? The parent immediately shook his head. Check the surveillance footage? I don't have time to go through the surveillance footage with you. My daughter is a student at your dance studio. Now that my daughter is injured, you have to take responsibility. Chapter 65. Enough with the nonsense. Let's settle this with money. Stop talking nonsense, give me the money now.
The man became agitated and waved his hands as he approached the 2 mothers. Li Yang immediately stepped forward, blocking the 2 mothers, and grabbed their arms, saying, Just talk, stop waving your arms around. When the man saw another man step forward, his expression shifted, and he immediately asked, Kid, who are you?
Don't meddle in things that have nothing to do with you.
Wu Yusin nodded. Li Yang, this has nothing to do with you, don't get involved.
Li Yang smiled and shook his head. Have you forgotten our cooperative relationship? If you have a problem, then I have a problem.
Never mind who I am, I'm warning you now, talk is talk, don't lay a hand on me.
The man nodded. Fine, you think I'm afraid of you just because you sent a man? Look at this, everyone.
This dance studio is shirking responsibility when something happens, and they're just finding a man to back them up.
Looks like you're not exactly respectable people either. How can this person talk like that? Trying to drag others into this. Exactly, it's ridiculous. If there's really something wrong, just show the hospital certificate and the surveillance footage. But those two female teachers are really pretty, aren't you all drooling over them? Upstairs, are you some kind of fairy? Isn't it supposed to be about sisters helping each other? Why the sarcasm? Li Yang said coldly, according to you, you're a troublemaker and a fraud. If you don't produce evidence after something happens, and you're unwilling to investigate it, are you a professional claims adjuster?
Upon hearing this, many parents at the scene felt that Li Yang's words made some sense.
This young man has a point. If it really happened after class, we can't blame it all on the dance studio. Yes, we should probably investigate. This can't go on like this. The parent's eyes flickered slightly, realizing he couldn't control public opinion. He immediately pulled out a hospital report and said coldly, I have a hospital injury assessment report here. Look, it's written very clearly in black and white.
This child strained his leg due to improper warm-up during exercise.
Of course, it's fine here, but after he went home, his whole leg swelled up. Watch the security footage? What's the point? Li Yang's expression shifted.
This person had come prepared, having already prepared a report and explanation.
He was indeed not simple.
So, the surveillance footage was indeed useless. If the dance teacher's improper warm-up caused the child's muscle strain, there would have been a time to react.
So let's just settle for losing some money. Other parents at the scene also chimed in.
I was just about to sign up, but I've changed my mind now.
Exactly, I'm not signing up anymore.
The kids danced quite well, but I didn't expect the dance studio to be so irresponsible. Wu Yusin frowned slightly. Sister, for the sake of the dance studio's reputation, let's pay the compensation first and then find out the details.
If this continues, the dance studio's reputation will be affected.
Wu Yuru nodded in agreement. This is definitely not a solution. Public opinion is very unfavorable to us. Seeing the two sisters give in, the man smiled slightly. He knew that dance studios would eventually compromise, and he had already swindled a lot of money with this trick.
Wu Yusin stepped forward and said, we can provide some humanitarian assistance for the child's medical and nutritional expenses. Could you please provide the hospital invoices and receipts?
The man was clearly familiar with the process, and he took out several invoices and handed them to Wu Yusin, saying, take a look, it's all written clearly on these invoices.
Wu Yusin took it and glanced at it with Li Yang.
The next moment, the two of them were stunned.
8,000? Wu Yusin said coldly, are you kidding me? Even if you're injured, it doesn't have to cost 8,000 in medical expenses. The man smiled slightly, teacher, hospitals are different now than they used to be. My child doesn't have medical insurance.
A trip to the hospital will cost several thousand yuan, and my child will also need rehabilitation treatment, which will cost money.
The expenses related to children are so high these days. Forget about going to the pediatric hospital, even buying a can of formula costs 400 or 500 yuan. I wouldn't dare give my child formula that costs around 100 yuan. That's understandable. The father must be heartbroken to see such a young child with a leg injury. They should lose money if they have to. These dance studios usually make so much money, so losing some is only fair. What if it's fake? Are you really going to let people sway you like this? Li Yang took the invoice and the doctor's written certificate, and frowned slightly.
Wu Yusin had already picked up her phone, ready to scan the code to pay, but Li Yang suddenly reached out and stopped her from paying, saying, wait a minute. There's a problem with Chapter 66. Call the police. Just as the money was about to be deposited into the account, Li Yang suddenly crossed his arms and said coldly, what are you doing? What exactly do you want to do? The teacher has no objection to paying, so what's it to you? Li Yang said calmly, because this thing of yours is wrong. Isn't that so? The man immediately became guilty and said coldly, what do you know? I think you're trying to renege on your debt. Everyone watch closely, they're trying to renege and stall. This dance studio is absolutely off limits.
What's going on? Weren't we supposed to lose money? Is there some other unexpected situation? Could it be that the streamer doesn't want the teachers to lose money? Li Yang held up the receipt in his hand and said calmly, "Is this receipt really issued by the hospital? I see many unreasonable things in it, and there are several errors in the doctor's summary regarding common medical knowledge. Does your child really have a ligament strain? How could someone this age have a strain?" The father argued, "Well, it must be because the training in this dance studio has been tough lately, so it's caused by overuse injuries." "How can you say it's not due to overuse injuries?" Li Yang smiled slightly and glanced at the girl's knees. "But to me, these knee injuries look more like bruises from a fall." The father's face turned pale, and he became increasingly panicked. This is just your guess. Are you a doctor?" Li Yang smiled, held up the receipt in his hand, and said calmly, "I can call the hospital right now to verify whether this receipt is real or fake." The father started arguing unreasonably, saying, "You just don't want to pay compensation. Listen up, everyone. This dance studio keeps shirking responsibility and refusing to pay compensation when something goes wrong. They're still making excuses. You've all seen it." Wu Yusin said coldly, "Parent, if things are really as you say, our dance studio isn't so badly short of money. But if you're trying to extort money, then I'm sorry, we have to call the police." "Sister. Call the police. This is ridiculous. I stand with the parents. Who would use their child's pain to scam people? They're probably just desperate for money and that's why they're asking you for compensation." "Not necessarily. The economy is bad right now. Maybe they really are taking advantage of the child's injury to make money. Who can guarantee otherwise?" The parent, feeling guilty, shouted even louder, "What, you don't want to pay compensation? Fine, I'll have people waiting outside your dance studio 24 hours a day so you can't teach." Hearing this, Wu Yuru was worried that things would escalate. "Sister, if this is really a scoundrel, why don't we just pay to settle things peacefully? What do you think?" Wu Yusin nodded, "Yes, if this continues, we will only suffer. The police can't be here every day. These two teachers are quite nice. Yeah, just give them some money to get rid of them. If it's genuine, that's fine, but if they're really shameless, they might suffer." At this moment, Li Yang stepped forward and said coldly, "Wait a minute. Gentlemen, the children are watching. Do you know what kind of impact it will have on your children if we, as parents, bow down to criminal gangs?" Wu Yusin frowned. "Li Yang, how are we going to resolve this if we don't pay?" Li Yang smiled slightly, "Of course it can be resolved. Leave it to me." He pulled out his phone, staring coldly at the parent, "If you cause trouble for my child's mother, I will absolutely not compromise with you." After saying that, he immediately called the police. When the parent saw that Li Yang had actually called the police, he nodded repeatedly, "Good, good, good. You little brat, you actually called the police. From now on, I'll do nothing but stay here at your dance studio. If you don't pay me, I'll come here every day. Honey, let's go." "Wait." Li Yang said coldly, "You cowardly bully, I'm calling the police. Where are you going to run away? Children, see clearly, we must be good people, upright people, but not cowardly or timid people. If we act uprightly and sit honestly, what do we have to fear?" The little cuties nodded in agreement, blocking the man's retreat and opening their tiny hands. "You can't leave. You have to wait for the police to come before you can leave." "That's right, my dad is right, you're a bad person. These children are so cute, they're so young and already know how to help their dads. Are you a new fan? We old fans all know the streamer's daughter is a total doting dad." A moment later, two police officers approached. "Who just called the police?" Li Yang immediately stepped forward and said, "These are the two police officers who called the police. Here's the situation, the item is here, please take a look." The two police officers immediately took out their walkie-talkies and said, "Call the center and help me check the authenticity of a document. It's a certificate from the doctor's hospital." At this point, the man started acting up again, "Officers, look what my child's legs have been done to. This dance studio is ignoring it, refusing to pay compensation, and even sending you to cause me trouble." "You mustn't be fooled." The two police officers frowned. "Don't worry, if it's really as you say, we guarantee we'll give you justice." Just then, the police radio crackled to life, "There is indeed that hospital and the attending physician listed in the documents." The man's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "See that? This young man is slandering me. He's slandering me. Please punish him severely." Li Yang's expression shifted. Could it be that I guessed wrong, and that's really what happened? Well, since this happened, it's understandable that they're losing money.
Yeah, our big streamer is definitely rich, he can help pay it off.
The parents present nodded and pointed in agreement. Wu Yusin also wavered. Li Yang, since that's the case, let's pay the compensation. Chapter 67. What? You're also trafficking children? The parent laughed. Yes, you should pay me back.
No need for so much talk, just scan the code. However, at that very moment, the sound from the walkie-talkie continued to come through.
Here is the latest news verified with the hospital.
A little girl did go to the hospital for a checkup yesterday, but after the doctor's diagnosis, the girl didn't have any serious problems.
Apparently, she just accidentally fell and will be fine after a few days of rest. The two policemen stared in surprise. What?
So, this father is lying. Upon hearing this, the man froze.
What? What makes you think I'm lying?
Just as Wu Yusin's phone was about to successfully scan the code, she immediately put it away, saying, I knew it.
You're deliberately trying to scam me here.
Luckily, Li Yang stopped me, otherwise I would have been scammed by you a long time ago. The parents at the scene were all stunned.
What? So this parent was the fake one? How can there be parents like this these days, bringing their daughters out to scam people for money? Yes, I knew those two dance teachers were so beautiful, how could they be irresponsible? Turns out, the irresponsible one was someone else.
I can't believe such irresponsible parents actually exist in this world.
Since this dance studio makes so much money, giving them a little something is no big deal. Upstairs, how can you talk like that? Any normal person knows to protect their rights, right? Are you one of those people trying to scam others?
Li Yang smiled slightly. Sir, you brought your child here to swindle and cheat people.
What else is there to say now?
The man argued, even if the hospital's injury report is different from mine, it doesn't mean the hospital is definitely right.
Can you guarantee that there's not even a 1% chance that my daughter's leg injury was caused by this dance studio? If my daughter hadn't gotten tired from dancing here, how could she have tripped and fallen? Li Yan was speechless. I've never seen anything so absurd in my life.
So you're saying that if you die in a car accident later, it might be because you argued with me and were in a bad mood, and I'll have to bear some responsibility, right?
The man actually nodded seriously. Yes, you reminded me. Let me tell you, from now on, whatever happens to me is your responsibility. Wow! The crowd erupted in uproar. Wu Yusin, this is ridiculous. How can there be someone like you in this world? This is too much. Wu Yuru, that's right, it's a good thing Li Yang was here today, otherwise we would have really been fooled by you. A policeman stepped forward and said, all right, stop arguing and come with us now. The man, as if possessed, flung the policeman's hand away and said, you police officers assaulted me. I'm filing a complaint against you right now. You must have taken money from the dance studio.
The police were dumbfounded. We've responded to so many calls, but this is the first time we've encountered such a weirdo.
Wow, does anyone still dare to be rude to Uncle Hat these days? That's outrageous. There are always some people who can't distinguish between good and bad. We should always show respect to Uncle Hat.
The policeman picked up the pepper spray from his waist.
Resisting law enforcement violently? Summon him immediately.
After saying that, he sprayed pepper spray, and the two men stepped forward to hold the man down. The police officer glanced at the pitiful little girl beside him and said, little girl, your father broke the law.
We'll notify your mother to come and pick you up.
The little girl shook her head. Uncle, he's not my dad. He brought me here from the hospital.
What? This guy actually stole someone else's child?
Just then, a pair of parents rushed over.
Yusin! Oh my, you scared us to death. We came over as soon as we saw the live stream. Are you all right? Did this man hurt you? Yusin nodded.
He slapped me twice and told me not to talk to the teacher.
I was scared, so I didn't say anything. Yusin stepped forward with a pained expression. How could this happen? How can there be such beastly people in this world? They don't even spare such young children, just to swindle money. The police became even more ruthless at this point, shouting, you bastard! You were involved in child trafficking. You're going to rot in jail with us.
The parents at the scene applauded.
Great, that's wonderful. This kind of scum needs to be properly disciplined by the hat-wearing uncles. Exactly. How could someone do such a thing? What a bastard. What else is there to say? People like that should be shot on the spot. Ah, that's great. People like that deserve to die, they should be arrested. Actually, the streamer isn't entirely without responsibility either. Is the person upstairs mentally ill? At that moment, Lu Ruyan, who was not far from the building, was watching the live stream on her phone and posted this comment: Li Yan, when did you become so capable? You rejected me, yet you still have a constant stream of women? She rubbed her cheek. Old men are really unreliable. After sleeping with me, he asked me to buy him an LV bag and then broke up with me. She was slapped by that old man in the mall. He was standing by the roadside, looking at his phone and throwing a tantrum, saying, Li Yang, if I'm not having a good time, you won't either. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. At this moment, Li Yang suddenly turned off the live stream. She frowned. What are you doing? Li Yang, why are you turning off the live stream? You think I can't find you just because you're not live streaming? You just wait. Meanwhile, the parent was taken away by the police. For a moment, the atmosphere between Li Yang and the two mothers became somewhat awkward. Gentlemen, would you like to go inside and sit down? However, at that moment, the man who had just been taken away by the police suddenly rushed over, holding a beer bottle in his hand. I'll kill you two women. You've ruined my life. Seeing the danger, Li Yang's expression shifted. Be careful. He stepped forward, put his arm around the two sisters, and turned around to protect them with his back. Just as the bottle was about to hit Li Yang on the head, two policemen arrived and quickly jumped up from behind, pinning the man down. Still not behaving? Give him a pepper spray. Chapter 68. All of these things are mine. After subduing the man again, the police said apologetically, I'm sorry, this man was incredibly audacious. He suddenly broke free when we were putting him in the car. I apologize. Wu Yusin and Wu Yuru were in Li Yang's arms for a long time before they reacted. Oh, it's nothing, it's just that this person is too difficult to deal with. Thank you both for your hard work. The 9 sly kids next to Li Yang exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. Just look at it this way, Dad needs us to find a way to introduce him to the mothers so that he'll have a chance to date. Yes, Dad has finally figured it out. This is how we can speed things up. Zhang Xiaoduo took out a romance novel. It says in this book that the protagonist has to be domineering and forceful to win the heart of the female CEO by dragging her to his room. Li Yang was taken aback. Daughter, what book is that? Let Dad take a look. He stepped forward and snatched it away. Romance novel? A domineering CEO falls in love with a handsome me? What the hell is this? It's confiscated. You're not allowed to read these kinds of novels anymore. Dad will read them himself. The girls pouted. How could Daddy take our books? Yeah, Dad is so mean. Snort. Li Yang smiled slightly. You are all too young to read these books. But it's different for me. At my age, reading novels is just right. At this moment, he turned to the two mothers, took the gift box from his daughter, and said, These 2 gifts were chosen for you by me and the children. I hope you like it. Wu Yusin and Wu Yuru were taken aback. Is this a new LV bag? Li Yang, we can't accept this. It's too valuable. Besides, we haven't been able to help with the child. How can we accept your gift? If we're going to give a gift, it should be us giving it to you. Li Yang smiled and said, All right, I understand Mom's intentions. You can keep them. It can be considered as a token of the children's goodwill. They said you like these. When Wu Yusin and Wu Yuru opened the package, they were surprised to find that it really was the 2 styles they had wanted to buy but couldn't bring themselves to buy. How did the children know? The 2 men, carrying the gifts, smiled and said, Li Yang, thank you for the gifts you bought for us. We really like them. Li Yang nodded. Just then, Lu Ruyan ran forward and snatched the gift boxes from the 2 women. She then looked at them in surprise and exclaimed, These 2 bags cost more than 40,000 yuan. Li Yang, you're really willing to do that? Li Yang was also incredulous. Lu Ruyan? How could it be you? Put those things down. Lu Ruyan said coldly, Why should I put down my things? Li Yang, this is what you owe me. Li Yang had never heard such an absurd thing in his life, and he was completely dumbfounded. Lu Ruyan, what are you doing? This is what I sold to them. What do you mean it's yours? Wu Yusin and Wu Yuru also looked at Lu Ruyan with suspicion. What right do you have to take away the things that Li Yang bought for us? Exactly. Who do you think you are?
Lu Ruyan's eyes flickered as she said, Li Yang, when you were with me, I had nothing.
You were so poor. Why is it that now that you're rich, I can't enjoy anything for even a day? Consider these 2 bags as interest you owe me. Li Yang nodded repeatedly in anger. Lu Ruyan. You don't understand a dignified breakup, do you? Do we have to get entangled? Do we have to make a scene?
You cheated on me during our relationship, and now she's even pregnant.
You even stole the gifts I bought for other girls? At this moment, Lu Ruyan stepped forward and grabbed Li Yang's wrist. Li Yang, let me explain. I didn't mean to make you angry. I just like you too much. Yes, that's how it is. I like it, you son of a bitch.
Li Yang slapped him across the face.
Snap. Lu Ruyan fell heavily to the ground, covering her face and saying, Li Yang? You hit me?
It's just 2 bags.
You hit me? I want to call the police. Li Yang laughed. Fine, you robbed my friend's gift in the street, and now you're saying you're going to call the police? Fine, go ahead and call the police if you dare.
Lu Ruyan covered her face more and more people were gathering around her. Seeing the parents' bewildered expressions, Lu Ruyan suddenly burst into tears.
Honey, my baby is already quite big. Please stop looking for these female teachers. This isn't good for the baby. Wow. The onlookers were completely dumbfounded. How can there be such a man in this world? Yes, his wife is pregnant, and he still comes to see the female teacher at the dance studio? How could this female teacher at the dance studio be like this? Isn't she a mistress? My child can't enroll here anymore. Yeah, we can always find another dance studio.
Wu Yusin and Wu Yuru exchanged a glance and immediately explained loudly. No, we are not mistresses, it's this woman who's deliberately trying to frame us.
Dear parents, it's not what you think. Please don't make wild guesses.
At this moment, Lu Ruyan cried even louder.
Why, he's so irresponsible. He's so irresponsible.
The 9 little ones stood in front of their fathers. Sisters, protect Dad.
It's that wicked woman again.
She found another man to bully our father, and now she's lying.
Dear uncles and aunts, this woman is lying.
Seeing that their children were saying the same thing, the parents at the scene began to believe it to some extent.
These kids are so cute. They must be telling the truth. According to these kids, the problem is with this girl.
Li Yang smiled slightly. I was worried that you would get entangled in this, so I was prepared. He took out his phone and opened a set of photos.
These are photos of you and Shen Hao entering and leaving the hotel. My friends saw them and took them for me.
I was planning to delete these photos because they had nothing to do with me, but now it's perfect, take a look for yourself.
They were taken half a month ago. Chapter 69. Shenwani's reason was that she had a wicked mother-in-law. Li Yang held up his phone so everyone could see it clearly.
The parents at the scene pointed and whispered among themselves.
Oh my, it really is this young girl. Going in and out of the hotel with a man, she doesn't seem like a good person.
Yeah, young people these days are really chaotic, so they have no idea what's going on.
Li Yang stepped forward and snatched the gift from Lu Ruyan's hands.
I suggest you go to the bathroom and take a good look in the mirror to see what kind of person you are.
It's all your own fault. Lu Ruyan looked grim.
Seeing the pointing and whispering around her, she rolled her eyes and pretended to faint.
Li Yang laughed. All right, since you're faking fainting, I'll call an ambulance for you right now. Li Yang turned around and gave the twin sisters an apologetic look.
I'm sorry, this person has caused you a lot of trouble.
Wu Yusin shook her head. Thank you so much for tonight, thank you for the gift. Wu Yuru's cheeks were also flushed.
They started their dance studio at a very young age and have little experience in dating, so they don't know what to say in this situation. The children watched the scene and giggled with laughter.
The 2 sisters, Wu Mei and Wu Wu, exchanged a glance. Dad really needs our help.
Otherwise, who knows when Dad will find a girlfriend. After exchanging a few words with the Wu sisters, Li Yang turned and left with his child.
Li Yang was preparing to give a gift to the next mother.
He never imagined that one day he would become Santa Claus and give gifts to the women who might become his future girlfriends.
Life is just so magical. Li Yang got into the car with his daughters.
After a brief discussion in the back seat, Shenwani's daughter, Shen Tingting, whispered, Dad, my mom's building is nearby.
Let's go find her. Li Yang's expression shifted. Ting Ting, why is it inconvenient for your mother to live with you? Chen Ting looked up and frowned.
Because my mother has a wicked mother-in-law who, relying on the kindness she showed my mother and parents in the past, has been blackmailing my mother, forbidding her from finding another man.
My mother doesn't know what to do now, so. Li Yang was stunned.
Chen Wanni's ex-husband died shortly after their marriage, and she had been a widow for so many years. He is a person who values loyalty and righteousness, all because of gratitude.
Okay, I'll go find her now.
Li Yang drove to the building where he had rented the apartment before, parked the car, and then took his daughters upstairs.
Chen Wanni lives on the 3rd floor. This old building has no elevator, so they have to walk up floor by floor. After reaching the 3rd floor, Li Yang pressed the door button for room 302.
A moment later, Chen Wanni, with her mature and gentle demeanor, opened the door and looked at Li Yang and the children with some delight.
Li Yang, what brings you here? They didn't even tell me beforehand. Li Yang smiled and said, I just wanted to give you a surprise. Chen Wanni smiled slightly.
You're really something, bringing so many kids to see me, what a huge third wheel. The children chuckled and covered their eyes with their hands.
We can't see anything at all. We can't hear either, Daddy, hurry up. What are you talking about? What do kids watch these days? Do they watch too many short dramas?
Just then, the door to room 301 across the street was slowly pushed open, and an old woman said with a puzzled look, Wanni, do you have guests so late at night?
Chen Wanni's expression changed. Li Yang, something bad has happened. Don't talk nonsense. That's my mother-in-law. She's still awake. Mother-in-law? Li Yang wasn't afraid of any mother-in-law, but he was a little puzzled and asked in a low voice, what exactly is going on? Chen Wanni whispered, she thinks that because I'm a member of her Chen family, I can't remarry.
She also said that I saved my parents' lives back then, so I can't disobey her.
Anyway, it's complicated.
However, I talked to her about this a couple of years ago, and she said that after 10 years of widowhood, she would no longer care about me. That time hasn't come yet, and if she finds out about our relationship, she'll probably try to kill herself again.
Li Yang frowned.
She sounded like an unreasonable old woman. Her son had died young, so it was normal for her daughter-in-law to want to remarry.
Why was she trying to blackmail her? The old woman looked at Li Yang with hostility. Sir, are you here to rent a house? And with so many children? Are you here as a family to rent a house? Or is there something else?
If you're not here to rent a house, it's not convenient for my daughter-in-law to meet with men for too long at night.
Li Yang also found it laughable and turned his head to say, Grandma, your daughter-in-law is an adult. What's wrong with us having a chat?
The old woman's eyes widened immediately.
She glanced at Chen Wanni and said, Chen Wanni, you've really made something of yourself. You actually found a man in the middle of the night? Are you trying to drive me crazy?
Chen Wanni immediately shook her head, Mother-in-law, that's not how it is, let me explain. Li Yang suddenly took the gift from his daughter and handed it to Chen Wanni, saying, Wanni, keep the gift safe.
We're leaving now. He gave the old woman a deliberately provocative smile. The old woman immediately clutched her chest, I'm so angry. I'm so angry. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. Chen Wanni. Li Yang turned and ran away with his daughters. The daughters laughed heartily with Li Yang. Chen Wanni smiled helplessly from behind, I really can't do anything with you guys. Chapter 70 times have changed, there are too many wives to marry. Li Yang led the children to the car, and the children and Li Yang were all laughing heartily inside. I didn't expect Chen Wanni to have such a mother-in-law. But we don't have enough time tonight, we'll give the rest next time. What do you kids think?
The children all nodded in agreement.
Good.
Li Yang is thinking of taking the children home first, giving them a bath and washing them up, and then practicing his skills. I stepped on the gas and headed towards the community at the entrance of the alley. They soon arrived at the entrance of the community, and Li Yang got out of the car with the children.
It was already past 8 p.m. when I got home. Kids, shall Daddy take you for a bath?
The children nodded in agreement.
Good. After Li Yang finished bathing the children, he lay in bed and told them stories. At that moment, he noticed his phone vibrating continuously. When he picked it up, he saw that it was a chat in the mother's group. Jia Shanshan expressed her gratitude to Li Yang for the gift in the group chat. The Wu sisters also expressed that they really liked the gift Li Yang gave them. Shan Yu and Yi followed suit. The mothers who hadn't received the gifts yet expressed their envy. But Li Yang sensed a subtle scheming among the girls. Are they deliberately chatting about these things in the group just to show off to other mothers? Damn, having too many women is such a hassle.
At this moment, Zhang Rongrong said in the group, "My parents have been bothering me all night.
As long as I find a job, I will leave home. They said if I were to be with Li Yang, he would have to give me a bride price of 880,000 yuan. Li Yang immediately responded in the group, 8,800,000? Tao Qingyu, it's not expensive, some people can just put in the effort.
Chenwani, my mother-in-law was about to commit suicide when the police arrived.
She has just gone back to sleep now.
Li Yang, Chenwani, your mother-in-law is completely unreasonable, she's just making trouble for no reason.
Xiao Xian then joined the group chat. Li Yang, you've already met some of the mother's parents, when are you coming to meet my dad? Li Yang's hand trembled. He should keep a low profile in the future. None of these women are easy to deal with. These 9 mothers represent 9 families.
If we were to gather all these people at one table, I bet their parents would tear me to pieces.
In Li Yang's imagination, his future life safety was in jeopardy.
Who could accept his daughter with a 5-year-old child being with a man who had 9 daughters?
My God, why can't I be faithful to one person in the future?
I'd be willing to go to any mother's door with her child and propose marriage. Li Yang said in the group, it's too late tonight, there's really no time, but I've prepared all the gifts.
See you tomorrow, the rest of you moms. Tao Qingyu, I'm just the one left. I understand. Xiao Xian, no need, you just need to take good care of the baby. Lin Xingxue, I can see clearly whether someone loves me or not. Oh dear, why are women so troublesome? I delivered all the goods along my route today. Kids, you've ruined my life. The daughters blinked their innocent big eyes and shook their heads in disapproval. It's because Dad is too stupid and doesn't understand girls' hearts at all. What does it have to do with us? It's just. Dad really doesn't know how to date. He should learn how.
Li Yang pretended to be angry, put down his phone, and pounced on his daughters, grabbing 2 of the little ones and yelling, I'll bite you to death.
Daddy's a tiger.
When the other girls saw that Li Yang had grabbed the 2 sisters, they immediately turned around and rushed towards their father.
Sisters. We're little Wusong. Let's fight the tiger.
Hearing the commotion upstairs, Li Pingyan, who was making steamed buns downstairs, smiled slightly and said, these kids, why aren't they sleeping with their daughters?
What games are they playing?
Lin Shu nodded, this boy has indeed changed a lot after having a child. Tomorrow, after he takes the children to school, let's cook more food at home to give the children some extra nutrition. Li Pingyan nodded, raising children is indeed very expensive these days. Our granddaughters have already cost more than 50,000 yuan in just this period of time. And that's with Li Yang paying for part of the costs himself. Just the food expenses alone have amounted to this much.
Raising children these days is not easy. The cost of living is high, and young people are under a lot of pressure. No wonder so many people don't get married.
Our son is lucky to have so many children and girlfriends all at once, Lin Shu said with a smile.
Li Pingyan shook his head. What are you saying? Is this a good thing?
Our family's savings are enough for him to marry a wife, and she'd have to be from an ordinary family.
What are we going to do now? Just raise the child for the rest of his life and never get married? How can girls nowadays accept sharing a man? Just thinking about it makes me angry, and I can't control my lower body. That CEO and that young lady, if he dares to marry them, our family can't afford anything. It would kill me.
Lin Shu glared at him. Oh, you were the one who said it was better to have a son.
We were supposed to have a daughter. How could this happen?
Li Pingyan said, oh, you weren't the happiest when your son was born.
You told people that your son would stay with you for life. Who else said that if not you?
Lin Shu sighed, back then it was back then. Now, if you have a son, he'll visit his mother-in-law's house more often than his own after he gets married.
Times have changed. Now, not only can you get a dowry if you have a daughter, but which family's daughter is willing to do laundry and cook?
The parents-in-law have worked hard their whole lives, and now in their old age they still have to do laundry and cook for their daughters-in-law. Look at the Liu family in this neighborhood. Once the daughter-in-law married into the family, the parents-in-law became their maids.
If your son were to marry that CEO and his daughter, do you think they could do any work? We'd have to do it ourselves. Chapter 71 shows his extreme doting on his daughters. Li Pingyan nodded, yes, it's already pretty good as it is now. Let's not do anything about it for now. Marriage? Forget about marriage.
We already have 9 grandchildren, so the current situation is the best. Lin Shu glared at her husband.
How can you men have such dirty minds? Do you think the girl's parents will never find out? When the girl's parents come knocking on your door and you get beaten up, don't call me. I don't know you and your son. Li Pingyan was taken aback. Now that you mention it, I remember now. It really is true.
Oh dear, this brat can't be so foolish as to go to someone else's house. If he ends up with 9 wives and 9 kids, that's...
Wouldn't their parents be furious and tear us apart? Teacher Li, you're only realizing this now? You've been a teacher your whole life, how come your brain is so slow to process things?
Lin Shu said, don't think we're laughing at Lu Ruyan's family. When something happens to us, who knows who will be laughing at whom? Li Pingyan became more and more frightened as he thought about it. Oh dear, I guess I should just give up on Alzheimer's.
Alright, maybe our son can handle it, Lin Shu said. We can't just shoot him, can we? Li Pingyan was a little worried. Smooth things out? He can't possibly smooth things out.
I think we'll both end up with our reputations ruined in our later years.
Just then, Li Yang's voice came from the second floor. Mom and Dad, do you have any diapers? They wet the bed. The next moment, the children's voices could be heard. Dad is so mean. He promised not to tell anyone else, but he still told Grandpa and Grandma. Wa'ada. I don't want to be friends with Daddy anymore.
I'm not helping Dad find a wife anymore, let him stay single for the rest of his life. Li Pingyan immediately grabbed the diaper and ran faster than anything else to help his son.
Lin Shu sighed, it's hilarious.
He's scolding his son, but his body tells a different story.
He runs faster than anything else. Oh my, this father and son are such a pair of clowns. The next morning, Li Yang was woken up early by his daughters.
He picked them up and lifted them high in the air, then kissed their little faces. His wonderful day started with practicing his skills. The children giggled and laughed in his arms, and this kind of companionship naturally deepened the emotional bond between father and child.
Kids, who wet the bed last night?
The children shouted in unison, Daddy wet the bed.
Okay, Daddy wet the bed.
Alright, kids, your homeroom teacher said today that the school is going to hold a preschool arithmetic competition.
Daddy wants all of you to participate. Are you confident?
The children nodded in agreement.
Have. Li Yang laughed and led his daughters downstairs. One by one, they climbed onto the table.
Li Yang picked up the bowls and chopsticks and began to feed his daughters. The 2 elders, Li Pingyan and his wife, got up early in the morning and busied themselves preparing everything from various kinds of porridge and rice to steamed buns. Li Yang picked up some steamed buns and millet porridge and approached the children, saying, Open your mouths, Daddy will feed you. Li Pingyan objected from the side, Son, this child can eat by himself, why do you have to feed him?
It's not good.
Lin Shu nodded and said, Yes, it takes a long time for a child to learn to eat by himself, and you, on the contrary, actively chase after him to feed him.
What if he gets used to it? Will you chase after him to feed him every day? Li Yang laughed, then I like it. I'll spoil my daughter.
Ha, my son spoils his daughter just like your dad.
I'll feed her too, Li Pingyan said with a chuckle.
Lin Shu shook her head speechlessly, you two are really something.
I'm not going to take care of you anymore. If the child becomes unruly, you two will be fully responsible. Don't come looking for me. Hey, it's okay.
I'll take responsibility if my kid goes astray, Li Yang said with a smile. It's getting late, the school's math competition is about to start, I'll take the kids there first.
Mom and Dad, thank you for staying, it's been hard. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma.
The children, dressed in their kindergarten uniforms, stood in a row saying goodbye to their grandparents.
A father led a group of daughters past the alley entrance, and the old man waved from the side, saying, Children, going to school? Grandpa, let's go to school. Goodbye, third grandfather.
Li Yang got into the car and opened the door, and the children filed in.
Daughters, let's go. With a shout, the car left the alley entrance and arrived at the kindergarten.
As soon as the car stopped, I heard other parents talking amongst themselves at the school gate.
What's going on here? What are you all talking about? Li Yang asked curiously.
The parents whispered among themselves.
Do you see that little boy?
His parents have been tutoring him until midnight every night since he was 3 years old. Both his parents are teachers, and I heard that he is no worse than elementary school students in math at such a young age.
Yes, raising children like this from a young age, what terrible parents. The child's name is Yaozu, how can he not work hard? He's counting on bringing honor to his ancestors. Li Yang is still live streaming right now. 666, working this hard since age 3? This kid must be a learning machine. You just don't understand. If kids these days don't work hard, they won't get into good schools when they grow up, they won't get good jobs after graduation, and when they choose a wife, they'll only be able to choose the worst one. The next generation will continue this process. Are you saying that those who don't work hard are born rich? Are you subtly criticizing me, upstairs? Li Yang glanced at his daughters. He had already mastered mathematics, and even without such tutoring, his daughters could inherit some of his mathematical talent. There's no need to push children too hard at a young age, but even if daughters don't inherit the same talents, it's okay, a child's childhood still needs to be protected. As for the future, their future depends first and foremost on their parents' support. I believe that if their parents work hard enough, the children will see it and be influenced by what they see and hear, which is better than anything else. Li Yang finds it annoying that some parents don't work hard themselves but expect their children to work incredibly hard. These people are somewhat selfish. Daughters, are you confident about today's math competition? The little cuties all nodded in agreement. We have them. Chapter 72. This kid is too arrogant. Yao Zu's parents overheard this and looked over curiously. Li Yang's 9 daughters were quite famous at school. After all, the fact that a single father was raising 9 daughters was enough to generate buzz. Yao Zu's mother smiled and said, "It's good to have confidence, but you also need to recognize the gap in ability. Our Yao Zu studies hard every night." Yao Zu's father laughed and said, "Other families have many children, so they definitely don't have the patience to sit down and study." Is that so, Mr. Li? They're so smug. They've raised their kids to be so capable, yet they still have the nerve to brag. So what? The parents are willing, and the child hasn't said anything. What's it to you? At this moment, the children entered the school one after another, and Li Yang followed them in. After all, he had now been officially invited to become the person in charge of the school cafeteria. Taking care of the children's meals and getting in and out of the school is quite easy. Today, the children will be participating in an arithmetic competition, while he will go to the cafeteria to wander around. In the afternoon, after the children get out of school, he will go to deliver gifts to the other mothers. That's roughly how it's arranged. After speaking with the staff at the cafeteria, I went to watch the children's arithmetic competition. I swiped some sweet radishes from the cafeteria. Eat while watching the children's performance. The event had been going on for a while, and the parents were now discussing it animatedly. Mr. Li's daughters are really amazing, they all made it to the finals. Only Yao Zu, the only boy, and these sisters are left. Li Yang looked at the stage in confusion. Had all his children advanced? How can you compare these two children? My children with my children? At this moment, Teacher Lin, acting as the host, announced loudly, due to time constraints, the 9 sisters will elect the most talented child to compete against Yao Zu. Yao Zu stood with his hands on his hips, smugly saying, "Even the strongest of you 9 wouldn't be a match for me. This is outrageous. Aren't all the streamers' daughters cuter than this child? This competition isn't about who's cutest, the other kid looks really good." At this moment, Yao Zu's parents also glanced at Li Yang triumphantly. "Mr. Li, we're sorry, but first places definitely are Yao Zu's." Li Yang laughed, "It's just a children's arithmetic competition. Winning only earns you a little red flower. It doesn't matter who wins or loses, it's not important." Yao's grandparents glanced at Li Yang with disdain. Such an important event in their eyes was completely unimportant to Li Yang. What's so special about that? Only incompetent people think that nothing is important. That is. Li Yang rolled his eyes. "You guys care so much, don't cry when my daughter gets first place." At this moment, Jia Shanshan's daughter, Jia Xiaojiu, was chosen. Among the sisters, Jia Xiaojiu had the highest talent in mathematics, so she was chosen by the sisters to compete with Yao Zu. The school uses tablet computers for answering questions. The score is based on a combination of speed and accuracy. At this moment, as the competition began, Yao Zu quickly started answering questions. Although Xiaojiu was also answering questions quickly, Li Yang noticed that his daughter seemed to be slower than her opponent. The other mother boasted, "My son practices mental arithmetic quickly. This level of problem is just routine practice for him." It seems this kind of tiger parenting approach does have some effect. Look at how fast the kid answers the questions. Yeah, where are all the people who are praising the streamer? I see the streamer always bringing his child along to get attention. It's no wonder he can't win this kind of competition. I support the streamer. It's just a kids' competition. As long as they can learn something, that's what matters.
It's already amazing that a few girls made it to the finals. At that moment, Li Yang comforted the children from the audience, saying, "Kids, just give your best results.
Winning or losing isn't that important."
Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiao on stage sped up even more, saying, "I won't lose, I want to bring glory to my dad." Looking at the two children's speed, Teacher Lin exclaimed in astonishment, "Not bad, kids these days are so smart, they've all learned mental arithmetic."
Just then, Yao Zhu said triumphantly, "I finished answering the questions, teacher."
Yao Zhu's parents, sitting in the audience, already believed that their son was destined to win.
"Ha, our son is faster, he's definitely going to win." Yes, Yao Zhu did a great job.
At this moment, Yao Zhu was convinced that he had won. The teacher stepped forward to grade his paper. "Not bad, fast and accurate, but unfortunately, you got 2 questions wrong."
Yao Zhu frowned. "It's okay. I'm so fast. I only made 2 mistakes. I'll definitely be number 1.
At this moment, Xiao Jiao also finished her test.
"Teacher, I'm done too." Teacher Lin nodded and slowly stepped forward.
Xiao Jiao is also very good.
Although she is a little slow, the main thing is to look at the accuracy rate. Yao Zhu said in a deep voice, "Teacher, I think you don't need to watch anymore. I'm sure I'll win."
In kindergarten, no one has ever been able to beat me in academics.
Teacher Lin smiled slightly. "Yao Zhu, we still need to be humble and not be overly complacent."
Yao Zhu snorted, unimpressed. Teacher Lin walked closer, picked up the tablet, and began calculating the scores.
"Oh,
it would be an insult to me to have chapter 73 tied for first place."
Seeing the teacher's reaction, Yao Zhu laughed and said, "You guys saw it, right? My grades are definitely better. Teacher, tell me, am I going to win?"
When the little girls saw how outrageous this person was, they immediately retorted one by one.
"So what if you come in first place?"
"Dad said that winning or losing isn't important, as long as we've done our best."
"Exactly, you love winning so much, are you really that smug about beating us?" "We don't study at home, we just play all day." "Humph." Yao Zhu's face darkened. "You're lying. You must have worked very hard, just like me." "I don't believe it."
At this moment, Teacher Lin glanced at the children on both sides and said, "Children, stop making noise.
Your scores are out, and you'll split them equally." "What?" Yao Zhu exclaimed in disbelief. The teacher must have made a mistake. "We're faster than her, how could we possibly split the score?"
Teacher Lin explained, "Although you were fast, you got 2 questions wrong, while the other person got them all right."
Yao Zhu's mother, sitting in the audience, said in disbelief, "How could this be?" "Teacher, you must be mistaken."
Teacher Lin said irritably, "You can come up and look at the papers later if you want."
"How could I possibly grade these mental arithmetic questions wrong?
They all have standard answers."
Yao Zhu's mother was speechless. Li Yang laughed. "Ha, it's okay, we're all good friends, tying for first place is fine too. What's really endearing is the host's attitude. It's a little competition between kids, and friendship comes first." "Is that so? You don't care about anything? What will you do when you graduate and enter the workforce? Do you know how treacherous society can be? If you don't care about anything, how will you get opportunities?"
At this moment, Yao Zhu on stage could not accept it. "No.
I don't accept it. Teacher, let's have a tie break."
"I don't accept a tie for first place."
Teacher Lin frowned.
"Child, the prizes are all the same in this kind of friendly competition, so you don't need to be so nervous."
"No.
I want to prove myself, teacher, please let me have a rematch."
Teacher Lin sighed, "An extra round?"
This.
Down in the audience, Yao Zhu's mother immediately chimed in, "Yes, a tiebreaker. This isn't my son's true ability, teacher, let's have a tiebreaker."
"My son can't take the blow of not being able to tie for first place."
Li Yang took a bite of radish, shook his head, and said, "He can't handle this kind of blow? Then your son really lacks some inner strength." Actually, the host is right.
The child's mindset is the most important thing. At this age, grades aren't that important.
He can't handle this kind of setback, so what if he falls behind in higher grades? I think this kid is very ambitious. What's wrong with you all? Your values are all skewed."
At this point, Teacher Lin had no choice but to smile and nod, saying, "In that case, I'll give you a problem to solve on the spot. I'll set this problem according to the standards of elementary school math Olympiad."
"Are you willing to accept it?" Upon hearing that it was challenging, Yaozu immediately nodded. Okay, I'm willing. It's more interesting when it's challenging.
I don't like things that aren't challenging. Xiaojiu smiled slightly. If he can do it, then so can I. Teacher, give me a question.
Teacher Lin nodded. Alright, you all wait here. Here's the problem, a path is 80 meters long. Trees are planted on one side, one tree every 5 meters. Trees are needed on both sides. How many trees are needed in total? You have 1 minute. Let's begin.
Upon hearing this, Yaozu immediately took out all 10 fingers to count. The answer should be. At this moment, Xiaojiu suddenly smiled slightly. Teacher, it's 17 trees.
Yaozu was taken aback. This is an Olympiad math problem. Did you even bother to calculate it properly? You just shouted nonsense. Teacher, get her eliminated. The other cuties immediately refuted this. The teacher hasn't even spoken yet, and you're already talking. How do you know it's just random shouting? That's right, you should just listen to the teacher's announcement. Teacher Lin frowned slightly. Xiaojiu answered this question correctly. Xiaojiu won. Wow.
The streamer's kids got some talent.
That's right, Yaozu has nothing to say now.
However, the next moment, Yaozu's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, it's 17.
Teacher, I just silently recited the answer, and she heard me and beat me to it. She copied me.
Xiaojiu was also shocked.
No way, this counts as me plagiarizing you? Have you no shame at all?
The other cuties nodded in agreement.
Exactly. Xiaojiu answered in front of so many people. How could you be so shameless? Yeah, you're so embarrassing.
Other parents at the scene also pointed and whispered when they saw this.
This kid is really, everyone's watching. Exactly, how can they say that Mr. Li's daughter plagiarized this? At this point, Yaozu's parents were not happy. Hey, what's wrong? You're all siding with other people's kids now? So you don't believe what our Yaozu says, huh? We absolutely believe our Yaozu.
At this point, Teacher Lin hesitated and said, how about this, let's do a best of 3 series. Since Xiaojiu won the first round, I'll give you another question. This time, the 2 children should stand a little further apart.
We can't accuse them of plagiarism again, can we? Yaozu's mother's expression shifted. Alright, I have absolute confidence in my son. Let the 2 kids play around again. Chapter 74 Impossible. You two must be connected. These parents are shameless. Isn't this just blatant debt collection? Seriously, how can there still be parents like this? Rogue? Can't you see how hard the parents are working? Do they believe their child is wrong?
Liang glanced at the comments in the live stream and thought, sometimes I'm just speechless. Now my child is already giving in to their family.
When you comment, can you please be a little more careful and stop making mindless attacks?
At this moment, Teacher Lin on the stage posed a new question. The second question is, there are 20 chickens and rabbits in a cage. They have a total of 56 legs.
How many chickens and rabbits are there in the cage? Li Yang laughed from the audience.
It's just a chicken and rabbit problem. It's indeed a bit difficult for kindergarten students. At this moment, Yaozu's expression gradually became serious, and he seemed somewhat flustered.
Why is it so difficult? Why is it so difficult? Teacher, this is way beyond the curriculum. No way. I can't lose. I'll just have to take a gamble. Teacher, I understand.
His parents, watching from below the stage, were extremely pleased with themselves, laughing heartily.
See? This is my son's true level. Teacher Lin frowned slightly. Then tell me, what is the answer?
Yaozu did a quick calculation and, half guessing, half thinking, said, there are a total of 10 chickens and 9 rabbits.
Yaozu's parents were already clapping in the audience. Well done, son. My son is amazing. Li Yang smiled and said, oh dear, I miscalculated. What a pity. Yaozu's parents were taken aback and turned around to glare at Li Yang. What are you saying, you brat? I'm asking you, what are you saying? Apologize to my child. That's right. Apologize now.
What was said in the livestream was correct. This answer is indeed wrong. I counted, and it's 12 and 8 respectively.
Wait for the teacher to announce it before making a decision.
At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Ms. Lin, said in a stern voice, wrong answer.
You still have a chance, please continue answering questions. Yaozu's face turned pale, and he panicked instantly. Wait. Teacher, please wait. I know, I know. There are 8 chickens and 13 rabbits. Right.
Teacher Lin frowned and said, you should calm down and calculate it properly.
This answer is wrong too.
At that moment, Xiaojiu slowly raised her hand. I figured it out, teacher.
Yaozu looked at Xiaojiu incredulously. You couldn't possibly have figured this out. This isn't a math problem that someone our age can solve. Teacher Lin smiled slightly. Xiaojiu, what's the answer?
Jiao Xiaojiu, 12 chickens and 8 rabbits.
Yaozu scoffed. How could that be? You must have miscalculated.
Teacher Lin smiled slightly. Congratulations, Xiaojiu, your answer is completely correct. The first place winner in this arithmetic competition is Jiao Xiaojiu. The other sisters then surrounded Jiao Xiaojiu, placing her in the center.
Xiaojiu is awesome. Xiaojiu is really amazing. We won. Let Yaozu be proud of himself. Yaozu's face grew increasingly grim, and he shook his head repeatedly. How is this possible?
I sacrificed all my weekends to attend tutoring sessions.
How come you're not as good as others?
Yaozu's parents, sitting in the audience, were also unable to accept it for a moment.
Impossible, my Yaozu couldn't possibly lose. Could it be? I know, it's because his father has connections with the school. So he cheated. Yes, my son didn't lose. Li Yang was so angry he laughed, refusing to admit that his child was not as good as other people's children. Besides, this isn't even an important match. Is it really necessary to do this? Are you kidding me? Losing isn't scary. What's scary is not admitting defeat. That's understandable.
The streamer's child hasn't even tried hard, yet they're so outstanding.
How could they not feel bad? I'd be heartbroken too.
But in children's competitions, friendship comes first, and participation is the most important thing.
Li Yang was too lazy to argue with these kinds of parents. It's just a competition between children, after all.
At this moment, the daughters jumped and skipped off the stage. The next moment, they were surrounded by the parents.
Tell me. Is it because your fathers have connections with the school that you already knew the questions? You cheated, didn't you? Li Yang's daughters are not ones to suffer losses. Each and every one of them showed no fear whatsoever. Xiao Tonton snorted. Little Yaozu is no match for our Xiaojiu, so what? Are you getting anxious?
Zhang Xiaoduo said disdainfully. No wonder Yaozu lost.
He tried so hard. We found the reason. It's because of his bad genes.
Don't underestimate these girls. Just because they're young, they're quite good at being sarcastic.
What did you say? The parents' faces grew increasingly grim. You little brats, you have absolutely no manners.
After saying that, she was about to raise her hand to slap him. The next moment, Li Yang appeared in front of his daughters and slapped them across the face.
Snap. You hit my daughter? Who do you think you are? Yaozu's mother covered her face in astonishment. You dare to hit me? Yaozu's father, supporting his wife, shrank back in fear. Why did you hit me? Li Yang glanced at his daughters and asked, was that auntie about to hit you just now? The children all shouted in unison, yes. Li Yang laughed and said, you hit my daughter, so I can't hit you back? Call the police. We'll all go to jail together. This guy is tough, doesn't back down, and isn't afraid of trouble.
Yeah, this guy's streams are sometimes pretty fun to watch.
Feels good? You men are so violent. No matter what, you should never hit a woman, you know? Li Yang naturally ignored what the comments were saying.
Turning to her daughters, she said, remember, no matter what happens in the future, don't be afraid.
Find your parents immediately so they can help you, okay?
The children blinked and nodded.
Okay. The couple dared not provoke Li Yang and immediately pulled their son aside. Son, don't hang out with those girls anymore. Their families have connections at school. Li Yang shook his head. These parents are really something. My darlings, it's almost lunchtime. Daddy will take you to eat. 3:30 p.m. Li Yang led the children out of the kindergarten.
After all, it's a kindergarten, and the dismissal time is very strict. The girls skipped and hopped out of the kindergarten.
Li Yang led the children into the car. Let's go, Dad will take you to find your mothers.
After getting in the car, Li Yang sent a message to Tao Qingyu, who then sent him her location.
Li Yang was taken aback. Oh? The investment promotion venue in Binhai City? It seems Tao Qingyu is participating in an event. Kids, let's go. Chapter 75 is mine, and the prize money is mine. The car quickly arrived at the investment promotion conference. After getting off the car, Li Yang led a group of children into the venue. Representatives from various companies were present, all dressed in sharp suits, making Li Yang, with his child, seem somewhat out of place. Li Yang treated the little ones as if they were sightseeing. Wow, this investment promotion conference is huge. Many big companies are here, including Sansang from Shaolan Kingdom and Sanling from Shaorizi. I'm off to deliver a gift to Tao Qingyu. Tao Yaoyao walked beside her father and said with a smile, Dad, Mom really likes the lingerie Yaoyao picked out. She's worn it for many years. Li Yang smiled awkwardly. If it weren't for his daughter's insistence, he would have been really embarrassed. He wasn't very familiar with Tao Qingyu, yet he had given her underwear. What a mess this had made. After finally finding the Dow Cosmetics display stand, Li Yang didn't see the child's mother. The staff at the venue were busy at the moment, and the huge electronic display screen on the stage showed information about the new products. After waiting for a while, Li Yang saw Tao Qingyu and her secretary appear on the stage, seemingly discussing something. He took out the gift box and was about to walk upstairs when Lu Ruyan, wearing a work badge, suddenly came over and asked, Li Yang, what brings you here? Did you know I was here and come looking for me? You regretted hitting me last time, didn't you? That's right, I know you love me deeply. So, are you here to give me a gift? Li Yang frowned. Get out of the way, have you gone crazy from being pregnant? Lu Ruyan clutched her stomach. What are you doing? Isn't my pregnancy all because of you stinky men? Tao Yaoyao made a face at Lu Ruyan next to Li Yang. The ugly aunt has appeared again. She's gotten even uglier in just a few days. You, little kid, you can't talk like that. I'm your future stepmother. Lu Ruyan said shamelessly. At this moment, Tao Qingyu on the stage noticed the scene. What's going on? The secretary explained, this girl seems to be Li Yang's ex-girlfriend. Oh. I remember now, there does seem to be such a thing. Tao Qingyu frowned. Prepare your speech, I'll be speaking on stage later. The secretary nodded. But at that very moment, all the information about the new cosmetics on the entire electronic screen disappeared, and was replaced by a large number of cartoon characters. What happened? Tao Qingyu's expression shifted. Restore the image immediately. The secretary shook her head. Mr. Tao, it seems there's a problem with the system. The IT staff on site were in a state of panic. It looks like an intrusion, someone has hacked into the venue's system. At this point, many reporters began to enter the venue. What's going on? Has Dow Cosmetics switched to making animated films? It looks like something's wrong. On stage, Tao Qingyu frowned. Have the information team restore the video immediately. There's no time to lose. Oh no, Minister Gao isn't here today either. At this moment, Li Yang saw the situation and said to Lu Ruyan, get out of my way. Give me your computer. Your company got hacked again. You're a bunch of useless idiots. Babies, how about we help your whisper mom fix the back-end system? Li Yang said. The children nodded in agreement, okay. After Li Yang pushed Lu Ruyan away, he immediately grabbed her computer and started operating it. Lu Ruyan panicked immediately. Li Yang, what are you doing? What are you doing with my computer? Are you trying to use it to do something bad? How can you be so shady? Put down the computer right now. She rushed forward and tried to grab Li Yang's arm. Li Yang frowned, then slapped him across the face. Get out of here. Snap. Lu Ruyan's cheek immediately swelled up. Li Yang, what are you doing? How dare you hit me? At this moment, Li Yang's hands flew across the screen so fast they almost left after images. Oh. Interesting. A virus hidden behind the registry, is that it? It seems there's business competition. They're probably jealous of Tao Qingyu's company's success. However, it's not difficult to handle, just press the enter key. Solve. Li Yang glanced at Lu Ruyan, aren't you going to get lost? You want to get beaten up again, don't you? At this moment, the secretary came down and asked the on-site information team, who handled the virus just now. General Manager Tao stated that employees who make meritorious contributions will be rewarded with 1 million yuan. The technical teams on site all shook their heads in astonishment. A team leader said, we just found a set of IPs, which seem to belong to the sales team. What? The secretary seemed surprised. Oh? Which employee handled the virus? Upon hearing 1 million, Lu Ruyan's mouth watered. With a million, who would need a man? She stepped forward and held up her laptop. Secretary Zhang. It's me. It's me. Lu Ruyan held up her computer and said, "It's my computer, it's my IP address, and this million is mine." Everyone present was stunned upon hearing this.
The technical team members were puzzled.
Her? She's good at messing around with office relationships, but cleaning up viruses? Impossible. Of course. What's up with Lu Ruyan? Can she clear viruses?
The secretary knew what was going on and naturally didn't believe Lu Ruyan's words.
Lu Ruyan, is this really the virus you handled? Lu Ruyan nodded, yes. Could you please tell President Tao when I will receive the 1 million bonus?
Li Yang, who was listening nearby, almost laughed.
Tao Yaoyao, standing beside her father, said, "Dad, why is this old lady so shameless?" Li Yang laughed, "I guess your mother is setting a trap for her. Let's wait and see." Just then, Tao Qingyu slowly appeared in everyone's sight.
I'm very curious, how do you, a salesperson, have such superb skills?
Can you explain it? If you can, then right now. I can reward you with 1 million. Lu Ruyan's expression shifted, and she stammered, "Just press the enter key, like this." She made a hand gesture. The other employees on site laughed. Lu Ruyan, are you crazy? Press the enter key. Ha, Lu Ruyan, you're taking credit for someone else's work, aren't you? Lu Ruyan shook her head repeatedly. No, Mr. Tao, you have to believe me, how could I do such a thing? It was my computer, I fixed it. Tao Qingyu sneered, enough. A person can be incompetent, but they cannot lack integrity. You're fired. Lu Ruyan was stunned. What? President Tao, why? I've made great contributions to the company, why are you firing me? President Tao. President Tao.
Tao Qingyu said to the security guard, "From this moment on, this woman is no longer an employee of Tao's.
Get her out of here immediately."
2 security guards stepped forward, grabbed Lu Ruyan from both sides, and threw her out of the venue.
Tao Qingyu smiled and glanced at Li Yang. Luckily you were here today, but what kind of taste do you have? How could someone like that be your ex-girlfriend? You must be hungry. Li Yang smiled awkwardly, raised his hand and took out the gift bag. This. I was young and ignorant. By the way, please accept this small gift. Chapter 76. You're something else. You even dared to date Miss Chiao? He handed over the gift box. Tao Qingyu glanced at it. It was a high-end lingerie set. Oh? The first gift you give me is lingerie? Not bad, I like the color. Li Yang glanced at Tao Qingyu somewhat awkwardly. My daughter helped me choose this.
Maybe she knows your preferences. Tao Qingyu handed the things to her secretary, then glanced at Li Yang. I'm going to give a speech now.
Are you going back now or staying to watch?
Li Yang nodded. I'll stay and watch for a while before I leave. Tao Qingyu nodded, then walked onto the stage with her secretary and began to explain the company's new products.
Li Yang said somewhat dazedly, I never thought I would find a girlfriend like this in the future. Yaoyao, don't you think so? Tao Yaoyao sighed, hey, Dad, you really don't know how to fall in love.
At this moment, Xiao Tongtong whispered, Dad, we should go and give my mom a gift.
Li Yang nodded. Okay, there's nothing else here, let's go to the next match.
Because he had to rush to another event, Li Yang had to leave the venue to find the next mother. If people online saw this, he would be in trouble.
I bet people will call him a scumbag again.
So he didn't start a live stream.
Because it's still early, Xiao Xian's venue hasn't opened yet.
At this time, Xiao Xian and her team were inspecting various venues.
When she received Li Yang's call, she was quite happy. Not bad, at least you didn't forget me.
The burly men beside him were startled.
Are you kidding me? Our young lady isn't even number one in her boyfriend's eyes? Who exactly is this amazing person?
After all, very few people within the Qiao family had ever met Li Yang.
My friend is coming, so I'm preparing a red carpet and we can have dinner together. I've given the order to have the chefs from nearby restaurants come over.
The burly men bowed deeply.
Yes, miss.
Soon, a red carpet was laid out outside a bar. Then, a group of senior chefs were brought over. A short while later, Li Yang, who had arrived based on the location information, had a slight change in expression.
Are you kidding me? No way.
With such a grand spectacle, people who don't know the situation might think I'm getting married today.
Xiao Tongtong giggled and said, Daddy, don't be afraid, your future mommy likes you very much. Go boldly. Is that so?
You'd better tell the truth. Li Yang led his daughters inside. The burly men stared at them the whole way.
The children, on the contrary, were more relaxed than Li Yang, staring back at him without any panic.
The area in the middle of the bar has been cleared out. The large round table in the middle looks out of place.
Xiao Xian glanced at Li Yang and smiled slightly, the sixth one. Li Yang tensed up. What?
Xiao Xian said calmly, in your heart, I'm only sixth, and I understand that.
A burly man next to Xiao Xian moved the machete at his waist. Li Yang swallowed hard. Xiao Xian, it's not like you're sixth in line. This gift doesn't have an order of priority. Xiao Xian spread her hands, where's the gift? Li Yang took out a small gift box.
It was a Deathly Barbie lipstick that his daughter had recommended he buy.
He was very skeptical that Xiao Xian really liked this shade.
Xiao Tongtong whispered, don't worry, Dad. Mom always carries this lipstick with her, so she must really like it.
Li Yang nodded, okay, Dad believes you. Xiao Xian glanced at Li Yang, what are you waiting for? Sit down. As she spoke, she opened the packaging box, took out the lipstick, and saw that it was a Deathly Barbie pink. Li Yang, you really know how to choose.
She carefully put it away, saying, get ready, dinner will be served soon. At this moment, several chefs began serving their signature dishes.
Li Yang had never seen anything like this before. So many dishes? And so many chefs? Hey, are they your restaurant chefs? Xiao Xian shook her head.
No, it's a chef from a nearby restaurant.
I dragged him here. Let's eat, everyone. What are you looking at?
Pour the children some drinks.
The burly men nodded and went forward to pour drinks for the children. Li Yang gave an awkward laugh.
Seeing how happy the children were, he went over and put bibs on them. While coaxing the children, she said, babies, Mommy Xiao Xian is treating you to something delicious.
Are you happy?
The children nodded in agreement.
Then you should eat more later. Good. Ding.
Congratulations, host, your child rearing skills have leveled up to LV4.
Receive a gift pack X1. Li Yang's expression shifted. Gift pack? Open it. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have received 1 million yuan in childcare funds. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a gangster power card X1.
What? Gangsters possess cards? Are there really such overpowered things? Wait, system, are you trying to make me the boss? Just as everyone started eating, one of Xiao Xian's henchmen suddenly stumbled in. It's bad, miss.
The Earth Dragon gang from the West District has stormed in.
Our people were dispatched and aren't here right now. This is troublesome. Li Yang was taken aback. Is there trouble? Xiao Xian shook her head. It happens all the time.
Our Qiao family is big and powerful, they wouldn't dare to do anything. Li Yang then took out the faction card given to him by the system and said, use it. The power card vanished in a flash of light, as if it had never existed.
Just then, a group of people rushed in.
The man in the lead, with blonde hair, said indifferently, Miss Qiao is indeed beautiful. No wonder everyone says that if we take over the Qiao family, we can take Miss Qiao away.
Upon hearing this voice, Li Yang slowly turned around.
Staring at the familiar figure before him, Li Yang was taken aback.
Earth Dragon? The blonde-haired leader was also taken aback. Li Yang? What are you doing here? Li Yang was dumbfounded. Wasn't this his best friend from junior high school?
Back then, his family lived near the entrance of the alley, and he used to often come to their house for meals when they were kids.
Xiao Xian was also surprised and uncertain. You two know each other?
Li Yang stood up and glanced at his old friend.
What are you doing here? And you brought so many people? Earth Dragon is a nickname. His full name is Liang Tulong. He didn't like the sound of it, so he gave himself the nickname Earth Dragon when he was a child. They were best friends when they were young, but they lost contact with each other as they grew up. Liang Tulong frowned. I have a grudge against this woman. My people have a feud with her, so... Liang didn't know how to explain for a moment. Xiao Xian is my friend.
At this moment, Xiao Tongtong, who was next to Li Yang, called out Mom again.
Liang Tulong's expression changed. What? You're something else, kid. You dare to date Miss Chiao. Chapter 77. Are you trying to make me a scumbag by refusing to take this money? Li Yang, do you remember when I moved house back then, you gave me 500 yuan? Later, I used that 500 yuan to start my business. You deserve some credit for my success today, so you also deserve a share in my Dilong gang. From now on, you are the second in command of my Earth Dragon gang. You all have to call me Brother Yang. All the thugs bowed. Brother Yang. Li Yang was stunned. What the hell? This is the so-called gang power I acquired? So that's how it is. The system's power made everything reasonable. You're too kind. Xiao Xian looked at Li Yang in astonishment. You actually have this kind of connection? Although the Earth Dragon Gang is a new force, it is developing rapidly. With them as your support, you will be able to establish your own power in the future. Li Yang quickly waved his hand. Hey, you immature kids, just do business. All you do is talk about power, venues, and local bullies all day long. It's been so many years. Why don't you stay and have something to eat? Liang Tulong shook his head. Brother Yang, I won't eat anymore. You and your wife can eat slowly. We won't bother Xiao Xian's place anymore. Goodbye. After saying that, he and his underlings disappeared in a flash. Xiao Xian glanced at Li Yang, slightly raising her eyes. I didn't realize you had such connections. I never imagined my nemesis would be you. Li Yang interrupted. No matter how powerful the Earth Dragon is, it could never be a match for your Xiao family. How could this be? Xiao Xian dismissed the people around her and then explained, my father's rule is to support whoever is strong. Besides me, my father also has an adopted son. We all have our own businesses and territories, but during the development stage, we don't receive support from my father's side. We have to solve problems on our own. You should understand the general meaning. Li Yang nodded. I understand. It's a test for you. You have to choose an heir between your adopted brother and yourself. I understand. Just then, a figure walked out of the gate. Xiao Xian, not bad, you managed to handle the Earth Dragon with ease. Xiao Xian's expression changed. Oh no, my adopted brother is here. Li Yang turned around and saw a man in his 30s wearing a suit, with silver hair, walking in with his hands in his pockets. I was hoping the Earth Dragon Gang would cause you trouble, so things could be quiet between us for a while. His gaze naturally fell on Li Yang and the children. Wow, a family gathering. Xiao Xian, I told you, the best thing for a woman is to stay at home, have children, and see, you actually listen to advice. Xiao Xian looked displeased. Xiao Zhenwu, who I'm with and what I do is none of your business, and it's none of your concern. The foster brother smiled slightly. Is that so? Why don't I call my father over now and let him see? He'll definitely be very curious. Xiao Xian's face turned ugly. Please leave. Xiao Zhenwu glanced at Li Yang and the children beside him, and said, go and take control of these children and this man. I need to find out if some shady guy is trying to seduce my sister, Xiao Xian. I'm doing this for your own good. Xiao Xian's expression changed drastically. You dare. The people in her area rushed forward instantly, and a fight broke out in the next moment. But Xiao Zhenwu had a lot of people, so they couldn't help for the time being. At that moment, Xiao Xian grabbed the knife and fork on the table. Li Yang, step aside. I'll protect you. At that moment, Xiao Tongtong, who was standing next to Li Yang, tugged at her father's sleeve. Dad. Go for it. It's a great opportunity for a hero to save the damsel in distress. Li Yang smiled and said, my dear daughter, you're right. How can I let a woman stand in my way? Would I go around saying that I am the successor of the traditional martial art of fatherly love and compassion palm? He turned his head, stood up, and struck out with his palm. Slap slap. The two burly men were sent flying instantly. Xiao Zhenwu's expression changed. What kind of move is this? The next moment, Li Yang had already rushed towards him. In his haste, he drew the dagger from his waist, and the next moment he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Li Yang had already slapped him across the face repeatedly. He then punched Xiao Zhenwu in the stomach. Wow! Xiao Zhenwu was so badly hit by that punch that he almost coughed up bile. Behind Li Yang, the children clapped their hands. Dad is so great, so amazing. Xiao Xian blinked and breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yang, go easy on him, don't kill him. Upon hearing this, Li Yang released his grip, saying, you dare to lay a hand on my daughter? How many lives do you have to die? Daughters, don't be afraid, Dad is here.
The girls clapped their hands, and Xiao Tongtong said to her mother, Mom, look how amazing Dad is.
Isn't he handsome? Xiao Xian nodded, yes, your dad is the best. Xiao Zhenwu swayed as he got up from the ground, pointed at Xiao Xian and said, Fine, you just wait, I'll make you pay double for today's grudge another day. After saying that, he was helped away by his subordinates and slunk away. Xiao Xian then glanced at Li Yang and chuckled, Look, you still have rice grains on your face. Sit down and eat properly.
The daughters all wore smug smiles.
After lunch, Xiao Xian saw Li Yang and the children out of the bar. Xiao Xian said, If you don't have enough living expenses, just tell me in time.
Although I can't help you take care of the baby right now, you can rest assured that I can provide you with financial assistance.
Money? Li Yang isn't short of money right now.
He can earn a lot of childcare money just by completing a childcare task.
No need, I have enough. I'm leaving now. Xiao Xian nodded, okay then, goodbye. Li Yang waved to her with the children. Once in the car, Li Yang glanced at the children and asked, Are you happy now?
The children nodded in agreement.
Alright, Daddy will take you to meet the next mom. It just so happens that Lin Qingshue's hospital is nearby. Li Yang turned on his phone to start a live stream. Let's do a live stream for a bit. I haven't done one today. After arriving at the hospital, Li Yang parked the car.
She got off the bus with her daughters. Not far away, Lu Ruyan and her mother Huang Meng were preparing for a prenatal checkup with their medical examination application in hand.
Mom, do you see Li Yang over there? Huang Meng's expression shifted. Hey, it really is Li Yang. What is that bastard doing here? Are his kids sick? Lu Ruyan stomped her foot angrily, Mom. I'm not convinced.
This Li Yang, how poor he was when he was with me, and now he's so rich, and I can't get a single penny. My 4 years of college were a complete waste.
Mom, I can tolerate this, but can you? Huang Meng shook her head, of course we can't tolerate it. How about this, let's find a way to extort money from Li Yang, what do you think?
Lu Ruyan nodded, we have to extort money from him.
Bah, this is called taking back what's rightfully mine. Li Yang had already brought the children to Lin Qingshue's office, where Lin Qingxue was having lunch.
Seeing the children, she was pleasantly surprised, saying, Oh, you're here.
I was wondering when you would come. Li Yang smiled and said, You're eating so late?
Lin Qingxue, this is what it's like to be a doctor.
By the way, Li Yang, I got paid. I earned a little over 10,000 this month. I'll give you 8,000, and the rest is enough for my own food. Li Yang shook his head and said, No need. You've had a tough time too. Keep your salary for yourself.
Lin Qingxue was immediately displeased.
How can you say that?
You're a full-time stay-at-home mom, which is very expensive.
As a mother, how can I not contribute? Do you want me to be a bad girl? Chapter 78 Your medical skills are really terrible. Sisters, isn't it normal for men to support their families and children? Otherwise, what's the point of having men? Our streamer is a human channel streamer, so how should the parents divide the responsibilities? Even if it's an unplanned birth, they still have to take responsibility. You men are so lucky. You get a free child and even manipulate us girls into giving you living expenses. 666.
Helpless, Li Yang took out his phone and used the QR code to accept Lin Qingshue's money.
Lin Qingxue was a good and responsible girl, and if he didn't accept the money, she might really get angry. Fine, let's just consider it her responsibility.
At this moment, Li Yang took out a tote bag and said, This is a gift that my child and I picked out for you. You usually sit at work, and Xiao Yuan said your neck is uncomfortable.
Lin Qingxue said happily, I have a gift too. I thought I was the only one who didn't get one since you were so late in bringing it to me. Thank you, Li Yang.
Even though I'm ranked low in your heart, I'm still quite happy.
Li Yang was also helpless. What are you talking about? I don't distinguish between first and last. Dude, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I think you have too many girlfriends. I'm going to die for a bit. What a scumbag. How can so many girls have such close relationships with him? Weren't they supposed to be professional stay-at-home dads? They're probably just paid to do things, and the show is just making it seem like they're a couple. Don't be misled.
At that moment, a nurse came into the office and said, Dr. Lin, one of the parents came again last time, saying that the medication you prescribed for their child was incorrect, and now the child's condition has worsened. Lin Qingxue rolled her eyes helplessly.
How could that be? I prescribe medicine based on the actual situation. Li Yang, wait here for a moment, I'll go check what's going on.
Just then, a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 40s rushed over, carrying her baby son.
Don't come looking for me. My son and I are here.
If you, Dr. Lin, don't resolve this properly today, my son and I are not leaving.
She held the child and blocked the office.
She then ripped off her child's coat, pointed to the spots on the child's body, and said, "Look everyone, my son has been seeing this woman for a month, and he still has so many allergic rashes.
Now the child's health is getting worse every day. The hospital must resolve this for me today."
Wow, this child has a really bad allergy.
Could it be that the hospital didn't treat it properly?
Other parents at the scene also pointed and whispered among themselves. This Dr. Lin, my child had a cold that took more than 10 days to see a doctor and still didn't get better.
I feel like he really doesn't have much medical skill. Yes, we shouldn't see her for medical treatment anymore.
Lin Qingxue was also extremely aggrieved. After glancing at the child's condition, she said, "Mother, I understand how you feel, but I need to ask first whether you have been taking your medicine properly.
Secondly, have you done any allergy screening at your clinic? If not, what makes you think I'm not a good doctor?"
The mother pointed at Lin Qingxue and said, "You're a doctor, and you've treated my son's illness like this.
Not only do you not compensate me, but you're also here making excuses?" Li Yang stepped forward, blocking Lin Qingxue's path.
If you have something to say, communicate properly instead of pointing fingers.
Please show some respect. Lin Xiaoyuan pouted and stood in front of Lin Qingxue.
"That's right, what gives you the right to talk about my mother like that?" The woman nodded repeatedly.
Fine, this is your child, right?
If your child were sick, let's see how you'd feel."
Li Yang immediately became furious. "Hey, why are you cursing people?"
Everyone can understand this mother's feelings, but it's wrong to talk about her child like that.
Exactly, even I'm not happy to hear that.
Outside the crowd, Lu Ruyan and her mother, who had just finished their checkup, approached.
Upon seeing that Li Yang had gotten into trouble, they immediately nodded and said, "See? It takes two bastards to deal with a bad guy. This Li Yang is in trouble again."
Lu Ruyan nodded. "Mom, it seems Li Yang has gotten himself into trouble.
Do you think we should take this opportunity to make a fuss about it?" Huang Meng's eyes lit up. "Hey, you're right. We can't let Li Yang live a good life.
His phone is still live streaming, which is perfect. I'll ask him for tens of thousands of yuan in compensation. He shouldn't be able to refuse me." Lu Ruyan said, "He's doing live streaming online now, and fame is very important to him. If he doesn't give us money, we'll cause trouble every now and then. I don't believe he can withstand that kind of pressure."
Huang Meng nodded. "That's right, what can he do if we don't break the law?"
At this moment, Li Yang also saw the child's allergy symptoms. With such a severe allergy, your child must be frequently exposed to allergens. You should get an allergy test done now, instead of arguing with us here.
Exactly, why are you arguing about something so simple? You could have gone for testing already. Is it to get money from medical disputes?
The mother's face turned ugly as she said, "After you pay us compensation, we will naturally get tested."
What's wrong with that? Are you saying your medical skills are incompetent and I can't even speak?
If your medical skills were even slightly better, my child wouldn't have had to suffer so much.
Chapter 79. This is what happens when you betray me.
Li Yang suddenly squatted down, reached out to take the child's pulse, and then frowned and said, "If we can make your son's allergy symptoms disappear right now, would that prove our medical skills?" The mother's eyes flickered.
Her son had been taking medicine for so long without any improvement, and you could make his allergies disappear instantly? How could that be?
Besides, if he dares to act recklessly, I can make him pay even more money later.
Okay, if you can really make my son better, I will naturally regard you as my benefactor. How could I possibly let you lose money? Lin Qingxue stepped forward to stop Li Yang. "Li Yang, how can you do this? You're not a doctor at the hospital. What if something happens and they threaten you? Listen to me, you go first. This has nothing to do with you." Yes, the streamer was a bit reckless.
Even if they have some family-inherited medicinal recipe, they should keep it to themselves.
Yes, offering help out of kindness can easily lead to trouble for yourself. Whose fault is this? You men just can't resist beautiful women. At this moment, the mother laughed and said, "I don't care who you are. Since you're not confident, then pay up." Return all the medical expenses to me.
At this moment, the pediatrician, Director Mao, noticed the commotion and walked over with a dark expression.
What's going on? Why is there such a commotion? He glanced at Lin Qingxue, then at Li Yang, and sneered inwardly, it's that man again. Dr. Lin, what exactly happened?
Lin Qingxue shook her head and said, Director Mao, I prescribed the medicine according to regulations, but this mother insists on compensation from us. At that moment, when the mother saw the leader arrive, she rushed forward and launched into a frantic rant and complaint, Leader, you have to stand up for us.
It's all because of this quack doctor.
That young man's claim that he could immediately eliminate my son's symptoms is probably a lie. Director Mao didn't hear anything else, but he heard everything about Li Yang clearly.
Oh? You can resolve this allergy immediately? Perhaps it was just to show off in front of Lin Qingxue? Qingxue is so naive. This man is clearly not worth it. Li Yang said calmly, of course, 3 minutes is enough.
The daughters covered their rosy cheeks in surprise.
Dad is so handsome. The way Dad acts arrogantly is so hot. He truly is our father.
Lin Xiaoyuan went up to her mother and said, Mom, look how handsome Dad is. Director Mao's face immediately turned red, and he lost his mind. Seeing his goddess being called mom by a child and being praised as handsome by the child's father, he felt like a clown.
Kid. Are you serious? Li Yang smiled slightly, is it that difficult? Director Mao scoffed, what are you pretending for? Fine, since that's the case, I'll give you 3 minutes. If you can't cure this patient, it proves you're no good person. Get out of Lin Qingxue's sight. Oh? Li Yang laughed. So it was a love rival.
Well, then he'd better give him a good slap in the face.
Oh my, it's online now?
This is clearly a love triangle. This female doctor is really indecent, her child is already so big. Yes, women should stay at home and behave themselves, they only behave this way when they go out to work.
To those upstairs, some of you are a bit off your minds. Director Mao said calmly, then, sir, what do you need? I'll have the nurse prepare it for you. Li Yang shook his head, a few silver needles are enough.
Director Mao scoffed, guessing he was one of those idiot young people who thought TCM was the best just because they taught themselves a few tricks.
Nurse, go get the needles.
Lin Qingxue was anxious at this moment. She walked to Li Yang's side and said urgently, Li Yang, this kind of thing can cause trouble if it gets out of hand.
You shouldn't get involved. Our hospital can handle it ourselves. Li Yang glanced at her. Hey, it's okay.
If my children's mother is in trouble, then I'm in trouble.
Mother's problems are never trivial.
Don't worry, with me here, no one can bully you.
Director Mao narrowed his eyes.
Arrogant brat, wait till you cause trouble, then we'll see how you clean up the mess.
At that moment, the nurse came over with a set of acupuncture needles and handed them to Li Yang, saying, Sir, here are the silver needles you requested. Li Yang casually took the silver needles.
After the system rewarded him with pediatric medical skills last time, the knowledge in his mind included 5,000 years of Chinese medical skills related to children, as well as a complete set of modern Western pediatric medical skills.
That's why he's so confident and tries to show off in front of his wife.
Of course, more importantly, it's for the sake of the child's mother's work, since mothers have to work hard to earn money to support their children. At that moment, Li Yang picked up the silver needles, glanced at the child, and said, Don't panic, I'll treat you right away. Over there, Lu Ruyan's mother whispered, Daughter, quickly take a picture.
This Li Yang didn't graduate from medical school.
He's practicing medicine without a license.
We'll demand payment for the video from him later, or we'll report him and have him go to jail. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's expression shifted slightly. Yes, Mom, you're right. This kind of person treated me like this, he should make him compensate me.
Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan's eyes flickered slightly, and the corners of her mouth turned up.
I raised my phone and started taking pictures. Li Yang, you're dead. This is what happens when you betray me. Chapter 80 He's practicing medicine without a license.
Bonus chapter of 3,000 words.
Li Yang had already started inserting acupuncture needles. The little boy's mother watched the scene nervously. Are you sure you can do this? You're so young, and you know traditional Chinese medicine? Li Yang frowned. And Jing, do you even want your son to get better? The mother scoffed, anyway, with so many people watching, you can't run away.
At this moment, Li Yang forcefully regulated the child's lungs using acupuncture points. According to the 5 elements theory in traditional Chinese medicine, the skin is an extension of the lungs, so acupuncture should be applied to the lung meridian.
That would reverse the child's allergic reaction. Just then, the child started coughing as the acupuncture was administered. Cough, 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 cough. The child's mother became anxious. Hey, do you even know how to do this? Why is my child suddenly coughing?
Li Yang frowned slightly, which proved that he had done the right thing. Sure enough, this so-called skin allergy reaction was closely related to the child's congenital weakness of the lung meridian.
I was so nervous watching this streamer. Is he even any good? Can traditional Chinese medicine treat allergic reactions? Isn't this something Western medicine excels at? Yes, Western medicine is the fastest acting. If Western medicine doesn't work, how can a set of acupuncture from traditional Chinese medicine work? Are you kidding me?
At this moment, Lin Xingxue and the children nervously clenched their little hands.
Li Yang, don't force yourself, Lin Xingxue said.
A little further away, Director Mao's lips curled up.
This kid was really faking it. He thinks he can solve his child's health problems with acupuncture? What a joke. If he could do that, what would be the point of having us Western doctors? Just then, Li Yang smiled slightly and said, "That's enough." Everyone looked at the child curiously, and the child's mother immediately went to her child's side. "Son, are you feeling unwell?" The little boy shook his head.
But the mother soon discovered that her son's allergic reaction had not subsided.
"That's not right. You said 3 minutes would be enough, but my son isn't getting any better. Aren't you just lying to stall for time? Your hospital still has to pay compensation."
Seeing the family members so agitated, Director Mao immediately stepped forward and advised them, "This person is not a doctor from our hospital, and the consequences of his medical actions are unrelated to our hospital." Upon hearing this, Lin Xingxue frowned and said, "Director Mao, you are the one who just gave your approval, so why are you denying it now?" Upon hearing this, Director Mao frowned. "Dr. Lin, you are a doctor in our hospital, and everything you do should be in the best interests of our hospital.
This gentleman is not an employee of our hospital, so we must be truthful." Lin Xingxue realized that Director Mao was making things difficult for her, and that it had even implicated Li Yang. Li Yang frowned slightly and said calmly, "What's the rush?
Give the effects of this acupuncture treatment some time, and you'll soon find out." At that moment, the red spots on the little boy's body miraculously began to recede like a receding tide.
Look! This streamer is actually doing it. Could it be just good luck? I don't believe he's so young a few acupuncture needles could cure this child.
The mother blinked in disbelief.
How could her long-standing illness have miraculously healed? Son, you're all right? That's great. Mom is so worried. Li Yang said calmly, "So, what do you have to say now?" The mother laughed.
Young man, I didn't expect you to be so capable.
You're much better than any of the doctors here. Do you run a traditional Chinese medicine clinic? How about we exchange contact information? That way, I can come to you if my child isn't feeling well in the future." Li Yang shook his head. "I'm not from a traditional Chinese medicine clinic."
Your child's symptoms have subsided, but you still need to take him to the hospital for a thorough allergy test. It's possible that the symptoms will flare up again the next time he comes into contact with the allergen." The children's mother immediately nodded her thanks.
Lin Xingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Li Yang, how come you know acupuncture? I didn't realize you were so versatile." Li Yang smiled slightly. "For your sake, I had no choice but to expose my hidden identity. That's right, I am the urban divine doctor."
Lin Xingxue glared at him.
Watching the two flirting, Director Mao, a little distance away, turned ashen-faced.
He never expected that this whole commotion would backfire so spectacularly, making him look foolish.
Just then, Lu Ruyan walked up, waving her phone, and said to Li Yang with a smile, "Li Yang, I filmed the whole process, you know what that means, right?" Li Yang frowned. "It's you two again. What's wrong? What's going on this time?"
Lin Xingxue said directly, "I'll call security."
Lu Ruyan scoffed, "I didn't cause any trouble, what's the use of calling security?" She opened a video of Li Yang administering acupuncture and sneered, "Li Yang, see this? The entire video of you practicing medicine illegally is right here. Believe it or not, we'll report you and send you to jail." Lin Xingxue's expression changed. That's right, Li Yang was practicing medicine without a license.
If someone with ulterior motives reports him, it will be very troublesome.
Li Yang was just helping someone. Don't you have any humanity? Humanity? Lu Ruyan laughed. Yes, of course it exists. As long as Li Yang gives me 50,000 yuan, I'll delete this video right now. Otherwise, you can go in, Li Yang. Don't be ungrateful. I know 50,000 is nothing to you. Besides, you wronged me during our relationship, so consider it compensation for my losses. Lu Ruyan's words are truly laughable. When she was with him, she never suffered a single loss, yet now she's the victim. Li Yang said coldly, Lu Ruyan, don't try to be unreasonable. When I was with you, did you ever suffer a loss? Now you're haunting me every day. What exactly do you want? Lu Ruyan smiled slightly. They're not doing anything, just giving me some money in return. It's a win-win situation, isn't it? She raised her voice as she spoke. Everyone just saw it. This person is practicing medicine without a license. He's treating human life like dirt. The people who came to see the doctor at the scene were all puzzled. That's not right. Just now, this young man helped someone's mother solve her difficult illness in one go. Exactly, this young girl is accusing others of practicing medicine without a license. Isn't she trying to extort money from them? Wow, this woman's a total NPC player versus player character. She always seems to run into the streamer when they're live. And what's with the talk about the streamer saving someone and then wanting to report them? No wonder people in this world are becoming increasingly indifferent. Then let me ask you, is this person practicing medicine without a license? Seeing how things were developing, Director Mao was overjoyed. Great. I was just thinking about how to deal with this kid, and now he's been reported. Let's see how he handles this. At this moment, Huang Meng pointed at Li Yang and said, Li Yang, my daughter has been good to you enough. Now she's only asking you for 50,000 yuan as a breakup fee. It's not expensive. I advise you to give her some money. Li Yang smiled. No. Lu Ruyan was taken aback. What did you say? It's only a small amount of money, and you're not going to pay? Are you even a man? It's just money, is it that important to you? Mom, why waste words with him? Let's call the police. Huang Meng held up her phone. Li Yang, pay me now while you still can. Otherwise, if I call the police, things won't be so easy to talk about. Hearing this, Li Yang refused to listen, saying, if I give you $2 today, I'll be a coward. Lin Qingxue grew anxious. Li Yang, why don't we give him some money? If he really reports you, it'll be a lot of trouble. Li Yang reached out and covered Lin Qingxue's mouth. Sometimes you shouldn't be afraid of trouble. Children, if we act uprightly and sit honestly, we have nothing to fear from others' threats. We do no bad things, only good things, and we are not afraid of the slander of bad people. The children straightened their backs one by one. That's right, our dad is right, we are good people, and good people aren't afraid of bad people. That's right. You two old women are asking my dad for money again. You are bad people. Lu Ruyan snorted coldly, I'm too lazy to waste words with you. I'm just calling the police. She picked up her phone. Hello. A police station? There are people practicing medicine without a license here. I saw it with my own eyes, and I even filmed it. After putting down her phone, she arrogantly pointed at Li Yang and said, you're finished. Just you wait, you're dead. Li Yang, it's just 50,000 yuan. Do you know how much money I've saved for you all these years? And you won't even give me 50,000 yuan as compensation? Li Yang laughed. Lu Ruyan, let alone 50,000, I won't give you a single penny. When you were in college, you spent all your living expenses in a week. If I hadn't worked to support you, would you have been able to graduate smoothly? Now you're targeting me? What? Do you think I'm easier to bully? Do you think good people deserve to be bullied? Wow, the streamer has this kind of experience? Sounds like a nice person. What do you know? Don't we girls' youth cost money? It's nothing for him to spend a little money on us when we're in a relationship. He deserves to break up with you because he's so calculating. Wait, what are you female fans saying? Shouldn't couples share money? Women, as the beneficiaries of the system, will never speak from a man's perspective. This book will maintain a high update frequency. Requesting updates and following the updates promptly will keep the author motivated to write more. Chapter 81 For the sake of the child and her father. I have to try. Li Yang also knew that there were many selfish and self-serving girls on the internet. But I didn't expect there to be so many in my own livestream. After waiting for a moment, 2 police officers pushed through the crowd and walked in. Upon seeing Li Yang, they were also taken aback. "It's you again?" Li Yang gave an awkward smile. "2 more police officers, thank you for your trouble." These 2 were the ones who handled the last incident where someone caused trouble in the dance studio, so everyone awkwardly recognized each other as soon as they met. A police officer stepped forward to register Lu Ruyan's information. "So, you mean this person is practicing medicine here without a license? Are there any witnesses or evidence?" Lu Ruyan took out her phone. "I recorded the whole thing. Besides, there are so many witnesses around here." At this moment, Director Mao immediately stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "That's right, I can testify. Officers, I did see this gentleman performing medical procedures at our hospital." The police officer nodded, then turned to look at Li Yang. "Mr. Li, we have all the witnesses and physical evidence. What do we say now?" Li Yang frowned slightly. Indeed, that child's condition was quite dangerous. The allergic reaction was very severe, so I had no choice but to step in and help treat him. I am not doing this for profit." Before the police could speak, Lu Ruyan said coldly, "He confessed." "Arrest him." The policeman shook his head. Whether it constitutes practicing medicine without a license depends on the specific circumstances and requires specific analysis. For example, whether Mr. Li accepted money from the other party. If no money is received and the rescue efforts are made in an emergency, then the rescue is not illegal. Parents who came to see the doctor at the scene said one after another, "This young man didn't take any money. You can't wrong an innocent person." Upon hearing this, the police officer nodded. "So it seems Mr. Li hasn't broken any laws." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan was astonished to learn that Li Yang had not committed any illegal acts. "Are you kidding me? Wouldn't that make her look like a clown?" "Impossible, officers. Take out your notebooks and check maybe it fits any of the criteria that would allow you to take Li Yang away and execute him." My God, 666. You 2 only dated for a while, there's no blood feud between you. Ah, this is hilarious. My stomach hurts. Dude, do you still dare to date? Lu Ruyan's bizarre remarks sparked widespread discussion among the crowd. No way, this woman is ruthless. She just picked any law? What are you talking about? That young man just helped treat me for free, he's a good person. Therefore, good people may not necessarily be rewarded. But at this moment, the police maintained a fair and impartial attitude, pointing at Lu Ruyan and saying, "Miss, although we welcome your report, I have already stated that the current situation does not constitute a violation of the law." The 2 police officers exchanged a glance, turned around, and prepared to leave after finishing their call. Lu Ruyan, standing behind, looked on incredulously. She looked at Li Yang from afar and thought, why? Why is the whole world helping this man? He's so annoying. Huang Meng tugged at her daughter and said, "All right, let's hurry up and go. All these people here are watching us. It's bad enough that Li Yang caused you to lose your job, but he also dragged your father down with him. We will not let this go." Huang Meng pulled Lu Ruyan away. Li Yang glanced at the 2 men from afar and knew that he had indeed gotten himself into trouble with them, but there was nothing he could do but deal with it as it came. "Li Yang, you were in such a dangerous situation just now. You can't do things like that again," Lin Xingxue complained. Li Yang smiled and glanced at Lin Xingxue. "It's just Lu Ruyan's family. Even if I didn't do anything, they'll still come looking for trouble if they want to. That's just how that family is." Lin Xingxue sighed. "All right, let's leave it at that for now. I'll get you some supplements for the children, don't forget to give them to them." Li Yang nodded. "Okay, I understand." Meanwhile, at another location, Xiao Family Manor in Binhai City. A black Porsche was parked outside the estate. Xiao Xian strode into the manor with her long legs. They arrived at the main hall of the manor, where they were now. His father, Xiao Yuesheng, sat at the head of the table with an imposing presence, while his adopted brother, Xiao Zhenwu, who had just come to cause trouble, sat to one side. At this moment, Xiao Zhenwu was clearly wrapping up a topic. "Father, I just saw with my own eyes that it looked like a family having a meal. I think my sister is getting on in years, and it's really time to settle down on this important life event." Xiao Yuesheng glanced at Xiao Xian, who had approached, and said indifferently, "Your brother said he saw you behaving intimately with a man. Is this true or not?" Xiao Xian frowned slightly. She knew this so-called brother would definitely come and tattle. "It's true." Xiao Yuesheng nodded, "But if it's someone in the industry, I'll have someone arrange it." You should get married sooner rather than later. If it weren't for. He glanced at Xiao Xian indifferently. You know, the son of the Chen family in Hong Kong has liked you for a long time. We are evenly matched, so you should go and arrange the marriage. Xiao Xian replied calmly and confidently, I refuse. Xiao Yuesheng was not surprised. He picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. Girls, like your brother said, it's better to get married early. I'm doing this for your own good. Xiao Xian glanced at Xiao Zhenwu indifferently. If I were to marry into a powerful family, no one would be competing with him for the inheritance. Of course he would say that, Wu Tiyi, brother? Xiao Zhenwu gave an awkward smile. Sister, I know very well that I am just an adopted son. What are you talking about inheritance? At most, I will help you manage things. Everything in the house is yours. Once you give birth to a boy, he will be sent back to inherit the Chow family business. So, I'm really doing this for your own good. Don't go looking for those shady, penniless guys, it's pointless. Xiao Xian laughed, poor little brat. Give me a year, father. If I am not strong enough, I will arrange a marriage without you having to tell me. Xiao Yuesheng nodded slightly, it's a deal, 1 year. If you can't produce results, then go and get married and have children to continue the Chow family line. Xiao Xian suddenly turned around, her eyes full of fighting spirit. For her child and Li Yang, she was determined to make a name for herself. Chapter 82 Drinking Sweet Soup at the School Gate. Meanwhile, Li Yang had already brought the children to the entrance of number 3 middle school, waiting for teacher Jia to let them go home. Li Yang looked at the gift in his hand. It was a sweater that Jia Xiaojiu had chosen. She said that in the future, her mother would wear this sweater every winter. Having a daughter makes giving her gifts feel like cheating. Li Yang smiled slightly. At that moment, Jia Shanshan appeared not far away, waving at Li Yang from afar. Li Yang. Under the sunlight, accompanied by the school bell, teacher Jia walked slowly towards them, and Li Yang was almost mesmerized by her presence. His daughters stood behind him, whispering amongst themselves. Seeing how clumsy Dad is, I really worry about him. Yes, our dad is so honest, I wonder when he'll be able to successfully make it ashore. The children all shook their heads. At that moment, Jia Shanshan walked up to Li Yang and asked, Li Yang? What brings you here all of a sudden? Li Yang handed over the gift in his hand, saying, the children asked me to give this to you. Take a look. Jia Shanshan nodded, took the sweater, glanced at it, and smiled, thank you. Children, are you hungry? How about mom treats you to some sweet soup from the dessert shop across the street? Li Yang laughed, won't this delay your journey home? Jia Xiaojiu immediately reached out her little hand and pinched her father's thigh. Okay, mommy, we want to drink sweet water with mommy. Dad is so stupid. The girl has already said that, and you're still trying to help her? Oh dear, Dad really doesn't know how to date. Jia Shanshan smiled and said, Li Yang, since the children have said so, let's take them to the dessert shop across from the school. If you go too late, there won't be any seats left. Li Yang smiled and said, alright, let's go over there quickly. Led by Jia Shanshan, the family arrived at the dessert shop across from the school, which was already bustling with people. Many parents, after picking up their children, immediately order a dessert at a dessert shop to nourish them and prevent them from getting hungry at home. At this moment, most of the high school students in the lobby are having dinner with their parents. At this stage of high school, the only thing parents care about most is their children's academic performance. For example, at this moment, a middle-aged father said in a deep voice, the biggest regret of my life is that I didn't send you to tutoring classes when you were a child. You should be like the kid next door, living with your teacher's house from a young age. Look at your grades now. Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is eating? Your life is over, you know that? Li Yang and Jia Shanshan exchanged a glance, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Jia Shanshan shook her head and said, our school's mock exam results came out this year, so parents seem to have been quite affected lately. Li Yang's livestream just started, and people online are already criticizing it. People these days shouldn't be so demanding. As long as the child grows up healthy, that's enough. I graduated from a second-tier university with a degree in English. I did pretty well on the college entrance exam, and now I work for a small company earning 4,000 yuan a month. This is hilarious. I have a master's degree, and I'm currently taking the auxiliary police exam back in my hometown. In an era where academic qualifications are devalued, it's not that qualifications are bad. Having a qualification simply means more opportunities, not a failure in life. I'm currently a scavenger in the city. Who would have guessed I have a master's degree in energy? What is an urban scavenger?
She works in garbage recycling.
Jia Shanshan was ordering dessert from the owner when she asked, "Do you know what the kids like to eat?" Li Yang was taken aback.
Usually, the parents were responsible for providing the children with sweet drinks, and he was only responsible for feeding the children.
Forget it, I don't think you know anything as a father, Jia Shanshan said with a smile.
A parent passing by laughed and said, "That's how it is now when fathers take care of the kids as long as they're alive, that's enough."
Jia Shanshan smiled slightly, "Who says otherwise?" At this moment, a familiar parent asked in surprise, "Teacher Jia? Your husband? When did you get married? We always thought you were single."
Teacher Jia smiled awkwardly, not wanting to say anything more about this issue.
That would be more troublesome later.
At this moment, many students in the hall were slurping up sugar water while shedding tears.
After all, the intense study puts these children under tremendous pressure, and they don't know how to relieve it.
At this moment, Jia Shanshan ordered dessert and led Li Yang and the child to a small private room.
Jia Shanshan smiled and said, "My darlings, did you learn anything at school today?"
The children nodded in agreement.
"We learned arithmetic.
We also played games and had cookies for lunch. The children all love us." Looking at the adorable children, Jia Shanshan smiled and said, "Li Yang, when they grow up, get married, and have children, let's see if you'll cry then."
Li Yang laughed, "Children naturally have their own happiness, and I'm overjoyed. As long as it's not blonde."
"Ha, my son will definitely have blonde hair when he grows up."
"Where is the streamer from? I'd like to move in and be their neighbor."
"Don't scare the streamer, I'm terrified of anyone with blonde hair now that I'm a dad."
"You guys are killing me."
At this point, Li Yang brought up what had just happened outside, saying, "Kids are under so much academic pressure these days. I'll give my kids more freedom in their studies from now on. The most important thing is to teach them to have strong mental fortitude, to be able to live independently, and to handle things when they arise."
Jia Shanshan shook her head.
"We kids were more independent than other kids when we were little."
Li Yang nodded. "Yes." Just then, the sweet water arrived, and Li Yang invited the children to drink it.
However, a discussion broke out in the live stream room. "This dad is still young, he'll understand when his child goes to high school."
"Exactly, it's easy to talk when you're not in my shoes."
"My child had excellent grades in kindergarten and elementary school, but they started to fall behind in middle school."
"I regret not giving them extra tutoring in elementary school."
Once a child's confidence drops, they quickly become discouraged, and it's very difficult to get them back to their former level of confidence. At this moment, the children at the table skillfully drank the sugar water with spoons on their own.
Li Yang glanced at the children and asked, "Is it delicious?"
The children weren't picky, they all nodded like little chicks pecking at rice.
Chapter 83 Descendants of Founding Veterans.
Li Yang smiled slightly. Jia Shanshan, who was standing to the side, smiled and said, "Li Yang, I'll give you my salary this month. I know it's just a drop in the bucket compared to the cost of raising a child. I'm going to run for grade leader, and I'll try my best to give you a sense of security."
"Dude, is your girlfriend really that nice? This guy's not getting married? It's like watching a sci-fi movie."
"Streamer, did you save the world in your past life?" "Whether this streamer saves the world or not, I don't know, but I'm sure he's a total jerk.
How can he let a woman earn money to support the family? How much energy does it take to raise a child? Can't he go out and earn money? Is that all the energy you men have?"
Li Yang shook his head at this moment. "Oh, no need, you can keep it yourselves, it's okay, I have enough money."
Jia Shanshan glared at him. "Do you look down on me because you think my salary is low? Are you looking down on me?"
Li Yang laughed. "Oh, no, don't be so sensitive." Jia Shanshan's eyes suddenly reddened.
Li Yang was frightened. No, that's not what I meant." The 9 daughters all looked up and glared at their father.
"Dad, you made Mom cry, you need to apologize to her right now."
"That's right, Dad, how can your emotional intelligence be so low? Quickly apologize to Mom." Li Yang said helplessly, "Hey, the child is watching. Don't do this. Talk to me properly."
Jia Shanshan was already a student teacher when he was in his senior year of high school. Li Yang was quite surprised to see this woman like this before.
Jia Shanshan laughed, "So, are you going to accept it or not? Receive.
Li Yang was speechless. "I'm feeling a bit unwell, I'm going to go die for a while. I just got scammed out of 100,000 yuan in an online romance, so I need to go to the rooftop for a smoke." I'll go down to buy cigarettes later without taking the stairs.
You men shouldn't blame your incompetence on your sisters, okay? Don't you guys reflect on yourselves?
At this moment, Li Yang could only appease Jia Shanshan. He couldn't very well say, I don't care about your paltry fortune.
Jia Shanshan then smiled slyly. Alright, let's eat.
Li Yang swallowed hard and shook his head, saying, Teacher Jia, I still don't know what your family does.
Jia Shanshan looked up and glanced at Li Yang.
In my family, my father is a retired cadre, my grandfather is a founding veteran, and my mother is a doctor in the military.
Put. What? Li Yang was dumbfounded. How did I, in the future, get involved with a girl with such a background, and even have her baby? No way. Seeing that Li Yang seemed somewhat lifeless, Jia Shanshan asked in confusion, What's wrong with you? Li Yang shook his head, it's nothing.
It's nothing, I'm just a little dizzy from the sugar water, my head feels a bit heavy, so.
Jia Shanshan shook her head. Why did you drink so much sugar water right away? Drink slowly. Cold sweat trickled down Li Yang's forehead. He could tolerate the domineering CEO and the rich girl from before, but now there was a hero's descendant and a third-generation official. I might want to die.
He could already picture himself being escorted to the execution ground and shot countless times.
No, am I some kind of urban war god in the future? Otherwise, how could I be so good at picking up girls? OMG. Li Yang, don't just stand there. Here's a treat.
Taking care of a child is hard work. Jia Shanshan picked up a date from her bowl and put it in Li Yang's bowl.
Li Yang smiled slightly. Okay. It was already quite late when they came out of the dessert shop.
Li Yang was about to take the children home when Jia Shanshan asked him to wait a moment. She hurriedly came out of a nearby shop.
She bought a scarf and handed it to Li Yang, saying, I really like the scarf you gave me, so I'm giving it to you. Li Yang smiled and accepted it, saying, Thank you. Li Yang said, Let me take you home. Where do you live? Juanrong residential area isn't far ahead. It's okay if you don't take me there, Jia Shanshan said with a smile. But Li Yang insisted on seeing him off, since it was late at night.
After dropping Jia Shanshan off at her apartment complex, I rushed home.
That leaves Liang Xiaobing. I'll take the kids to the food street there on Friday night and drop them off on the way. By the time I got home, it was already past 9 o'clock at night.
The kids have to get up early tomorrow morning, and I have to go to bed early tonight, so it's all very rushed. Anyone who has taken care of children knows that getting a child to sleep is a skill. After the child falls asleep, you can go to sleep yourself, but even a small noise from the child in the middle of the night can wake you up. Not to mention that he takes care of so many children, the probability of this happening increases dramatically. I randomly picked an online novel for the kids to read aloud to them in the evening, and their storytelling skills improved as a result. Storytelling skills improved.
LV4. Reward, Parenting Gift Pack X1. Open. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have gained the following childcare ability, Craftsmanship Proficiency X1.
Li Yang's expression shifted.
From childhood to adulthood, he had always had poor hands-on skills. He had almost never been able to complete the handicrafts assigned by the school.
He never expected that he would one day have a talent for handicrafts. If someone started a live stream and handcrafted an aircraft carrier, wouldn't the viewership explode?
Thinking of this, he smiled slightly. Start a live stream.
Sweeties, how about Daddy takes you on a live stream to do some crafts?
The children were naturally happy with everything, as long as they didn't have to sleep.
Go to Grandpa's room and get the newspaper.
The children set off one after another. The 9 little ones rushed to their grandparents' room. It was such a pleasant surprise for my grandparents.
Babies, what are you doing?
Li Pingon asked, puzzled. The children stretched out their little hands, saying, Dad told us to come and ask Grandpa for some newspapers. Li Pingon nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll get you the newspapers right away, oh my dear grandchildren.
Grandpa, look around, here are all for you. Lin Shu asked curiously, Oh? Aren't these newspapers all your treasured possessions? Hearing this, Li Pingon glared at his wife. Treasured treasures? What treasures are more precious than my precious grandchildren? Look at what you're saying. My dear grandson, go and give it to your father.
The children turned around and bowed together, saying, Thank you, Grandpa.
Thank you, Grandma. Good night, Grandpa and Grandma.
Watching the 9 little ones leave the room, Lin Shu smiled with relief. Although your son is a scoundrel, these kids are really cute.
Achoo! Li Yang sneezed in his room. Who's thinking about me this late at night? Alright, everyone in the live stream, tonight I'm going to do some crafts with my daughters. Watch how I handcraft an aircraft carrier. 666, I didn't know you were such a crafty guy. Ha, not bad, I love watching you take care of the kid. Why are you live streaming so late at night instead of sleeping? Are you trying to scam people? Please don't send any donations. The person upstairs must be someone's ex-girlfriend. At this moment, an ID with the nickname A Domineering CEO entered the old master's live broadcast room and immediately gave him 99 carnival gifts. A multitude of special effects instantly appeared in the live stream room. Li Yang knew who it was at a glance. Wasn't this touching you? Thank you to my female CEO for the 99 carnivals. 666. It has to be a female CEO. With a woman like her, the streamers will never have enough to eat. What else is there to say? I'm so envious I could grind my teeth to pieces. Streamers could be full-time now. At this moment, an ID with the nickname Big Sister of Causeway Bay entered the live broadcast room. In an instant, there were 99 carnivals. Special effects filled the screen. Chapter 84. I earn tens of millions a month. Can you do that? Thank you so much, ladies. Li Yang exclaimed. This is so awesome. The other mothers didn't have much money, so they gave relatively less, such as 99 pairs of sunglasses or various kinds of flowers. The children had returned by then and surrounded Li Yang. Dad, we've brought it to you. Dad, what are we going to do tonight? Li Yang laughed and said, what are we doing? Building an aircraft carrier. You help Dad build small airplanes, and Dad will teach you how to do it. Li Yang picked up the newspaper and cut it into small pieces. Then he shaped his hands into the form of a fifth-generation fighter jet and carefully taught the children how to do it, and the children learned very quickly. Oh my god, this guy's really good. Look, this airplane is so realistically handmade. You guys are so boring, what's so interesting about this? But I really like this father's parenting style. It's so nice to be able to spend so much time with his child. A CEO gave away 99 carnivals. The Causeway Bay heiress is giving away 99 carnival prizes. Looking at the comments, Li Yang smiled slightly. Alright, stop sending gifts. I'll just do some crafts with the kids. At this point, Li Yang began to hand rub the aircraft carrier with newspaper. His speed is exceptionally fast, a result of a talent bestowed upon him by the system. Otherwise, given his usual manual skills, how could he be so proficient? Li Pingan and Lin Shu were also watching the screen in the room. Wow, when did this kid learn handicrafts? And what else is there to say? When he was a child, all those handicrafts he made were done with me, his father, helping him. Now that he has a daughter, he's become a master craftsman. Lin Shu asked in confusion, so, becoming a father unlocks these strange skills? Li Ping sighed inwardly, yes, if I had known it would be like this, I would have let him find a wife and get married when he was 18. At this moment, Li Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead in the room, looking at the aircraft carrier made of newspapers that was more than a meter long in front of him, and the small planes parked on the aircraft carrier. The live stream chat was flooded with comments. 666, this aircraft carrier is amazing. Yes, this is the first news anchor I've ever seen who can create such an exquisite aircraft carrier out of newspaper. So what? The aircraft carrier can't move. At that moment, Li Yang moved the catapult on the aircraft carrier and took a rubber band from his daughter's head to simulate the battery ejection. That's about right. Dude, your crafting skills are absolutely incredible. I think it's nothing special. Is that all? Try making one by hand yourself. Li Yang finished his craft and, seeing that it was getting late, said to his daughters, children, we can get some rest now. I have to go to school tomorrow. The children shook their heads, no, we don't want to sleep. Li Yang smiled, you're all being good. Under Li Yang's insistence, the children had no choice but to go to bed one by one. Li Yang stood up and said with a smile, good night, my darlings. The next morning, Li Yang struggled to get out of bed and went to the children's room, only to find that the children were no longer there. When they got downstairs, they found that their grandparents had already gotten them ready for bed. Li Pingan said, we know you stayed up too late last night, so the two of us helped you get the baby up this morning. Lin Shu smiled and said, don't broadcast so late at night from now on, get some rest earlier. Li Yang waved his hand, I understand. I'm here to feed the children breakfast. Ding. Congratulations, host, your child feeding level has increased by LV4. Reward, Parenting Gift Pack X1. Open. Li Yang said. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have acquired a medium-sized maternal and infant products company.
Holy crap.
Li Yang almost spat out a bowl of soy milk he had just taken a sip of.
This is delivered straight to the company? What does this have to do with being a stay-at-home dad?
No, it seems that as parenting skills improve, the rewards are becoming more and more outrageous. It's possible that in the system's eyes, everything related to children can be used as a reward.
If Li Yang's idea is correct, then any industry related to children could potentially become a reward for the system. Wow. Does that mean I'll get rich? Li Pingyan followed Li Yang's gaze and looked up at the sky. Son, what are you saying about getting rich while looking at the sky? Maybe you should go to the hospital to get your head checked? Li Yang was slightly taken aback. Oh, it's nothing. I was just a little surprised. Didn't I make a lot of money in my live stream last night?
Lin Shu said to Li Yang, tell your girls to save their money carefully.
You can't spend it recklessly.
Besides, if you spend so much money on tips, the platform will still charge you half of it as a handling fee.
Isn't that just giving money away for free? Li Yang glanced at the time on his phone. Mom and Dad, I'm taking the kids to school now. We'll talk when I get back. Children, say goodbye to your grandparents.
Li Yang hurriedly led the child to the alley entrance and got into the car. Huang Meng, who was eating sunflower seeds outside the alley, told the neighbors, this Li family boy is being kept by someone. My daughter watched his live stream last night, and a lot of rich women were giving him money. The neighbors, who were unaware of what was going on, all nodded in agreement.
Oh my, is that so?
You can't rely on your youth for a living for a long time, especially for young people these days. They get used to relying on their youth when they're young, but when they get to a certain age, they can't endure any hardship anymore.
Who says it isn't true?
This young man is really useless.
How could old Li have raised such a son?
After seeing his daughters off, Li Yang turned to the neighbors and said, you can all just be envious and jealous. I can earn tens of millions a month.
Can you earn that much in a lifetime? These neighbors were immediately thrown into disarray. Hey, what are you saying, kid? We're all your elders. Exactly, I don't believe it. You really can live off that for the rest of your life? What are you bragging about? Tens of millions a month. Kids these days have absolutely no respect for their elders. Chapter 85. What? The system rewards Mother Sound Company?
Faced with these words, Li Yang simply smiled and waved to them. He was naturally delighted to have secured a company so early in the morning.
Just then, a Mercedes-Maybach stopped in front of Li Yang. Then a female secretary in professional attire got out of the car and respectfully walked up to Li Yang.
Mr. Li, I am Lu Shu, the secretary of Jobo Maternal and Infant Products Company.
This is the company's financial report for this year. Please take a look. Wow, the system reward arrived instantly? So smooth? Am I dreaming?
Even the melon seeds that the neighbors in the distance were eating no longer tasted good. They were all dumbfounded.
No way, what's going on? Are you kidding me? Li Yang has become a boss?
Huang Meng shook her head. Oh, that's fake.
How could he be so rich and powerful? My daughter dated him, and he's a complete loser. An older woman asked in confusion, then what's going on here?
Huang Meng laughed and said, oh dear, it must have been someone we hired pretending. It's just to put on airs in front of us. The others nodded in agreement, each with an expression of I see. At this moment, Li Yang took the financial report from the other party and exclaimed, wow, the net profit for the year is over 80 million. However, from a company's perspective, the profit is not particularly high. The secretary explained, our company is still in the development stage, and we will definitely be able to join the ranks of internationally renowned companies in the future.
Li Yang nodded. I'm just curious, when did I become your CEO? The female secretary frowned slightly.
You have been investing behind the scenes for many years, and our company has reached its current level under your guidance. Therefore, our company relies entirely on your behind-the-scenes management. Li Yang pondered for a moment. This system's ability to influence reality was truly impressive.
Okay, you can go back first. I'll go check on it when I have time. The secretary nodded, turned around, got into the car, and left. The secretary immediately got into the car and went back to work.
Li Yang smiled slightly. I didn't expect the system to give out something so powerful. This is much better than $1 million childcare fund. Before long, Li Yang arrived at the kindergarten and let his daughters go into school. He didn't want to go to the cafeteria today because the cafeteria was now cooking according to his schedule.
I'm planning to go directly to the company to take a look.
After all, he was still very curious about what kind of company these so-called baby product companies were really like.
He drove the nanny van towards Jiubao Maternal and Infant Products Company.
Unexpectedly, the system was quite thoughtful and named the vehicle after his 9 beloved daughters.
The car quickly arrived at the company building and parked. As Li Yang got out of the car, his sportswear quickly attracted the attention of the security guards.
The security guards naturally stopped him and asked if he had an appointment.
Well, I just came to your company to take a look. I didn't make an appointment, Li Yang said.
Just then, a group of men and women in suits walked towards them.
Surprisingly, some of them were acquaintances.
Isn't that Lu Ruyan, who's been looking for work everywhere since she lost her job? She asked in confusion.
Li Yang? What are you doing here? Did you come after me? You're shameless. Li Yang was dumbfounded. He pointed at himself and said, Me? Go after you? Am I crazy, or are you crazy? Hey, I've noticed you guys really have no sense of shame, huh? Li Yang was speechless.
It was his own company, and he was just here to take a look, but this woman acted like he was chasing after her.
You look like you're here for a job interview, right? Why are you treating me like this during an interview? Lu Ruyan scoffed, You? Li Yang, who do you think you are? Buying baby products at the supermarket or a maternity and baby products company? You want to do wholesale? Well, you do want to do live streaming sales, right? I knew it, it's all fake.
Your ultimate goal is still to sell products through the internet and live streaming.
Li Yang smiled and nodded, You're really awesome.
There's a saying that's true, if you're shameless, you're truly invincible.
Lu Ruyan glanced at Li Yang disdainfully, then took out the interview invitation. Security guard, I'm here for an interview. The security guard took the invitation, glanced at Lu Ruyan's face, and said, Hey, why is your face swollen? Girl, you should go to bed early tonight. Lu Ruyan chuckled. Oh, it's like this, actually I'm pregnant. The security guard was taken aback.
Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't know you were pregnant.
Please come in.
Li Yang stepped forward at this moment, but the security guard immediately raised his hand to stop him.
You really can't just wander in here.
Like that pregnant lady just said, if you want to buy maternity and baby products, you can go to the small supermarket across the street. They have our company's products there.
Li Yang nodded, That's good,
you're quite serious and responsible in your work. He took out his phone. He had written down his secretary's number when they parted earlier.
Wait here, I'll have my secretary come down and pick me up now.
The security guard watched with amusement as Li Hao showed off.
Hello, Secretary Lu, it's me. Could you please come down and pick me up? The security guard, seeing Li Yang dressed in casual sportswear, didn't believe him at all.
He assumed Li Yang was just pretending to make a phone call to get revenge.
Young man, someone has already used this trick. It's useless to us. As Lu Ruyan walked into the lobby, she admired the company's good conditions while glancing back at Li Yang, who was still negotiating with the security guard. Li Yang, do you want to come in and chase after me? Impossible. I have to go for an interview and will soon have a new job. As for you, you can only watch my back from afar.
At this moment, a secretary stepped forward and said, Ladies and gentlemen, please come this way.
The interviews will begin shortly. No sooner had Lu Ruyan left than Secretary Lu arrived on the first floor.
Seeing Li Yang being stopped outside, she hurriedly called out, Mr. Li.
I'm sorry, you've never been to the company before, these people don't recognize you. Chapter 86 is good. I'm your boss. Li Yang waved his hand, It's alright, they're all good employees, let's give them a reward. Secretary Lu nodded, You all should thank President Li. What a wonderful boss he is.
The security guards never dreamed that this seemingly unremarkable young man was actually the big boss behind the scenes.
Thank you, Mr. Li. Thank you for sparing my life. Li Yang smiled slightly, turned and walked into the building with his secretary.
He instructed his secretary, I have 9 daughters. Prepare some of the company's products for my daughters to take back. You know, the prices of maternity and baby products are really outrageous now.
I can hardly afford them anymore. Secretary Lu nodded, Mr. Li, you're joking. You're the boss of our company, how could you not afford it?
I'll immediately instruct the company staff to help you choose, and tell you exactly how many you need.
Li Yang glanced back at his van and said, "This van is enough, we won't use anymore." Secretary Lu was also taken aback. "Do you know how much that would be if your nanny van were filled to the brim? You said you wouldn't be able to use it all, you must be joking." "Mr. Li, this way please. We have a job fair this morning. Would you like to come and take a look?" Li Yang nodded, "Okay. Okay, you go ahead first, I'll be right back after I go to the restroom." The secretary nodded. Li Yang then went to the restroom alone. At this moment, in the interview hall, all the employees stood in 2 rows, with Secretary Lu and other senior executives at the front. I glanced at the job seekers at the scene. Secretary Lu said, "You are very lucky. Today, the company's behind-the-scenes boss, Mr. Li, is here to conduct a personal interview. This is both an opportunity and a challenge for you." The job seekers on site immediately began to whisper among themselves. "What? I'm scared. The boss is coming. He's not going to be fierce, is he? Yeah, I don't have any advantages. I heard there are even graduate students here looking for jobs today. Why are they competing with us? Yes, I'm really worried." Lu Ruyan smiled slightly. "No one understands the maternal and infant industry better than me, because I am an expectant mother myself, and I am sure I can pass the selection." Just then, the hall was pushed open. Li Yang came into everyone's view because his image was completely different from the domineering CEO image that these people were familiar with. This led these people to not regard Li Yang as the president that Secretary Lu had just mentioned. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes and waved to the interviewers, "Sorry, you're here to see me." She walked up to Li Yang and asked in confusion, "Li Yang, what are you doing? Why bother with this? If you really want to see me, just come to my house tonight. You know you were wrong after how you treated me last time, right? Well, let's see how you behave." Li Yang frowned and shoved her away. "If you're sick, tell your mom and she'll take you to the hospital. Don't disturb world peace here. Why are there always some girls who are of average appearance yet exceptionally ordinary?" Lu Ruyan turned around again and apologized to the leaders above her. "Leaders, I'm really sorry, this is my ex-boyfriend. He came to ask me to get back together, so he didn't know his place." Secretary Lu almost burst out laughing. This girl really didn't know her place. Li Yang coldly replied, "I am your boss, which means I am the owner of this company. I'm here today to conduct an interview with you." All the interviewees were taken aback. This young man is actually the boss? He's so young. He's really ahead of us. We're both college graduates, so why is he so outstanding? Lu Ruyan laughed. "Li Yang, you're quite the storyteller. You even dared to impersonate the boss, didn't you? I spent 4 years of college with you, do you think I don't know your own worth? You think you're the boss of this company? Then I'd be the richest man in the world." Li Yang shook his head. "Those who look down on you will never look down on you. This saying will never be outdated." At this moment, Secretary Lu on the stage said calmly, "That's right, this is our company's behind-the-scenes boss, Mr. Li Yang." The people who came for the interview were even more confused. Since the secretary admitted it, Li Yang really was the boss. So why didn't his ex-girlfriend acknowledge it? Did Li Yang conceal his identity when he was talking to them? Amidst Lu Ruyan's incredulous expression, Li Yang slowly walked to Secretary Lu's side. "Now that you've figured it out, let's begin the interview." Lu Ruyan was completely confused. When did Li Yang start a company? Was Li Yang's previous performance all an act? Are they deliberately concealing their identity? Was he already very rich a long time ago? Why did I always seem so poor during college? Was it a test for me? But why? This shows a lack of trust in me. If I trusted you, Li Yang should have told me from the beginning that he owns a company. All of this is Li Yang's fault, he deceived me. Chapter 87. They must be taught a lesson. The interviews had already begun. One by one, the job seekers came forward to introduce themselves and then began to answer questions from the interviewers. Finally, it was Lu Ruyan's turn. She stuck out her pregnant belly and asked, "Why am I here looking for a job?" "Because I'm pregnant." "I'm a pregnant woman. Aren't you a maternity and baby company? If you don't want me, I'll sue you. Besides, as a pregnant woman, no one understands motherhood better than me." Li Yang, standing above, glanced speechlessly at Secretary Lu beside him. Where did you find someone as brainless as Secretary Lu? How could she even get an interview?
Secretary Lu apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, Mr. Li, I'll arrange it right away. In the future, background checks on job seekers will need to be more thorough." Upon hearing these words from below the stage, Lu Ruyan's expression immediately changed.
Li Yang.
"You owe me, you have to find me a job, or I'll come to your house." Li Yang sighed, "Have the security guards throw her out."
What a piece of trash. Several security guards stepped forward and escorted Lu Ruyan out.
Lu Ruyan kept turning back and shouting that she would not give Li Yang a good life.
Li Yang glanced awkwardly at Secretary Lu. This woman has some mental issues. Everyone, continue the interview. The interview process here is almost complete. Li Yang returned to the company lobby, glanced at the van full of nannies, stretched, and said, "If I take good care of the kids, how far am I from becoming the richest man? Let's go home." Li Yang drove back to the entrance of the alley.
Looking at the truck full of supplies, he was suddenly faced with a dilemma.
Just then, the old man was squatting by the roadside eating sugarcane. "Hey, Li Yang, you're back.
That Huang Mang just went to find your mother in a huff.
I don't know what she's doing now.
She's yelling that her daughter lost her job because of you, and that you're not giving her whole family a way to survive."
Upon hearing this, Li Yang understood. Their family members can't find work because of their character. What does it have to do with our family?
The old man shook his head.
If people were normal, they would think like you, and then nothing would have happened. You should go back and check on things. 10 minutes ago, Li Yang's mother, Lin Shu, was drying her child's underwear in the sun.
Li Ping'an, wearing an apron, was drying radishes. "Wife, next time tell Aunt Lu and the others not to send radishes.
We can't even finish them all.
Your son doesn't like them, and the other kids don't like them either." Lin Shu smiled and said, "Oh dear, the elders mean well.
If you refuse, they will be unhappy. I feel like you're not appreciative." Li Ping'an nodded, and just then, Huang Mang walked in with her hands on her hips, Li Yang's parents. "You're all here. Li Yang. Let that brat Li Yang come out."
Lin Shu frowned.
"What is it now?" Huang Mang said coldly, "What happened? Isn't this all your son's doing?"
"My daughter called and said that your son used some despicable means to make sure she lost her job. My husband is out of work, and my daughter is out of work.
Aren't you going to give us any way to survive?"
Li Ping'an turned his head and shook his head helplessly.
"Huang Mang, you're an old man.
Your daughter was fired because she took credit for my son's work.
As for my granddaughter anyway, if we wanted to get back at you, we would have fired your daughter long ago. It's your daughter's character that's the problem." Huang Meng pointed at Li Ping'an and said, You, what are you saying? Oh dear, your Li family is bullying people."
She jumped up and down on the spot, rolling around on the ground, her main message being, she wouldn't listen to a word, not even if it meant death.
Li Ping'an was getting annoyed. "Huang Mang, what are you doing? We didn't say anything to you. Your husband is unemployed, but he can drive for Didi and deliver food. Your daughter is pregnant now, so she can stay at home. You can always find a job yourself.
Even sweeping floors in supermarkets can earn 4 or 5,000 a month." Upon hearing this, Huang Meng felt a pang of pain in her heart. She had been used to being lazy and good for nothing her whole life, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to raise a girl like Lu Ruyan.
The future of children is largely influenced by their parents, especially their mothers. This demonstrates the importance of education.
Huang Meng suddenly scrambled to her feet, grabbed a dried radish, and stuffed it into her mouth.
My husband and daughter are unemployed and have no money for food. I'll come to your house to eat every day from now on. I'll eat whatever you have.
While chewing on a radish, he turned around and slapped over the clothes drying in the yard, scattering the children's clothes all over the ground.
Lin Shu glared at her and lost her temper. What are you doing?
I spent all morning washing clothes, and you've made this mess of them.
Huang Meng, are you crazy?
But the next moment, Huang Meng reached out and grabbed Lin Shu's hair. You've ruined us.
Ah. My husband, this woman has gone mad.
Lin Shu winced in pain. Li Ping'an immediately dropped the radish, rushed forward, and grabbed Huang Meng's hand, shouting, Let go.
Let go of me.
At this moment, Li Yang rushed in and, seeing the scene, was also at a loss for words.
Let go. What are you doing?
The three old men immediately turned their heads.
Huang Meng released her grip after being yelled at by Li Yang, and said coldly, Li Yang, you've come at the right time.
You have to take responsibility for my daughter, or I'm not leaving today. At that moment, Li Yang only had eyes for his mother.
Mom, are you alright?
Lin Shu nodded, it's alright, it just hurts a little.
Li Yang glared at Huang Meng, are you crazy? How dare you lay a hand on my mother?
Huang Meng didn't even realize the significance of it. This, who told your family to target us, causing my husband and Ruyan to lose their jobs.
Li Yang glanced at the scattered items on the ground, took out his phone, and said, don't go. I'm calling the police right now. You damaged property and assaulted someone. Huang Meng was taken aback. When did I damage any property? Li Yang, don't talk nonsense. Li Yang pointed to the clothes on the ground and the radish she was holding, these are personal belongings, and you have broken the law. Huang Meng had been a tyrant in the community his whole life, and no one had ever called the police on him, so he simply didn't believe it. Call the police? Are you crazy? A few pickled radishes, why would you call the police? You need to help me get a job, or the Lu family will never let this go. Li Yang laughed, okay, you wait and see. Mom and Dad, go inside and ignore her. After waiting a few more minutes, officers from the nearby police station arrived. The middle-aged policeman in the lead glanced at Huang Meng and asked, what's going on here? Who called the police?